FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
3 seconds to go. 15-15 game. Lutz will try for the win. 34 yards out, left hash mark, south end zone uprights. Here's the snap. Here's the spot. Here's the kick. It's up. It's fall to Denver. 18-15. The Texans drop to 3-5. They battle all day, but unable to move the ball in the second half the way they needed to. And they need a miracle run now at 3-5 with Jacksonville up next week.
Mark Vandermeer on the call. Not a great day yesterday at NRG Stadium. Not a great day if you like offensive fireworks, and not a great day if you like C.J. Stroud's availability. 18-15, the final score. The Denver Broncos pushed the Texans season to the brink, and we got a lot to get into, man. There's a lot to dissect from this game. I am not happy this morning, Seth.
This is a miserable day. This is a miserable. Only Mauricio Dubon's Gold Glove can elevate me up out of this funk.
I was briefly happy about that last night.
The MLB and their stupid timing of their announcements of
Sunday night.
Yeah, I know. Well, you know what? At least it's during the playoffs.
Yeah.
Some of the MLB awards and the NBA awards come out long after the season's over. Okay. All right.
Go ahead.
I feel like we need to discuss two things because there were three quarterbacks that played at NRG Stadium yesterday.
Yeah.
One of them was good. Two of them are awful, except one's a good running back as well, and Bo Nix.
Yeah.
Every now and then.
Yep.
So this is the thing. The death by 1,000 cuts. It's great between the 20s. It's death by 1,000 cuts turns into death by soggy noodle. Like they're trying to beat you, Sean. It's like if I try is soggy noodles. I got 4 strands of spaghetti, and I'm just gonna. They're named Bo Nix and Nick Chubb, and I'm just gonna try to whip you over the head with these soggy noodles.
I gotta tell you,
how's that taste?
Yeah, I gotta tell you, I think I know where you're going with this, but I'm not really intimidated by that very much.
Exactly. So the Texans' inability. I mean, I should call it an ability to not score from the 1-yard line. You know how hard it is to not score from the 1-yard line? I
saw you on KHOU say that, and I laughed last night.
Like, what did I say?
You said that.
I don't remember.
Yeah, you said you did that. Basically, that. Like it's hard to not score on 6 tries from inside the 2-yard line.
From the 1-yard line, you have a 53% chance on any given play to score a touchdown.
Yeah.
From the 2-yard line, you have approximately a 45% chance to score a touchdown on any given play.
Yeah.
The Texans have had if you go from the Bucs to this game, how many total opportunities? 6, 10 plays at the 1-yard line or 2-yard line, and they've come up with nothing.
Yeah. They had a few in the Seattle game, too, towards the end of the game.
That's right.
If you want to pile on.
It's ridiculously easy to score from the 1-yard line.
Yeah.
And this is, it's so bad and ugly and stupid. It's really frustrating. So that was while CJ was in the game.
Yeah.
And CJ did a good job of working his way down the field. Death by 1,000 cuts, death by 1,000 cuts. But they get down to the 1-yard line. And Sean, I wasn't even joking. I think people thought that was a funny joke. But I was dead serious when on the second time yesterday's game, when they got down to the Collins reached out with the ball, I thought that's too close. That's too close.
Yeah,
if you're not going all the way in, get back to the 5 or 10.
That's what I
Give
thought,
him some room to work.
When Xavier Hutchinson got that penalty on second down, remember they tried the little pop sweep there to Nico on second and goal at the 2, and Nico didn't get in, but they're like holding number 19. I'm like, genius, Xavier Hutchinson. Back us all the way up to the 11.
Yes.
We got a way better shot of punching it in from the 11.
That's just football IQ
than
right
the
there.
2. That was really smart.
They teach you at Iowa State.
Yep.
So that part, and this married with, it felt to me so much on that first drive, especially with 2 fullback dives.
Yeah.
The fullback dive is a nice little rhythm changer. It catches the defense by surprise.
Yeah.
The rhythm's off. So you sometimes you just cram the fullback in there because the timing of everybody is you're playing your blocks waiting for the tailback to get it. When you do it twice in a row, you lose that rhythm-changing surprise.
Well, it's different, too, when there's all that clutter down near the goal. Remember that game? I forget which game it was. I know they won the game because I was happy about it. They used British Brooks on short yardage situations, like around midfield, to keep the chains moving. It's different using it when you're keeping the chains moving and the defense is...
Everybody's spread out a little bit.
It's a little spread out compared to the goal line.
Oh, my gosh. The first play on the goal line, everybody was in. All 11 offensive players right in there.
Yeah.
Second time they tried it, I think they had Woody Marks. Was Woody Marks in on that one, or was it Chubb? It was Chubb. Greenlaw comes up, and this is where I get frustrated with DeMeco saying after the game that it's about will when you're down there. Dre Greenlaw versus British Brooks isn't about will. That's about Drake freaking Greenlaw. It's Dre Greenlaw. DeMeco knows Dre Greenlaw.
Do you want to hear DeMeco say that? Should we play it for the audience just to contextualize?
I don't want to get mad at DeMeco, but there's an element here where it felt like the football guy mentality of like, we just gonna want it more than them. Sean, if I tell you to go fight Dre Greenlaw, I incentivize you, tell you I'll give you $1 billion, and that
would give me some willpower.
You would have willpower.
Yeah,
you would be committed to it, and Dre Greenlaw would kick your ass.
What?
Yes, for 37 cents he would do it.
You're probably right.
I mean, there's a point where you got to say, listen, lining up and proving that we're tough and proving we can do it. Yeah. No, you cannot.
Yep.
You don't have the horses. You can't win, Rob.
It's an Adrian Balboa situation, is what it is. All right, so
she's right this time.
I've got major issues with DeMeco Ryans this morning that I'll get to.
Yeah, we should play the
here. I'm going to play I'm going to play what you're talking about right here. There's two things with DeMeco Ryans and just the lens through which he views his offense right now, I think is a major issue for this team. Whether it's individual players or the offense as a whole. Because I know Nick Caley's calling the plays, but DeMeco Ryans is setting the tone. When they go into a goal-to-go situation, I don't think he's just outsourcing it completely to Caley. I think he's telling Caley, like, look, let's pound it in, find your four best run plays, and let's run this thing in from the one. When they are not that team. Here's DeMeco Ryans. This was his opening statement yesterday after the Texans' 18-15 loss to the Denver Broncos.
To start for us, it wasn't good enough. We were in the red zone multiple times as an offense there at the 1-yard line, had multiple opportunities to get it in. That's just about, it's sheer willpower. To me, it's at the 1-yard line. We got to find a way to, displace guys at the line of scrimmage and punch the football in, right? And that's what it takes in that situation. We didn't get it done. Multiple other opportunities in the red zone. We came up short. Right? We made it in the red zone 3 times. Like to see us convert and get in the end zone versus a really good Denver team. Credit to those guys. They did an outstanding job. Defensively, they did a good job of getting stops. They needed to get stops. We didn't play well in the red zone. We didn't play well on third down. So if you don't win in those situational, critical moments of the game, it's going to be hard to win.
There's a few things here. The big picture thing about not knowing what your team is. You don't have that team, dude. Not against this defense.
Did you see that big, fat, fake J.J. Watt?
Zach Allen.
My God.
He was all over the place, man. So you are not that team. I don't know what you're looking at that says you can just line up against the Denver Broncos and just pound the ball 4 times and get in the end zone, all right? And I don't know what the QB sneak from the 2-yard line was with Davis Mills. I don't know what the hell that was. That's just
to think that Davis went rogue. He decided to glory himself.
Yeah. So there's that. So that's the goal to go stuff. In fact, let's stick there for a second. This was a team that was without Patrick Surtain. I think it was you that said it to me.
Yes, I said that. I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, okay, where's the one area of the defense that Patrick Surtain's absence hurts the least for the Broncos?
Yeah.
Oh, right up the middle on goal line.
Yes.
You got a backup Abrams drain cornerback filling in for him, who looks like he weighs about all 142 pounds. And you've got these gigantic redwood wide receivers and options and what have you. And it just Yeah, but it's that. You're right. It's the physical matchup of your offensive line versus those defensive
What
linemen.
have you been watching?
They are manlier than you.
Yes.
They are tougher than you. There's no part of you proving how tough you guys are by getting manhandled in that fashion. And by the way, it's not just the offensive line, because it's not like those guys were getting blown back. You don't have the running backs either.
Right.
Nick Chubb, British Brooks, twice in a row to British Brooks.
Brooks.
I'm looking at the play-by-play. I was laughing as you were setting up that last one because it's 0-yard run, 0-yard run.
It looks
0-yard run,
yeah.
4-yard penalty.
Yeah,
for a rhythm changer.
Yep. So that was the goal-to-go stuff. And by the way, this isn't like an isolated thing. This is, as you pointed out, it was an issue in the Bucs game. It was an issue in the Seahawks game. It's been an issue. Scoring touchdowns has been an issue in the 5 losses that the Texans have scored 4 of their 5 losses. And honestly, like a couple of them, like one was a garbage touchdown at the end of the game against the Seahawks. One was a touchdown where the Bucs might have been letting Nick Chubb score. You know, like you, and another was a one-play drive that's a bomb to Nico. Like this team's inability to put together sustained drives to score touchdowns over the course of their 5 losses is a joke. And for DeMeco Ryans to look at this to look at the offense and say, let's pound it up in there and score a touchdown. To look at Jalen Noel and have him get 1 touch in a game like this. To look at Daria Gumbawale and say he should be in there on offense. The self-evaluation of this coaching staff as to what they should be putting out there offensively and what they should be doing offensively is a joke.
I can't criticize the coaches for not getting Jalen Noel the ball more, because Davis Mills was the quarterback for the vast majority of the game, and he was confused as hell. He didn't know where the hell to go with the ball.
Okay.
They went 15 straight third downs without converting a third down. 15!
Yeah.
15!
Yeah.
They were 3 for 17, and CJ had at least 2 of those.
CJ had 2. Davis had 1. Davis had 1. Davis had 1.
Good for you.
Yeah, Davis.
Good for you, Davis Mills. He looked like a rookie out there. He didn't know what the hell he was looking at.
Yeah, I think DeMeco said we converted 3 third downs on the first drive, then didn't the rest of the game. One of them was actually a 4th down they converted.
So this is the problem. This is the problem, because I hesitate to criticize play calling because it's always easy in hindsight to say, but okay. The Tampa game, you get down to the goal line and you're in gun the entire time.
Yeah.
This game, and you want to run it up the gut 4 times in a row.
Yeah.
Like, might you be perhaps setting up a play action?
Well,
Could you do something? Like, what is did you even have a plan past the first failed attempt?
Yeah, this is, and what makes it even more frustrating, that Ravens game, and I know it was against the Skeleton Crew, but that I was so encouraged by that game just based on the things they were doing as a team, granted against an inferior opponent. But remember down at the goal line in that game?
Yeah.
They had the play where they fake tossed to Woody Marks and then flipped it out to Jalen Noel, and it looked so easy. A little bit of
misdirection.
Like things that other teams do. Things that when you sit and watch Red Zone during the post-game show, like Clint and I do, and you're watching teams that aren't great teams. Like the Raiders are not a great team. But they were piecing yesterday. You know, like that Jags-Raiders game, I'm like, okay, it's the Jags and the Raiders. But the final score was 30-29. Like they were doing things, pretty basic things that it looked like any team should be able to do on offense. But the Texans cannot even come close to doing on offense. This offense is a joke.
It's ridiculous.
It's a joke.
It is. It's hilarious. They are. I mean, you watch that game. Once it became Davis Mills versus Bo Nix, it became all about Sean Payton to me. Because Sean Payton, look, he doesn't have a good... Bo Nix is not a good quarterback. I don't care what the hell anybody's trying to propagandize me with. Did you see his deep balls?
He's Will Levis.
I mean, every single one. He had Sutton wide open, and that wasn't even that great of a throw. No. If Stingley hadn't gotten beat at the line there, and that wasn't Bullock's fault, I don't believe. I think Sutton was going to try to work back to the outside. Yep. But, I mean, it was awful. The Bullock interception was a badly thrown ball. That wasn't it. Good job by Bullock with the ball skills to get it. But, he's not a good quarterback. No. He can do some fun little things, and he can run, obviously. But that was all Sean Payton. So you had Sean Payton on the other side of the ball. News alert. Much better offensive coordinator than Nick Caley. Because you're right. So, because so much of it, while CJ was in the game, you can still look at their inability to score at the goal line lost them the game.
Lost
right
them
there.
the game. 100%
The
lost them the
defense,
game.
it's a magnificent defense, and it's being wasted.
If you had scored on even one of those drives, the game is even more on Bo Nix's shoulders.
Yeah.
They were there was a one-score game for most of inside of a one-score game, really all day long. And so, you get a second score and they're behind by 2 touchdowns. Then now you're putting it more on Bo Nix. We cannot get through the open of this show, though, without getting to the end of the game. And this plays into the theme of what exactly does DeMeco Ryans think his team is, or what did he think they were yesterday at the end of the game? And I saw him getting killed for this. I was glad to see him getting killed for this outside of Houston because I thought I was maybe being a little like over the top. I was sitting next to you, and I wasn't sure if you were getting sick of me or not, like harping on how did they just run 3 plays and only burn 20 seconds off the clock?
And to set it up, just to put it as simply as possible, if they had run 3 plays and not gotten a first down, they could have run the clock down to about 20 seconds, and Denver would have no timeouts.
Denver had 2 timeouts. There's a minute 14 to go.
Yeah.
13-yard line.
13-yard line.
I can recite a chapter and verse.
So a team that had just gone 3 and out 5 times, or punted 5
times. Punted 5 times.
They punted 5
3 and out,
times.
3 and out, 3 and out, 4 and out, 5 and out. They ran 18 plays.
They ran 18 plays in 5 drives.
series,
Punted 5 times in a row. They're on their own 13-yard line. They've got a little bit over a minute.
Yep.
And your plan is to get a first down.
Yeah.
And maybe get into field goal range.
No chance.
So versus draining the clock down, punting with 20 seconds left.
Yep. Going to overtime.
Denver might get the ball with like 15 seconds and no timeouts or whatever. They wouldn't be able to do anything.
Yeah.
And then at least you could get some field position perhaps with a kickoff return.
Yeah.
Or what have
you're
you.
back
Or
at
anything. Something.
Yeah.
Something where you're better than the 13-yard line.
Something where you're not at risk of giving them a chance to win the game.
This is what
they did.
This is what Sean Payton would have done.
Right.
Sean Payton would have just run the ball, and maybe you get the first down, and even better. You know?
Yeah.
But you give them an opportunity.
You throw an incomplete pass, you throw a ball to a rookie who runs out of bounds, and you throw a third incomplete pass, and now Denver's got the ball. You ran 24 seconds off the clock, and Denver's got the ball with 50 seconds on their own 35-yard line. And all they got to do is get into field goal range. And they have 2 timeouts. They didn't even use their 2 timeouts.
They used one just to set up the field
They
goal.
were standing there at the end of the game waiting to call their final timeout.
Yeah.
They're waiting for the clock to run down.
Yeah, that was
horrific.
If you had just run the ball and punted, it would have even been less than 20 seconds.
It would have been.
The punt itself would have taken
10 seconds. We were doing the math on the post game.
I would at most be 20 seconds on the clock.
Yeah.
Like, this is like what are you watching? What are you looking at?
What are you watching?
What have you seen of Davis Mills and his big doe eyes and his confusion in sailing balls over wide open Christian Kirk that you thought something was going to happen?
Let's play it real quick because it's a quick cut. This was DeMeco Ryans on the decision-making on the last drive.
Yeah, the thought there, we wanted to get some quick passes to get us moving. We're trying to drive down.
Me too.
And, of course, try to get in field goal range, but to have a couple quick incompletions, it was not the plan at all for us.
You have to run something. You have to run something on first down that keeps the clock moving. You have to run something on first down that forces Sean Payton into a decision himself. You have to. You hand the ball off. You do something, a screen pass. You don't drop back and take the guy who has, to your point, run 18 plays in 5 series and hope that he completes a pass against a defense that has shut you down the entire second half.
I think DeMeco's positive attitude might be getting the better out of him when it comes to evaluating his offense.
You nailed it.
Yeah,
you nailed it.
It's just like there's certain things you can't will your way to. I'll tell you honestly, there's a lot of people listening right now that have way more will and grit and determination than 90% of NFL players. And none of them can actually play in the NFL. Most of them are like one is an accountant, another is a housewife,
yes.
Another is a retired police officer.
Dude,
it's just like physical ability, man.
It has the grittiest post woman you've ever seen.
Yes,
Miss Stevenson gets after it.
Yeah.
Cannot protect to save her life. Yeah.
There is an absence of a lack of talent. They have talent. And I'm trying to. I could easily write this off as all right. Well, it's your backup quarterback.
No,
really good.
it's all freaking season.
Listen, I could, except for the fact that even when CJ was in there, you can't do anything. Like no. Like, look, what am I? did I expect Davis Mills to do anything great versus that defense? I did not, but I also hoped that at the very least he could get some help from his offensive coordinator and his head coach.
Yeah, I didn't expect it to look like that.
Yeah. I like honestly, Bo Nix is going to drive Sean Payton crazy because Sean Payton's doing a good enough job with that he's not a good quarterback.
No, he's not.
Why do people keep telling me he's good?
Okay, we went through the whole first segment without saying the word concussion.
Oh yeah,
and that might be the biggest story, at least in terms of the season. So let's get to that. What does this mean? This is the second time now for C.J. Stroud. We got to look back at the first time, I suppose, to see how that went. But can the Texans win a couple games if they need to with Davis Mills at quarterback? That's coming up next. I will say this. One way to make the Texans games fun.
to Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
There's a lot of things that have led to 3-5 for the Texans, but ultimately the thing that might end up deciding their season or putting the nail in the coffin on their season might be this play right here from yesterday.
No motioning around. Here's Stroud taking the snap. Here's pressure. CJ scrambling forward. CJ wants to run, and he slides down at the 31. He got tagged, and here comes the flag. As Stroud is still people over from the Texans sideline, the medical people, because Stroud took a tremendous hit here. That was brutal, and it wasn't Singleton making a hit. It was Chris Abrams-Drain with the tag on CJ as he was going down. That was nasty, and Stroud is getting a long look here. There is some not pushing and shoving, but a lot of talking and close contact between Texans O-linemen and the Denver Broncos, because that was late and unnecessary.
Okay, so we'll adjudicate the hit in just a second.
Adjudication.
Adjudication. Yep, we'll do that in just a second, because they ultimately picked up the flag on this play.
Booth review.
They picked up the flag. It was not helmet to helmet, but CJ's head hit the turf, with tremendous force. Obviously, it forced him out of the game. Now, he got up, gave a thumbs up. You could tell by the way he was walking that there was definitely something going on. He was not moving well. And we should point out that post-game, there were pictures posted on the Instagram for his foundation with him and his mom saying that, hey, thanks for all the prayers, CJ's going to be okay. But he is now in the concussion protocol. So we'll get to the hit itself in just a second, but we should point out, Seth, this is the second time now CJ's been concussed in 2 years. Last time he was concussed, it was in the, I believe, third or fourth quarter of the Jets game in Week 14 of his rookie year. Mm-hmm. He missed the next 2 games after that, which were a win at Tennessee and then a blowout loss to the Cleveland Browns. We don't know what the situation is. We don't see it again. I would doubt it. That was a tremendous hit. But let's pretend it's 2023 for a second. If they've got to win home against Jacksonville and at Tennessee the next 2 games, how do you feel about Davis Mills playing in those 2 games?
I feel like, for one, those defenses aren't as good as Denver's, so there's that.
Jags are at home.
The Chargers struggled to put away the Titans yesterday, didn't they?
I can't go off of anything the Chargers
do. They were like 17-14 until the fourth quarter. I would say they got a shot at going 1-1 in these next 2 games. I know they're favored versus the Jaguars. I wonder how much that's going to move as people start to realize that Davis Mills is probably going to be the quarterback.
Oh, it was the look-ahead line, which is before CJ was hurt.
Oh, okay.
The look-ahead line was 3.
Yeah.
Texans 3. It's down to 1.5 Texans. I think that thing could keep going. I don't think CJ Stroud's only worth 1.5, but they're probably playing the middle right now because they don't know if CJ's going to play or not.
I think that, look, Davis Mills will be better than he was this game. For one, he'll have a full week of preparation. I wish I could say I trusted that Nick Caley will figure out the best way to get the best out of Davis Mills, but I cannot say that in good faith, or at least without somebody paying me off or something.
Yep.
So it's just no, I don't feel good at all about them winning the next 2 games with Davis Mills.
Okay.
Or Graham Mertz.
I don't think.
I don't know why people scoffed at me when I suggested Graham Mertz yesterday. We don't know what he's been doing. Last time I saw him, he's lighting it up.
I think as the emergency quarterback, Mills, I think, for him to be able to come in. I think there's rules around Mertz being able to play, right? Yes, I'm talking about yesterday.
Yeah. I'm not talking about yesterday. I'm talking about in these next 2 games.
Forward. Oh, okay. Yeah. I thought you were talking about yesterday. No. Sorry about that. Here was DeMeco Ryans. You're 3-5. You got no rule. You're 3-5, and these are, I think, if you're trying to creep back into the playoff hunt.
Yeah.
These are 2 of the 4 games. I think you and I kind of went through this exercise. You have to win these 2 games. You have to.
The other thing, too, is as far as the Texans still being favored, even though it might be Davis Mills, is that I think people expect that the defense is going to play really well at NRG Stadium.
Of course.
And I think they will. But you can't keep putting them out there after 3 and out. I mean, how many times this season do we have to watch the defense out there under extreme stress the entire second half, trying to maintain a narrow lead or keep the deficit from getting larger? It's just you can't count on force turnovers or whatever else. But it's, like if the Texans can win 13-7, sure. Yeah.
I want to get to the hit in a second, but you brought this up, and I'm curious. I mean, you've been on teams here where the defense was keeping a completely inept offense in games.
Yeah, we sucked as a team, though.
You did. No, but here's where I'm going with this. Is there muttering going on right now on the defensive side of the ball? Is there these
probably
guys?
not. I mean,
on.
guys are pretty. It depends. I don't think on this team that it would be too severe. It's coming of reality.
I guess I'm more asking when you were a player, did that go on?
Yes, I mean it did at times. But because when I was on really good defenses in Jacksonville, we also had a really good offense. And when it was here, the only times we had a good defense was early on.
Yeah.
And we knew what the deal was with the offense. We had 6 rookies starting.
Gotcha. Expansion team.
So it wasn't. I don't think that was really as much of a factor.
Yeah, this is a team with Super Bowl or at least playoff expectations.
Yeah. I think that they're still probably right now where the defense is telling themselves, listen, we got to win this game. We got to figure out, hey, DeMeco Ryans, can you block a kick? Sure.
I'll
do that
the very first one. I'll block.
I'll block the 14th
got it out of the way.
Kick or punt in my career.
He's amazing.
So as far as the concussion and the actual hit, I can't be a hypocrite here. What I would want them, how I want them to call that play is exactly the way they called it yesterday. And there was a play earlier this season where Joe Flacco got hit as he was sliding, and the defensive back was flagged initially. The booth looked at it, saw that the defensive back hit his torso, and they picked up the flag. And I thought, that's good. That's right. The quarterback has to take responsibility for himself when he's sliding. And with no contact up around the head or neck, I can't. And when you slow it down, just like it was with Azeez Al-Shaair last year, when you slow it down, it's very easy to say, oh, he had plenty of time to pull up. He had plenty of time to make that decision. CJ was doing what Trevor Lawrence was doing, which was he's close to that first down marker, trying to get as much yardage as possible before he slides.
Yep.
And giving himself up has to be sure that if he's giving himself up for his own safety, he's got to give himself up before anybody's got a chance to hit him.
Yeah, that was the second worst part of it. The worst part, obviously, was CJ leaving the game. The second worst part, he didn't even get the first down.
Yeah.
It was 4th and 2 after that. It was here. Let's play DeMeco on this because I'm curious if you agree with him. This is DeMeco. What did he see on the CJ Stroud injury play?
CJ scrambled. Of course, he slid, and the guy, came up and hit him. As I see, it's unnecessary roughness. He hit the quarterback when he's sliding and giving himself up. If I'm incorrect on the rule, I've seen that happen multiple times, with our guys, and we get the penalty, but for some reason, it just didn't happen there. So we'll look at the film and see, what actually happened there.
We're good, Ben.
This is what we asked for. This is yes, he has seen places. He's seen when people get flagged for that. Texans have gotten flagged for that. What we asked for is for them to give a little bit of the benefit of the doubt to the defense. DeMeco's asked for it. I've asked for it. I talked to Moose Johnson about it at the Super Bowl, and actually, I gave him. He told me, you know what? You were making some good points from the defensive perspective, and Moose Johnson was on a committee that was reviewing exactly how to officiate that play, and that's what I asked for the play to be ruled that way because I thought it would benefit defensive players in the Texans specifically. So you can take last year with Azeez Al-Shaair and talk up and down about how he shouldn't have gotten flagged or he shouldn't have gotten suspended. It's calling it differently this year.
Yeah, it sucks.
I've seen it in games. They're calling it differently.
And it sucks that it happened to C.J. Stroud, but they're calling it differently.
But
this year.
C.J.,
and it's
just
been
as
a point
I say
of
to all
emphasis.
quarterbacks, if you're going to slide, feet first especially,
do it early.
You got to take responsibility for it, and you got to take care of yourself. And I think partly on that though too is he had Singleton, the linebacker, in front of him, and I think that's what CJ was looking at more than anything. Abrams-Drain came from a little bit behind him.
Yeah.
And I think he just didn't. So I'm not saying that. I don't think he intended to necessarily make it as close as it was. I just don't think he necessarily realized what a threat Abrams-Drain was.
Yeah. Like Singleton was the Azeez Al-Shaair in terms of the point of view in that situation for CJ.
And there's still going to be some dumb luck involved with it because if Abrams-Drain takes a little bit of a different angle or something, maybe he does hit CJ in the head.
Yeah. It's a bang thing, man. And it from the press box at full speed, I'm like, oh, that's an Aziz play right there. But then you go frame by frame, and it's very, very different.
I would just say, man, slide head first.
Yeah.
You don't get as much yardage, but slide head first.
You get fewer concussions.
Your head is on the ground immediately
That's right.
and away from danger.
Yep. Football Talk on Sports Radio 610, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Headlines up next. We'll revisit the Texans' loss to the Broncos. We'll talk about a few of the more important things going on in the NFL yesterday, both with the Texans and around the league. Rockets, World Series, all of that in headlines.
Full swing. I don't know if you guys noticed or not. Not all offenses are in full swing, but the actual games are being played.
through.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, a lot to get to here in headlines. Let's start with the Texans. They lose 18-15 to the Broncos yesterday. Just a really disappointing performance, and some of it not the Texans' fault. C.J. Stroud leaving with a concussion obviously changed the complexion of the game. Was asked after the game, how do you get things turned around on offense?
For us offensively, again, it all goes back to, it's in the red zone. We got to do a better job of finding a way to get in the end zone. Like, if we can't get in the end zone, score points, it's going to be hard.
In the 5 losses, the Texans are 1 for 10 in the red zone, and I'm not sure what's worse, the percentage, 10% in which they're scoring touchdowns, or the fact that they've only been in the red zone 10 times in 5 games.
10 times in 5 games.
In their 5 losses.
Twice a game, they're making it down inside the 20.
That's just in their losses. I know the 3 wins, I know they were the greatest show on turf.
It paints a picture of just how decrepit the offense has been in those losses.
Those losses, yeah.
This offense has turned DeMeco into Magic Johnson's Twitter account. It's hard to win when you don't score points.
You're on one this morning, man.
That is a Magic Johnson tweet.
Holy crap. That is a Ben. Hey, Ben, I know it's headlines. Can you just play that one more, just the beginning, one more time?
For us offensively, again, it all goes back to, it's in the red zone. We got to do a better job of finding a way to get in the end zone. Like, if we can't get in the end zone, score points, it's going to be hard.
There you go. If we can't get in the end zone and score points,
Magic.
It's going to be hard.
Thanks, Madge.
It's the reality. Magic Johnson, his Twitter account is delightful
funny.
because he states the obvious.
Oh my God.
And yet DeMeco is stating the very obvious and true thing.
Yeah.
It's really hard to win
He's
when
not
you
wrong.
don't get in the end zone. Does not tend to come in steady streams of 3-yard chunks.
No.
Yes. Yeah, chunk play. That's what the Texans' chunk play is, a big field goal.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Every now and then when Kaimi Fairbairn can hit one.
7 yards on first down.
It was so appropriate, though, too, that even, CJ was playing well when he was in, except that they missed the field goal after CJ took a sack.
Took a bad sack.
I can't criticize him too much for that one. It's not like he bailed out of the pocket back. There was nowhere to bail. I think CJ, in that instance, CJ's trying real hard not to bail out backwards, but he was in a situation where the pocket was so compressed that bailing out backwards was the only way to go. And I think he kind of double clutched with his legs. Like, I don't want to bail out backwards. Yep. I don't want to bail out backwards.
Yep. So,
and maybe Kaimi will make a 50-yard field goal.
18-50, and he did not.
He barely made the other ones.
Dude, I know. If you could rate the field goals based on how close they are to the uprights.
There's little chunks of dead cow on the inside part of the goal.
Yes.
The uprights right now.
Dead cow and yellow paint making out with each other.
Dead cow skin on the uprights.
We'll get to the Texans at the top of the hour here. Let's get to some of the other things in headlines. The games that mattered in the NFL to the Texans yesterday, I would say the 2 AFC South teams that they're chasing. The Steelers beat the Colts yesterday. Forced 6 turnovers on Daniel Jones yesterday, Seth. 3 picks, a couple of strip sacks. There was one other turnover along the way. But, 6-1 in the turnover margin.
The Colts have beaten 2 teams that have a winning record right now. Yeah. That's their new winning record, 2. So despite their awesome and impressive record, they haven't really faced a tough schedule up until now where it starts turning more difficult. The Steelers' defense has not – this has been the worst defense that Tomlin's had. Yeah. But they all of a sudden really, really showed up yesterday versus what statistically is one of the best offenses in the league.
Yep. So the Steelers beat the Colts. The Jags beat the Raiders in overtime in what was a really entertaining game. I don't know how good either of these teams are. The Jags are 5-3, I believe, right now. So whatever. That's the Texans' opponent this coming weekend.
Cam Little kicked a 68-yard field goal.
Right before halftime.
He's another kicker who sucks. Good for you.
Yeah.
What was the situation in the Jaguars game where I can't remember the play-by-play the color commentator was talking about how they needed to set up a field goal. Oh no, this was in one of the Jags London game.
Oh, okay.
Kurt Warner was talking about setting up a field goal or something. And I'm like, Kurt, you got to at least mention that their kicker sucks.
Yeah,
he'd missed like 5 of his previous.
Got a big leg, but you don't know where it's going.
Yeah.
So and by the way, 68-yard field goal, NFL record. So Cam Little set that
He's
yesterday.
like a sober Janikowski.
Right.
Probably needs to drink a little bit more.
Right.
He's, like he can boot it really far.
Yes.
But you need to be drunk if you want to, get the nerves
Party
out so you
more.
can just hit it right down the middle.
You went to Arkansas. You know what to do, Cam Little. Come
Aim
on.
for the middle goalposts.
Yes. Yeah. That's right. Jaden Daniels last night, Sunday Night Football, got hurt. Down 38-7 late in the fourth quarter. Dan Quinn still had him in the game, and he scrambled on a play. And it's if you haven't seen it, if you get queasy looking at dislocated elbow injuries, I would recommend not going and finding him with a gruesome arm injury. It's not his throwing arm; it's his left arm. We should point that out. So it remains to be seen. He's going to be out for a long time, maybe for the rest of the year. With the way the Commanders are playing, and they got blown out by the Seahawks last night. With the way they're playing, by the time he's healthy enough to come back, they may just say, let's go live to fight another day.
He might end up being a real tragic story.
He's skinny,
he's
man.
So slender. Yeah. A short and stout. I would much rather have a short quarterback who's stout than a prototype quarterback who's slender.
Baker.
As slender as
I'd
that.
rather have a
Yeah.
Baker Mayfield physique than Jaden Daniels.
He's just so skinny.
Yep. Rockets beat the Celtics on Saturday night, 128-101. So they've won 3 straight after starting out 0-2. The 3 straight wins have been of the roll the ball out variety. When the Rockets are playing an inferior team, at least early on here in the season, it appears they're just going to grind them into dust. This is such a good offensive team, even without Fred VanVleet, against bad teams. The Celtics are not a good team. They're missing Jason Tatum. They got a lot, they've had to clear out a lot of salary this year. It's not a good team. They went in and just did them in Boston on Saturday. Mavericks in town tonight. That'll be fun.
You know what the Rockets are like right now? They're like a good-looking guy who doesn't have a personality, who can just walk into a bar, and there's going to be enough women.
Right.
Just like, hey, I'll do whatever you want to do with me tonight.
Yep.
But when it comes to like him walking into a different scenario with a bunch of women that like have options and everything, it's not so easy.
It's a little tougher.
Yeah.
He doesn't have his wingman, Fred VanVleet, with him.
So when the Rockets step into a room with a bunch of models or something, it's not as simple.
It's a little trick. Got to come up with some good lines, man. Some good pickup lines. I like that. World Series, Dodgers win. Game 7 Classic, 11 innings. Blah. Yamamoto was the World Series MVP. And you guys probably already know that. So 5-4 the final score on Saturday. It was a hell of a Game 7. The only bad part was the Dodgers won it. All right, we roll on here on a Reaction Monday here on Sports Radio 610. Let's look back at yesterday's Texans loss through the voice of Mark Vandermeer. The big plays in this game that ultimately decided the game that has pushed the Texans season to the brink at 3-5. We will do that coming up next. But first, oh man, if you're a football fan here in town,
V6.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
There's Payne and Pendergast. I must have said something about the playoffs in the first hour, and someone said, playoffs, Sean, you put this survey out there a couple weeks ago. This team's winning around 6 games all year. With this current team and O-line, 6, maybe 7. Playoffs hopefully next year when we have a chance to work on the O-line in the offseason.
You know, as far as the O-line goes, too, as my impression in the second half was, you know what? The pass protection wasn't as bad as I feared it would be when Titus Howard went out. But then I realized, the Broncos are a lot of instances of them just rushing 3. Sometimes I think, I have to go back and watch. I think they only rushed 2 at least once. Yeah.
Towards the end of the game, they only rushed 2 on a play where they got to him. They were and DeMeco.
Hey, Sean, you've got 5 offensive linemen. You've got 2 pass rushers. Somebody's going to have a double team. You can't put 3 guys on everybody. One of those defensive linemen is going to have a double team and beat it.
Yeah. Well, DeMeco had said that in the postgame. He's like, they asked, did they make any adjustments? And he's like, Vance Joseph did what he did, and he was dropping 8 in coverage a lot and making Davis have to think.
He made him have to think on a week with no preparation or anything. And
really smart.
Really
smart. And by the way, to the texter, they're 3-5. They've got 2 winnable games coming up. If it's going to be annoying that I talk about them possibly getting back to 5-5 and hanging out in that right-hand column on the playoff picture on TV, they've got the division winners on the left column, the wild card teams in the middle column. Right now, the Texans are still technically one of the teams in the hunt. As long as they're in the hunt, I'm going to entertain the possibility.
Well, all you have to do is gain ground on the Chiefs because the Chiefs are 5-4. The Texans are 3-5.
Yeah.
So
they get their shot.
You get 1 extra game to do it too, because you've already had your bye week.
That's right, man.
Chiefs are going to have to be sitting at home while the Texans perhaps.
You play the Chiefs.
Yeah,
get a chance at a head-to-head. Yeah, Sunday night in Kansas City in Week 14 in December.
God bless you for being able to say that in that tone of voice. Hey, they get to play the Chiefs in Kansas City.
Look at all those teams ahead of them. They're playing all of them.
Okay, so here's the wild card standings right now.
Okay.
I'll just take you. There's the division leaders.
Yeah.
And there's the Chargers at 6.
Okay.
They all have 6. They both have 6 wins. And
6 wins.
The Jaguars are the 7th team right now.
They've got 5.
They're 5-3.
Yeah.
And then you have the Chiefs at 5-4 and the Texans at 3-5.
You know who they play? The Texans. All of those teams.
All those teams.
They play all of them between now and the end of the year.
So you've got a shot
probably control their own destiny.
Yeah.
Probably.
I mean, you can gain ground on the Chiefs. You're not going to gain ground on the Chiefs. You're playing the Jaguars head to head. They would still be ahead of you in the wild card if you beat them this week.
Yep.
But still.
All right, let's go through some of the key plays in yesterday's game. It was good early on. CJ was moving the ball. It sucked in the red zone. I'll grant you that.
It was death by 1,000 cuts.
The death by 1,000 cuts, but then there was this gigantic just spear to the chest. CJ to Dalton Schultz.
2nd down and 10. Texans from the Houston 41. Chubb in the backfield. CJ in the gun. CJ quick throw over the middle. Got a man. 40, 35, cutting right. 25, 20. Trying to take it back inside, but brought down inside the 15-yard line. Dalton Schultz. Big time catch and run. The Texans in the red zone.
Right.
37 yards.
Yeah, that wasn't a death by 1,000 cuts moment. That was you snuck a
machete.
Or you snuck a prison shiv
in. A shiv. Yeah.
You know what they did a good job of on that one? Dalton was a little pre-snap motion, and the Broncos were blitzing.
I don't believe you.
Yeah, it was. It was pre-snap motion. The Broncos were blitzing, and the one of the linebackers just played a little too aggressively, and it created some space. And good job, CJ, finding the hole.
It led to getting down near the goal line, and we won't revisit that. That was just that was a fun CJ Stroud to Dalton Schultz.
This game, if the field were only 96 yards,
right,
we wouldn't have to worry about all of this because they could get down to in a 96-yard field. The Texans would have won that game handily.
They made a rule where you're not allowed to score touchdowns from inside the 5, and teams would just stop at the 5-yard line.
Yeah,
and the Texans might be the best team in the league. You never know. All right, so moving on. You know what? I don't want to replay the C.J. Stroud injury. The cut's too long and depressing. But that was
I didn't get to hear Vandy do it, though.
That was obviously, we played it earlier in the show.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. That was obviously a key play. But let's go to the Kalen. But right after CJ gets injured, now you're like, okay, well, Davis Mills is going to have to bring the ship to shore here. And from the time CJ got hurt, I was sitting there next to you going, defense and special teams going to have to win this game.
CJ got hurt, and I immediately knew this is going to be the longest football game that was ever played. Emotionally.
And it literally was a long football game.
It was a long football game?
Yeah.
What time was it over?
Clint and I started the postgame show at 3:50.
So
we normally started at like 3:20.
So it was like a 3.5-hour game.
Yes.
And it felt that way. And we knew we were in for it. Even if it was a short by the clock, it was going to be tense. Like, It was going to be a matter of like, okay, boy, we just have to wait this out and see if maybe the defense can score.
So CJ goes out, and you're like, we're all like, okay, defense going to have to bring this one in. And Kalen Bullock came up big.
On 2nd and 7, they fake the give. Nix backs up deeper. Nix throws downfield to his left. Kalen Bullock at the 50 rolls to the sideline. A pick by the Houston D.
Who was the intended receiver on that? Was it Sutton? I'm
not sure.
Whoever the intended receiver was, he deked MJ Stewart pretty good. Got him pretty good. And he was running free. Kalen Bullock, credit to him for his ball tracking skills, but this was also a really bad throw by Bo Nix. I mean, it was underthrown. The receiver had to come back for it a little bit.
It was Cortland Sutton.
Yeah. Sutton put it on the touchdown. Do we get to the touchdown?
We'll get to the touchdown.
Okay, We'll get to the touchdown.
Yep.
So Sutton got MJ Stewart good. And if Bo Nix had actually put some air on this and thrown it, like he throws some of his deep balls look like punts.
Dude, some of his, like when he scrambles out of the pocket and throws across his body to like the intermediate range there, he's awful.
It's embarrassing to get beat by that quarterback. He's not a great quarterback. He's not going to be. I hope they give him $50 million. There were so many times, honestly, a better quarterback could have done some damage to the defense yesterday.
Yes.
Like Sean Payton, Cortland Sutton, some of those guys, they played a hell of a game, but they just didn't have somebody who could get them the ball.
Yep.
Because there were some other wide open opportunities that Bo Nix just airmailed stuff. And this one was a combination of Kalen Bullock with excellent speed. I mean, he came out of nowhere on the TV copy.
Did. Yeah.
But also just a poorly thrown football by Bo Nix.
All right, so that helped keep the Texans in the game. The Bullock interception. They would build a 6-0 lead in this game. They kicked 5 field goals in this game. The Broncos would briefly take a lead with this very touchdown right here that Seth was just talking about.
3rd and 10 Broncos at the Houston 31. Back Nix in the gun. Here's the snap. Nix with time. Nix hit as he throws downfield. Got a man and touchdown. Sutton with the catch and the score as Bullock was underneath and Stingley had to come in over the top. But Sutton made them pay and the Broncos tie the game. They can take a lead with the extra point.
Yeah, that Stingley just got beat on that. I think Stingley was expecting Sutton to try to get to the outside, but they had a single high safety, and it looked like that. It didn't look like it was. I think it was just a matter of he got beat, and so it wasn't like he was. It wasn't like he was expecting safety help or anything right there.
Yep.
But again, that wasn't a great ball by Bo Nix. It was just Sutton was wide open.
Right.
He had to come back for that one too.
Did a nice job of keeping his feet inbounds and getting around the pylon, too.
I'll credit every offensive player on the Broncos other than Bo Nix, except for his running ability.
Yep.
His running ability was good and
impressive. We'll hear that one in just a little bit.
There's any Broncos fans trying to hate listen this morning. No, I think you've got a hell of a football team. You're held back by your quarterback.
Yep. So that would give the Broncos a 7-6 lead. The Texans would retake the lead with another Kaimi Fairbairn field goal, 9-7. Towards the end of the half, now here's the Texans punting to the Broncos. Broncos looking to get the ball back, maybe take the lead themselves before halftime. Teams came with a play.
46 seconds to go in the half. Texans leading 9-7. Brinkman with the snap. Here's Tommy. Gets it away. Long drive, and here's Bandy. It bounces off Bandy. The Texans fall on it at the 30-yard line. Houston has the rock. Jalen Smith Hello, rookie. Ball bounced off Bandy. Smith recovered. Texans already in field goal range with 37 seconds to go in the quarter.
They would kick a field goal, and they would go into halftime up 12-7.
And the rookie Jaden Higgins with excellent awareness on that play, because if he had blocked and like hit the nearest defender with a typical block, that would have been a peel back block. So he boxed out.
That's the next play.
Oh,
that was the muffed punt.
Oh, the muffed punt.
Yeah, that was the muffed punt. Yep.
Sorry.
That was a muffed punt. That's okay.
Good job. Good job, Jaden Higgins, still on that one.
Still, well, let's hear it. Let's hear it right here.
Yes.
So special teams makes a play.
Thank you for catching
to
that.
put them up 12-7.
I was trying to rewatch the punt just to be sure I had Jaden Higgins' name right.
And you did. They come out of halftime. Broncos have the ball, and the Texans defense, as they did throughout the afternoon, comes up big, forces a punt, and now Jalen Knoll makes a play. And this, you're right, Jaden Higgins, great box out on this thing.
Jeremy Crawshaw lets it rip. The punt high and long. Here's Knoll at the 9, makes the catch, starting to his right, needs a little room, takes it across the 15, 20, 25, right sideline, 30, 35, 40, trying to cut it back to the inside, 45, 50. Did he step out of bounds? The bounds sideline. He tiptoed and got the most of it. 45-yard return for Jalen Knoll into Bronco territory.
You know who did a good
set
job
up their
of a
final,
box
which set up
out
their
there?
final field goal. Who's that?
Jaden Higgins.
I heard something about that.
It's not like Vandy to call the wrong play like that, like he did on me. We'll forgive him for that.
It's funny. They replayed that sort of box out block by Higgins a couple times on the broadcast.
Oh yeah, I haven't gone back and watched that part of the broadcast.
Yeah.
Because if he blocks him traditionally, it's a peel back block.
Yep.
That play was made by Fabroni, and Fabroni was the one that on the later on would end up getting the penalty for hitting him out of bounds.
Yeah, with the very next punt.
Yeah.
The special teams. There was this stretch for the Texans at the end of the half and beginning of the second half. 3 straight possessions that were set up by special teams plays. The muffed punt that we heard gave them the ball at the Denver 30.
Yeah.
The return we just heard from Jalen Knoll gave the Texans the ball at the Denver 47, led to a field goal. And then the play you're talking about, the Texans didn't do anything with it, but it was another Bronco punt that Jalen Knoll got an 11-yard return, but drew a late hit out of bounds from Fabroni.
Yeah.
And it set
to the midfield on that.
It set the Texans up at their own 44.
Yeah.
So they got 3 straight possessions with phenomenal field position due to their special teams.
Yeah.
And so special teams and defense is what kept the Texans hanging around. And their offense just sucks. Their offense is a joke. And that's what lost them the game yesterday. Let's get to a couple more here. Through the voice of Vandy, the Broncos would end up tying this game at 15. And here's the play that did it.
Nix in the gun, one back, Nix to throw. Nix has a lot of time. Nix airing it out right side downfield and caught for a touchdown by R.J. Harvey. Just like that, the rookie running back with the touchdown reception.
That was Henry To'oTo'o was kind of planted, waiting to see if Harvey was going to go inside or outside. And I was surprised that he didn't get a better jump on him, because he was kind of positioned to be able to chase him to the outside.
Yeah.
But his feet just kind of got stuck in the turf.
Something happened. Yeah, he stumbled a little bit.
Is that what it was?
It looked like it, yeah.
I thought he just looked frozen.
Yeah.
And sometimes he starts. Wasn't he the one that was saying that, like, sometimes you just got to not think? Oh no, John Harris was telling us about just linebackers and coverage, and you got to just react, to be positioned properly. And he was positioned properly to handle it, and he was just a beat late on it.
27-yard touchdown. They'd get the 2-point conversion. And then down the stretch, we know what happened in this game. The Texans defense continued to come up huge throughout the rest of this game. The offense couldn't move the football. After they kicked the field goal, following the Jalen Knoll long punt return, the Texans had 5 drives, 3 of which were 3-and-outs, total of 18 plays on the 5 drives, and a total of barely over 40 yards. This offense could not do anything all afternoon. And yet, DeMeco Ryans thought it would be a good idea to get somewhat aggressive, I guess, at least entertain the idea of driving down to go kick a game-winning team to go. Denver had 2 timeouts. You could have taken this game to overtime.
Yes,
you controlled
easily.
Your own destiny.
You could have had the Broncos burn those timeouts and the Broncos would have gotten the ball back. in their own territory with less than 10 seconds. Or probably about less than 20 seconds on the clock and no timeouts.
Barring a major special team screw up.
Likely about 10 seconds
left. And so you controlled your own destiny to take this game to overtime. DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caley, the Ryans makes those big picture decisions, decided, hey, let's throw some passes here. You've got to run plays that force Sean Payton into decisions. And they didn't do that. It was a major malpractice failure by the Texans late in this game. So the Broncos do get the ball back with about 50 seconds to go at their own 36-yard line. On the second play from scrimmage on this drive, this is essentially what ended the game.
3 receivers wide side right on second down from the 39. Nix steps to his right. Nix plants. Nix now on the move. Nix running free. 45, 50, 45 of Houston and runs out of bounds at the 36. They're in field goal range with 35 seconds left.
Yep, that was it. And ultimately they would move the ball another 10 or 15 yards. And they didn't even have to use their last time. I don't even know if they used both timeouts.
And that play too, the defensive line, I can't really fault them on when Nix is scrambling to the right, just kind of the way everything unfolded on that play. You end up with a big gap in the middle there for him to run. Henry To'oTo'o drifted too far past the middle of the field, past where Bo Nix was. And it's one of the disciplined on that backside when a quarterback is To'oTo'o's got a habit of anticipating quarterbacks scrambling like differently than how they actually scramble. He's anticipating which direction they're headed, because the same thing that happened in the Tampa game was he was kind of almost expecting that somehow Baker Mayfield would be scrambling to his left, to To'oTo'o's left, and he ended up getting beat to the right. And likewise, I don't know if To'oTo'o could have made the play. There was a lot of green grass there. Even if To'oTo'o was exactly where he was supposed to be.
That was the only thing. I said it all week. That was the biggest thing that scared me about Bo Nix, was if they let him out of the pocket, he can hurt you with his legs. That's why on a few of those plays, Seth, where it looked like he escaped the pocket and he could have run.
Yeah.
But he's trying to throw the ball.
Yeah.
I'm like, thank God you're throwing the ball. I feel like there were at least 2 or 3 times in that game where Bo Nix just decided to tuck the ball and run. He could have easily gotten 10 or 15 yards.
Yeah, you know what's interesting? When I went back and I watched all of his runs this year, he doesn't have a lot of big chunk runs or anything. Like, I think when CJ runs, he tends to break it off for longer runs than Bo Nix does.
Really?
So I think he's probably just wants to be a pure passer, man.
I guess, yeah. That old Donovan McNabb thing back in the day. Remember back Andy Reid we got to make Donovan McNabb a pocket passer. So there you go. So those are through the voice of Mark Vandermeer, those were the big plays of the game, and the Texans lose. I don't feel like playing the final call again. There's 2 things I don't want to listen to anymore. CJ Stroud getting his head splattered on the turf at the end with that last second field goal. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. All right, you ready to do some acknowledgements here, my friend?
Let's do this.
All right, acknowledge me. We do it every Monday. We acknowledge big performances, big honors from over the weekend or during the previous week. I will say a name. Our producer, Ben, will play
Acknowledge me!
Roman Reigns, and we will go on from there. Texans special teams.
Acknowledge me!
We kind of acknowledged them in the previous few minutes here for that stretch that they had in the middle of the game. But it was more than just that. I mean, Kaimi Fairbairn, he missed a field goal to start the game, but he did hit his next 5, as you point out on a couple of them, precariously close to missing those field goals, but still counts as 3 points.
I thought there was one of those ones that there was a review of something on the ensuing kickoff.
Yeah.
And it was as on the TV broadcast, they were showing the replay of the field goal and how it barely squeaked by. And I thought, my gut told me, oh no, they're overturning the field goal.
The field goal?
Yeah.
Like it went over the...
Because you couldn't quite tell. I'm like, oh my gosh, can they do this? They booth reviewed the field goal? No.
It was really close. It was really close. But
because we're watching in real time, so the TV on the delay, is behind like 10 or 15 seconds.
That's right. So I'll give Kaimi his own acknowledgement. I'll give DeMeco Autry an acknowledgement for a blocked field goal.
I can't acknowledge Fairbairn because he missed that first field goal. That could have been the winning mark.
He was the only one.
It's a good thing.
Yeah, he was. I mean, he's. It's a relative acknowledgement compared to the other schleps that couldn't score any points for the team. Muffed punt recovery, Jalen Smith.
Acknowledge me.
Jalen Noel, 45-yard punt return. Tommy Townsend was good yesterday. 8 punts, averaged over 52 yards a punt.
This was an epic battle of punters, which, man, you want to put butts in the seat.
Dude.
That second half was like, ooh, because the Broncos guy was wailing away on him, too.
Yes.
There's a bunch of abused dead cows out there yesterday.
We should post this picture somewhere.
The picture of the two punters.
The two punters. My photog for the Houston Press sent it to me. I'm like, why are you sending me a picture
because
of the two
punters? Because that was a battle of punters
and
yesterday.
he's like, because you're probably going to talk about them. They were the only two guys that were doing anything.
The second half
yesterday.
felt so much like a London game.
Yes.
It just where everything's sloppy and there's no offense. And, like, this is what you're trying to sell to the world?
That would have been funny if the NRG Stadium just went into total London mode in the fourth quarter.
Change everything to the metric system and euros.
British accents, metric system. Serving porridge, stuff like that.
Oi!
That's what they eat over there, right?
Yeah.
All right.
That's what they eat in Europe.
Yeah. All right.
The French are renowned for their porridge.
Brian Cushing.
Acknowledge me.
For being an excellent pregame guest with us yesterday.
Oh, yeah. Good job, Brian Cushing.
He was good yesterday. It was nice catching up with Brian Cushing.
Good job. You've got that to hang your hat on, Brian. If you don't do it, look back on a life and say, I did a good job in the pregame show with Payne and Pendergast.
Amy asked me, why didn't you ask him about blocking you on Twitter? Blocking me, not you, Seth Payne. He didn't block you. But she's like, why didn't you ask him, Sean, about him blocking you on Twitter? I'm like, I don't think that's the spirit of what the Texans wanted the interview to be.
Are you still blocked by him on Twitter?
Yeah, I checked before the interview. I'm still blocked.
He went through... I remember there was a phase where he blocked a bunch of people on Twitter.
I think I'm a faceless block to him.
No, and I think that it might have been. Sometimes I wondered because that was when he was that was when he was still playing. Wasn't
he was still playing, and he wasn't. He wasn't. Man, the 2 knee injuries got Cushing. Man, like it's not his fault. Like he suffered 2 catastrophic knee injuries, and he just was never the same player.
Well, no, and I think he blocked. I think he just like blanket blocked maybe all sports media people.
Yeah.
But I didn't get blocked when he was doing that in the purge.
He probably views you differently.
Yeah.
I would think.
Well, yeah. Oh, yeah. I would think. Yeah.
He
still follows me. Okay.
Yeah, he follows you. Yeah.
Phew.
But I don't think like he walked up onto the stage yesterday and goes, I got to do the interview with this guy. I blocked this guy back in 2015.
Sean, he hasn't tweeted since 2021. I don't think he's. I don't think he's aware of who he's blocked and who he hasn't.
He's not going to build a brand doing it that way.
Yeah.
All right. So he was great yesterday, though. I really enjoyed catching up with Brian Cushing. Kevin Durant.
Acknowledge me.
Kevin Durant scored 26 points on Saturday against the Celtics on a total of 11 field goals. Watching Durant in these games now against these completely inferior teams to the Rockets is so much fun.
Yeah.
It's so much shots that look, watching Kevin Durant from afar. I mean, I've watched him plenty, but like from not being on a team I root for, you watch these mid-range jumpers or these contested baseline jumpers, and you take it for granted until he's on your team, and your team had nobody that could make those shots.
It's fun to say, well, there's just no way you can defend that with a different tone of voice.
Yeah.
You know, instead of being like, you can't defend that.
It's nice to puff your chest out a little bit.
Good luck defending
like
that.
Vince McMahon walking to the ring. I'm like, no defending that.
Yep.
No chance in hell. So we acknowledge him for that. Oh, Reed Shepherd. Acknowledge Reed Shepherd. 12 points on 4 of 5 shooting from 3.
Here we go.
Reed Shepherd settling into his role. Dude, shoot it when you're open, man. I don't think he's going to be the point guard for this team. I think ultimately he's just he's a sniper off the bench.
I think he's going to be defensive player of the year.
Makes plays every now and then.
Yeah. No, well, he's really good at steal. Like he's scary
good hands
when it comes to jumping passes,
jumping the lanes. Yeah. So, but good job, Reed Shepherd, man. He's put together a couple decent games of late. 4 or 5 shooting from 3. All right, let's keep it moving here. Mauricio Dubon.
Acknowledge me.
Wins his 2nd Gold Glove as a utility guy, Seth. Doobie.
I didn't know this. First player in Major League history to win multiple Gold Gloves award at the utility spot.
Yeah, it's only been a thing since 2022.
I did not know that.
He's won 2 of them.
That's massive.
2 of the 4 that are available.
Yeah.
It's still a factual statement.
I've never once looked at the entire roster of everybody who won the utility, like the Gold Glove. I just know which Astros have won it in any given year.
Yeah.
Good job being a pioneer. He'll be the first guy ever. 100 years from now, they'll be like, who was the first guy to do this multiple times?
Mauricio Dubon.
Yeah.
Mauricio Dubai or whatever his name is.
Yeah, shout out Captain Mickey. Acknowledge Captain Mickey for butchering Mauricio Dubon's name. Here's some factoids for you. This season, Dubon made starts at second base, 37 starts, 24 starts at shortstop, 15 starts at third base, 15 starts in left field, 10 in center field, 2 in right field, and he even started a game, Seth, at first base this year, 1 game. He ranked third among AL players in outs above average with 19, behind only Bobby Witt and the Boston center fielder, Rafaela there. He's the first player in Astros history to start at 7 different positions in consecutive seasons.
I'll never forgive him for driving Brendan Rodgers off this team. It was, I remember how many, 37 times we came in here in the morning. It was like, why don't you just leave Dubon there instead of putting Brendan Rodgers back out there at second?
I know you hate the phrase hot stove league, but it's going to be happening soon because the World Series is over.
Yeah.
So we're getting on to decision-making time for the Astros on some guys. Dubon is one of them. I don't know if I think they got arbitration. I think he's in his last year of arbitration. I'm going to acknowledge Auburn for firing Hugh Freeze and making our boss Parker Hillis very happy. He's an Auburn guy. How about these these are job openings in college football on November the 3rd, like midway through the season.
Yeah.
Auburn, Penn State, LSU, Florida State, and then probably dips a tier to Arkansas. No disrespect, Clint. I think even Clint knows that Arkansas's job is a cut below the 4 I just named. But it's still a decent job in the SEC.
It's
UCLA, Virginia Tech, Oklahoma State.
These are big time schools that are being operated like NFL franchises too.
Yep.
It's just everything in college football feels like it's on such a shaky foundation for what you would know and expect.
Well, the calendar is so weird because I think a lot of these teams are looking to get a jump on it. Boy, we got to find. We really need to start doing due diligence on some coaches here because you've got weird transfer portal dates. You've got the playoff, which goes on in January. So theoretically, you've got coaches that are hoping to coach their team in the playoff that some of these schools might want. The biggest one is probably Lane Kiffin, who, if the season ended today, Ole Miss would be in the college football playoff. I mean, like 3 of these schools have had Lane Kiffin. You know, you've had fans putting out like the graphics of Lane Kiffin in their gear.
Yeah.
You know? So it's just it's a wild time in college football.
Lane Kiffin,
right
no
now.
stranger to job changes while the season is still going on,
No.
or at least before a bowl game.
Yeah.
Did he get?
He was a coordinator there.
No, but didn't he part ways with Saban before the bowl game?
I don't remember.
It was there was something interesting about it.
Yeah, you're right. I think there
it was like
something.
either Saban fired him before the bowl game or he left. Yeah.
It might have been. I seem to remember. You know what? Someone will text in. We got enough college football fans listening that'll remember that. Text in 713-572-4610.
Yeah, the departure was abrupt, happening just days before the national championship game.
Yeah.
Split was officially attributed to the distractions caused by balancing both jobs because he was leaving for
FAU, right?
He had taken the FAU job, and it felt like Saban was like, all right, what the hell are you up to, Kevin? Get the hell out of here.
FAU, man, like in the last decade, they had 2 big names that they got kind of out of the recycle bin, but Lane Kiffin and Tom Herman was the FAU coach for a couple of years over the last couple of years. Who, by the way, you know what? Tom Herman made it to the reunion to the 2015 Peach Bowl team. Seems to have been humbled a little bit based on some of the quotes that I read.
Yeah.
But it looked like he had a good time out there.
Is he still in good shape? Like he
Yes.
has yeah.
Yeah.
He was. I think after he left Texas, he it looked like he just maybe made some changes.
Yeah.
You know,
the stress of that Texas
looks better
shot was
rested.
Yep.
And yeah.
Yep. No, he looked good in the pictures that I saw. But good job making it to the reunion for the 2015 Peach Bowl team. I wish the Cougs could have won. That would have been a nice way to celebrate the day. But the 2015 Peach Bowl team, I'll give them an acknowledgement. They did the heavy lifting. Last one here. ESPN personalities on Saturday. Good for all of you for following the instructions of your employer and trying to get TV viewers to storm the doors of YouTube TV to keep ESPN and ABC and all the things that allow us to watch college football.
Yeah. That this is an interesting approach to customer service where, hey, are you unhappy with our product?
Yeah.
We encourage you to reach out to other companies and tell them about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. Get the deal done, ESPN.
Yeah.
I don't want to know about how the sausage is made.
Yeah.
Just give me my sausage.
So YouTube TV is one of the outlets, one of the the programmers or the networks or streamers that have dug their heels in saying, no, we're not paying these carriage fees for ESPN. ESPN is basically I think is trying to gouge all the carriers so that forces people over to their app.
Yeah.
You don't even have to go to these carriers. Just come to our app. And the other thing that was really funny was like there were people who wanted to watch college football but have YouTube TV, so they couldn't watch it on YouTube TV. It's like, all right, I guess I'll give this app a try. And apparently,
did the app crash?
The app was the experience for a lot of these people was not great.
Well,
it's not a very user friendly.
It's
app.
not user friendly. It's not login friendly.
Right.
I don't ESPN and that damn stupid Hulu, Disney,
QR
ESPN
codes.
App. Oh,
here's your 6-letter code.
You're logged in, but we'd like you to log. Oh, it turns out you're logged into Hulu for your bundled account, but we'd actually like you to go log. You know, you need to watch this game. You need to sign up for a package that you're already signed up for.
Yeah.
My God, I cannot figure it out.
Yeah.
I tried to watch a game on ESPN, and it kept sending me to. It said you have to go to Hulu and sign up for this package. I go to Hulu, and I am already on the package that they say. Oh, it's a mess. ESPN's app is just atrocious.
Did you? I don't know. I'm on Twitter a lot during college football Saturdays, so it's naturally. I don't know if you were on Twitter on Saturday morning at all. Did you see every single personality on air at ESPN? I think was kind of forced to post the graphic.
Like hostage videos.
KeepMyNetworks.com. Yeah. And especially the ones with like Stephen A. Smith. Like Stephen A. Smith doing a video like, need you to get to KeepMyNetworks.com so that YouTube TV will keep ESPN and all you YouTube TV subscribers will still get to watch all of our great content. I'm like, man, ultimately, all that's happening here is we're paying more and more and more so you can make $20 million a year giving crappy takes and winding up in Take-A-Mania every Friday.
Yeah, try to stay out of Take-A-Mania a little bit more often. Then maybe I'll go write that letter to YouTube.
Thank you. I felt bad for them. Like,
Can you score a touchdown from the 1-yard line?
Yes.
Where's my website for that?
That's exactly.
Can I go tell YouTube TV, hey, I am not going to watch football, and I'm going to cancel my NFL Sunday ticket if you don't allow the Texans to start scoring touchdowns from the 1-yard line.
We should make videos today and put them up on Twitter telling people, like, you need to reach out to the Texans and tell them to start score more touchdowns.com.
Yeah.
That's what you need to do. And the Texans are going to be like the security and the receptionists at NRG Stadium's like, why are all these people here banging on our doors today, demanding we score more touchdowns? And I would be like, because you suck on offense. That's why.
I cannot keep track of. I've actually Brandy's in control of all that for all the sports viewing stuff and everything. I can't keep track of it. But I refuse, Sean. I refuse to be signed up for year-long contracts for every streaming service that I have to go to watch a game.
Yeah.
But it's an administrative nightmare because I'll sign up for Apple TV when the Astros are on Apple TV.
Yeah.
But I've never watched a single thing on Apple TV other than the Astros and the morning show for like 1.5 seasons.
Yeah.
And so, but I refuse to be bilked like this. Damn it.
You would be disgusted, I would guess, if you saw how much I spent on subscriptions.
No, I know. Yeah.
And I'm guessing I would be disgusted if I looked to see how much.
No, it's a lot.
Yeah.
I've gone through that exercise before.
Can she do mine also? Can she handle my subscriptions too?
For a fee, you have to sign up. You get a discount if you sign up yearly.
That's fine.
She'll charge $239 yearly.
Yeah.
Or $40 a month.
Tell me what it is a month.
$40 a month.
Oh, I can do that.
Yeah, $40 is less than $239.
That's one day
Sean.
of drinking.
You should sign up for that.
I can do that. Oh, yeah. Now, just tell me what it is for the month. Yeah. Oh, I can do that for sure. All right, good. So I am going to pay a subscription fee to your wife to handle all of my subscriptions.
Yes.
Okay. Sounds good. Let's do it.
is that service? Yeah.
Fine individual, Randy Payne.
We got Fubo. We got the Apple.
We're a DirecTV app household.
Yeah. Okay, so DirecTV app, you can get
really good.
You can get Astros and NFL.
Yes.
Can you get Sunday Ticket? You need.
But
YouTube Sunday Ticket, I bought standalone this year.
Yeah.
I didn't have to have YouTube TV to buy Sunday Ticket.
That's
so
right.
That was cool.
Yep. All right.
That was the big thing because YouTube TV wouldn't carry Astros.
Right.
And so that's when I really felt like I was getting screwed over.
Yeah, you're having to juggle all these.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I feel better now.
Okay, good. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, hey, you know what tomorrow is, Seth? The trade deadline.
The 4th.
It is the 4th. Yeah, good job. Trade deadline in the NFL. What does yesterday do to people's appetite for the trade deadline in the NFL? We'll do that coming up next. But first, let's get you guys out to Ruben Mendoza. I think Ruben was at the game yesterday in our suite.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
No, Texter, we can't trade Nick Caley for a 7th-round pick.
Can we trade him for Breece Hall?
Oh, that would be amazing.
Okay. That is the one thing yesterday. If Joe Mixon were healthy and on the roster, I don't know if the play calling would be any better on the goal line, but it would have worked at some point.
He would have gotten in.
British Brooks wouldn't have gotten 2 carries.
That is fair. I don't think Nick Chubb would have gotten a carry either.
It's you give me a bazooka, I'm an excellent marksman. I can, I can hit that target with this bazooka.
Yep.
And Joe Mixon's a little bit more of a bazooka.
He is a bazooka.
Than British Brooks is.
Yeah. 3-5. Does 3-5 versus 4-4 change your appetite for a trade at all tomorrow in any way?
No. It doesn't. Yeah. If anything, it makes me a little bit more eager for one. That's actually, to be completely honest, that was a thought I had driving home. Well, driving to KHOU yesterday. Was, go get Breece Hall.
Yeah.
I don't care. Whatever it takes.
It'd be an adrenaline boost.
According to Diana Rossini, which, take it with a grain of salt, the Jets want at least a 3rd-round pick for Breece Hall.
At least a 3rd-round
pick. I'd give up a 3rd in a heartbeat.
Next year. You got 2 2s. I think you got.
I don't want to let that burn a hole in my pocket.
Got a couple of 4s.
Yeah.
Dude, I
wonder if most fans right now, like most people listening, do you guys feel like it's wasted? It's
do you want me to Pender poll this?
Yeah, Pender poll this. Okay. Pender poll this.
Yep.
Would you give up a 3rd-rounder for
Breece Hall?
For Breece Hall.
Okay.
And because I think a lot of people though too, a lot of people that are really feeling down on the Texans also might not feel like they trust Nick Caserio. And I'm not like this is not turning into a great offseason for Nick Caserio.
No.
Which obviously the offseason is in the books already, but you don't really know until the season plays out.
You've wasted a lot of cap dollars on guys who either have underperformed or who, in the case of Cam Robinson and C.J. Gardner-Johnson, aren't even here anymore.
Yeah,
that's been the worst part. Dude, if a trade came down for the Texans, especially if it was Breece Hall, I think that'd be a nice adrenaline boost. It would get me more excited for this coming Sunday, I'll tell you that.
Oh, yeah, so to finish my thought, sorry. I derailed myself, not you. It was just that a lot of those same fans that might want a Breece Hall also don't trust Nick to use the draft picks he has next year. They're not feeling all that great about it right now.
Yeah. I got to think about that. Like, how are we feeling about this? The
draft
class
so far, I feel good about it.
Yeah.
Except that it's that dynamic of, man, they keep trading out of the 1st round, and you're stuck in this position where, hey, these guys are doing well for 2nd-round picks and 3rd-round picks, but there's also a bunch of guys in the last couple of years in the 1st round who have been doing really well.
Yep.
So I'm like putting yourself in a position where the draft picks are guys where, hey, he's good for a 2nd-round pick. Hey, he's good for a 3rd-round pick. That's different than getting a guy who's the best rookie at offensive line in the league or something.
I don't want them.
I'm glad they didn't draft Josh Simmons.
Yeah.
I'll give him that much.
Yeah, that's still going on. They have their 1st, and they've got 2 seconds, including Washington's. And Washington's 2nd is looking much better today than it did last night with Jaden Daniels going out for what looks like it could be the year. So you're going to have 3 picks like in the top, depending on where the Texans' 2nd-round pick lands, you could potentially have 3 picks like in the top 50. Like right now, the Texans be picking like 11th or something like that.
There was a moment at the end of the game yesterday that I thought was kind of poignant. Was Hannah McNair was down on the bench putting her arm around Will Anderson.
Yep.
And I felt bad for Will Anderson in that moment just because, not because Hannah was, being nice to him, but because you feel guilty when the owner, like when you're under, I always felt awful whenever the owner addressed the team, and it's almost always when it's kind of a pep talk, Yeah. I never had an owner come in and say, like, you guys are trash.
Yeah.
Actually, I think Wayne Weaver with the Jaguars may have. But either way, there is something about, man, these people spend a lot of money for this.
They do.
Whenever I was injured in IR, I felt, no matter what the NFLPA tried to tell me, I felt awful about the fact that I was just a big old fat waste of money.
Yeah.
I felt like I am contributing nothing, and they spent a lot of money to bad about it. And when the owner's in the locker room after a loss or something, at least for me, and I think some other guys, not all guys, but some other guys, you feel kind of like, wow, I'm a bad employee.
And I think the
McNairs
are those kind of owners. Look, we know that they're always down near the tunnel at the end of games.
Yeah.
After you see them after wins, hugging players. If you watch the DeMeco Ryans victory speech videos, they're always kind of blurry in the background there. I liked it. I always wondered that, like, okay, are they only down there? Are they only dapping up the players and hugging them after wins? You know, like, is it one of those things? And I wouldn't fault them either way, but I thought it was cool seeing that yesterday, that, like, they're in it. You know, the team lost. It was a heartbreaking loss. But they're in it. You know, they're as much as you can be in it, not being on the field. Like, they're in it with these guys, and they're, you know, trying to keep their heads up.
To be clear, I never felt so bad that I, gave a bunch of money back.
Boy, I should have hit you with that. How bad did you feel?
How bad did you feel,
That was a missed opportunity.
How much money did you give back to them?
Yeah. So did you give them a refund on your services?
That's when your reason and your logic kicks in, all right? These are just business expenses.
Yeah.
Hey, looks at me like a widget, he does.
I feel bad.
Hey, cruel-hearted industrialist.
Not that bad.
Get out of this locker room, you capitalist pig.
That's funny. Yeah. Look, man, hopefully better days ahead for the Texans.
Trade deadline, I'm guessing on the Pender poll, I think 65% of people will say that they would get.
It would be cool.
Now, Breece Hall's not necessarily a hammer down on the goal line either.
No, but he's a dynamic playmaker.
Yeah.
And they need more of those.
Yeah.
You know?
Man, Woody Marks in that first drive, boy, he had a bad read on one of those run plays.
Yeah.
There was a beautiful running lane there for him, and he dove headfirst into traffic.
Right up the back of his line.
There's still some rookie moments with Jalen Noel. Jalen Noel missed that one block on the screen. There's times where you just guys playing like rookies. Yeah, like they'll get better over time, but a lot of the talent, a lot of the guys you feel genuinely good about on offense right now are still very unpolished. And that's one of the growing pains they're having right now.
Are you ready for a Sunday where the Texans' season sitting on the brink rests on the arm of Davis Mills?
No.
Will you be by Sunday?
Where's Jeff Driscoll? Where do I get some Driscoll cat in here?
Probably in the league somewhere. Guy's managed to hang around for a decade. Probably somewhere. Can we pluck him off somebody's practice squad?
He's the second best athlete in the league, I'm told.
That's what I was told by the old tight ends coach.
Only guy more athletic than him is
Andy
Lamar
Bischoff.
Jackson, I've been told.
Andy Bischoff.
Yep.
That was his scouting report on Jeff Driscoll.
Driscoll was the fastest guy in the world who still took 7 steps to change direction.
My God.
He was a sprinter. He was like a sprinter who'd never done an agility drill in his life.
I'm here for a week of us talking ourselves into Davis Mills this Sunday. That's what I'm here for. We'll see.
I got to go back and watch some of his highlights.
That won't take long.
He had some.
He meant Sunday.
He had no. Well, he had that beautiful throw to Nico early.
He did early on, and then he didn't. All right, we are done. We are out of time. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies to you, my friend.
Thank you very much. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris, they are up next with a Texans Monday. Stay tuned all day long. We got you covered here on Sports Radio 60.
At Hawthorne Capital, based right here in Houston, investors are receiving
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Now, time to dig in to what happened. It's Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
3 seconds to go. 15-15 game. Lutz will try for the win. 34 yards out, left hash mark, south end zone uprights. Here's the snap. Here's the spot. Here's the kick. It's up. It's good. The Texans fall to Denver. 18-15. The Texans drop to 3-5. They battle all day, but unable to move the ball in the second half the way they needed to. And they need a miracle run now at 3-5 with Jacksonville up next week. And the Jags winners in overtime against the Raiders in Vegas. And they'll be here Sunday at noon. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you. All right, let's get into it. That's the feeling I got. They battled all day. They really fought hard, man. It was a game I thought they were going to win. I got to admit, when they were up 15-7, even 12-7 at the break, I thought this has to be their day. We sort of half-jokingly, but not really, talked about these halftime ceremony days where you had the 3 Ring of Honor ceremonies plus the Andre Johnson Hall of Fame ring presentation last year. They were 4-0 in those games. They were going to go 5-0 with Janice McNair getting inducted into the Ring of Honor, and that was awesome to see that happen at the half. And I thought this is going to be their day. Somehow, some way, even with CJ going out, the Texans are going to come out on top, and they didn't do it. They didn't do it because they got the ball after a stop on Denver. Jalen Knoll with the outstanding punt, another field goal, but now you're up a touch and a 2. And, Johnny, I thought that might be enough. That might be enough with the way this defense does business, but it wasn't enough because the offense kept donating the ball back to them via the punt. They did not turn it over, so that was good. But Mills pressed into hard duty against a tough defense, and they threw a lot of different looks at him and at the Texans. And, yeah, they tried to run the ball. I went away from that game feeling, did they try to run the ball enough in the second half? I just looked it over. They tried to run the ball. There was one series where when it's 15-15, you get the feeling like they were in a rush and they were looking to throw it maybe more than they would want to in retrospect. But whatever. It just didn't work. And, Johnny, one more thing here. I'll go to the end of the game. I know everyone's criticizing clock management, whatever. Look, they're trying to be aggressive. Did it work? No. Was the play calling great? Execution? We could debate that all day long. I have no problem with them looking to score in that situation as opposed to risking overtime. Because you're not, first of all, you run 3 times into the line, you're going to kill a lot of clock. They still have a chance at a heave and a hoe and a who knows to get into field goal range. They might have gotten the ball with 10 to 15 seconds left. Might have been enough time for a Knicks scramble. Who knows? Because as it was the second play after you punted, and he ran it into field goal range anyway. Now, it was deep field goal range, but it was field goal range. So, look, we could second-guess that all day long. Maybe it was the wrong thing, maybe not. But I have no problem with them trying to be aggressive, except the firepower wasn't there yesterday. They just didn't have that gear. It was there in the first half. Mills threw for 80-something yards in relief of Stroud. In the second half, he threw for something like 53 yards in the half of the ball against that defense. So, woulda, coulda, shoulda. If you go to overtime, do you move the ball then all of a sudden? I don't know. I loved, in some ways, the punt, the defense being on the field. I thought, okay, you guys make a play. You guys get the ball in point-blank range. Try to get the ball in plus territory so this offense has a little something to work with there. They did it via the punt return in the first moments of the third quarter. That didn't work. So, didn't work. You lose by 3. Another close loss. You're 3-5. I said miracle run in the final call. You're still in it, but you're sliding away, and you got to go on a run. You just have to go on a run. You have to win 6-7 now or something like that. They have to do it. Can they do it? We'll all be here together to watch and see if that occurs. Good morning.
Good morning.
I had to get that off my chest.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you did. Because if you let me do it, there's no telling how many FCC fines are going to be today.
Jeez.
So I'm glad you did it. Because so you brought up a lot. There's a lot to unpack, as they like to say. And I think it was 15-7 at one point, right?
Yeah, it was 15-7.
Okay, 15-7. Okay.
Touch it at 2.
Okay. What do you think the percentages are for offenses when they have first and goal at the 1?
All right, I understand where you're going, and they should be high. They should be high when you're first to go
let's
to
just say that it's 50% touchdown rate. Let's just say,
more.
Just humor me.
50-50. Okay.
50-50.
I think it's got to be more.
So 50-50, but you kick 2 field goals. Let's say one of them's a touchdown, so add 4 points, and now it's 19-7.
Changes the whole universe.
The whole thing changes.
Right.
And all you had to do, and if you're watching on the stream, was this. That's
1
it.
foot.
That's it.
Yeah.
And for, again, Buccaneers.
Seattle.
Almost called them the Mariners. The Seahawks. And yesterday, it was twice. From the 1 yard line.
Wasn't the second one the 2?
What's that?
Wasn't the second time the 2?
Yeah, because it was a terrible spot. Nico had the ball, reached the ball out, and he was laying on top. By the way, I'm going to say this now. I'm going to say it now because I don't want to say it later. And I will say that the referees, the officials, did not cost the Texans a game. I believe that in my heart. There's a lot to talk about the Texans didn't do. But that crew is absolutely off. I watched the guy right in front of me, the line judge right in front of me, Xavier Higgins catch a pass, hit the 18-yard line. Dude ran up, put the ball at the 16.5.
Oh, my gosh.
A yard and a half behind.
This happened a lot yesterday.
What?
Or one guy would spot it, then it would get changed.
And then it would get moved. It was almost like there was a guy designated to move. It's a terrible crew.
You know what? They relied. And look, I like replay assist because it's quick. It's not like college. We don't have to go to a Senate hearing to get a ruling here. Replay assist is nice. But Torbert, just a lot. He's out there. I'm like, what is he doing? Is he listening to music? Oh, no. He's listening to replay assist.
Right.
He's waiting for them to make the call to tell him what to do.
And the irony is, and I can't even believe I'm going to say this. Well, I'm going to say it now. The irony is this. So let me get my full thought out. Chris Abrams' drain did not have a penalty on the hit on CJ. It was not a penalty by letter of the law and everything. It's not.
How is it not?
He hit him with his shoulder. He hit CJ in the chest.
But he's going down.
He's going down, but because CJ slides awkwardly and later than he wanted to, because he didn't see Abrams drain. He saw Singleton.
Coming in from the side.
So he's coming in from the side. In the way CJ slides, CJ kind of slides awkwardly. Like, he's talked about learning how to slide. And one of the things I know in baseball, when you slide, your upper body is still up. Your lower body is you're just dropping your butt on the ground. Well, the way CJ slides, his feet, it's almost like you slipped on a banana peel and both feet come up underneath
feet at the same time.
So
baseball,
physics,
you're
already going backwards with your chest.
You're going side of one leg in baseball, right?
Exactly. That's exactly right. So point being, but here's my issue with the whole thing. That they got actually right, as crazy as it sounds.
I don't know, man.
But the problem is we had the same thing against Jacksonville, and our guy got ejected with a 15-yard penalty and a 3-game suspension.
And a horribly written by the league.
That's my issue with that whole thing. That said, Torbert, terrible. Fine me, whatever. I don't care. That crew is absolutely awful. They missed a holding on Kamari Lassiter on the 3rd and 1 speed sweep. I mean, Kamari gets held right in front of the refs. And I'm telling you, the defensive staff is right there by the refs, and they're apoplectic. It should have never, and he gets a first down, and that keeps that drive alive.
What about Will Jr. getting held on the scramble, perhaps?
Right, exactly. So there were a number of different instances. Like I said, I'm glad you went longer because it gave me a second to breathe, but now I'm getting into it. So leave that aside. Because the refs didn't stop you at the goal line on either side twice.
They did.
From 1 or 1.5 yards out. They didn't stop you. You got stopped. I showed you the sequence of plays on the first one down in the south end zone.
Yeah.
And CJ scores on the 4th down play, but there's a false start, so now they got to move back, and then they kick it at that point.
Did he get over?
He got over, barely. Okay. Barely got over, but he got in. And that's why I like CJ on the sneaks, because CJ kind of has that way of finding, kind of worming his way. And
go right to it like Trevor Lawrence, just stick it over the top like David Carr in 2003.
But the 2nd and 1 play I showed you in British It's actually, if you go back, everybody go back and watch that 2nd and 1 play. It's actually blocked really well. There's a hole, but Dre Greenlaw makes maybe the play of the game. It's a collision. I mean, and so when he collides with British, he knocks British sideways instead of British being able to kind of bleed through the hit, so to speak. And he knocks him sideways, and he just had British has got to protect the ball. He can't reach it over. The 3rd and 1 play is not blocked exceptionally well, but I saw British. I saw the ball going over. Like, I was standing at the line. That's why I told you he's in, because I saw the ball go over, but I didn't know when the whistle had hit. So then you miss on the 3rd and 1. Then you got to go back. To me, okay, again, you don't score. So when you go to the other end and you have the ball down there, you try the quarterback sneak, which you were trying to hurry up, I guess, and catch him in a particular defense. But the ball is spotted at the 2. And I can promise you, this is what happens. Because I know the communication. When the ball gets down in that side, the guys from the sideline can't see it. So you got to rely on your coaching staff. I promise you, the coaching staff saw Nico get the ball down to the 1.
And they said we're at the 1-inch line or whatever.
We're at the 1. We're inside the 1. We're inside the 1. We're inside the 1.
And then the call comes in.
And then they rush to get up there, and they realize, oh, no, the ball's at the 2.
Yeah, and it's a bridge too far at that point.
And now you're not going to make the quarterback sneak from that far out. And so you kind of blow the 1st down play. But the 2nd down play, I liked. I liked the little push pass to Nico. I liked it. But you get the holding. And now all of a sudden you got to move back 10 yards, and now you got to kick the field goal there. But, I mean, you didn't score on a 1st and goal at the 1. You lost by a point. Seattle, look, if you'd scored at the 1-yard line there, you would have just had more time maybe for an opportunity at the end of the game.
Right.
In a game you didn't play exceptionally well. Yesterday, if you score on either of the 2.
The way it played out, you would have won the game. But
either of the 2.
But you know what I always say. The universe changes. Maybe they change the way they do business. They're
understood.
I mean, they were down. They had to tie the game. But maybe you score
on one of them, and all of a sudden your offense kind of unlocks the box, maybe.
I know. But see, the reality is, here we are living in a world where C.J. Stroud got knocked out of the game, and you have 9 games to go.
Right.
And you're 3-5. You're in the 9th spot right now with a long way to go. You play everybody in front of you. There's an opportunity still. Stop me. It's all about beating Jacksonville on Sunday, and it always is. It's all about beating whoever you're playing on Sunday. But, hey, take that opportunity and see where it takes you. You get this one, you get the next one. Now you're 5-5. Let's see what happens. And I'm here for it. And even if it has to be Davis this weekend, Davis, yes, we did the math, in the division, 4-5-1 in the AFC South in his life. So you're saying there's a chance. So listen, I'm kind of joking around here, but Davis has played a lot of football. Davis with a full cup of soup here, a full week of practice and prep is going to be better than he was yesterday against that defense, which, hey, we got Davis Mills in the game. Just throw a bunch of stuff out there. It did wonderful things for the Denver Broncos defense, and it was horrible for the Texans offense. If it's got to be Davis, I think Jacksonville's kind of, look, it's a different team than anybody he faced in 2022 when he last started games, but at least it's a familiar face. It's the Jacksonville Jaguars. It's NRG Stadium. It's a good working environment. See what he can get done against this football team that I think they're kind of teetering, the Jags. You know, they went to overtime to beat the Raiders. Who are the Raiders? I don't know. Maybe the Jags come in here and play great. Who knows? But you have a chance here. You have an opportunity to continue to climb back into this thing. It's one step forward, one step back. I know you're 2 games under 500 right now. See what you can accomplish on Sunday. And you know what's going to be at the podium today with DeMeco Ryans when they ask about CJ, he's going to say, you know, we're monitoring.
Concussion protocol. You might as well not even ask. He's in concussion protocol, and we'll see how the week goes.
Exactly. That's what it is. I mean, and that's the God-honest truth.
I know. That's
no other choice.
That's all I'm saying.
You can't look within and see, the brain's healing just fine. It'll be okay for Sunday.
Mark, here's the thing I think that frustrates me the most. I know you won't remember what I said at the beginning of the game as my key of the game. But I said as my key of the game, I said, look, we've talked all week about Nick Benito and Jonathan Cooper. We talked all week about those two. I said, but to me, what we haven't talked about is Zach Allen, DJ Jones, and John Franklin Myers.
Interior guys.
Against our interior guys.
Yeah.
We didn't lose the game because CJ went out. I think we win the game if CJ continues to play. But I don't think we lost the game because of Davis Mills' performance.
Mm-hmm.
We, I think, lost the game again because we have not blocked interior players effectively enough, long enough to put the ball in the end zone to give our defense a 10-point, 14-point, 18-point lead, whatever it might be.
Well, that's the whole season, really.
Exactly. That's my point. It's the entire season that has been that way. And when you look at, just look at our losses. We lose to the Rams. Kobe Turner, Fisk, God, I'm forgetting the other guy. Great on the interior. Buccaneers, who do they have? Vita Vea. Jacksonville. Now, I don't think Jacksonville's interior is all that great, but on that day, I think their outside guys got us a little bit. But if you're thinking about our outside guys, oh, they got beat a lot yesterday. Hell, they did. Nick Bonito had what stat?
He didn't do anything.
That's right. He had one tackle.
Yeah.
Nick Bonito had one tackle.
He has 8 sacks coming in, and he didn't do anything.
We had a rookie blocking him all day.
So they had 4 sacks yesterday total.
One of them wasn't even a sack. Again, going back to the spot.
Oh, my gosh. That was terrible.
It was horrible. CJ got a yard to 2 yards in front of the marker.
At least a half. You get across that line of scrimmage, that's not a sack, period. Right. And I've learned that the hard way as a play-by-play announcer sometimes, so I was shocked when they announced that.
Are you looking at the stats right there?
Zach Allen, number 99. Where is he? Here he is.
How many quarterback hits?
He had 5 tackles. Mm-hmm. He had a sack.
Yep.
1 TFL. Quarterback hits 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Passes defensed 2. He's an animal. And he was out of the game for a big stretch.
There's your ball game. Seth talked about it this week, or last week coming into this game. And Seth said, look, it's pretty clear when the offense is not going to struggle and when the offense might struggle. And I would refine that a little bit more to say that we've gotten to a point with Titus at right tackle and Ariante on the left that we will struggle if a team has a really good interior, just like we did last year. We have got to be better against a defensive interior. It shows up on 1st and goal at the 1. It shows up on 3rd and 1 when you need a first down by 8 in Seattle. When you don't have the interior of your offense playing at a high level, making blocks, not getting beat one-on-one, as DeMeco says, he says all the time, he talks about playmakers making plays, and a lot of times we think, playmakers, we're talking about the perimeter guys. We're talking about the tight ends and the wide receivers. No. Your playmakers have to be your inside guys. They have to make blocks. They have to make the blocks at the goal line. And one of those plays they did, and I give Dre Greenlaw ton of credit. Stuffed it on his own, one-on-one.
Right.
Because he was coached by DeMeco Ryans.
Your hope is that Brooks can just get a yard there.
So then they went down the other end and they changed. Yeah, right. Then they go to the other end. They changed the philosophy. I remember we talked about it during a break, and I remember the three of us are kind of, and Dre's like, man, they got to have something. Well, they did. They brought out that push pass to Nico, and I thought it was a good move.
But then they get holding.
Then they get the holding. And now all of a sudden it's 2nd and goal from the – because you tried to quarterback sneak first, you tried to now it's 2nd and goal from the 11, and at that point, in my mind, I already we got a field goal, so as long as we don't make a mistake. So there are a lot of frustrations with they play hard. There isn't a Texan that doesn't go out there and play his guts out, and I don't know that. There have been some over the years where I've looked at and gone, I don't know if that guy showed up to play today. These guys show up to play. They show up to play. They compete. There's effort. There's all that.
Yeah.
Defensively, man, they bounce back in that second half time after time after time. After the offense had 2 first downs in the second half, the defense rose up again and again and again and again, and they broke one play. And in the locker room, I thought it was interesting. In what you read, the defensive players would be like, nope, we screwed that play up. We cost us.
Like the Bengals, right? It's not like the opposite of the Bengals. The defense is not blaming the offense.
No.
You're playing
the defense is taking even more heat on themselves than they deserve to take.
The whole season feels like you're playing on the edge of a cliff here because everything is so tight. Last week felt really good. You still didn't finish as many drives as you wanted to, but it looked good at the end of the day.
Against the Niners?
You still wanted to put up over 30 on them because you couldn't convert enough when you got close. And DeMeco talked about that after the game, but nobody was upset after winning the way you did against the 49ers. Now, yesterday, there was zero margin for error. Even when you go up 15-7, obviously you're up a touchdown and a 2-point conversion, and they saw that leave, and it was a tie game all of a sudden. You had to just put together one drive in the second half, and that's probably going to do it, but they couldn't do it. And there are so many reasons for it. You're right, offensive line, interior, whatever. The defensive line, the front for the Broncos presented so many different problems. They have to figure that out. Sean said something good this morning about you got to know what kind of offense you are in those situations, and they couldn't move the ball the way they wanted to, maybe coming in, and they had to adjust, and maybe they couldn't adjust. Maybe it was too much to ask with Davis Mills having to play on such short notice. Like, get in there and move the ball against that defense on this day. Too difficult. At first, it looked like, hey, we got something here. He hits Nico on the sideline, and boom, 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 let's go. But it was a little too much at the end of the day.
I mean, even the throw to Kirk. It was fourth quarter.
Fourth quarter. Oh, if he catches that.
I mean, and this is where, the proverbial game of inches.
Yeah.
If that ball is 3 inches lower, Christian catches that, and now, holy cow, now the universe changes. Now we're definitely on plus. I don't know where we would have been. It's a huge play. Now maybe Denver has to change some things. Who knows? Maybe you kick the field goal, and now they've got to go for the field goal. Who knows?
It was so gettable. But you talked about the interior. The pass pro, you had time to throw.
The pass pro was actually okay.
It wasn't.
The edge pass pro was really, really good.
Yeah, and you could step up a little, at least hang in the pocket like CJ did in that throw to Schultz in the first half.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly. Slid
the
up.
pocket was kind of crushing, but hey, it's a little phone booth, but I'm in here and I can sling it.
I'm watching Harrison Bryant go one-on-one on John Franklin Myers and keeping him away from CJ. Like the pass protection, I mean, I know they ended up with 4 sacks. One of them wasn't a sack. So in my mind, it's 3. One was Jonathan Cooper chasing Davis because Davis was trying to save a play on 3rd and goal from the 12. But other than that, I thought the pass pro, even on the interior, was okay. The outside edges was really good.
Yeah.
The interior was okay. But when you can't run the ball when you need to, and to your point, when they made it 15-15, it's a little different than 23-15. But this is where we were against the Niners last week. 23-15, what did we do?
Put together a drive and kick a field goal.
And went up 2 scores.
Yeah,
that's exactly right.
And that was all she wrote.
And that's what we needed to, or let the defense rest for 2 minutes.
All right, there's a lot to go over here. Actually, let's hear, before we step aside, let's hear from DeMeco Ryans after the game. First things he had to say about what happened Sunday afternoon at NRG.
To start for us, it wasn't good enough. We were in the red zone multiple times. As an offense there at the 1-yard line, had multiple opportunities to get it in. That's just about, it's sheer willpower. To me, it's at the 1-yard line. We got to find a way to, displace guys at the line of scrimmage and punch the football in, right? And that's what it takes in that situation. We didn't get it done. Multiple other opportunities in the red zone. We came up short. Right? We made it in the red zone 3 times. I'd like to see us convert and get in the end zone versus a really good Denver team. Credit to those guys. They did an outstanding job. Defensively, they did a good job of getting stops. They needed to get stops. We didn't play well in the red zone. We didn't play well on 3rd down. So if you don't win in those situational, critical moments of the game, it's going to be hard to win it.
I think when I write a book about the NFL, it's going to be called Better Win Sunday. Because even after you win, you feel like, better win Sunday, though. After this one, certainly better win Sunday. Better win Sunday against the Jags. They're coming in, and this is It's not the last house on the left yet, but we're getting close to the end of the block here. You have to do this. I mean, you have 5 losses on the board. To match last season, you got to go 7-2 down the stretch. Is it possible? Yes, but you need a revelation. You need a transformation. You need to find some consistency in areas in which it's been really tough to have to play consistent offense, at least good enough with a defense that's all world. All right. Andy Kalu is coming up. We're going to have Andre Ware on the show. John McClain, of course, later on. Houston Methodist brings us to you, and getting sick, not an option for any of us, right? Not for the Texans, not for you. Houston Methodist offers 24/7 on-demand video visits so you can find out what's wrong with you. HoustonMethodist.org/care options. Check it out. It's the official healthcare provider of the Houston Texans. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. It's Texans Monday.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
Whether you're playing with your kids,
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Now, back to Texans Monday.
On 2nd and 7, they fake the give. Nix backs up deeper. Nix throws downfield to his left and intercepted. Kalen Bullock at the 50 rolls to the sideline. A pick by the Houston D. Oh, that was nice. That was really nice. See Kalen do that. That man stinks phenomenal. Almost got his hands on the rock, too. Came from out of nowhere to get that one.
I think he was mad that he didn't pick it off.
Of course he is, because he's got such a high standard for himself. And it's, this defense is so good, and it's so sad that you're unable to do what you need to do on offense to match them. But it is what it is, and there's a lot of season left. I know people don't like hearing it. No, I do like hearing that. I love football season. Let's have some fun here, if at all possible. Beat the Jags Sunday. Take it from there. You got 9 games left. You have the majority of the season ahead of you. And believe me, you're going to have some meltdowns here. You're going to have a Colts meltdown. I'm speaking it into being. This is manifestation. You're going to have a Jags meltdown. Yes, that too. Let's go. Let's see what they can do. Let's get CJ back. Now, it might not be this week. I don't know. Dr. Vandermeer has no opinion on this because who knows with concussions, right?
Yeah, concussions, you don't know.
But if you got to go with Davis for a week or two, it's the Jags, it's the Titans, it's a familiar foe. Teams have changed, but maybe you can get this done, and we'll all be here together to check it out. And let's check out ND Kalu right now, joining us on Texans Monday. All right, ND, I want to start off with something fun, though. It was Legends Weekend. How was it for you? Janice McNair gets inducted into the Ring of Honor. That was really cool, too. Good morning.
Well, I probably should have told you this before you asked that question. This was the first Legends Weekend I missed because obviously Baylor was playing UCF. So as much as I love my NFL and my former teammates, I can't miss my son's game. So I was in Waco for most of the festivities.
A good weekend in Waco, was it not?
Good weekend. One of the better games, selfishly, for my son, and we actually got a victory. And similar to what the Texans are going through, I mean, with the Baylor Bears, there's a few weeks where the coach was on the hot seat and everybody was talking about making changes. Then you get a couple of wins in a row, and you're right back in it, and you're in bowl contention, so equivalent to being in the playoff contention. So right now the Texans definitely struggling, but like you said, Vandermeer, and I know people are rolling their eyes. You have to take it one game at a time, but you still have enough games left where you can get back in this thing.
Yeah, absolutely. So to do that, let's tackle the tough question, ND. To do that, to get back in it, what is the biggest thing that you think has to improve? I mean, defense did everything imaginable. So I would imagine it's offensively oriented, but your thoughts about to get from 3-5 to, I don't know, 7-5, 8-6, and get yourself back in the mix, what's got to change or improve immediately?
So, one, if I'm the defensive coordinator, I'm keeping my foot on the gas. I'm coaching them as hard as they've been coached because you don't want them to get lax. But let's be real. That's a great question, but it's an easy answer. It's offense. I don't care if your quarterback goes down. In a game where your defense is keeping you in it, and you have a guy like Davis Mills who's been signed to extensions, he has a lot of experience in this league, more than 3 points in the second half when you come in. So whether it's just the offensive line protecting, whether it's the offensive coordinator getting creative with the play calling when you have Davis Mills in, you have to figure out a way to put points on the board. So 100% offense, John.
Yeah, 100% offense for sure. But I guess we have to look at what they have to work with here. I feel like, and correct me if I'm wrong, ND, the way they won last week on offense, and that wasn't even as well as they truly want to play because they didn't finish enough drives, and DeMeco Ryans said that, but they still won going away basically at the end of the day, and they'll take it every single time. I think the way they were playing, now, obviously you can't accept goal-to-go situations where you don't put it in, but I feel like if Stroud was able to stay upright in that game, stay in the game,
they can win a game by, a couple of scores, maybe 3 scores as it all turns out, that they would have come around eventually. He's a surgeon, and in this developing offense, it's a work in progress, they could have made it work. But now the margin for error offensively is so slim that you take CJ out, you put Davis in, and I'm with you. He's been around. He's got 25 starts under his belt in this league already. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. But I understand. I just feel like it would have been different had CJ been able to stay in the game, and we'd be having a different conversation this morning.
Oh, 100%. That's the way it was trending. But that's why, unfortunately or fortunately, you have 53 guys on the roster, because this is the most dangerous sport in all the popular sports. So guys are going to go down. And you want the 49ers doing with their backup quarterbacks. They're going to have some ups, downs, but they're still, hugely successful in the win-loss column, even with their backup quarterback. But I'm with you. And when I bring up Davis Mills, it's mainly on him because he is a quarterback. He's touching the ball on every play. But it goes to every single person that's associated with that offense, from the play calling. I've seen and been in situations where I'm playing against a team and a backup comes in and we see wildcat. We see a lot of trick plays. Does it always work? But no, it keeps you on your toes as a defense. And I just felt like it was too vanilla. And that was the one time where you really needed to be creative. You really needed to open it up because you don't have C.J. Stroud. But absolutely, what you were saying, when I was watching that game and early on, I was like, okay, yeah, this is going to be a slobber knocker, as we used to call it, where the defense is going to continue to pound, but it's going to be that one offensive drive where you say that's the drive that won it. And I felt like with C.J. Stroud, we would have seen 1 or 2 of those drives. And I was hoping to see one with Davis Mills. I was actually excited for him to kind of prove to himself why he's still on this roster. And I was just very disappointed with the lack of scoring and the lack of offense when he was under the center.
Andy, I want to ask you about the hit that Chris Abrams-Drain had on C.J. Stroud. But I'm going to ask you from this perspective. You chased quarterbacks your entire career. And it was a little different back then. You could be a little bit more aggressive on a quarterback, and you weren't going to get 15-yard penalties all the time. But moving in that direction where sometimes if you breathe wrong on a quarterback, it ended up being a 15-yard penalty. It was kind of I don't say an odd play, but CJ never saw Abrams-Drain. He saw Singleton. Abrams-Drain came in even though CJ was starting to slide, and he kind of slid with both feet up, and that made him probably a little bit more susceptible to taking a hard hit off the turf. But as a defensive player who had to chase quarterbacks and kind of pull up on a quarterback or not make a hit, how tough is that as a defender? What were your thoughts about the Chris Abrams-Drain hit? And do you think a penalty should have been called? Do you think last year when Azeez Al-Shire hit Trevor Lawrence when he slid late that a penalty should not have been called, which it was on Azeez? Your thoughts about that whole situation?
No, this may be unpopular, but I really don't care because the way calls are being made in the NFL is really disturbing. I don't think that a penalty should have been called. I feel like when you watch it in slow motion, you might say, oh, he could have pulled up, but you have to remind yourself that it's slow motion. To me, it was a clean hit. It felt like a late slide. Obviously, you don't want to see that, not just because he's your starting quarterback. For anybody that spent 2 minutes with C.J. Stroud, you just like the type of person that he is, so you don't want to see it. But me, the football player, me, the football purist, me, the person who's, dedicated more than half my life to football, and it's been great to me, I 100% don't think that was a bad hit. I don't think it should have been penalized. And I'll take it a step further. The penalty against Nico Collins disturbs me as a football player. Now, as a Texan fan, you wanted things for your favor, in your favor after that play. But as a former NFL player, and I did receive the text, and it's funny, every time I think I'm the only one who feels certain ways, I'll get a text from buddies, that I played with all over the country, like, man, this is some BS. I thought that was a bad call, even though it went for my team. So to answer your question, it was a bang play. I feel like the defender did a good job not getting his helmet to helmet with CJ. And a lot of times when we just see violent plays, we just assume that a flag should be coming out. I think he did everything he was supposed to do because the slide was a bit late as well.
On the Nico one, was it helmet to helmet? I thought there was some contact with the helmet.
BS, whatever it was. It was trash. It was a trash call. I mean, Nico literally almost made a great play. Nico almost kept his balance. And I thought, he's about to keep his feet and make a great play, and then he fell. It would have been an awesome play, but I even, thought to myself, well, what if he gained an extra 20 yards like he was about to do? Do you still throw the flag? But I don't mean to cut you off, Mark, but that stuff, those are one of the things, there aren't too many things that bother me, but the way they call these defensive penalties truly bothers me.
I understand. Your perspective is valuable as a 12-year NFL veteran, ND. Okay, as a 12-year NFL veteran who played defensive line, goal line situations. Take me through it, mano a mano. What's going through your head? What is that like in there, in the trench at the one? And DeMeco talks about you want to move people off. Obviously, the defense has other ideas. What do you make of those situations? And the situation in general, the mentality needed to make it successful for the offense.
First of all, how awesome was that? I mean, just how awesome was that? And the mentality, there are times you don't even listen to the play because when it gets that close to the goal line and you're about to have a goal line stand, as a defensive lineman, the guys that truly matter during those plays, yes, you want to know what gap you have. Yes, you want to have gap integrity, but it's truly mano a mano. It's the guy in front of you. I've been in that situation. You want to hit him. You want to strike, separate, and shed. The 3 S's. And you want to do it violently and you want to do it as fast as possible because you don't want that line of scrimmage to change because all the quarterback, the running back just has to do is lean forward. But you appreciate that. Like you actually, if you're a little, crazy upstairs, which most defensive players are, you're smiling at that point because you have the opportunity to make a statement. You have an opportunity to test the willpower of the guy in front of you. And it truly is just an 4 individual battles and changing the line of scrimmage. And it truly sets the tone for the rest of the game. It truly says, hey, we don't care what you're calling. We don't care what the situation is. But when you're trying to fire off on me and I'm firing it off on you, and we know what the play is going to be, it's all about whose will is stronger, what man is stronger, who's more of a man face to face. And man, it truly sends a message when you have a goal line stand. Now, with that said, you have some creative offensive play callers where you're thinking, stuff to play, and they do some creative play and they hit the edges. And when they score, you're not even that upset as a D lineman. You're kind of like, man, that was the BS way. Like, come at me so you can test my manhood. But you want to do that, obviously. You want to get the points. But when you see those goal line stands, I mean, it's kind of like a pump block. They say the pump block is the most damaging play in football. When you have a goal line stand, it really resonates throughout the entire game.
Okay, let me stay with that thought a little bit. 30-29, you've just given up a touchdown to cut the lead to 1. The opponent is going for 2. And you jump up and bat the pass down at the line of scrimmage to save the win for your team, as Devon Hamilton did for the Jaguars yesterday. How many free beers are you getting on the way home or when you get home to Jacksonville? How many free meals are you getting from your defensive line pals? And how many are you getting from the secondary who blew the coverage and left the guy wide open and you saved them? I don't know if you've ever been in a situation in D, but knocking that pass down by Devon Hamilton saved the game. What are your thoughts about how the team would react if you made a play like that?
You know what? It's the defensive backs, it's the defensive players, or the linebackers, whoever was out of coverage, that are going to be buying up the beers. But that's a great, great feeling. And what's cool is on Monday when you're in team meetings, and typically most teams, they'll watch highlights as a team or lowlights, what you need to improve upon to, change the culture of the team, or saying, hey, this is why we're losing. But to be able to see that and watching, because there are some guys, John, as you know, there are some guys who didn't see the play. Like, your guy next to you that you're lined up with, right, or somebody else who's covering somebody and has his back turned. So to be able to watch that as a team, that's a great feeling, and that supersedes any beers that someone's going to buy you. But yeah, the defensive backs should definitely be purchasing something for him. There's going to be something in his locker, whether it's today or tomorrow. There's going to be something in his locker.
Andy, what's going through the heads of the players right now? 3-5, and they're in 9th in the AFC. They do have the teams on their schedule that if they defeat them, enough of them, and go something like 7-2 down the stretch, there's a chance. Okay, I know that it sounds kind of ridiculous considering they're 3-5, but we've seen this team lose these close games. There needs to be a transformation, an edge gained, something in order to get there. But what's going through their heads right now as Jacksonville comes in Sunday at noon?
Literally one game at a time, one day at a time. And if you take care of one day at a time, then everything else will take care of itself. Like they don't need to be looking at the standings and, oh, you know, the Colts are 7-2, they lost. You know, if we do this and we beat them twice, then we have a chance to get back in it. Is that true? Absolutely. But you're at the point now, coming off this loss, especially one that was so important, and you had a chance. You just felt like you had a chance to win that game up until the very end. Now you're to the point where it's truly one game at a time, one day at a time. Don't look too far into the future. Yes, they're getting ready for. I want all those guys on Monday. If today is the day where you're getting rehab, you're doing the workout that gets the soreness out of your, out of your body, and you're watching film, that's all you should be focused on. You know what? All I'm focused on is watching the Denver game, because that's what we're doing today, and that's what we're going to do after our workouts, and just literally take it one day at a time. Then when you look up 10 weeks down the line, you're like, oh, we're back in it.
Indy, how tough is it as, especially a defensive player on this defense, when you look up and C.J. Stroud he's not in the game and we don't know how long he's going to be out, et cetera. How tough is it to force yourself to just do your job, not to try and do too much because you know the defense has got to step up even more, but how do you fight the feeling of just trying to do too much and just do the only job you know to do, and that's the job of that play call for that particular play? How do you fight that urge to just, well, I thought I could go over here and make this big play? How do you fight that urge this week and maybe next?
That's a great question, and my answer is by trusting the offense, but then I have to make sure I add the offense has to give you a reason to trust them, because you're dead on. Like they're gonna be in a situation where they say to themselves, and I've been in huddles where the defense says, hey guys, we got to score. And, typically there's no play drawn up for the defense to score. So it's just what you said. You kind of dismiss your responsibilities. You try to go over and beyond where something great could happen, or you don't want to do that because you want to keep that integrity and play your responsibility and play disciplined defensive football, which the Texans have been doing. But the answer to that question to me lies with the offense. Davis Mills and again, I can't just put on Davis Mills, but they get most of the fame, and they also, get the heartache when things don't go the way of the Texans. But Davis Mills and the offensive coordinator, the offensive line, they have to make the defense confident that they can get it done. And I'm telling you, when I saw Davis Mills trot out there, I was hoping for, and I was thinking, I was somewhat optimistic. I was like, you know what? Okay, this is why you're here. Unlike most backups in the NFL, you've been in this system for 5+ years. Something good is going to happen. That was kind of my mindset, and I'm assuming that was the mindset of a lot of the players. But then by the end of the fourth quarter, it was just a disappointing feeling.
All right, ND, thanks for the visit. As always, we'll catch up tomorrow. We appreciate it.
All right, one day at a time. Y'all keep up the good work.
One day at a time. That's all we can do.
Good mantra.
All we can do is have a good Monday.
Good mantra.
All we can do is have a good Texans Monday. Andre's going to join us at 9. And next up, what does Mills have to say about the goal-to-go situations, among other things? It's Texans Monday.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Throughout time, man has expressed himself through
Now, more Texans Monday.
3 receivers wide side right on second down from the 39. Nix steps to his right. Nix plants. Nix now on the move. Nix running free. 45, 50, 45 of Houston and runs out of bounds at the 36. They're in field goal range with 35 seconds left. Man, that really hurt a lot. That Nix scramble, my gosh, it was reminiscent of the Baker Mayfield scramble in the Bucs game, week 2, Monday Night Football. And Nix did it. The defense sprung a leak there. I can't fault them. They were playing so hard. They got the ball back time and time again. And look, you look at the end of the day, 18 points on the board. You should be able to get 20 in your building every single time out. I don't care who you're playing. And I don't care who's playing. They know it. We know it. DeMeco knows it. And they just got to live with it. It's an L. You take it. You move on. You play Jacksonville. Mills comes in the second half, after they get that field goal to go up 15-7, I thought, okay, just go get another 1 or 2, preferably a touchdown. But if it's got to be 3s, we'll take them because every little bit helps to make it a 2-score margin. And broke Johnny. All of a sudden, it was 2022 again. Can't move the football. And in 2022, as I know you recall, and some people might, I know a lot of people blocked that out. This is pre-DeMeco. They had a lot of really close games. They had goal to go at Dallas after a pick. Who made that pick? Was it Tremont? They had a pick.
Yes, Tremont had 2 of them.
In the Cowboys
Obo
game.
Okoronkwo hit Prescott's arm. The ball fluttered. Tremont had it, got it inside the 5.
Okay, inside the 5, and you couldn't score.
So you're saying this is a theme with this whole inside the 5 thing?
No, I'm just saying it just reminded me of that because they had the game against the Chiefs here where they got it to overtime.
Sack Mahomes. Remember Blake Cashman running around, tackle him, sacked him. We're like, oh, my God.
They got the ball back.
Field goal and win
Mahomes
this.
had the ball in overtime, and they got it back. But they couldn't move it.
And that was the team that won the Super Bowl.
They couldn't move it. And not being able to move the
you
football.
Have to laugh to not cry.
Look, I've seen both here because I've seen 2010 and certain elements of that era, that Kubiak era, where they were top 4 in offense. 3 out of 4 years, they were fantastic moving the football. Not always scoring, but moving the football, fantastic. But they couldn't stop people until Wade got here. Now, 2009, they could stop some people. They were 16th in the league in defense. Right. Maybe as high as 13th that year. But anyway, they had a lot of games where it was just really difficult to stop the opponent. I don't know which is more frustrating, when your defense is springing leaks all over the place or when your offense just really can't get out of its own way. I hate them.
It's like, wait, would you rather die?
Here's Mills talking about the struggles in the red zone and in goal to go and what the team can do about it.
I think it's just we got to keep executing. Obviously, a lot of props to that Denver defense. They have a lot of good players on that side of the ball. It was a challenge for us, but, we have a lot of guys on our team who are fully capable of going out there and winning each play and making good football plays. So I think we got to keep pressing forward and keep preparing for our next opponent and find ways to get better from this game to go out there and execute.
He ain't wrong. He is wrong. He hit right on it.
Hearing the Davis Mills soundbite, it takes me back.
It does.
He's been here the whole time, and he played late last year. The year before, when CJ went out for 2 games with a concussion that he suffered against the Jets, the team went to Keenum.
For 1 game, and then the Browns game, yes.
But then they benched Keenum and put Mills in.
Back to Mills.
Because the Browns were hot that day. They got the win out of Keenum, which we will appreciate forever and ever. It will live forever in Texans lore, the Oiler uniforms and Keenum starting and Motor with the catch and run and Fairbairn with the kick and put him back in the trunk. Andre's great call there. That game will live forever. But now, assuming CJ can't go, and I don't want to assume anything, it's concussion. You don't know. It could be he could be back Sunday. It could be a week or 2. It could be longer. Who knows? You don't know with concussions. And sometimes you see a guy get clocked, and then he's back. Josh Allen was back in the sun. That worked out.
Field. You're right. You just don't know with the concussion. So to Davis's point, you prepare. You come up with a game plan that is going to be a positive game plan. You give your guys opportunities to make plays offensively, and you go try and put up more than 21.
Let me ask
Jacksonville ain't scoring 20.
Let me ask you this. If CJ can't go,
do you have to sign a backup to the practice squad as an emergency third stringer because you're going to elevate Mertz? Do you have to elevate Mertz? You can't have Mertz be the emergency second stringer. I think you have to elevate Mertz officially.
Well, he's already on the 53-man roster.
Oh, he's already. I'm sorry, he's already in the 53. My bad.
Now, do you want one in the practice squad that you can elevate?
But I don't know. Mertz is the emergency third stringer because he's always inactive. Blah blah blah. But he's available as the emergency third stringer as an inactive player who's on the 53.
Right,
okay, that's what it is.
Yeah. There you go.
But they had to take him off the practice squad because we all knew somebody was going to pick up Mertz after his preseason performance.
Right, and he never went to the practice squad. They didn't even open up that opportunity.
Right. They knew that if they made him
kept
available,
him on the 53.
He was going to get scooped up. He showed way too much potential in the preseason.
Yes, he did.
All right, Andre Ware, he's got potential. He's going to join us next. We'll break it down, talk about the Jags who are coming in Sunday at noon. This is Salute to Service Day on Sunday. Let's discuss next here on Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Whether you're playing with your kids,
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Now, more Texans Monday, presented by Houston Methodist.
2nd down and 10, Texans from the Houston 41. Chubb in the backfield, CJ in the gun. CJ, quick throw over the middle. Got a man, 40, 35, cutting right. 25, 20, trying to take it back inside, but brought down inside the 15-yard line. Dalton Schultz, big-time catch and run. The Texans in the red zone. All right. Schultz with a big play right there, but they needed more big plays, at least one or two more. Would have been nice and give you some distance against the Broncos. Instead, it was an 18-15 loss. Weird scores when you're unable to punch it in a lot, but that's what we get here in 2025, and the Texans have to find a way to transform quickly because you hit the halfway point of the season, I guess, at halftime Sunday against the Jaguars. Yep. You still have the bulk of the season in front of you. Now, Andre, a day later, it doesn't feel a whole lot better. You tell us your thoughts after getting a good night's sleep, I hope, as the Texans were unable to get going offensively in the second half once C.J. Stroud was out of the game.
Yeah, it felt much better this time last week, after a win. But, it was just tough yesterday. Just a tough day. Couldn't move the ball with consistency the way we anticipated after a 49ers win, and you expected kind of much of the same. But with CJ going down and in the manner he did, you knew that there would be this game would be tough with him out.
Dre, I know it's hard to project. It's always hard to think, well, if somebody would have stayed in the game would have gone this way. But as I'm watching CJ yesterday before he went out, I felt like, man, he's kind of in a rhythm. He's gotten pretty comfortable. He's made some nice throws. He hit Dalton on that throw that was just – that was just an incredible throw, and then Dalton made a play after the catch. I kind of felt like had CJ stayed in the game, that rhythm would have just gotten more and more. He would have got more and more comfortable in that rhythm, and I think they would have won that game maybe in the same manner as they did against the Niners. I don't know, and I know it's always hard to project. But as CJ started the game that first quarter, because that's basically what he played, do you think that might have been the case had he stayed in the game against what we saw from Denver yesterday?
I'd like to believe so, but, the struggles were there even when C.J. was in the game down at the 1-yard line. He can't get it in. And a false start penalty forces you to kick I felt like the game would be low scoring going in, and I felt that way even not knowing that C.J. would be out, obviously. So, I don't know. That's a hard one to say because Vance Joseph is a damn good defensive coordinator. He makes adjustments on the fly. You see how quickly he adjusted to Davis Mills and made him basically try to take what was there and force him to be patient. And that's what good coaches do. So I'd have thought that maybe he makes an adjustment on CJ or with CJ in the game at some point. Who knows, though? It's just unfortunate. I just sit with my fingers crossed that CJ will be ready to go this weekend by the time Jacksonville rolls in here.
Andre, concussion. Take us through that. Have you ever had one? Have we talked about this? You would think I would know this, but you tell me, recovery. I know it's different for everybody, but your thoughts on the subject with CJ being evaluated yesterday. We don't know what the future is.
Yeah, I was asked that even before the game. I was having a conversation with someone close to me, and they asked me if I'd ever had a concussion. And I said, if I did, I don't remember it, but kind of in a joking manner. So, no, I got hit once against the Giants. Dave Dorson, as irony would have it, was the guy that hit me and just let the ball go. He caught me pretty good under my chin, and that's when you could go high or wherever you wanted in those days. And just all I could see was white. And Miles Davis was the offensive coordinator. Timeout because I can't really see, and he's screaming at me in my headset for calling the timeout. And I said, hey, if you'd call a run, I might be able to see to hand it off, but I damn sure can't see down the field. So that was as close as I remember to having one. Nothing that where I blacked out or anything like that. So I'm the wrong guy pretty much to ask that question to, pose that question to, but I know there are with teammates having had them. There are lasting effects from it for, a while. and sometimes you never really clear totally from them. But I've certainly been around guys that have had them.
I had one.
Okay.
I was told it was a minor concussion because I didn't go blind in both eyes. I went blind in one eye for about 2.5, 3 minutes.
Jeez.
Is there such thing as a minor concussion?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was told about. Yeah, you had a minor concussion because I got hit on a punt return by Des Worthman in a game against Columbia. I mean, this is in the damn Ivy League. I mean, there's a lot of people will joke. It's not even
Well, you
football.
still have helmets and heads and hitting.
Right, and I got hammered. I couldn't see. I was the left safety in two-man and nickel, and my right eye is blind. I can't see out of it. Completely gone. And the ball is inside to my right.
Oh.
And we pick it off. And I'm still in my back pedal, like looking at receivers, and I see them run the other way. And I'm like, oh, we must have done. I never saw the interception. I never saw what happened. And I went over the sidelines 30 seconds later. It was okay. But for like 2.5 minutes, couldn't see out of my right
But no
eye.
protocol stayed in, no problem.
No protocol back then.
God.
Drake, I know it's got to be hard on the defensive side of the ball when you get a 3 and out. And you're like, okay, offense, do something. You get another 3 and out. Okay, offense, do something. But yet the defense in the locker room was like, hey, man, we had to stop that quarterback run by Bo Nix. They're taking a lot of responsibility, yet that defense is playing out of its mind. What are your thoughts about the way it's playing, even though that last drive didn't go, obviously, the way that they wanted to?
It's almost like watching a dam about to break. You know, at some point, you know it's going to. And, you know, when you keep getting stops like that and the offense isn't doing anything to kind of reward you, or that magic word or those magic words of complimentary football where you're not complimenting the defense. Special teams did its part. I think the defense, you know, played well enough yesterday, but the offense just could not hold up their side of it. And that's got to change if you're going to become a consistent winner where you're expected to win certain games. That's going to be a tough game against Denver. They're a good football team top to bottom, but for the first time in maybe his career, I saw Bo Nix look less than ordinary. I mean, and that was because the defense made him look that way. He looked confused at times. He had to throw it away at times. He was less than 50% statistically for the game, all of it. And, you know, he still managed to throw 2 touchdown passes because it's like watching that old dam about to break. Eventually it's gonna hit a few cracks and start to seep after a while. And I think that was the story yesterday with twice.
If it has to be Mills this weekend, what's your prescription here? A full week
More
of practice
cowbell
for Davis Mills getting ready to face Jacksonville. In his life, he's 4-5-1 against the AFC South. And look, I bring this up because he's got 25 starts. That's a lot of starts, Dre. What are you thinking with Mills this week if it's going to be him?
That's a barrel full of starts. It's a lot. I mean, he's got a lot of experience there that he can reach back and rely on. I thought Davis looked very comfortable yesterday when he went in the game. And then as Vance started to dial up pressures and start to cloud the looks that he was giving to Davis, he started to speed his play up a little bit. And sometimes you have to take a deep breath and try to slow yourself back down when you feel it going that way. Going forward, I don't know, that he's got to find a way to distribute it. At times he was consistent getting the ball out. Xavier Hutchinson made some great plays. Nico with some snags. Jaden Higgins with a catch yesterday, and the other guys as well. And that's the job that Davis now faces, is getting the ball in the hands of those guys. I think the game plan will very much be run-oriented because of, you know, he hadn't played a lot of football as of late. Yeah, he's got 25 starts, but he hadn't played in a while with consistency. So I would imagine a run-heavy game plan this week against Jacksonville.
So it's Trevor Lawrence, which amongst the three of us, we've had a debate since the Trevor Lawrence was going to be in the NFL. Mm-hmm. 2 of us on this call had decided Trevor Lawrence was going to be all that. He was going to be a stud. 1 was very, very, very skeptical, and he is very skeptical as it pertains to rookies in general.
Yep.
Yes, he still is.
Can I say why? If you're, I'm not a betting man.
So you're the one, obviously,
but if
right?
you bet that a rookie's not going to work out, you're going to be right more times than not just by saying, I don't think so. Number 1 overall pick, generational talent. I'm like, not so fast, as Lee Corso would say. And that's why I felt that. Plus, I think that this is blonde supremacy. This is Trevor Lawrence from Central Casting. Trevor Lawrence looks the part. You know, he's got Fabio hair. He's 6'6", 220. He was great at Clemson. How could he not be great in the NFL with that body? Oh, my gosh. And now he's pretty good. He's okay, but he's not otherworldly.
Okay, so I'll ask this question in this way. And I don't know how much – I didn't get to watch a ton of the game yesterday. But he loses Travis Hunter. Diami Brown goes out during the game. Brian Thomas Jr. goes out in the game. And yet, Trevor finds a way to score 30 points for the Jaguars and get them a win against the Raiders. Now, look, I think the Raiders are hot garbage. But still, he's on the road. He's without all his wide receivers. And he found a way to win. I would imagine that's got to do something for his confidence. And now he's got him at 5-3, and they're showing up on the screen when it says AFC play seed right now. I'm not saying that he's all that in a bag of chips, but he has gotten better, has he not, Dre?
Oh, I think so. And I think Mark would feel differently if Trevor Lawrence played in any other division outside of the AFC South. So that's where all that comes from. That's where all that comes from. I think he's a heck of a player. And you're right. He did find a way yesterday. He had 2 touchdown runs. So he knows that he's, without playmakers on the outside and guys that certainly get it done for him and how they've gotten to 5 wins. But he found a way on the road at that in Las Vegas to win a game. So that alone ought to give him some points, Mark.
Yeah, well, what about this rematch, though, Dre? Last time you played them, you turned it over 3 times in their end, in plus territory, in the fourth quarter. And you also had a 50-yard touchdown in the fourth quarter. You lost that game. This is the one that bothers me maybe more than any other loss. That one was just gift-wrapped for you practically, and you gave it to them. You gave it – I can't accept this. I give it back to you. And that was such a close game. Thoughts on the rematch here? Now you got them in your place, and I do care who's playing quarterback. Let me be careful how I word this. Even with Davis Mills, I feel like you got a good shot here in your building with this defense, the way it's cooking right now, to make some hay here on Sunday.
Yeah, I agree with you. And but they are not without defense themselves. And with Josh Hines Allen was able to a couple of other guys. So it's a team that's coming into your building with some confidence after having gone on the road across the country and won a game in overtime. And they sit at 5-3. They're looking at the Texans. Pretty much the Texans are looking at the Jaguars. They can get well, and we feel like we can get well on this side with Jacksonville coming in. They very much feel that way. So I don't know what they'll look like on the outside once they get here, but it'll be a tough football game, and it'll be one of those where they can rely as well on their defense at times to get things done or to get takeaways or get stops when needed. And they feel that way because they've already done it once in their building.
Okay, I'm going to ask you the question I love to ask, but I'm going to ask it in a different way. This is for both of you. Is the best team in the NFL a team the Texans have played this year? A reminder, here is who the Texans have played. The LA Rams, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the Jacksonville Jaguars, the Baltimore Ravens, the Seattle Seahawks, the San Francisco 49ers, the Denver Broncos. Is the best team in the NFL a team the Texans have played this year? Dre, I'll let you go first.
Boy, that's tough. Boy, Buffalo looks so good in the regular season, and then they just have 4 flat tires when the postseason starts. Are one of the most complete teams. I don't know that I'd call them the best team in the NFL, but the Seahawks are right there after watching what they were able to do last night and the way Sam Darnold's playing. 4 touchdown passes. I think he had 4 in the first half. And almost 300 yards of passing yardage in the first half as well. He was dealing and was almost – I think he was perfect as well. at halftime. He had an incompletion, and I think when the second half started, he had his first incompletion somewhere in the third quarter. But that's a good football team. It's a well-coached football team. Oh, the best team. A week ago, I would have told you the Chiefs, even though they were sitting with the record that they had. I'm not sure that's the case. Oh, man.
It's
and
tough.
I'm not a believer in the Buffalo Bills. I think it's just so much parity right now that that's a tough one. I might have to say Seattle. I might have to say Seattle.
That's who I was thinking. Watching them last night, I'm like, now I've seen every team up close down on the sidelines, as you guys have from the booth. The Seattle Seahawks are the most complete team we've faced.
Okay. All right. Well, that's a good
So
thought
let me
right
ask
there.
you. So
more than the Rams.
What's your thought?
More than the Rams.
Yes, more than the Rams.
I think so.
I think the Seahawks have more ways to beat you than the Rams do.
All right.
As
The
crazy
Rams
as
are
that
pretty
sounds.
good. The Rams are pretty good
really
team.
good.
I mean, everybody's got flaws. There's no perfect team, obviously.
Exactly.
Everybody's got multiple flaws, and I've never seen the league this wide open at this time of year. It just looks so wide open.
Because a couple of weeks ago and a few injuries less,
Yeah.
Right. And you could still make a case for Tampa Bay if they get healthier, and you can make a case for the freaking Ravens.
You could have made You could have made a case for a team that lost yesterday, before they lost yesterday, that Mark would never say is the best team in the league.
Never, ever.
The Indianapolis Colts. So let me ask you this, both of you this.
Yeah.
I'll make it a little easier. Is the best team in the NFL on the Texans schedule either we've played or we're going to play?
I think so. I think it's still the Chiefs. Hear me out.
Yes.
Hear me out. Because the Chiefs still can make some hay here. Look, I'm not rooting for them to do this, okay? Not even close. But the Chiefs get the Broncos twice. They got a bye right now. They'll get the Broncos twice, and we'll see how this thing goes. You know, Andy Reid is still the best coach in the business right now, probably. And I don't want to see this happen, but I would not put it past them to do something to get to the Super Bowl again. And, I could say the Rams. I could say maybe Tampa Bay. I could say the Ravens get hot because everybody gets healthy and all of a sudden, boom, and look at their schedule. I loved seeing the Colts lose, Dre. Daniel Jones had 5 turnovers, 3 picks, 2 fumbles. It was beautiful to watch. And I wish the Texans were able to capitalize on the situation yesterday. But to me, if he can't hang on to the rock, I mean, it doesn't matter what Jonathan Taylor does. I think the Steelers held him below 50 yards anyway. That was a desperation game for Pittsburgh after losing back-to-back. Thoughts?
It was, but, you look at it, and it was still a 7-point game. 5 turnovers, you hold Jonathan Taylor. That just shows you they are a good football team. With the Chiefs, I'm almost in agreement with you, except it just kind of keeps happening. Even at 5-4, I'm almost in agreement with you because of the way Mahomes played. They go up to Buffalo. It's always less than ideal conditions this time of year, and they lose again to the Buffalo Bills in the regular season. That's always different once the playoffs start, and the Chiefs are getting healthier and healthier as the year progresses, it seems like, which is almost crazy to even think about in the NFL this time of year. But I think their best football may be still ahead of them. So yes, that team, they've either played the best team in the league already, or they have yet to play the best team in the league.
It's just amazing what the West, just pick your West, AFC or NFC West. Seahawks, Rams, Niners, AFC West, Broncos, Chargers, and Chiefs.
Not the Chargers, but I could go
I think the Chargers are fugazi. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
I mean, they're good, but I don't think they're as good as the other two.
No. And I go back to, and I said this earlier, Dre, and it's why I asked the question. I think if CJ stays in the game yesterday, I think they find a rhythm enough to win that game convincingly to at least win.
At least win.
At least win.
At least win. Dre, I wanted to bring this up. Houston Sports Hall of Fame, you have your ring ceremony and plaque unveiling. It's going to be tomorrow at the Walk of Fame, 1070 Dallas Street. And obviously, you've been inducted along with Van Chancellor and Kenny Houston in this class. But what about that? Getting the ring, getting the plaque, this part of the process, Dre, I know this is a special one to you.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you look at the athletes that have played in this city that still live here, and or that are from here, and it's it's just humbling, so to speak, and looking very, very much forward to tomorrow and the ring ceremony. Everything has been first rate, first class up to this point, and I expect the exact same thing. They have done an outstanding job. I'm flattered to go in with Van and Coach Houston, and two guys that are Hall of Famers in and of themselves, and I just look forward to it. It'll be a great day tomorrow.
All right. It's going to definitely be a great day. Where it's not a great day, Dre, is in Auburn, Alabama, as Hugh Freeze gets fired yesterday. I always say this about the Auburn job.
That are available are ridiculous.
You've got your pick. Which one do you want?
Ooh. Oh, man.
Coach Ware gets to make his pick.
It's a pressure cooker. It's a pressure cooker in the SEC, no matter where you go, if you take Florida or LSU.
Right. Or Auburn.
Man.
Yeah.
Or Auburn. I think their expectations are a little bit out there, though. But that's topic. I might go LSU. What's that?
Yeah. Arkansas, Auburn, LSU, Florida.
Listen, you know where I'm going?
SEC schools.
Yeah.
You know where I'm going? Penn State. You know why? Because you could win 10 at Penn State. You get into the playoff every once in a while. It's not the same amount of pressure as LSU and some of those other places.
James Franklin might disagree with you.
No. But look, he was really bad against the top competition.
Right.
You got to beat a top 10 team at home. You have to beat, you don't play Ohio State and Michigan every year, but you got to go in some sort of rotation where you're beating them on a fairly regular basis. Maybe not dominating them, but you're getting your wins. You could be the third among those three, but you better get your wins from time to time. I think as far as the big time jobs,
it would be Florida or LSU for me would be the two that it would come down to, because in those states, I don't have to leave the state to be competitive. And if I can just win the recruiting battle in the state of Florida or in Louisiana and then come into Texas and cherry pick who I need out of Texas, you should be able to do very, very well at LSU.
Awesome stuff. Dre, thanks for visiting. As always, we look forward to Sunday at noon against the Jaguars.
Appreciate it, guys.
All right, Andre Ware joining us every Texans Monday. So much to digest, so much to improve upon. 3-5, it's tough to stomach. I really felt during the course of that game like they were going to pull it out somehow.
I did too.
This is their day. This is a Texans win.
Yep.
You got to just figure it out. Got to figure out.
It's happening.
You got to get this done.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't panic at 15-15, but I thought, it felt like such a hill to climb to get a field goal at that point. Just to get a field goal felt like this huge Everest-like climb, and it turned out it was. And Denver was the one that capitalized at the end. They were able to come away with the victory, and somehow you got to live with the Broncos at 7-2 right now. So you're in this race. You're trailing right now. Pack of runners, you're in the back. You got to get a head of steam right now. You got to get a shot of adrenaline. You got to get a B12 injection. I don't know what you got to do, but you got to beat the Jags on Sunday. I can tell you that much. Otherwise, it is sliding out of control right into the abyss. We're not in the abyss yet. We're not there. You got 9 games left. You just have to start playing really well. Somehow, some way, they got to figure it out. And when I say really well, just get enough offense to complement this defense.
Yeah.
Complementary football. Just get enough offense. Your special teams can make plays. By the way, they're able to down that ball at the 1.
Oh, man, that was big.
You get the feeling that something really special could have happened there with the defense, with the Broncos having a snap at their 1-yard line. But never materialized. Okay, let's get the general in here next, get his thoughts on the situation. It's Texans Radio.
More Texans Monday is on the way.
Whether you're playing with your kids or playing for the Houston Texans, a sprain, tear, or nagging ache can set you back. Until your expert orthopedic team at Houston Methodist uses advanced technology to personalize a treatment plan, healing pain, and getting you back to life on your terms. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it for you. Houston Methodist.
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Now, back to Texans Monday.
46 seconds to go in the half. Texans leading 9-7. Brinkman with the snap. Here's Tommy. Gets it away. Long drive, and here's Bandy. It bounces off Bandy. The Texans fall on it at the 30-yard line. Houston has the rock. Jalen Smith. Hello, rookie. Ball bounced off Bandy. Smith recovered. Texans already in field goal range with 37 seconds to go in the quarter. And that was big because that way they were in field goal range. A couple of plays later, I left to go to the halftime.
Yeah, you had to bail.
I had to get into the elevator before the assistant coaches got in there from the coaches' booth. They hold that elevator for them, and I had to take that ride. I could not miss that train. And they're not waiting for me. They're going. So I'm in the back of the elevator. They pack in, and that elevator is kind of quiet. It was just like, I mean, that's a weird elevator to take. That's like inside baseball stuff right there.
Is it quiet because you're on it?
No. It's just they're not like, you know. Mike Snyder, one of the assistants, asked me, he said, is this a longer halftime? I said, yeah, 14 minutes. You know, they added the extra minute for Janice McNair.
Oh, they have to get permission for that?
They have to get permission from the league. They add the extra minute. And then the elevator doors open. The coaches run out. You know, I'm in the back. Let them go. And I run out with them. I'm in the back of the pack. And they take a left. I take a right down to the field. And got to the podium. Took a deep breath, and then away we went with the great halftime ceremony for Janice McNair, getting her inducted into the Ring of Honor. And on the Media Wall of Fame in the press box is John McClain, Pro Football Hall of Famer, joining us right now. General, it was not what we wanted to see. C.J. Stroud going out, Mills coming in. At first it looked okay, but then in the second half, offense couldn't move the ball. You lose by 3. You drop to 3-5. Your thoughts? Good morning.
Good morning, guys. The highlight of the game was halftime with Janice McNair, and you did a terrific job out of breath. They lost this game because of their red zone offense, which was next to worst in the NFL. Going in has to be the worst now. They couldn't score with C.J. Stroud before he suffered his concussion. In the second half, you know, they were terrible. Davis Mills was not good. He had great passing through to Nico Collins. I thought, wow, he's going to light it up, but he didn't. But I can't remember seeing a team that had more trouble scoring the closer they get to the goal line. All those play calls, running the ball, taking it out of Stroud down there. The offensive line can't get a push. They can't. They have 3 rushing touchdowns this season, 3. And that's a great example. They just can't run block down close to the goal line, or they can't play call, or it's a combination. But it's just ridiculous to be so bad in the red zone, which is probably the worst in the NFL this week. The defense wanted to take the blame for not stopping that last drive, but that game should never have come down to that because of the red zone offense.
Linebackers and safeties love one thing down at the 1-yard line. They love one thing. One direction, one dimension.
Yeah.
They love it because they don't have to cover anybody. Typically, they're not going to get blocked. And, you know, to John's point, they didn't block exceptionally well. But the one play they did, Dre Greenlaw has nobody to account for. There's no passing threat where he's got to keep his eyes somewhere. He just saw British Brooks fill the gap and hit British right in the mouth. And they stoned. It was a stalemate at the inch line. And it didn't get in. So there's a lot of things, General, about yesterday. Obviously, that's I think ends up being the biggest one. But defensively, it felt like they did enough all day long that they shouldn't be walking into that locker room with a loss. Yet, Bo Nix has the scramble. J.K. Dobbins hits another kind of big-ish run after that to put them in field goal range, easy field goal range. If they got to kick it from the 50, who knows? Especially after Autry was taking the blame in the locker room. This one you can't put on the defense because they played about as well as you possibly could. They went and got 2 turnovers. They played about as well as you possibly could on the defensive side.
The defense was not to blame for this loss. Special teams played great. The field goals, the returns, the muff punt recovery. by Smith. Special teams did everything it could. It was all on the offense and all on the goal line. I think I read Jonathan Alexander had 6 plays. Was it 6 plays from the 2 and 4 from the 1, and they didn't do squat. And DeMeco said, we got to do better. Well, how do you do better? If you couldn't do it against Seattle, you couldn't do it last week. Red zone offense wasn't good last week, even though they won the game by double digits. And then, of course, this one, it was terrible. And, boy, they should be, if Stroud can come back, and you guys know how concussions are, people don't ever come back during a game, and sometimes they miss the next game. So, you keep your fingers crossed, but Davis Mills has to play better than he played. He's a veteran. He's got 300-yard games on his resume, but he wasn't hitting guys when he should have hit them. But the only thing I could figure out, and there was 2 things I can remember from the Oilers. Kenny Houston, one of the first ballot, he was assistant coach for the Oilers. Defensive players love short yardage and goal line offenses because everything bunched together. Because if you don't do your job, the guy next to you might be able to cover for you. But when you're spread out with multiple wide receivers on the goal line, one mistake and it's a touchdown. And yet you don't see a lot of teams doing it. And another thing, when Warren Moon was a quarterback on his way to the Hall of Fame, he had a thing with his center, Jay Pennison, on short yardage plays, whether it's goal line or in the field. The team would know the call, but he would go up and he would goose Pennison. And Pennison would snap the ball and boom, Moon would score, and everybody else is like, whoa. And but you don't ever see anybody doing it. And I can't say anybody. There are teams that line up on the goal line with wide receivers. But when you have an offensive line that can't knock people off the ball, you shouldn't be bunching up and trying to get them to knock people off the ball.
John McClain joining us. General, are the Colts springing leaks here? Yesterday, they turned it over 6 times. They had 4 turnovers on the whole year coming in. They lose 27-20. They have Atlanta and Munich next, then a bye, and down the stretch games with the Texans, 2 of them, the Chiefs, Seattle, San Francisco. What do you think of the Colts coming down the stretch when it happens?
What an opportunity the Texans blew yesterday, a chance to move a game closer to the Colts, and they blew it. And the Colts, that was the Steelers' best. Their defense had been getting a lot of criticism for being the highest paid in the league and not producing, and they were fantastic. It's all about the defense. We're not hearing anything about Aaron Rodgers. And so maybe, just maybe, some other teams are going to see what they were doing and trying to duplicate it and see if they can stymie. And it all started with Jonathan Taylor. They contained Jonathan Taylor. They forced Daniel Jones to throw, and they got all over him. But the key is, if you don't play defense to stop Taylor, then he runs the ball great, and it takes all the pressure off Jones. So their schedule is more difficult. But man, oh man, I don't see how they can't run away with the division, considering where the Texans are. And I don't think the Jaguars are very good, even though they won by 1 point when a kicker missed an extra point. But right now the Texans are in 3rd place.
Okay, General, I'm going to ask the question I asked Mark and Andre earlier, but I'll ask the second question. Is the best team in the NFL either the Texans have played or will play? A reminder, played Rams, Bucks, Jags, Ravens, Seahawks, Niners, Broncos, will play Bills, Colts, Chiefs, Chargers. Is the best NFL team on the Texans schedule?
The Bills beat the Chiefs yesterday. He go to the Rams. Matthew Stafford threw 4 touchdown passes for the second time. He has been great. We saw them and they beat the Texans by 5 at SoFi Stadium. And Detroit gets beat at home by Minnesota. Carolina beats Green Bay, and Green Bay had the best record NFC. So right now, the Bills have come out of the bye week on fire. So I'm going to say Buffalo, and the Bills are coming here. And we all know last year the Texans played great, and the defense forced Josh Allen to play the worst game of his rookie career. Josh Allen has not played well here. Remember the wild card game? So, he'll want to get a little revenge. So I'm going to say the Bills because they're my two Super Bowl teams, Buffalo and Detroit. They're playing better.
General, you are the chair of the selection committee for the Houston Sports Hall of Fame, are you not?
I don't know if they call it that anymore. I'm on it.
Okay. Well, you tell us, because tomorrow we'll have the plaque unveiling and the ring presentation for Andre Ware, Van Chancellor, and Kenny Houston. Thoughts on this group, and it's the final honoring of this group as they're inducted into the Hall of Fame.
It is a tremendous group because all of them have done a tremendous job. Andre, of course, won the Heisman Trophy, and Van won 4 championships with the Houston Comets, and then, of course, Kenny Houston first scout. I know it's a big deal down there. I remember what first year he gave Patty Smith's brainchild. They gave Earl Campbell his ring, and he said, "This is bigger than the Hall of Fame." And at the time, the smile on his face, he meant it. So it's going to be a great afternoon to be able to participate in that monumental event for those 3.
Okay, I just saw this on Twitter, so I'm going to ask both of you guys this. Mm-hmm. This has nothing to do with football because we talked a lot of football already. Two Roosters Ice Cream in Raleigh, North Carolina has just named their Will Wade waffle cone. Will Wade is the new basketball coach at NC State.
Okay.
After the run he had at McNeese State last year. The Will Wade waffle cone. What one thing would you want named after you?
The Vander drink.
Oh, you want a drink?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Club soda, cranberry, and lime.
Yeah. Okay. The Vander drink.
Yeah, the Vander drink.
Okay.
Why
General,
not?
what would you like named after you?
Well, I already have something named after me. It's McLean Stadium.
They've spelled it wrong, though. We need to get them to change that.
That's because Baylor can't teach people how to spell.
That cracked me up. That's a good one. It is McLean Stadium, and your Baylor Bears did get a win over the weekend, so that was fantastic. General, tonight we got a little Monday Night Football, and
it's Cowboys and the Cardinals.
Oh, Cowboys and the Cardinals. A, do we care? B, will this game be any better than Game 7 of the World Series last Saturday night?
Yeah, boy, it'll be close when it comes to the World Series. But I'll tell you this, we do care because we always care about the Cowboys because we want to see them lose. Arizona's terrible. Jacoby Brissett still starting. He is playing better than Kyler Murray. But the Cowboys have a great opportunity. Washington, it looks like Jaden Daniels, my goodness, the way he broke his elbow. I watched that thing. It made me cringe. And I guess you can stick a fork in them. The Giants are no good. So the Cowboys have a chance to compete for a wild card berth, and they've certainly got the passing game to do it. But they should beat Arizona handily.
General, they feel very differently today, these teams, the Patriots and the Colts, yet they're both 7-2 in the AFC. And the Patriots have won 6 in a row, as have the Denver Broncos. Just amazing. But which is more surprising to you after 9 games? Patriots 7-2, Colts 7-2.
Patriots, because last year the Colts were, 8-9, and the Patriots won 4 games. Mike Vrabel's done a great job, but their schedule has been so easy. Just talk about Drake May, MVP. Give me a break. Look at that schedule. And they did beat Buffalo for their signature victory. But right now it's between Shane Steichen and Mike Vrabel for Coach of the Year. And I think it's going to be Vrabel because the Colts were last year as well.
General, Chris Greer got dismissed by the Miami Dolphins. So Mike McDaniel, they said he'll play out the season as the head coach. Where does he end up next year? And what do you think the Dolphins do? What is their future going to look like? Because they, like a lot of college teams and a lot of pro teams after this year, including the Tennessee Titans, are going to be looking for a head coach.
And there's going to be a lot of teams looking for a head coach, and the Dolphins will hire a general manager, let the general manager hire the head coach. And I think Mike McDaniel, whether he takes a year off or whether he goes into coaching, will be back in Santa Clara with Kyle Shanahan the same way that Robert Saleh was this year as defensive coordinator. McDaniel, he's not going to be offensive coordinator because Clay Kubiak is the offensive coordinator. He'll probably be some kind of special offensive assistant because Mike McDaniel and Kyle Shanahan are really tight, going back to when Kyle recommended him to Gary Kubiak. Gary had no clue who he was. Kyle went to bat for him. Gary hired him, and it's worked out great for both Kyle and Mike McDaniel.
All right, John, thanks so much for the time. We appreciate the visit as always.
Thank you guys very much. I'll talk to you Thursday.
All right, we'll talk to you Thursday. John McClain joining us on Texans Radio. Coming up, there are no smoking hot players of the game, but there are players to recognize, or as Sean would say, acknowledge me, from the game and going into next week. Who needs to shine? We'll talk about it on the way out here on Texans Monday.
Coming up in a moment.
We believe in possibility.
Now, more Texans Monday.
Here's Noel at the 9, makes the catch, starting to his right, needs a little room, takes it across the 15, 20, 25, right sideline, 30, 35, 40, trying to cut it back to the inside, 45, 50. Did he step out of bounds? He's in Bronco territory, out of bounds sideline. 45-yard return for Jalen Noel into Bronco territory. Here's what they need to decide with Noel. I want the ball in Noel's hands, right? And they gave him one run. That was the only touch Noel got.
Oh, I have a stat for you.
I get it. Kirk's back. Okay, Kirk's real good. But Noel might be better. And I'm not taking anything away from Christian Kirk. Pro wide receiver. I'm pro Christian Kirk. I'm team Kirk, okay? And I know that there are only so many opportunities to go around, especially when you're going 3 and out a lot, not extending drives and all that. But is a playmaker that you have in your arsenal. He makes things better. You know, he can turn a route into something extra, just like Nico, right? I want to see the ball in his hands, you know, and I don't know how DeMeco works it out with Nick Caley. I'm going to ask DeMeco about this today, game planning on offense, like how involved does he get? I'm going to ask him on his show. That'll be at 5 o'clock today because I want to know, like, and I get it, it's hard. I got to see Noel touch the ball at least 3 times, even if Kirk and Nico are both healthy. I got to see Noel touch it. I want to see Higgins get a couple of catches, minimum. I want to see these things. Yeah, easier said than done, but I wonder how they go about that because he's obviously a difference maker with the ball in his hands, but you got to get the ball in his hands.
Texans had 73 offensive plays yesterday.
What?
73.
That many?
Mark, 73 offensive plays yesterday. 20 offensive players played yesterday.
Okay.
Who played the least number of offensive plays yesterday?
It was Noel?
Jalen Noel with 11.
That's crazy. You
11.
Know, how about this? They threw the ball 40 times in a 3-point loss. That wasn't like 43-40.
Right.
It was 18-15, and they threw it 40 times. Now, yeah, you'd want to run the ball more, but they had those third downs, and they couldn't convert them. Mm-hmm. They were 0 for 7 from third down in the second half.
Yep.
That's a huge
3
factor.
for 17 overall.
I went away from the game thinking, gosh, they should have run it more, right? But you can't run it more if you're not converting. You can't.
Right.
You know, you got to get that extra set of downs. All right, now let's pound it. Let's see if we can go. Or you're running on first and second. They had a couple of those. It's the third two. They had one of those situations in the second half. That's after it's 15-7. They get the ball back after stopping Denver, and they can't move it. And that's when they need to move it to add that second score. We talked about it from last week. Got to add that second score to make it a 2-score lead. Mm-hmm. Because with this defense, you feel like it's almost game over with a 2-score lead. Yep. Not quite, but it could be.
Yeah.
You want to give them that opportunity.
It changes the way the game is played at that point.
Yes.
If you have a 2-score lead in that game. Jalen Noel, 11 snaps. I guarantee you, when they woke up and you look at it, because I'm telling you, during a game, a lot of times you're not paying attention to how many plays the guy's got, how many times you go to this guy, how many times do we rotate the backs, how many times do we rotate left guard, et cetera. And then you look up and go, damn, we cannot have Jalen Noel play 11 plays. We can't.
No,
we can't.
Got to have him.
We can't, especially when the offense is struggling to move the ball.
Yeah.
And look, you don't have to hand the ball to a running back for it to be a run play. There are other ways you can run it, especially with a guy like Jalen Noel. I know they tried that little push pass sweep or what, a jet sweep they ran with Jalen. It didn't work, but that was that play. Maybe there are other opportunities.
3 targets to Woody, but there were some misses. There was some inaccuracy, and hopefully with a full week of practice, if it's not CJ, with a full complement of practice, Mills can be a whole lot better on Sunday, needs to be, against a Jaguar team that comes in here 5-3 after an overtime win in the desert against the Raiders. And we'll be here for it all at noon. DeMeco Ryans show at 5. Thank you, Ben, for producing. In the Loop coming up. Have a great day, everyone.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
We all want to stay healthy.
KILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
So what do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio.
Yeah, it's a Reaction Monday. We are reacting to a pretty tough loss for your Texans on Sunday. They fall with a last-second field goal. 18-15 was the final. 713-572-4610 is the number to get in. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Well, first of all, happy Monday, question mark, to
yeah,
John
happy
Lopez.
Monday, happy Monday, question mark. You know what's funny? You guys know this, and our listeners know this. Sometimes even after I sleep on it, I come in here and I'm kind of hot. You know, just sort of like it just still lingering. I'm still mad about something. You know what's weird? I'm not even mad. I'm not even mad today. It's almost like it's a combo meal of resignation, confusion, not really surprised. Was anybody surprised in the second half? Was anybody surprised when things started to go that way?
I mean, yes and no, because like
I wasn't.
Yeah. There's this a lot of the things that we've been talking about for the entirety of the season kind of showed up in various different ways. But at the same time, like there's something in you, and maybe it's just the hope that exists.
Yeah, oh sure.
That imagines that, all right, but it's not going to go down like that for real, right? And then just slowly, 3 and out after 3 and out after 4 and out after 5 and out, that hope drains, and you're just like, oh wow. Well, it really is going to go down like this. They're actually going to take a game in which that might have been one of the ugliest football games that I've had the pleasure of watching. Right, like just that was a long game. It was an ugly game, and the thing that sitting next to Sean Bijani during that game, I was like, well, at least the good thing is you got the lead before a lot of the terrible, no good stuff started happening. Before the rock fight really started in earnest.
Yeah,
and I was like, all right, if this is a rock fight and you have a lead. That gives you an opportunity until you had a redo of Week 2 versus Tampa with Bo Nix playing the role of Baker Mayfield, you know, scrambling on a late down, picking up a first down, and then ultimately
almost
setting up the game winning field goal.
Exact same spot. But the overarching feelings I have today are kind of confusion and intrigue. And this is
intrigue.
Yeah, and I'm intrigued in this, and I'm curious how you guys feel if you feel the same way. From the very, very start, DeMeco Ryans and company have talked about you need to be tough. You know, you need to have discipline. The do your job. Yesterday, he talked about willpower. You know, he was specifically talking about the red zone, but you got to have willpower and, quote, displacing guys. And what I'm intrigued and confused about with all that is I don't think they didn't have that. I should say, I think they had that. I think this line, by and large, we're in the right spots. They're by and large, they are tough guys. They are quote unquote doing their job by and large. Obviously, we're going to talk about some things where they didn't, but I think it's just as simple as this: they're just not good. You know, and that's the resignation, and that's the intrigue. He went on the podium yesterday, he being DeMeco Ryans, and said the same thing. It's just about being tough, guys, about willpower, about displacing guys, about do your job. I don't think they were awful when it came to doing the things that they ask. They're just not good enough. And I think he's kind of confusing.
Frustration along those lines with that, but I just want to raise a question to the general audience. What do you think lost the Texans this game if you had to try and isolate a single thing? And I think that the exercise will probably get us to a point where we look up and we go, oh, there's a lot of little things. There's a lot, because you're right. You talk about the idea of, you know, just doing your job, or, you know, the thing that kind of got to me in the audio with DeMeco, or with, you know, when he steps to the podium after the game, is it's a similar refrain, and it's not even just the idea that it's the same refrain. It's that it makes me, so much of it is just we need to do better. We need to execute better. We just need to, and it's like the margins are so thin in ways that at what point do we not get to a place where you're kind of banging your head up against the wall and you look and you go, hey, this is not the strong suit of this team. Let's do something different. If I had to answer my own question that I put forward as to what lost this team the game, it's the red zone. It is an absolute. It is a supreme inability to get 2 yards when 2 yards are there. Shout out to Texans Cap, because I saw he posted this morning. He went and kind of isolated for touchdowns scored within 2 yards of the goal line for any team in the NFL. 31 teams have scored within 2 yards, scored at least a touchdown when they've been within 2 yards of an end zone. Do you know who has not scored?
I'm pretty sure I do.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure I do.
I don't know. Figgy, you might be able to know the NFL team that through 9 weeks has not scored a touchdown when they're within two yards. Do you know what it is?
I don't know. Tell me.
It's the Houston Texans. There's something to the idea that DeMeco Ryans. In fact, you know what? Let's hear it because I don't want to keep saying it. This is DeMeco Ryans. This is cut 11. This is him asked about getting turned around with the offense and what it takes in the red zone.
For us offensively, again, it all goes back to, it's in the red zone. We got to do a better job of finding a way to get in the end zone. Like, if we can't get in the end zone, score points, it's going to be hard.
Okay, so I agree with you. That to me, if I had to say one thing, it would be that. But I think that speaks to my point, my intrigue and confusion. Like, I don't think there wasn't a lot of blown assignments in the red zone. Nobody went the wrong direction. They were just flat out, they got their ass kicked.
Yeah.
Like that to me is the confusion. And he's up there saying, gotta have the willpower. They had the willpower, man.
To some degree, I think that there's instances where, like,
no, I think completely they did. Like Jake Andrews was in the right spot and got put on his ass. Jake Andrews is a tough guy. He earned this job because he's one of those tough guys that does everything right and has the willpower and all that. We've heard them talk. We've heard their offensive line talk about it. DeMeco Ryans talk about it. Nick Caley talk about it. I think they're just not good enough.
Well, I don't disagree with you there, right? But I will point down to, like, obviously you end up with a penalty that pulls you off of that.
Well, that's separate. Yeah.
Right?
But I'm talking about
I don't think that's separate. I think that's part of it.
No. But what I'm saying is on the plays that they ran cleanly inside the 2 yard line, they were all doing the right job. They were all going to the right spots. They were all.
Yes, I mean, but you're separating out some data points where you're not executing clearly in those places. But I think
again, we're talking about two different things.
I think that those are the same thing, man. Making sure that you're clean in those instances.
They're not the same thing. What you're talking about is a penalty that pushed them back. What I'm talking about, the plays they got off.
I'm with you on the plays that they got off.
Yeah.
I don't think you can ignore the instances, but I don't think that we need to go back and forth on that because I think we're aligned close enough on the idea of when they have lined up. There was a play where you have Laken Tomlinson there at left guard where, a player is going to slide in and be able to stop a play. That happens from time to time with any team, right? Whether you're good on the offensive line or not. The one play where I think about the most on the goal line, of the 6, mind you, when you're right there under the shadow of your own goal or, right there almost at pay dirt, whatever, was you have British Brooks running into a gap that has been created by your offensive line, all blocking the right way. And it's just Drake Greenlaw beating you to a spot. In fact, you even have on that play, because it's I formation, British Brooks is at the fullback. I believe it's Woody Marks as your tailback who is motioning to the left. That actually gets Drake Greenlaw to move. Like, you get everything that you want on that play, except Drake Greenlaw is able to put his foot in the dirt, trigger, get to the meet British Brooks in the hole, and he's just better. Like, Drake Greenlaw is at some point all pro level player, and he got British Brooks running into that gap. Like, you're right. I think that some of this is also an acknowledgement that this team, it just does not have the talent offensively. However, before I even get to the however, and this has been a team that is all season, all the way from the offseason, is like, we don't need to have the best talent. We just need to overcome that talent. The Red did feel like it showed that is a far-fetched idea, the idea you're going to overcome with talent. But I also want to meet that with when you do not have an advantage or even maybe at a disadvantage with talent. That's where I hope that coaching overcomes some of that.
Yeah.
And seeing, I'm glad to be honest. Something in me died watching a goal line stand or an opportunity there where you just run into the muck 4 times in a row.
Right.
Or enough time and time, especially when you consider that this is also a stark deviation from the other times where a few weeks ago when you were in that circumstance and you throw 3 times in a row and are not able to get in. And one, that does speak to the idea that you're just not good enough in those spaces. But then 2, it feels like this is the best that we have to offer in this circumstance that is so crucial, turning 7 into 3, which then ultimately bites you in the ass on the back end of this game because your coordinator is not able to not even just like give you an innovative play on that goal line. It's already tough enough. We see red zone being a really tough circumstance for a lot of teams in the National Football League. Not that I'm creating excuses, but understanding in context.
Right.
You can't even give me a mix or run pass.
No, exactly. And I'm glad you mentioned the the way that they have been calling plays as well. But I think it comes down to they believe in an illusion, and it's become a delusion.
Yeah.
And nothing illustrates that more than their own final drive with a minute left. DeMeco had seen what was happening. He had seen that the yards in the second half, they weren't able to do anything, and then they go back and give the Broncos the opportunity to win the game, and that's a delusion. They were delusional there, but they've created this illusion with we're tough, we're strong, all these things that I've said, willpower and all that. They actually, I don't know what's worse, them believe in it or expecting us to believe it. This is DeMeco talking about it.
Yeah, the thought there, we wanted to get some quick passes to get us moving. We're trying to drive down and, of course, try to get in field goal range. But to have a couple quick incompletions, it was not the plan at all for us.
It was not the plan, but it was what was happening. Like I said, the best way I can put it is they've created this illusion, and it's become a delusion. That was delusional to believe that you could get the ball in that situation at that, was it 13-yard line, something like that? At that place in the field and go, hey, let's get some quick passes. Let's move it on down the field. No, man. No, that's not how it should have gone.
Hey, John, I feel like I found myself in debt just in my lifetime because making less than $1 million a year was not in my plan. No, I mean, but this is the circumstances. You have to be able to be adaptable and understand what's happening. And I was very frustrated by that, just like I think you were. Would you like to play a game here where we go by drive for this Texans team in this game and just look at even just the second half? Because
second half is like the most obvious one.
Like we've gotten 12 minutes in the show. We haven't mentioned that, obviously CJ Stroud is, concussed and is lost early on in the second quarter, has to come in. I acknowledge that any NFL team that has to go to their backup, and especially without the benefit of preparation of a week going into the week,
right?
That's a tough proposition. I don't want to ignore that, but that's also should factor into your game plan. So you have that. All right, second quarter, maybe I can even give you some grace there. Let's get to the second half for your Houston Texans. We begin in the second half. Drive number 1, field goal. Hey, look at that! Putting points on the board, great. Punt. That's the end of the third quarter. We go to the fourth quarter. Punt, game.
Yeah.
Right, and mind you, that is, let me take that back to the top. After you get that field goal, 3-and-out punt, 3-and-out punt, start the fourth quarter, 5-and-out punt, 4-and-out punt because you had a penalty in there, and then 3-and-out punt, 3-and-out punt. Right, you had established a pretty solid trend in that game that your offense was not moving the football. And so I think I understand the idea, we want to throw the football. In that instance, you need to be realistic and understand this offense has not been able to get it done as currently constituted with the circumstances of not having CJ and having Davis in, right? You would not been able to move the football. You get that ball with 1 minute and 24 seconds. Me personally, and this isn't even the benefit of foresight, forethought, whatever you want to see, or hindsight is what I'm thinking about in that instance. We're sitting up there in the press box and saying, okay, look, you're going to run this out, try and get to, go get to overtime so that you can give. I understand. You're going to still need to go score a touchdown, right? Or go score some points.
Anything, yeah.
But if you get to overtime, maybe you get a good return. If your defense on the field first, maybe you can get a turnover, right? Maybe you have just more time to possibly matriculate your offense down the field. 124 with the way that this offense was working. That was an additional defender that was playing against you, and you decided we're going to try and do the thing that has not been working. I understand running the football probably wouldn't have got you anywhere. I think I was very much convinced that I had no belief in this offense.
But why are you not playing? Let's get to overtime. You have a whole quarter. Maybe there's a break. You get better field position, all that, and that goes back to my initial takeaway here. I'm more confused because they're fooling themselves. It's like, all right, so let's say, Figgy, you know, every time you walk out your back door, there's a little dog that bites your ankle. You walk out the door. How many was it? 8, 7 drives?
7 drives in the second half. One of them is a field goal. The remaining 6 are punts.
You walk out your back door 6 times, and that dog bites your ankle. You think you're going to walk out the 7th, and it's not? That's what they're doing. They're saying, like, look, willpower, you know, doing your job, discipline, being tough. I don't doubt any of those things. But it doesn't matter when you can't.
You ain't going to outpower the Denver Broncos defense like that.
Willpower is not going to get you out of that situation. In fact, willpower and your belief and fooling yourself into thinking that it's different lost you the game.
Especially because, again, I think that was a moment in which you had an opportunity for game planning, or maybe not game plan, that's not the right word, but like game management to possibly give you
a chance.
To give you a chance, or maybe pull back closer the difference in that game. It's not like the Broncos, right? I think that there was an opportunity for you to try and make up the difference of what you lost by C.J. Stroud getting down, by having your coaching make some really good decisions there.
And then you gave him life.
That was left. That was left on the table.
Then you gave him life. You gave him field position. Bo Nix decides to do what Bo Nix has been prone to do in the fourth quarters, and boom, you lose the game. They're fooling themselves. If I had to just funnel it down into one thing, they're fooling themselves. They are tough. They are all these things. But they're fooling themselves to think that that's what's going to win a game. The talent is going to win the game when you've got tough guys and they don't have it.
And then on top of that, right, you talk about the talent win you a game. How about one of the best talents that we've seen thus far this year? One of the few guys that you could look at from Nick Caserio, rather, in his offseason and go, wow, good acquisition. Jalen Noel got 11 offensive snaps in this game.
11. Christian Kirk got 41.
And I'm not even sure like that buried you per se, but again, what lost you this game? It's a lot of these little things. I would say specifically not being able to score a touchdown in the red zone. Obviously, this is a 3-point game, and if you can give yourself 4 additional points in one of those circumstances, boom, you're in a different place. But it's the little things. I think you're right. Probably the actual answer is just a level of delusion from this team, thinking that, you know, we're just going to tough it out. We're just going to thug it out. We're just going to want it more to get ourselves to victories. And now you're 3-5. Looking up at a lot of teams in the AFC, a lot of teams that seem to be going pretty well in the AFC, and I don't know how good I can feel about this team at this moment.
Man, being tough and all that stuff, it's so important. But you got to have the talent. That's these kinds of things that they're talking about that I've mentioned multiple. Might you in a game in high school or Division III or whatever. You know, being a good, tough, physical. You know, all things being equal, all of that team. This is the NFL. You're not good enough, you're going to lose. And they weren't good enough.
Definitely weren't good enough on the day. There's a lot to talk about in this game, 18-15 loss to the Denver Broncos. Let's keep talking about that. We got through the whole first segment, and we really didn't talk very much about one of the biggest things that happened in this game. C.J. Stroud goes down with a concussion. How did you feel about the play? And, you know, not necessarily that we're looking forward already, but do you think that this team is already done if Davis Mills has to come out and play? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing, guys, your new vehicle awaits.
is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and The Drive on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Reacting to a Texans loss 18-15 versus the Denver Broncos. A game in which, we had a lot of respect for the Broncos coming to this game. This Texas, the Broncos offense did not show up in a huge way. You were able to slow down that run game that was, talked very highly about. Just unfortunately, a few things really hampered your opportunity pretty early. And I think a couple of them I could think of were injuries. Mm-hmm. One of the biggest ones was what happened here on decides to do something that I think a lot of us have been asking for. Use your legs, CJ. Use your legs. Unfortunately, it sounds like this.
3 receivers to the right. Stroud in the gun on 3rd down and 8 from the Houston 23-yard line. Got to be careful here. Nico short side left, one back Dare. Noel motioning around. Here's Stroud taking the snap. Here's pressure. CJ scrambling forward. CJ wants to run, and he slides down at the 31. He got tagged, and here comes the flag as Stroud is still down. Singleton is calling people over from the Texans sideline, the medical people, because Stroud took a tremendous hit here. That was brutal, and it wasn't Singleton making the hit. It was Chris Abrams-Drain with the tag on CJ as he was going down. That was nasty, and Stroud is getting a long look here.
That's how it sounded on the call with, obviously, Mark Vandermeer calling it. And you heard it. Alex Singleton immediately waving to the sideline like, hey, come get him. That was the scariest portion of this, is that it was immediately evident that, this is a problem with C.J. Stroud. Ultimately, he goes out for the remainder of the game. But, wild scenes in that moment. It was it had all the markings. Nobody knows this for sure unless you were out there. It had all the markings of he was out on the field, and it was very prevalent. Yeah, you said that while we were up in the press box. You thought you saw a fencing response from him. Well, it was like right? It wasn't the classic fencing, both hands up, because he had the ball in one hand first of all. But it wasn't the classic, like almost touchdown type hands up. But his left hand sort of like clawed and was up on his chest. If you watch the replay, and again, and the fact that as soon as he hit the ground, Singleton was going like this. That's always a bad sign when you see the other team. Yeah, you could tell, okay, he must be out, and we don't know that for sure, but it sure looked like it. Yeah. Now, obviously, like I said, he ended up in percussion protocol, and he did not return to this game. I think the conversation that started up, or one of the many conversations that started up around this, was what we saw from the officials. They threw the flag when it immediately happened. Abrams-Drain, who was the cornerback filling in for Patrick Surtain II, who was out in this game, comes over kind of almost from a blind side of where CJ was. And as CJ very, very lethargically is getting down to slide, he hits him. What we ultimately see is kind of shoulder to CJ's chest. Yes. And after a booth review, they pick up the flag. Mm-hmm. Fair or foul, John Lopez? I think fair according to the rules. He tackled it. He didn't lead with his head. It was one of those plays that just last year, DeMeco Ryans, and this clip has been making the rounds a little bit. When it happened to Azeez Al-Shaair, DeMeco Ryans was saying it puts the defender in a tough spot, when he was defending Azeez Al-Shaair. He didn't necessarily defend Abrams-Drain, but when he was defending Azeez Al-Shaair last year, he was saying, you don't know what the quarterback's going to do. It was kind of a sideways slide, So it sucks, because I don't know what would have happened. There was a penalty there that was picked up. What would have happened if they hadn't? But I actually think, according to how they reviewed it. It was a booth review. And so according to how they called it and reviewed it. So the head coach's perspective on it after the game.
CJ scrambled. Of course, he slid, and the guy, came up and hit him. As I see, it's unnecessary roughness. He hit the quarterback when he's sliding and giving himself up. If I'm incorrect on the rule, I've seen that happen multiple times, with our guys. And we get the penalty, but for some reason it just didn't happen there. So we'll look at the film and see what actually happened there. At the end of the day, we lost our starting quarterback, all right, because of the play. And anytime you lose your starting quarterback, it's always tough. Davis battled, tried to do a good job there. He battled, but we just didn't do well offensively once we lost CJ.
Yeah, the frustration for me is that when you see the way that the play ultimately played out, I think I feel similarly to, I think Seth said this when I was hanging out with them at KHOU yesterday. Feel similarly about it than I probably would of the Aziz, where, I mean, he's getting down late. CJ's getting down late. I mean, obviously, he's looking forward at, I can't remember the defender that's in Singleton, right? Singleton directly in front of him. And he starts getting down, but it's happening late, and it's happening slowly to the point where Abrams Drain, and now
what's he going to do?
Now we're doing the thing where we're Zapruder filming, we're going frame by frame. I saw him, what I believe to be him, leading into trying to go make that tackle before CJ is even really starting to drop.
Right.
So I feel bad about it. The only thing that frustrates me is typically if you're going to err in making that call to quarterback. That was the thing that frustrated me. I think by the letter of what the league has done, and honestly, I think the way that a lot of us who feel for the defenders in this league want it called, that's one of those where, you have to have a certain responsibility and culpability as a quarterback. It's just deeply frustrating to see that after a lot of time of this not really being, litigated or officiated in a way that felt like it was even, now maybe with some level of emphasis of, hey, let's try and be a little bit more fair to the defensive linemen or defensive players. Now C.J. Stroud gets caught up in the crosshair, and then you ultimately don't get the penalty.
And again, just last year, DeMeco Ryans was on our side on that, in terms of like what's the defender supposed to do. But let's not even, we don't necessarily have to dig in on that. What I'm really interested and concerned about is where the Texans are as a team as a result of this. Because here come the Jacksonville Jaguars, fresh off an overtime win yesterday.
Versus the Raiders.
C.J. Stroud is in the concussion protocol. We know that there are always exceptions, but by and large, that's a good week. That's a good week that you're going to miss. And you got to go through 5 levels of protocol over the course of the week before you get cleared, and each one of those levels has to be get clearance from a doctor. So I'm not saying he's not going to play, but history tells us that the odds are against him playing.
Yeah, I could even get into those levels if you want. One of the things I did in trying to figure out, okay, does CJ play next week, and how long does he miss if he misses time? And I just did like a cursory look, the easy one here locally, and it's Nico Collins, right? He just missed week 8 with that concussion after sustaining that week 7, right? That's a wide receiver. I don't know how much that fits in the same way, because one of the things that I was saying, as you were rightfully saying, CJ's not returning to his game, I was like, well, quarterbacks seem to be treated differently. Should they? Absolutely not. When it comes to concussions, we need to protect all these players' brains the best we possibly can. But quarterbacks seem to operate just a little differently. There's a little bit more of an understanding from the league that that's where your bread is buttered. So I was going to try and see if there was maybe anything that I could surmise from the quarterbacks who had recently gotten concussions. So I tried to kind of like go back to my memory banks and use search engines to see if I could find what happened. Do you remember Jalen Hurts dealing with a grade 1 concussion week 16 last year? He got this concussion. He missed week 17. He also missed week 18. However, week 18, they played their third quarterback, Tanner McKee, because they had already wrapped up the number 2 spot. So I do wonder if that would have been a 1 week as opposed to a 2 week for Jalen Hurts, the quarterback of the Eagles, Houston boy. All right, Trevor Lawrence. Now, people will point to that and go, well, he ended his season after that week 13 matchup with the Texans. But it's worth remembering, and one of the things that we were frustrated with in the moment was that Aziz didn't put him out for the rest of the season based off of concussion. He was dealing with the clavicle injury where they weren't even sure if he was going to play in that game to begin with.
Right.
And then at that point, they shut him down due to those injuries. Like, I don't think that was a concussion thing. However, he was concussed the year prior in 2023 in week 15. He played the very next week.
Right.
So, like, that's one where you have a guy who came. And similarly, if you go back to Josh Allen in 2019, he left a game, and now this is years back clearly, but he left a game in week 4 versus the Patriots, 4th quarter with a grade 1 concussion, and was available for the next game. So there have been instances where guys have made their way back. I just wonder, for one, like, how does this ultimately actually litigate it? Is this actually a grade 1? And then it's all about symptoms. Do those symptoms clear up? And have we become more attuned to those symptoms? Because a few of those that we're talking about are more than a year ago. And the one that we have the most recent is one where you missed a game.
Yeah, and it is possible. You know, we both mentioned that it has happened. You just illustrated it. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays. And you talk about how quarterbacks are treated differently, and that's true. But the reps during the week for quarterbacks seem to be immensely important. And I don't anticipate him getting a lot of reps. So we'll see, you know, because what if, you know, Wednesday, Thursday, the big practices, if Davis Mills gets the majority of the reps, are they just going to flip and go ahead and go with CJ?
Let me ask you, would you flip?
I probably would.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I probably would. But reps for quarterbacks in a big week like this against Jacksonville, and your game planning and your, you know, getting timing against, you know, in certain plays that you're, you know, putting in for that are immensely important. So it's very, very interesting how it's going to play out this week. Of course, we have all week to talk about it. But here's the other thing. You know, you're 3-5, man. You're 3-5. Jacksonville's 5-3, and the Colts are what, 7-2?
7-2.
7-2.
We'll talk about that a little bit later.
Yeah, and we will. But what I'm saying is that the importance of him coming back.
Assume that he's ready to, right? Like, nobody wants him to play.
Exactly.
And I hear this. Astro on the YouTube says, who cares if CJ comes back next week? This offense still sucks. I think that there's variations of suck, man. Like, there are levels of suck. And I hate to say it that way, but I think that's true. What you saw, and not to be the guy that goes, I told you or whatever, but I wonder how those people that were clamoring for, well, let's put Davis Mills
that's
out
over,
here.
right?
I can't believe we was even entertaining that crap.
It's a very clear difference when you have CJ, and the thing that I noticed was the processing, which is very important for this particular offense, being able to progress through your reads. The processing for CJ happened so much quicker than it did for Davis Mills. Now, what I'm interested in is, I don't think that you're dead in the water if Davis has to start, because one thing that we can acknowledge is it's a very good Broncos defense, and he had to jump in without preparation into this game.
Sure. And then
you look at next week, which is, I think,
that speaks to what, like, the reps for the quarterback in that game plan with those plays, what you're implementing. It's kind of important, man.
Yeah, I think when you look at Jacksonville, not nearly the same level of defense as the Denver Broncos.
Sure.
And Davis Mills without an opportunity to prep. He's played in a similar system. If you can give him an idea of, hey, this is what you're looking for in a way that he obviously did not have in this game, can he be a lot more passable than what we saw in that second half? I think yes. How much more ends up being the question where you're trying to find out to get you W's.
Yeah, I kind of leaned on the first part you said. That defense is crazy, man. So once Davis Mills hopped in there, I'm like, man, if the Texans defense don't stop them for the rest of the game and don't let them score, it's going to be a long day for that offense.
And you know the one thing, though, and again, I don't want to victim blame or whatever, because obviously thoughts are very much with C.J. Stroud, who on his foundations page, like a picture of him and his mom, they put up with, like, you know, him saying that he was doing all right. So we're glad to hear that. On the very play, that third and long that ultimately he gets hit short on, there's a lot more room to his left if he had decided to veer that way. I don't know that he would have picked up the first down still. But I do wonder if going away from Abrams' drain, if he might have had a better outcome. Now, of course, that's all, you know, all hindsight, and it's always 2020. But yeah, I was looking at that, and I was like, there's a lot more room towards his left if he does not just go barrel straight towards Alex Singleton. But yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's going to be a conversation that I'm guaranteeing that we have all week long after a 18-15 loss versus the Denver Broncos. All right, coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. What word describes your emotions after the 18-15 loss to the Denver Broncos? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
ever before. Call D&M Leasing today.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, question of the day here as we react to an 18-15 loss by your Texans against the Denver Broncos. What word describes your emotions after the 18-15 loss? Apparently, I might need to revise that to words because y'all are sending a lot of
A lot
them.
of hyphens.
We appreciate that, though. 713-572. Somebody said, like, what do you expect when the quarterback is under so much pressure? It didn't feel like that was the case in this game.
I didn't think so. Like with Davis Mills, I mean, there was a little bit here and there. He would have to step around, muddle through some traffic. Nothing more than you see on any given Sunday for any given team.
No, all right. So I used next-gen stats and different ways and different places come up with their pressure percentage in different ways. So there's a little bit of variation, but for the purposes of just getting a ballpark general idea, right? Yeah. I'm using the pressure percentage presented by next-gen stats. Of 26 qualified passers, where do you think Davis Mills fell when it came to pressures? Number one being the most pressures, which I can tell you is not Davis Mills, was J.J. McCarthy, 58.1%. And number 26 being the absolute least pressures, which I can also tell you is not Davis Mills. That was Aaron Rodgers. He was only pressured 10% of his snaps this week.
I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt here from what I eyeball test anyway. I'm going to say 18th.
20th. He was pressured on 24% of his snaps.
So that's very acceptable. You should be able to thrive in situations like that.
They didn't get a lot of separation. We can talk about that more. But what was the word that describes your feeling? Because we've got a lot of different words. Expected is a word that comes in from the 713. It goes back to what Lopez says. Their offensive line is just not good enough. Peed the F off, was somebody said.
4 words.
That's a lot of words. Dumbfounded was a word that came in. And to clarify, it's like having a set of sons where one acts up and the other is fine. You get kicked out of the establishment because of that son, but you still love them. I'm guessing the one that gets that was acting up is the offense in your mind.
Yeah, the one word that comes to mind for me is waste. Just waste. This is a Super Bowl caliber defense. You can win a Super Bowl with this defense. You gave some numbers. Let me give you some numbers here that are really, they kind of boggle the mind. The Texans, and this is no surprise, ranked 31st today in red zone percentage. Over the last 3 weeks, they're DFL. So they're 31st and 32nd in red zone percentage. But they're also third in the league in time of possession. So they're third best in the NFL in time of possession today.
I wonder how much of that was because they just had a 41-minute
and the previous game too.
Yeah,
previous game. So they're third in time of possession, but 31st in red zone TDs. That doesn't compute, and 24th overall in points. That definitely doesn't compute. All that time of possession and you're 24th in the league in points?
I mean, it doesn't compute until you look at it, right?
You're wasting the defense.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely incredibly wasteful. Like I'm trying to find the right word that gets me to the feeling of just blah. Mm-hmm. Like I would like to come up with a much better word. The thing is, I came out of this game and I was like, I don't even think I'm mad at anything.
That's what I said right out of the chute.
It's just a whole bunch of this is kind of the things that keep annoying part of it.
Maybe that's the word.
Maybe that is it. Just because it's the same thing, right? And what's most annoying is that it's a thing where we get the back and forth where there's a one step forward and there's a couple steps backwards and then a couple steps forward and one step backwards and we all end up in the similar place. I mean, we did the thing again, right? You got a really good performance from, in week 5 versus the Ravens. You get a bye week, 15 days. You come out against Seattle, you lay an egg. You get a pretty solid performance and a victory that you needed versus the Niners. And then you get a tough opponent in the Broncos and some bad fortune, I will acknowledge. But then you're just not able to get over. It was a lot closer, I would say. I was talking to B. Scott after the game. In that moment, I was like, hey, look, if DeMeco Ryans gets up there and says we're close, I would actually not be nearly as mad.
That's one of the thoughts I put down in my notes.
They were close in this one.
But one of the thoughts I put in my notes was this is the first time all year where They were close.
They were close. But the thing about it is, like, the margins were so thin, and there was a lot of things where I go, margins would have been different if you could punch in a touchdown from 2 yards out. The margins are a little bit different if you let an explosive player like Jalen Noel stay out there and give you some separation where you weren't able to, get some, it felt like, in the second half. There was a lot of little things that I go, damn, I felt like we already learned this. Yeah, we're in this place again.
Yeah, the word I got that came to my mind was predictable, man.
That's
like,
a good one.
Once C.J. Stroud went out, then I'm like, man, this is going to be tough, man, because I feel like the defense was doing really good, but there's so much you can do throughout the whole game, man. And I was just kind of wondering which side was going to bend or not bend, but break. And, I just feel like that last drive was really so predictable, especially for the Broncos. I'm like, man, all they need is a couple large chunk of plays just to get a field goal range, and that's exactly what happened.
Let me give you an example of why this, to me, waste just echoes in my brain right now. Yesterday's the perfect example. So you get a generational type defense doing generational type things yesterday. You get 2 turnovers. You don't turn over the ball yourselves at all. Your special teams is outstanding. You get the muffed punt from Bandy. You get good returns. You get all these things. The defense was suffocating. You got that short field, like I said. You don't turn the ball over. You control the clock, all these things, and you lose. What a waste of a defense that should be good enough to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, you talked about that muffed punt. I believe that was the second biggest positive EPA boost in the game. There's the Dalton Schultz 47-yard pass, which was gorgeous. C.J. Stroud connecting with this tight end who's banged up, playing through some stuff. And the second biggest positive play of your game was a muffed punt.
Yeah.
That was what this game was.
Waste.
Waste. It's a great one. Expected is a word rather that comes in on the YouTube. Deflated, resigned, conceded. Wow, okay, apathy, pathetic are words that are all coming in. Mid, right? Like, there's a lot of these, and these are all really frustrating. These are signs of people kind of letting go of the ropes somewhat, John Lowe.
You feel this way because of how the season been overall?
Because of the offense.
Yeah.
You're wasting it.
Yeah, no, like I feel like it had something to do with how just the offense been performing all season too, because Davis Mills was in this game a lot of the time. And once he got in, like, I have no faith in Davis Mills. I've seen him already.
Just real quick, I am kind of with DeMeco what he said. Like, maybe not no excuses, but not a lot of excuses. Keep in mind, they had 2 red zone, trips with CJ on the field, and then score touchdowns. So, yes, it was definitely a factor that Davis Mills was in there.
I just think the way the season been going, it just kind of adds to it a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, the plays that CJ might have made from time to time to help get them up the field, even outside of the general morass of the offense, those ones you saw Davis Mills throw high, or maybe just outside of the reach of his wide receiver, and that definitely took them entirely out of the opportunity to have good offensive play. And even with all of that, they were this close. Yeah. They were just a hair away from managing to somehow take to overtime or even possibly beat a Denver Broncos team in that game. Waste is definitely a good word to use there. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we head into the 11 o'clock hour. We'll go around the NFL before we hear from DeMeco Ryans. But let's go around the NFL, where there were some really good games in the NFL, including what was a really fascinating game in the AFC as well. We'll talk about that next.
The Texans.
In Virginia by Chev.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, you're around the NFL, or you're in the loop rather, right here on Sports Radio 610, where we are going around the NFL. And, a lot of kind of upsets. Or kind of, I think Bill Barnwell of ESPN put it as a lot of 2 days after Halloween. A lot of teams proved that they were not so scary, and there was a lot of those. Did you feel that way? I mentioned an AFC game, in that mid-afternoon slate, that late afternoon slate between the Bills and the Chiefs, where the Bills came out victorious 28-21, although they got out pretty early in this game. Did you feel like that watching this game? Because Josh Allen looked pretty scary, but the Chiefs were the team that looked like, they're starting to put it together, and I don't know that they necessarily proved themselves or looked as scary as I thought they might be.
No, I felt like this is, where have I seen this before, is how I felt. Because the Bills in control, pretty much, and then all of a sudden Mahomes and the Chiefs start doing things they're supposed to, that they want to do. But at the same time, you get the regular season win. What is he now? 6-1, 5-1. In the regular season against the Chiefs, Josh Allen.
Oh, yeah.
And then 0-4 in the postseason. That's where my mind went. It was like, okay.
We're just following. Okay. That's fair. You thought about that longer run of this. Yeah. I didn't lose very much respect for either team. I think Kansas City, I still know them to be, and over the last so long, a team that just kind of finds themselves during the regular season and then goes and they put their best foot forward close to the end of the season and really into the postseason. They look like they're well within range of that. I think they were dealing without Isaiah Pacheco within this game, and you looked up and it was still a team that was able to decently well, but they were still throwing the ball around the yard a decent amount. The thing that was just fascinating to me is the continued progression of Josh Allen. I always go back to that initial Josh Allen that I saw coming out of Wyoming, and I was like, ain't no way. Yeah. Ain't no way this is the guy that y'all are trying to convince me. And then he magically became that guy and more. Like, they are continuing to heap more and more upon him, and he is answering the call time and time again, including, just completely dicing up defenses that you would not imagine would be that case.
That defense.
We'll see what it looks like in the postseason, right? Yeah. Especially as they heap more upon him. But Josh Allen continuing to stand up and look like that kind of player that, honestly, I did not believe that he was capable of when he first came in the league. It's kind of fun to watch a player continue to be that. What is not fun to watch by any stretch is a young player go out with a big injury.
Oof, boy. Are you like me? I haven't even watched the replays.
Unfortunately, I did see it.
I saw it, and I'm like, nope.
Yeah, one of the things, part of my ritual of sorts on a Sunday is to go and watch NFL Network, watch their game day highlights, just kind of get a better feel for all the different games, especially when I want to go around the AFC South, which we'll do a little bit later in the program. But Jaden Daniels, with this game well out of hand, mind you, I believe it was 38-7 at that point. Jaden Daniels, starting quarterback, still in the game, ends up dislocating his elbow during that loss. And there's a lot of conversation, obviously, questions as to why he's in the game. This was Dan Quinn talking about it. He said, I'm just gutted by it. I'm just bummed. We have read plays on it, and on the one he was injured on is usually a runner or a throw to the flat. It's not a scramble. It wasn't off or a throw, I'd say 50 times. It's a bummer, man, in a big way, close quote.
Yeah, and I always defend the quarterback and the coach in these situations. You've got to drag those guys off the field sometimes in terms of him being on the field. It's just how they're wired. It's just the way it is. So I don't necessarily blame him. It's just really ugly and unfortunate.
Yeah, really. I understand where Dan Quinn is there because he was the one getting that question as to, like, why didn't you protect your guy? And, I mean, having the guy on the field, obviously you mentioned there's usually players want to be there. I don't know. For some reason, it didn't sit right with me that this seemed to be something where he goes, hey, he started out here running dangerously.
Kind of put it on him.
He kind of threw him under the bus a little bit. Now, I know that it did not come from that spirit. One thing I know about Dan Quinn, being in relatively close proximity to him, covering him at times, those players love, and I mean capital LOVE, love playing for him. And so I doubt that he's the guy who's going to throw his guys under the bus. However, that's what that sounded like. It did sound like he's not supposed to be out here running around like that.
Yeah. What was he thinking?
If he wasn't doing that, he wouldn't have his arm bended back. But that was kind of a wild thing. So that was a big thing that happened in that game. Except, hey, this Sam Darnold thing, right? Like this, Sam Darnold looked fan-bleeping-tastic in this football game for Seattle to the point where I'm like, oh, this rehabilitation project for him is like, I don't have any more doubts on this. He's looked incredible. I'm not even waiting for the pumpkin to happen. In part because he has made some really, really good plays for Seattle thus far this season.
Who's the offensive coordinator over there?
That is Clint Kubiak.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. You know I was going to go there.
4 touchdowns.
They kept showing them, too.
He's working magic with this dude, man.
4 touchdowns for Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
In the first half, blowout victory for the Seattle Seahawks.
He was perfect in the first half, too.
Yes.
Like, he is just so comfortable. Now, I think it's worth acknowledging that the Commanders' defense obviously is not the best in the league. But regardless, at any given point, having an offense that dialed in where he's not missing, he's getting everybody involved. I'm learning the names of dudes that I didn't even know played in the NFL because they are spreading the ball out so well. 21 of 24, 330 yards, 4 touchdowns, 1 interception in the first half. And then he was, rather not in the first half, but before he was pulled for Drew Lock, and the game was well out of hand. Right? He literally had the best QBR of any game in his 8-year NFL career. Dude is.
It's been amazing, and you're right. Sam Darnold and the combination of what Clint Kubiak's doing for him, and then that defense and giving him opportunities. That division, by the way, is getting pretty damn interesting as well.
It is, because while they're doing that, the trade deadline apparently is Howie Roseman season, is what we need to call it, as the Eagles traded for Jalen Phillips, the pass rusher from the Miami Dolphins. That's one of the guys that we saw reporting on when it came to the Miami Dolphins. Once they fired the general manager, the reporting was it might be a fire sale. These are some names to watch out for. Jalen Phillips was one of those. He will make the trip to Philadelphia as they're trying to replace a little bit. Remember, they brought Brandon Graham. They traded for Michael Carter II, and they traded for Jair Alexander I think this week as well. Howie Roseman is doing it again. I saw some of the kind of analysis on this trade in particular. Jalen Phillips hasn't had a great year, and he is going to be a free agent at the end of the year. This one feels like
it's a talent.
It's a talent.
It's a talent.
It's a third-round pick if memory serves on that trade, but he could end up, signing a big deal if he does walk a free agency. He has that kind of talent.
Yeah.
And you can get a compensatory pick. And that's one of those things that I think about at the trade deadline, which brings me back to the Texans. I think we have more conversation to have about this, but are you in a place where you still have an appetite for a buy at the trade deadline for this Texas team?
Can I get back to you on that? Because actually I can't, because the trade deadline is tomorrow. The trade deadline is tomorrow. And here's where I am with this, and maybe we'll dig in a little more. What could they possibly do that fixes what their problem is?
Well, fixes a problem. I don't think that you were going to have a single block that slots
improves a problem. Because the defense is no problem. Special teams is no problem. Wide receiver, you got guys getting 11 snaps that you want on the field, so you think you got some talent there. Tight end might be one. Offensive line might one, but what could they might be one, but or 2 or 3. But what could you possibly get to fix the offensive line and tight end?
Well, I mean, I do wonder though and I don't think this is going to fix the problem by any means.
Yeah.
I keep coming back to that Breece Hall, and that's why I kind of thought about the Is Hall the type of player that you think, even if you aren't able to retain his services, that could ultimately end up being a compensatory pick that you?
I think you'd get something, wouldn't you? I mean, you'd have to.
Well, but he would have to sign a big deal on
Right.
the other side, and running back is a dicey proposition.
No, you're right, but I think he would. He's still young enough to where he'd probably sign a deal. And by the way, Woody Marks got injured in this game as well. We didn't even mention the other injuries.
Well, Woody Marks isn't the big one that I mentioned, even though you're right in that regard. It's Titus Howard.
Yeah.
Because Titus Howard, as much as we could talk about the offensive line, he's been pretty damn solid on that right side. And the difference between Titus Howard and Blake Fisher is pretty night and day, I think.
Very much night and day, and it affects your jumbo package. Which, by the way, he started the game. First play of the game was Blake Fisher in the jumbo at tight end position. Did it what? The referee got tired of saying that he was eligible when he would turn on his microphone. He's like, yeah, you know what I'm about to say, but number 57 is eligible. I think it's 57, whatever.
It is 57.
Yeah.
How do you not know that with how many times that we've had to hear it at this point?
But what I was talking about the division getting interesting, I was talking about the NFC West. Seahawks.
Oh, okay, yeah.
6-2. Rams 6-2. 49ers 6-3.
Yeah.
That is getting real interesting. And just as a side note, did you see what Mac Jones did yesterday at the end of the game?
Yeah, I thought it was a cool move.
That was really cool.
Subbed himself out to allow Adrian Martinez to get in and get a snap.
His first NFL snap.
That's some real, we are all in the quarterback room together. And I'm looking out for my homeboy. That's what that was. Well, a lot more to talk about, obviously, but you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's worth remembering that Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL. Watch your NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Just visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, coming up next, we hear from DeMeco Ryans after this 18-15 loss to the Broncos. We'll do that next.
one-score game, but we just couldn't find ourselves on the other end.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
It's a McCarran Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop, Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 after a Texans loss 18-15. Man, real rough game versus Denver. It was just a rough one to watch, man. Like, just I very much felt at some point, with, again, very little disrespect to Davis Mills. I just got to a point where I was like, man, he can't connect with these wide receivers. It was very evident that balls that were, way too far ahead or too high was just like, oh, this is not going to work out at some point. But another thing that I noticed, did you notice this? We got a decent amount of Jalen Smith.
We did
in this game.
Yes, I noticed that, and obviously we've been talking about the Christian Kirk-Noel thing as well. So how they played this out, but Jalen Smith, I'm not exactly sure what to make of that, because they've been having success otherwise as well. Maybe it's just he's just been looking that good in practice, or doing that well in practice. They wanted to get him on the field.
Yeah, I think that there's some of that. I was thinking, because I was looking at it, trying to figure out first and fourmost, what was he getting in for? Like, what was the circumstance? What was switching around? And it seems like most of the instances in which Jalen Smith, the rookie cornerback out of USC, where he was getting in was he would be slid in at outside cornerback. Kamari Lassiter slid into the slot. And Jalen Petrie slid back to more of a strong safety role in most instances where MJ Stewart was out. Like, that's what it seemed like they were doing there. And I don't know what to make of that. I don't think that that's inherently some level of lack of belief. I think there's a look that they like, and probably some level of credit towards Jalen Smith.
I think credit towards Jalen Smith and Jalen Petrie being able to come up and make the hit or tackle, in certain situations. Well, I'm curious what the down and distance was on those.
On the plays? Yeah. Oh, I will need to circle.
Yeah.
I'll do a little bit more digging to get exactly and specifically what those plays were.
Although I'm saying, when it could be an either or.
Sure.
Put Jalen Petrie up there to come up.
That's interesting.
Is what I'm wondering.
That's an interesting thought process. I'll have to go and look at that. But one of the things I will say is that Jalen Smith was in one of those plays. I'm trying to recall if that was one of the final drives, or not one of the final drives. One of the drives where the Broncos go and score.
Yeah,
was a drive where Jalen Smith on a 3rd and 10, I think, just could not break to go and create a tackle, and allowed a first down on the outside on that left side.
But I'm thinking more in terms of Petrie.
Yeah.
Simply because even though the Broncos, I was a little surprised they didn't run the ball more, because they had some success, especially early on with Dobbins, really both of them, but with Dobbins. And I'm wondering if it was like a second and I don't know, like it could, like 5 or 6, where it could be run or pass, maybe have Petrie in there.
Yeah,
that's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, I mean, to get big without getting too big necessarily.
Right.
Yeah, I'm going to want to with the all 22 coming out, get a better look at all of those things. But yeah, honestly, the Denver Broncos surprised me a little bit, and I guess this is some of coaching, right? We were looking at this like, all right, this is a team that sends 5-8 pressure. It didn't feel like you had as much of that in this game as expected, right? Like, you didn't have them applying nearly that same level of pressure as I thought that they would in this game, which I guess game plan, having a little bit of zig to the zag of the game plan.
They also kind of implemented Benito uniquely from what I had seen in the past. But I will say this, Allen in the middle of that defensive line, oh boy. That dude is a beast.
Yeah, that's one of those I would have loved to be wrong, because one of the things when I was going back and trying to watch some Broncos was, this number 99, Zach Allen, shows up. And boy, did he show up in this game again, batting down passes, especially once Davis Mills got in, just creating havoc at times. That's a really good defense, man. Like, shout out to Vance Joseph, because, it showed up in a plethora of ways, whether a goal line, obviously, we've talked a little bit about that, but just in all other circumstances, and absolutely flustering.
Yeah.
One, Davis Mills, especially once he got a majority of those opportunities. We're waiting on DeMeco Ryans to, step to the podium to talk to the assembled media with this game. I'm still amazed that the game, well, I guess I shouldn't be amazed that, the game management went the way that it did, because we were talking about it just a second ago, in the break, and this isn't a surprise from him. Like it wasn't an egregious mistake of like the play calling in that final possession once you get the ball at 124 or what have you left in the fourth quarter, because I could easily see first down absolutely necessary because you were at the 20-yard line.
Sure.
Even with a pretty good punt with Tommy Townsend could give you, you're still in a place where even if you run the clock down, they don't have a crazy far way to go to try and get a long field goal in. But it just felt like it fell in line and with a context of DeMeco Ryans not really necessarily managing the game to the most optimal. There's always little instances where meat is left on the bone, at least in my mind, from a game management standpoint.
I do think it was a little more egregious than we've seen even from DeMeco, only because he kind of deluded himself into thinking that they were something and had been doing things in that game that they just weren't doing. We played the audio earlier. Hey, we needed to throw the ball, get a couple first downs. You hadn't done any of that. You hadn't done any of that, especially in the second half. Kind of like, it goes back to what I opened the show with. Like he thinks, he wants this willpower and toughness and all that. They weren't being successful doing that. The smart play was to be able to play for the overtime. You get yourself more chances. You maybe get a turnover. You have a better clock, in terms of being able to run everything in your playbook. It's not just 1 minute left. No, I thought that was his biggest mistake yesterday for sure, and one of his biggest mistakes of the season in terms of feel for the game. That's what it is. Read the room. Feel for the game. You weren't going to do anything there.
I'm agreeing with you. Yeah. Like I said, I had gotten to a point where I didn't believe in their ability to move the football because of the ways that things go. I wanted to go back to, like, in part because they didn't have Noel on the field, but funny enough, there's instances where there were somewhat openings. There were guys open that Davis Mills just couldn't connect on. So I don't even know who to be mad at, but I'm still mad about Noel. If for no other reason, can I take you back to training camp real quick?
Yeah.
Jalen Noel wasn't running with the ones. Jalen Noel never got an opportunity to run with the ones. He was running with the twos a lot. With Davis Mills, like that was where it felt like they were having such a great connection. I was kind of sad.
We talked about it several times.
I was kind of sad to not see him get that opportunity with Davis Mills.
That's his guy.
Who they felt like they had actually built a pretty good rapport. Now training camp, over 8, 9, 10 weeks ago, but it still felt like that made it even more egregious, at least in my eyes, that we didn't get enough of Jalen Noel, because it did feel like you lost separation and opportunities to create real plays in the second half.
How much of the Kirk thing, and again, we've all, known we all know what he's done, and veteran, and has made some plays in this league and has made some money in this league. We know that Christian Kirk, has the bona fides, as you like to say, but how much, were you as surprised as I was? How much of this is, well, he's a veteran, that whole old school, he's been there. We got to trust the vets versus Jalen Noel, who had, by the way, if you didn't hear earlier, 11 snaps. They had 11
offensive snaps.
They had 73. They had 73 offensive snaps. He had 11.
Because this game went on forever.
Yes, it did.
Because this game refused to end.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah.
Falls in with that delusion that you're talking about.
Yeah.
Like, they've deluded themselves into believing that it's just going to be the experience and the willpower, and it's like sometimes you need Jimmys and Joes, and you also need X's and O's. But hey, that's not going to shift, right? Like, I think that I see the people that are like, well, now we're back in Fire Kaylee land, and I hear you on that. I don't know what switches there, but what can switch is getting the guys that are effective and are able to make something happen. It really takes me back to last week, and it makes me frustrated that the question that I was like, well, we have to ask it is, are they going to stay true to the things that have clearly helped them? And the answer is no. And I just don't understand how you can be in a circumstance, see something be beneficial to you, and then go away from it. Like, I imagine that there's a lot of parents out there listening that see this with a child somewhere where it's like, you studied for the test, you got a good grade. Why did you stop studying for the test? Like, that's how I feel looking at this Texans team, the way that they're operating. It's like, and when they find something good, it feels like they don't even want to stick to it.
No, you're 100% right. Maybe it's the philosophy, the overarching philosophy from Nick Caserio on down, and DeMeco Ryans, old school, all that. Either way, and if you didn't know this, I said he had 11 snaps. Christian Kirk had 41, which is a big disparity.
Yeah, that's the thing is even if you want to have Christian Kirk, I feel like this is very much a team that is comfortable.
Mix it up some.
They're
man.
comfortable mixing things in. I mean, you have a left guard rotation. How do you not have maybe even a cleaner rotation between Kirk and Noel where they both get in the game? Like I understand maybe you want to find some rhythm, but that doesn't seem to matter so much when you talk about offensive line. So why not have Jalen Noel? Even if he's on his hand time. Yeah, a single solitary time.
One time, one touch. And you're comfortable doing a very unorthodox thing, as you just mentioned, at left guard, but you're not comfortable doing that at wide receiver, where these guys have clearly proved themselves and deserve the time on the field? I don't understand it.
We're still waiting to see what DeMeco Ryans says to the assembled media after, a day after this loss, which, I mean, I wonder, and I'm interested to see how he answers to some of these things because – we've started to kind of develop a similar thought process that I think we're calling a level of delusion with this team. But going back to this offense in the red zone, because that's clearly a huge issue that's just over the entirety of the season, but I think is the single place where you lost this game, because if you are able to punch it in one of the two times where you're right there just at the goal line, this game is different. Is this the answer that they turned away from in the similar way that they've turned away from not utilizing Noel, or turned away from utilizing Noel rather? Play action in the red zone. Well, somebody texted in was like, do they just not use play action in the red zone? So I went and looked over the entirety of this season thus far. There have been 7 plays in the red zone where the Texans have used play action.
Ouch.
7 total plays. 3 of those were scored for touchdowns. One of those set up that play for a touchdown. Now, to be fair, the first play that was scored for, play action that went in for a touchdown was in the fourth quarter versus the Tennessee Titans.
Okay.
Right? The second one that went for a touchdown was against Baltimore in the first quarter. And the play before that was a play action play, not quite what we were talking about at the goal line, but still. And the final one is in the fourth quarter versus the Baltimore Ravens. So how much do you lean on that and the ability to use play action versus defenses that we know were not very good, especially at the time that you played them, those types of things. But then the other 3 times they used play action in the red zone, all versus Seattle, Monday night, and all of those incompletions. So is that something that scared them away? Is Nick Caley in a place where, there's almost a lack of object permanence where I did it stopped working, so I turn entirely away from it? Like, what are you hearing when I give you those numbers on the way that this team uses play action in the red zone?
I'm hearing that there's kind of a little spitballing going on in the red zone, not really knowing, which direction to go, because you talk about how they've sort of flip-flopped all of a sudden. Well, they ran the ball, was it 4 times? I think 4 times from the 2-yard line, maybe 5 times from the 2-yard line. And then the other one was a quarterback sneak that was from the 2, as opposed to running the quarterback sneak and having success with like they're just sort of spitballing when they get to the end zone.
And 832, we talked about this last week. They don't sell play action well. Fair, but I mean, right now what we're seeing in the red zone is pass, or run right into a wall. Now, of course, some of that pass was that Seattle game where, I mean, you're at the one and they're all play action passes, right? But it just feels like, man, that there's not answers. Like, this is one of those places where I will come to Nick Caley and I go, how much of this is not in the creativity? There are first-time play callers that have creativity.
Right.
This is where creativity shows off, right? The red zone is where there's a lot less space. I was talking to Seth about it yesterday, and he makes a valid point, is that he almost at that point didn't want to get into the red zone because there's less room. There's less room to run defenders out of the out of the play and then working those underneath routes. There's no underneath, right? It's just such a condensed space that it's going to require just really good understanding of what defenses are going to do and how to break it down in order to get you openings, and it just doesn't feel like you.
Well, that's what I'm saying when they're spitballing. Like, they tried this and it didn't work, or it worked, or whatever, but then it didn't, and so you switch to that, and then you switch back to this without really sort of the game plan of the red zone and being able to execute because there's less room, as you mentioned.
Yeah, man. From the 8-3-2, Noel had his chances in the games. Kirk was out. That can't.
He didn't have a lot.
That can't be the way that you view this, though, right? Like, it just can't be that, Jalen Noel got a chance to play and now Kirk back, so it's his. Like, I think the goal is, right, it was winning football games. Like, I'm not losing my mind here, right? The goal is putting the best opportunity for you to get up and score on the field. And I mean,
Kirk wasn't playing that damn good.
Without question.
Where his job was just solidified right there.
No, he absolutely was not. And by the way, Texans Cap, our friend, just posted the red zone offensive touchdowns from the 2-yard line. And
yeah, that's what
I was
mentioning earlier.
Yeah, you've talked about that. That's pretty incredible that you have 0.
Yeah, no, that's an incredible indictment. And move away from it. Who are the teams that are like even just barely above? I think that's it's fun to kind of let's go through this, right?
I got it right here.
Who are the teams that are just above? The teams that you go, they're not good either, but they at least have touchdowns.
Before I give you that, I was looking at the standings this morning, and you realize there are only 5 teams in the entire AFC that have fewer wins than the Texans right now.
Yeah.
Can I give you those 5 teams?
Sure.
Dolphins, Jets,
okay,
Browns,
sure,
Raiders, and Titans.
I'm inclined to laugh at all those teams.
That's my point. Like, only those 5 teams have fewer wins than you. The 5 worst teams that are, like you said, laughable in the AFC, that's it. Dolphins, Jets, Browns, Raiders, and Titans. The only ones that have fewer wins than the Texans. That is problematic. Now, let's talk about the red zone touchdowns from the 2 or in. Texans have 0.
Correct.
32nd in the league. Right above them, New Orleans Saints have 1. Raiders have 1. Dolphins have 1. Are you sensing a trend here? The bad teams right ahead of them. Falcons have 2. Vikings have 2. Patriots have 3. And so on. But yeah, 0 and right above you, Dolphins, Raiders, and Saints.
It's frustrating. Also because it's getting me to a place where I'm like, well, what if we do this? Like I'm not no offensive play caller. And somebody asked on the text line, is this a Ben McDaniels thing? This is an entire staff thing. There's no way that you go through all of these instances where you have so limited instances in the red zone, and then you're still so ineffective. Can nobody come up with no answers? Like, this ain't really one of those circumstances. And if it is, this is a real problem. I'm not saying that that's what it is, but if it's an instance where people have answers and they're just like, no, I'm inclined to keep them to myself, that's a real problem. But if anybody in that room has an answer, they'd be stepping up and giving answers. Like, I think this is the circumstance where it is. You need to be able to get answers some way, somehow. All right, let's take a break real quick. We'll come back and see what DeMeco Ryans has to say to Assemble Media. You're listening in The Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Monday night.
games from your home, experience them live. Tickets are going fast. Secure them now at HoustonTexans.com.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop and Reggie Atatula.
All right, DeMeco has stepped to the podium at NRG Stadium. This is what the head coach has to say on a Monday.
This morning?
Yeah, it's good.
All right.
I know what time you are.
It feels like afternoon.
DeMeco, midway roughly through the season here, the defense has had a lot of success. It hasn't been that way on offense. It's been kind of lopsided. As an organization, in terms of how you build the roster, how you put it all together, how do you kind of get that where it's not so one-sided from one side of the ball?
We have to play team ball. It's a team game, and we have to play complementary football, all three phases, helping each other out, however that looks every week. To me, it really doesn't matter. It's about finishing the game in the winning fashion. They're scoring more points than the other team. They're stopping them, not allowing them to score points.
In a few hours, but do you have any new information on C.J. Stroud, and if Davis Mills does have to play, what are your expectations of him?
Yeah, CJ's in the concussion protocol. Spoke to him last night. He's feeling a little bit better. We'll see how the week goes and how he has progresses throughout the week. And Davis has to step in and play. We just expect him to go out and do his best. Just play the offense the proper way, make great decisions with the football.
Some of the struggles you guys have had on some of the short yardage plays, is there an adjustment, a change in the future with how you guys approach those so that you can maybe mitigate some of those issues?
I hope so. We're trying to convert them. So we have to do something different. Obviously, what we're doing, it hasn't worked. So we just got to find a different way.
Call CJ to be, injured or concussed. How do you balance looking at it from, coach's standpoint, former player standpoint, and then with the way that Azeez was penalized last year, and it was basically almost like the same hit. It wasn't the head area, but how do you balance, being able to judge that?
Yeah, look, it's a tough play, right? The quarterback is sliding. I thought the quarterbacks are protected when they slide, but what I'm learning is if you hit them, don't hit them in the head or neck area, they slide. You hit them in the chest, and that's just fine. So that's what I learned.
DeMeco, do you and Nick expect to be aggressive at the trade deadline?
We'll see what happens throughout the trade deadline. Not involved in that right now. Just finishing up here. We'll see what happens, later throughout the afternoon.
At the end of your last possession, any regrets doing what you did? Phil's think it was the right decision? Or?
No regrets. Look, we're trying to get in position and score, right? We tried to throw the ball. We had a couple quick options to throw the football, and then get the clock moving, get our 2-minute drive started. It didn't happen.
A lot of focus, obviously, on what changed when CJ left the game, but you also weren't able to pretty much go jumbo package the rest of the game because Blake's on the field for Titus. Did that change a little bit of offensive football that you might have wanted to play otherwise?
Not really. It didn't change much for us. Not going jumbo package is not a huge deal for us. Still had opportunities. We're targeting the right way. We got to make sure we're blocking and making sure we're finishing our blocks. If we want to be great in the run game, it's going to take more finish in our blocking, which we got to improve.
A couple of years ago, you guys were in a similar position like this. CJ gets hurt in just a couple of games, but you guys were able to win a very pivotal game against the Titans. Obviously, much different roster, different coordinators, things of that nature. But how much can you draw back from that experience? How he was able to rally the team and be able to get key wins? How much can you draw back from that experience to apply to this situation?
Yeah, every experience, everyone, it's new. It's a new team, new year. So we'll do what we have to do, put ourselves in the best position to go out and play a great game, to play winning football. So that's how we'll approach it this week.
Visceral response. I know when you get inside the 1 yard line, you think we're supposed to be able to score. We should be able to knock folks off the line of scrimmage. However, if it comes to a point that sometimes you can play action, maybe you can be an option as opposed, okay, line them up, let them knock, then go play action on them, throw the pass for 1 yard. Touchdown's touchdown. Like you say, you want to win the game.
Yeah, it's a lot of what ifs, right? We throw the ball on the goal line, we don't get in. Hey, you guys should run the ball more. We run the ball, we don't get in. Hey, you should throw. So there's always what I would have done different. Look back at it, do it different. Look, I approach the game from a physical mindset of, hey, if you're on the 1 yard line and we got to knock somebody back to get in and approach it. And that's how I always approach it. And then when we do get in the end zone on the 4th down, we got a false start. So it's like we got in the end zone. CJ got in, but points are taken off the board because we have a false start. We're not locked in on the snap. So it's just so many things there that goes in. Yeah, there's a physical mindset. That's what this game is built on. You have to have that mindset, and you should want to be in those situations where, hey, we got to knock somebody off the ball to go get 1 yard. If you don't have that mindset, then yeah, you're probably not going to get in.
Kalen and Kamari had good games yesterday. You immediately trusted them, and they've been consistently impacting the game. What's stopping Jalen Noel and Jaden Higgins from doing that early in their career?
You're talking about, 4 completely different guys. I don't think you can there's not apples to apples as you compare those guys. But all our young guys have done a really good job. They're all growing, developing, doing the things that we asked them to do. I think Jay Noel and Jay Higgins have done a really good job of the things we've asked them to do.
Coach, 10 weeks into the season, what would you say that your team's offensive identity is?
For us right now, offensively, we got to be better. We have to be better, and that's from all standpoints of just putting guys in position, that's executing all the way across the board. We just have to be better offensively.
Titus Howard and concussion protocol as well. How's he doing? Did you have a chance to also talk with him? And also, were any of those injuries for Darrell Taylor, are those long-term injuries?
Yeah, Titus is in a concussion protocol as well. Again, you'll see how those guys progress. As you guys know, concussions are, it's very sensitive to each guy. It's you want to make sure they come back and they're okay when they come back. We don't want to rush guys back from concussions. It's all about, players' health and safety. That's the first and foremost thing that I'm concerned about. Titus is feeling better. I did speak with him as well. With Christian and DT. Christian had a leg injury and DT had a ankle injury, so we're still, evaluating those guys, and we'll have to see what that looks like as the week goes along as well.
But it is, you got something?
Yeah. What went into some of the struggles in getting Nico the ball in the second half? He had a great first half and then wasn't able to have a catch in the second half.
Yeah, look, we tried to get the ball to him. It didn't work out. Of course, we all like to see the ball go to Nico, right? 20 times, put the ball up to Nico. That's everybody's first thought. Get the ball to Nico. Of course, we want to get the ball to Nico. We got to do a better job of game planning and putting them in a position to get the ball more.
DeMeco, obviously you don't want to be at this point, but how much does 3 and 5 concern you, and how do you navigate it when every game matters here from here on out?
Yeah, for me, every game mattered from the start of the season, so it doesn't change my mindset. Every game is important. Every game it's on the line, so that doesn't change where we are. We just got to go play better football. And look, everybody. You're right there, had opportunities to close it out, multiple opportunities there to convert on 3rd down and make plays where we got to make the throw, make the catch. We had guys in position. Defensively, we got to find a way to get a stop, to get off the field there. So we had our chances. Right? We came up short.
When you look around the AFC and you look at your record, do you feel like the playoffs are still attainable, and if so, how do you all get to that goal?
Right now, we can't talk about playoffs until we play football better.
Thank you.
All right? Thank you, guys.
There's DeMeco Ryans talking to the assembled media, and there's some stuff in there. John Lopez, what caught your attention the most?
Yeah, 2 things definitely caught my attention, and it comes back to what we all know has been the attention, has been the most important thing, and that's play calling. Play calling specifically in the red zone. You heard there at the end, we've got to do a better job of game planning and putting him in position. We was talking about Nico Collins. But this really sort of made my eyebrows raise a little bit. And that's when he was talking about, potential changes down in the red zone. Said we have to do something different. We got to find a different way.
Okay.
Now, what does that mean? Is that plays? Is who's involved in the game plan? And I'm not saying change this year, but I don't know if you heard that, but it was over the course of talking about different ways to approach the red zone. But he actually went to, and there's an ellipsis in here. He didn't go one to the next, but I'm saying these are two things that he said. We have to do something different, and then he said something, and then he went, we got to find a different way. And I'm like, that's something.
It is, but everything is so vague, and obviously I'm not expecting him to get up and give us particulars as to what everything is. I mean, to the point of, I think the most vague response was obviously the question where he's asked, I think is this the second week in a row that he's asked this question, what is your offense's identity? If it's not the second week in a row,
I think it was after the Seattle
moving the
game.
Football, scoring points, I think was it. This time his answer is we've just got to be better.
Yeah.
It's not an identity. And I understand where he's coming from. They do need to be better, but everything, I saw someone during the course of this saying, DeMeco has nothing but excuses. These aren't really excuses. These are just generalities that don't particularly speak directly to what we're talking about. Mm-hmm. We've just got to be better is fine, but I also have that. We've just got to be better. Mm-hmm. I think the question I have is, do you have the path to getting better is the question. And I don't even know in just in a general sense with what you have on the field if you have necessarily a wide path to being better. But there are small things that are paths to getting better that I think we've seen that they have neglected to choose. Mm-hmm. But yeah, that's the question that I think needs to be asked. Obviously on the outside we're asking that. I think as an organization, if they're going to be real, the deadline tomorrow, what do you have the path to get there, and are you on that path to get there? Because if you want to be honest with yourself, which you need to be, that's question number one.
And I'm glad you mentioned that because he was asked specifically about being 3-5.
Mm-hmm.
And do you feel like the playoffs, or how your mindset is in these games, and if the playoffs are realistic? And he said it doesn't change my mindset. I think it does. I think it does. And the hint to that is what he talked about with changing the game plan. We have to game plan better. We have to do things different. He knows the clock is ticking, man. The clock is ticking. And
it's not early.
It's not early. It's not late, but it's not early. It's week 10. He has to know, look, this, and we've talked about it today. This is a Super Bowl caliber defense. The special teams played freaking outstanding yesterday, and we're not getting it done on offense. We need to change. I expect, even if it's not a public thing, I expect they're going to be changing the way they do business, at least game planning for the offense.
You're right. He gave the slightest cracks as to it's not only is it not good enough, that's something that he will say.
We got to change.
But we got to find ways to be better. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, something that DeMeco said in there finally got me to the place of, I think I see the difference, and I think I see the issue, or one of the main issues, with some of the, Patriots' way of we just got to do our jobs. I'll tell you what I think that is next.
Coach DeMeco isn't going to let C.J. Stroud's injury be an excuse for the Texans' loss.
There's no excuses. A lot of teams have won games with backup quarterbacks before. We had our opportunity. We had our chance. We didn't make the play.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Your Odyssey.
Access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, it's a Reaction Monday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. After the Texans fall to the Denver Broncos 18-15, it's a last-second game-winning field goal for the Broncos, a game-winning drive, in fact, that felt very familiar to the Texans as Week 2 Tampa Bay Bucks Baker Mayfield did it to you. And weirdly enough,
it looked the same.
Yeah, I mean, you had Henry To'oTo'o there, looking back towards the backfield, and yet somehow being in an oddly ill-placed position for Bo Nix to be able to step up and pick up that first down. That was frustrating. C.J. Stroud lost early on in this game. In fact, DeMeco Ryans spoke about that when he talked to the media here recently. You heard that here just a little while ago. He said that C.J. Stroud in the concussion protocol. He did say that he had talked to C.J. last night and that he was feeling better for whatever that's worth.
Feeling a little bit better. See how the week goes.
But you acknowledged it. You said it earlier, and we didn't go through all 5. But it is a layered process to return from a concussion in the NFL. Once
there's 5 steps, and we don't necessarily have to list them. I mean, I have them, but it's basically what you can do, hunting the things, workouts with the team, and then practice and all that. But every step of the way, after every step, you have to be cleared by a doctor. And I'm not sure if that's a team doctor or an NFL doctor.
Well, actually, you say you don't want to go through it. I want to go through it real quick because what's worth noting is that the 5 steps is you have to be able to do symptom-limited activity, right? So you need to be able to do activity without symptoms, right? You need to be able to do aerobic exercise, which obviously is a certain level of exercise that's high. Then you need to be able to do football-specific exercise, club-based non-contact training. So you need to be able to get through that. And the reason why I wanted to get through this is the 5th one, which is the most important. You need to then be able to go through full football activity and clearance, which means he would need to get through the protocol by Thursday, right?
Wednesday at the earliest.
I was like, could he get through the protocol? Like, again,
by Thursday,
he would have to be a
Thursday
modern
at the latest.
miracle.
I'll put it that way. Yeah.
There isn't football activity on Friday, is there?
There's walkthrough.
Does that count?
I don't think so.
I can't. Maybe it does, but I can't imagine if we're being thorough, which sometimes that's been questioned with the NFL, that football activity being a walkthrough trying to come back from a concussion would count. So I feel like it would have to be
Thursday,
which leans me even further to the idea that you might have Davis Mills starting on Sunday as you welcome in the Jacksonville Jaguars.
And I keep going back to this. You're right. And every step of the way, you have to have medical clearance. In other words, you do it. An NFL doctor or team doctor says, yes, he's good to go, and then you go to the next step and so on. So there's that. I keep going back to, we all know how big every with a team that is 5-3. You just heard him, and then that's what hit me the strongest in terms of DeMeco's comments is like, we have to do things different. We have to game plan better.
Yeah.
And you have a quarterback that doesn't get those reps. Now, maybe they can be in the meetings. I don't know how that's going to play out, but it's certainly not going to get the reps on the field for that specific game plan with those specific plays. And then you play on Sunday. That's where I am. I think Davis Mills is going to get the majority of those, and that means he might be out another week.
I'm less worried if you were able to, again, miraculously get C.J. Stroud through the protocol and ready to play for Sunday versus the Jacksons.
Less worried about that?
Because you've played the Jags before, right?
Sure.
I would hope the game plan is different, but I imagine that there's some things that would carry over to where C.J. Stroud, who is starting to feel like, or at least to me on the outside, starting to feel like he has a better grasp on what this offense is, whatever that is, for whatever that's worth, that he would be able to step in without like the fullness of the week. Now, when you talk about injuries, one of the bigger ones is the Titus Howard one, who is also in the concussion protocol, and I imagine the same questions and concerns I have. That one gets bigger because his understudy being Blake Fisher takes away jumbo packages we were talking about, which is a thing.
And he's starting at right tackle.
And then he's starting at right tackle, which at least I know two-thirds of the show not super excited about. But I tease this, and I do want to get to this because in listening to DeMeco Ryans, there was a light bulb that clicked on. And you've been big on here's the Patriot way. Like here's the things that they are clearly modeling from a lot of the staff's tenure there in New England. And I think that there's one that took me so long to get here, but there's one thing that's clearly missing if indeed you're trying to go with the next man up, every man just do your job, mentality.
How the Patriots do
that
things.
The Patriots did things, especially under Bill Belichick as the head coach. And that was, they were supremely not loyal, supremely not loyal to less than stellar subpar play.
They didn't let loyalty get in the way.
Without question.
They didn't let loyalty get in. I think that's a great point by you.
Bill Belichick.
I'm kind of angry at myself for not thinking of it.
We used to make jokes, me and my friends, when somebody fumbled the football, like a running back fumble for the Patriots, like, oh, he about to get cut.
Yeah.
Like, not only is he going to get benched, like, he will get cut. Bill Belichick was good for that.
Yeah.
Bill Belichick was very good for, if you do something that is well outside of the bounds of what we expect from you on this football field, you are out of here. They had no time to suffer substandard performance. And I think that if you are going to be the coach that time and time again steps out and goes, you know what? We just need to be better. We need to go and win these one-on-one blocks. We need to, just go if we're on the goal line, which I think I agree with in a general sense of football. If you're on the goal line and you can't find it within you to muscle up, then the car crash sport might not be the one for you necessarily, right? Like, I understand that. However, the other side of that coin, the other foot or the shoe that drops on that is, and if you cannot, then what happens? Like, where is the? And it feels like if you cannot, well, we're just going to keep running you out there, and we'll eventually hope that we get it together. And that doesn't fit. I feel like this needs to be an all or nothing you take. Not that I think it was a particularly great one. I didn't love the human aspect of what Bill Belichick did. It was brutal. It felt sick. It felt like you kept players on edge.
Yeah.
Numbers of players have gone through that Patriot system and come out and said that if it wasn't for the winning, they absolutely despised playing there. It was not a fun environment, and not even that fun is the metric. But you go to work and you're dreading. You have anxiety going in. But as much as we could say that, it worked. And right now, not having results, that's the thing that's the most egregious thing right now.
Not only are they not, they're doing things, a lot of things. I'm going to be fair to them because they don't think it's all one thing, but they're doing a lot of things like the Patriots did things. But what you just said is something they not only are not doing, but they go to the extreme going the other direction. Like, their loyalty is almost to a fault. And I'm specifically, thinking of Cole Popovich and Jake Andrews at center. Well, he coached him at Troy, and he's a tough guy, and he's sort of, the hard-nosed and works real hard and all that stuff. Laken Tomlinson, another guy that is.
Laken Tomlinson might be the poster boy of this. And again, every time I say this, I feel so bad because we had a delight chatting with Laken Tomlinson in training camp. He was pretty substandard early on in this season. He's had somewhat better play, but all of this is relative, And again, if you're taking this to that Patriot way, Laken Tomlinson would have been
gone. Jake Andrews gone.
Hell, we don't even have to keep it within the season. Like, we can go back to the thing that clearly frustrated us the most, going back to the general manager. Substandard offensive line play, they would have made him in a different opportunity to go out and put up a good product. And it felt like they were just like, it's fine. By and large, bring in some bodies and it'll all be all right. And clearly the competition will get us right. And it clearly didn't get you nearly far enough.
No, they are going well beyond, and again, it felt brutal, as I mentioned. The Patriots, if you didn't do your job, see ya. They're going well beyond that here. And I think that's a really good point by you, that it's not just, loyalty. Stick with them and they'll get better. That's not the way they usually have done things in New England, and they're certainly going the other direction here.
Right, and I mean, the very evident places is like you see a Jalen Noel. In fact, a very good question asked of DeMeco when it comes to like what. Clearly, we know that he's willing to allow his young guys to come in and make an impact. We talked about last year to great degree, Kamari Lassiter getting in as a rookie at outside corner, and then Kalen Bullock as a rookie getting in at safety and having very big, important roles on an importantly very good defense, right? And now you have this year, Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel. Higgins a little bit more so than Noel, I think, getting opportunity on the offense. But what is the difference there? And DeMeco's answer was basically that those are four completely different guys. I found it interesting, and now maybe I'm just picking nits, right, when I get to parsing the actual language, because he said that those are four different guys. He didn't say they're four different circumstances, right? He didn't talk about necessarily, well, there are veterans here that we trust more, or whatever. Not necessarily that he would even be saying that, but it didn't feel like that was what he was intimating. He said those are four different guys.
He said, well, I think it was because then at the end he made sure to credit them. They're doing everything we ask them to do.
But clearly not necessarily, right?
They're growing, they're developing. But when you see what we've seen on the field a year ago, and to be fair, both those guys started from day one. Lassiter and Bullock. They were on the field from day one. So there is that difference. But nevertheless, when we see what we're seeing on the field from Jalen Noel, at minimum, it means you should get more than 11 snaps. I'm not saying he should just take over for Christian Kirk. Obviously, Kirk deserves some credit and some grace there because of what he's been as an NFL player. But 41 plays to 11?
Yeah, if nothing else, again, the loyalty needs to be to production.
Mm-hmm.
That's where this Texans team, I think, if you can manage to squeeze some things out, the loyalty needs to be to production. Almost harshly so. And I think that goes in a lot of different places. Obviously, the first one that you go to is Jalen Noel. The loyalty needs to be production. I think that some people will get to running back as well, seeing Dare Ogunbowale out there. Loyalty needs to be to production. But I think also, even in the game planning, I think the loyalty needs to be to what is this purely pragmatic, because your back is against the wall at this point, right?
Yes.
I know that DeMeco Ryans was every game mattered in 3 and 5, and I think that that's the mentality that you have to take. Does anybody believe that playoffs is still anything within the realm of possibility? I almost feel silly. I have around the AFC South locked and loaded for today's show. And John Lopez, I'm going to be entirely honest. I'm going to pull the curtain back. I have no idea if I feel silly talking about, well, let's look at what's happening around the AFC South and see what you're not contending with these teams right now.
Not right now. I mean, I do think, there is a distant possibility. But right now it's a distant possibility, and obviously the Jacksonville game becomes that much more, in mind. But he talked about that we can't talk playoffs right now. He said it doesn't change the mindset being 3 and 5. Every game is on the line. I think it does change the mindset. I think it absolutely changes the mindset with personnel, with what I mentioned, in the last segment, how you're calling play. Because he keeps saying we got to do something different. Got to do something different. And you got to do something different. You've got, there is no more time. There is no more time to kind of have that loyalty to the staff. And that's what this is as well. We talk about the loyalty with players, the loyalty with Nick Caley, he's our guy. We brought him in, I'm not going to mention, that university or anything, but anyway.
You made a university a bad word. You managed to make a university. That's crazy.
But they're almost like, hey, you can't be loyal to Nick Caley at this point, at least in the red zone. I mean, mix things up, how you're game planning, the plays you're putting in, et cetera.
Yeah, the frustrating thing, though, is I hear you on, because basically what you're talking about is you move it around. Somebody else call these players. Somebody else, have more priority or preeminence.
This is our package, that kind of thing.
The thing that I just keep looking at with this, I can't imagine that with all them dudes, when they are going through game planning, that they all just sit quietly, and there's no way it's not collaborative. In fact, that was one of the things that it seemed like with Nick Caley, the idea he seems so much more collaborative. He wants other people's opinions. So I'm going to take them at the words. This is then the offense of all of those people in that room, bringing in their opinions. And right now it's still substandard.
I think it is very collaborative. I think having that many guys with pedigree and Nick Caley would be dumb not to be collaborating. But one guy ultimately says, this is what we're running in these situations. Maybe that changes, is what I'm saying. Because you get all this information, all these suggestions, all these plays, all these sets, all the packages, and all that. But Nick Caley's ultimately pulling the trigger on those. I'm saying maybe that changes.
Can you give me Dalton Schultz here? Dalton Schultz after the game. One of the things I like about Dalton Schultz is he's pretty open with you. I think he gives pretty good answers as well. The only thing that'll annoy me a little bit about Dalton Schultz is he will throw dude in there every single time that he speaks. But this is a cut one from Dalton Schultz, because fixing this offense is ultimately priority number one. The defense shows up. Even the special team showed up in this game. Offense is priority number one if this team wants to find a way to get anywhere near salvaging where the season's supposed to be. What were some things that made it hard, Dalton, to execute in this game?
Dude, just execution. Credit to them, dude. They played lights out, especially down there. We had the ball at the one, and we ran it 4 times. One was a false start, but we couldn't get a yard. So, they came to play in those situations, and we just weren't able to execute.
Look, obviously he's right about that. And you mentioned this earlier. You know, it wasn't just the physical aspect down in the red zone. Like, they didn't have a lot of penalties, but boy, the penalties they had were just brutal.
It feels like we've come back to it's always something, right?
Yes.
Like that is the nature of this team. It's always something.
Pressure's ramped up, big time situation, and you get the penalty.
Yeah, I mean, that's just as much as I'm looking around the league. I mean, you see games all the way around the league. That was, again, part of the around the AFC South is that you have the Indianapolis Colts losing, right, for the first time. And even the teams that are at the very top of this, they get I mean, that was this weekend in NFL football. There was a number of, hey, wait, they're losing? That did not feel like something that I had expected. I thought that they were a good team, and that here they are losing to a team that feels like it's beneath them. But even with that being the case, the Texans are in a different level of when they need a play, that play is not being made, which, if any, like, it might not be as fair. You could tell me whether it's not, right? Whether it is or whether it's not. The fact that this team, in the moments where you need a play, more often than not doesn't, is the thing that I need to know on whether it's a good or bad team, right? Like the execution, being able to, move on the line, all right, whatever. The fact that in the biggest moments, and sadly enough, that even shows up a little bit on defense compared to last year where, I mean, and I'm trying to remember which game this was. There was a particular play where there's a big play. Kalen Bullock is busted, but he hauls ass backwards, stops, goes ahead and gets a tackle, stops a touchdown. They ultimately have a goal line stand last year, right? Those are the plays that winning teams make. It feels like this are a penalty on 4th and goal where you finally are actually able to possibly get in, but you're backed up.
I think you're right.
Or Henry To'oTo'o went on in two different occasions where the quarterback is the you need to make sure that you keep him corralled and you don't, and the quarterback is able to go and make a play that ultimately leads to get. Those are the big time plays that this team makes, and that's one of the most frustrating. I don't even know how you coach that necessarily, or but it feels like it's very telling.
No, you're right on both points, but it's clearly it happens so much more on offense, which is a reflection of maybe some game planning, maybe some preparation, but really those moments when you're supposed to be making plays. I mean, we just heard DeMeco Ryans say it about the red zone when he was asked. It's a lot of what ifs. Those what ifs are going the other direction. That's a reflection of the players on the field.
I mean, it's a reflection of the whole thing.
Of the whole thing.
Like it's and the problem with I get where he was coming from on the everybody got their what ifs. The reason why we got what ifs is because there aren't no there it is. Right? There's no like there's the spark. Let's follow that. Let's follow that lead to find success. It's a whole bunch of I don't know. So all we have is what ifs. Which again, another indictment of what this team is right now after a really crushing loss versus the Denver Broncos on a Sunday, 18-15. Texans 3-5 and looking for answers in various different ways. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our lunchtime confessions.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's talk about Synergen X Low T.
it now at texaschildrens.org.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. And John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, two-part confession again today. The first one is I think Reggie needs to say to me, thank you.
For what?
He needs to say thank you.
Unbelievable.
The second part of the confession will explain it. Figgy, I easily could have made Reggie make a bet. He actually said, I'm willing to bet on it yesterday in the press box.
Oh, yeah.
Something he's never, ever, he's anti-gambling. Well, you just don't gamble.
Oh, yeah, I was like, I don't have judgment for other people.
You're not
I just don't do it myself.
Like when I place a wager or two, you're not you're passing judgment. Maybe you are, but you're not really passing judgment. But you just don't do it.
Correct.
So C.J. Stroud went down yesterday, and I immediately said, he ain't coming back in this game. Reggie was adamant.
Really?
Yeah. Adamant. I don't know, man. Or you explain what you were saying.
Yeah, I've just, and we talked about it a little bit before, but I know the quarterbacks end up being they are handled differently by the National Football League, particularly when it comes to head injuries. Should they be? No, right? If we're going to handle this on a level playing in a way that actually considers the player health. However, historically, quarterbacks have been getting a little bit more leeway to get back out there because everybody knows where the bread is buttered. Having good quarterback play matters. And so I thought they would try and get him back out there, especially with the understanding that you still had a full halftime, right? If that had happened the second half, I'd have had a lot less bravado
but
there.
he was, and I was like, as soon as I saw him hit his head and his hand kind of did that one thing, I was like, he ain't coming back in this game.
Yeah, I was looking at it like, hey, it's all of the second quarter and halftime. They're gonna find a way to get him back out there.
To the point at one point, he goes, I'm willing to bet on it.
That's right.
And I was this close. I was this close to like, all right, I was convinced. I mean, there ain't no way he was coming back.
What was the point where you was like, man, nah, I think it's a chance he might come? Was it when he popped up?
No, what he just said. Or he also did the thumbs up.
Yeah, I mean, he walked
was
off
that the
some
part
of it,
where you
but
was like, I think it's a chance. I'm not ruling them all the way out.
No, I mean, for sure, right? The idea that he walked off. But then, like I said, I also know.
Seeing it how it went down, I was just like, man.
I was too.
Yeah, I was
too.
Hey, I'm not saying never, but I wasn't betting on that. Him coming back.
And when Reggie said that, I went, I could take a couple of bucks right now if I wanted. But I didn't. So you need to say
thank you,
say
OG.
It. I could have gotten into your pocket.
Say thank you, OG.
Lopez. Thank you, Lopez.
These are my confessions.
I hate how perfectly you set that up. I hate it so much. All right, I gotta confess. I was thoroughly enamored with this World Series, start to finish, and it's stuck with me to the point where, shout out to John Lopez and his shirt. What'd that say, the Figgy?
Let's go Dodgers!
It's a fantastic gift of that.
Show the camera again.
It even has my name on
it. Figgy got John Lopez. Let's go Dodgers.
Let's go Dodgers!
Because his boys, the Dodgers, won the World Series in comeback fashion.
My team.
Your boys.
Know the story.
And the World Series MVP, Yoshinobu Yamamoto. I have been thinking about this, and I gotta confess, I'm thinking he might have put up the best World Series performance at least since pitching since the turn of the century. The only problem is I'm looking between him. Do you remember 2014 Madison Bumgarner?
Yeah, Bumgarner, yeah.
That's the one that's widely held up. I mean, 22 innings pitched. He pitched in the games 1,
I think 5 innings in Game 7?
Yeah, and then 5 innings in relief with the save to win for the Giants there versus the Royals. The thing that's tough is you look at a lot of metrics and it's Madison Bumgarner, but the thing that I keep thinking about is that Royals team was not that good on offense.
Yeah.
This Blues Jays team was incredible, and yet Yamamoto had a 1.02 ERA versus Madison Bumgarner's. Get this, 0.43 ERA.
Yeah, but you're right. That's when numbers kind of lie a little bit.
Because I'm like, this team is crazy. For Yamamoto to have been that good and to pitch in Game 7 in relief, 2 2/3 innings on no rest.
Yeah,
I was like, yo, I might be reactionary, but this might be the best pitching performance that I've ever seen in the World Series.
I don't think you are. I think it's right up there. And by the way, Our Bite Me podcast group text, also hates the Dodgers, like I do in a general sense.
Nah, man.
That's not what the shirt says.
That's not what I got a shirt that they're giving me a hard time too, because I like Ohtani, and so they were giving me a hard time too. And I finally texted him. I was like, no matter how we fall on this, Yamamoto is a bad dude.
Yeah, the only folks to celebrate. Obviously, thanks to Toronto and the Blue Jays for giving us a good effort. Thanks to Japan. Thanks to Japan for giving us goods on the other side.
Yeah, Japan won that one, man.
L.A., whatever.
These are my confessions.
I gotta confess, man. I felt like a jerk on Halloween a little bit because so this is my second Halloween in my new house. 1 year officially, but second Halloween.
Right.
And this year, I'm like, man, I'm like, ain't no kids around here gonna knock on the door, nothing like that. So I ain't gonna get no candy. I ain't gonna waste no time. And plus, my wife was gone too. She was somewhere else.
Yeah.
So I was at the house doing my podcast, which I do every Friday night. And all of a sudden, I get a notification, the ring notification,
Yeah.
and my dog going nuts. I'm like, what is going on? I'm like, who is at the door?
Yeah.
At this time. It was like 5 kids dressed up in Halloween costumes.
Yeah, trick-or-treaters.
Yeah, but my thing is, I'm like, I ain't had no lights on. It'd be one thing if I left a light on. So I'm like, do these kids not know the rules to go into a house?
They didn't care.
They sure didn't. I seen one was dressed like what's the little minion?
Oh yeah,
nice.
Yeah.
It's funny because when you look at the video on the Ring camera, you just see a minion. You see a princess, whoever little man was. It was about 5 of them all dressed up, just sitting there waiting and looking. I'm just like, man.
And then you start feeling guilty.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I felt guilty. I'm like, man, you know what? I'm gonna mark it down today. Well, I marked it down that day. I'm gonna pass out some candy.
You should.
Yeah. I just think I don't really see kids around there. Maybe they not from around there or something, but
doesn't matter.
They just I didn't go to the door because I was in the middle of the podcast. Well, I just saw them run across the grass, and they were just having a good time.
Good
I'm
for
like,
them.
dang,
That's
man.
when you start looking around the house because I feel guilty. I'm like, well, what can I give? I got a sandwich in the refrigerator.
Yeah, don't even participate, man. We talked about this before. Don't give them no raisins.
No, I didn't want to give them
pencils and all that stuff.
I got some granola. I got some.
Yeah.
All right, so we got some mints. There you go. There. Who wants some olive oil? I got some olive oil. There you go.
Yeah, how much is $1 worth in 2025 at this point?
$1. You just go ahead and start handing out one.
They go $1.
Here's $1.
Yeah, they're like, man, oh,
hey, they take it.
What can we do with this $1?
They can't even go to the store and get them a Snickers bar.
They can't.
That's crazy, man. $1 used to go a long way, man.
$1, you could go to the store, corner store, get you some chips, a drink, and have a little change left over.
You used to get 4 items. You used to get a soda, a bag of chips or 2, some candy, and a honey, but all that stuff for $1, man.
We sound old. That's crazy.
I know.
Y'all are warming my heart because that sounds like something I'd be saying.
Yeah. So I'm like,
back
man,
in my day.
Yeah. So I couldn't even pass out $1. Give them $1 or something.
You'd
like
give out fives. Yeah, fives for everybody.
Well, then that gets costly.
Yes. Yes, exactly.
You a bag
Some candy.
Yep.
Although candy was expensive this year.
Was it?
There was a chocolate tax, man.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
There was a chocolate tax.
Hey.
These are my confessions.
Good enough.
Somebody said Lopez passing out a cup of OG. Not even the whole bottle?
Just a cup. Here, open your mouth.
Here's the sandwich.
Here, open your mouth.
Dry the boat.
They get back to their house, they have stains all over their
Just water falling barbecue sauce. That's
Dry
insane.
the boat.
Sometimes, and it's an old saying. Well, it's not an old saying. It's a saying that people use a lot. This made me smile.
Mm-hmm.
This made me smile.
Of course, you're also famous with the Colts playoffs.
Yeah. I tell you, my first year with the Colts, we were 3-13. Peyton Manning was a rookie, played all of our games. The next year, we were 13-3. We were 3-13 to 13-3. So that was a big deal too when we were able to do that. Yeah.
Jim, can you give us one playoffs?
You want it really?
Yeah. It doesn't
bother me when I have to do it. Playoffs? Are you kidding me? Playoffs? We're just trying to win a game. There you go. I wouldn't do that for anybody else.
Jim Mora on his 90th birthday.
Goodness gracious.
90th birthday.
He don't look 90 at all.
He doesn't look close to 90.
In the good way, right?
In a very good way.
Great way.
Very good.
He looked like he's probably about 65.
He looks like he could coach.
Yeah.
And
what are you trying to say right now?
Can he call? No. But
Jim Moore was an offensive guy, right?
Yeah. But nailed it too. He said it exactly like he did back in the day.
DeMeco Ryans pretty much quoted him a little bit at the end of that press conference.
But he quoted himself like to perfection. I'm just
exactly the same.
Yes.
Very much feel that right now. So there you go. Those are your lunchtime confessions. Oh man!
Open your mouth. I'll pour a little OG sauce in there.
No, don't ever say that again. Some people are also enjoying on the text line these moments of Figgy veering into being an old man because that with you at the door, just the dollar don't go a long way.
Yeah, I ain't want to be that person because I got to the point where my grandfather, rest in peace, he would try to give me some money. I'm like, man, I can't do nothing with this.
Somebody called you Fogey Fig.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to winners and losers of the weekend. After a weekend of wild stuff, both in college, NFL, and everywhere else. Who are the winners? Who are the losers of the weekend? 713-572-4610. We'll do that next.
The Texans dropped a
Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222.
Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's do a little winners and losers of the weekend. 713-572-4610. Let us know if you had any winners or losers on the weekend, and we'll get through those. Let's start with the Rockets, who were winners on the weekend in a literal sense. One on Saturday night versus the Boston Celtics in Boston. Now, of course, a Boston team that it's a little different than the Celtics of the last few years because obviously Jason Tatum out for a majority of the year, if not all of it, dealing with that Achilles injury that he had. But the Rockets routed the Celtics on Saturday. I mean, you had depth in there for, I think, pretty much all of the fourth quarter of this game.
It was over so early.
But the reason why I put them as winners is not just because they got a victory. That number one defense or offensive rating is going to stay very, very comfortably in Houston for a little bit because it was a true shooting bonanza.
What do they like to say? It's a make or miss league. That was a make game.
Very, very much make. I mean, this was a Rockets team that shot unreasonably well from three. That might not even be right to say it that way, but that's what it felt like. They shot so well from three that it felt unfair how well they were shooting. They were ultimately, they shot 65.5% from three. 19 of 29
it's a
from
make or miss
three-point
league.
land.
It's a make or miss league. That's what I just watched. I think the first half, and this is one of those nights, and obviously as that's going to happen when you're shooting 65% from three, like a lot of guys taking part even early. Like Kogi and all these guys were taking part and having some fun with it. Yeah, I mean, another game in which you have 7 players in double digits. Reed Shepherd knocking down 4 or 5 was a really nice addition in his 17 minutes of play. But I mean, everybody. I mean, the 3-point party went for everyone. Amen knocked down a 3-pointer himself. Alperin, Jabari, Josh Okogie I've been impressed with him. I liked him quite a bit going back to when he was in Minnesota. I thought that he was a nice kind of defensive player. I'm not sure if I knew to expect this. Yeah. He's been really good from three, which has been nice, but he's been even as dogged as I expected defensively while adding more on offense. Yeah. So shout out to the Rockets, looking great shooting the basketball and having a pretty solid defensive game there. But I mean, they just absolutely blew out the Celtics. And they go tonight. Yes, they go tonight. They welcome in the Mavericks here at Toyota Center, 7 p.m. tonight. Obviously, you can get that where you can get that at a Space City Home Network if you would like to watch it. How about another winner? Again, in a very literal sense, Mauricio Dubon. Mauricio Dubon earned his second Rollins Golden Glove this weekend. He's a utility player. So, unfortunately, that means that your other Gold Glove candidate did not come through with it in Cam Smith. But there you go, an Astro still with the Golden Glove defensively. I talked about it. I know when the I guess the candidates or whatever were announced. To me, it was a no-brainer that Dubon was going to win it. I mean, he was outstanding everywhere.
Yeah. I mean, he continues to be exactly what you expect of him doing that, and it was nice for him to get that. Real quick, though, before we move, because there's an Astros tie there. Happy 13th year anniversary to the return of the orange and the H. It was on this day in 2012 that the Astros returned to that circle logo with the star and the H, and obviously bringing back that orange and vibrant blue compared to where they had previously been in the brand identity. So it's what a good time to get back to this identity.
Everything seems like it's been fewer years than it's been, but yeah, 13 years and not the full on rainbows, but certainly the logo.
Yeah, I think a fair enough winner from the 972 here. Seattle. Seattle's a winner because they are seemingly very justified in a couple of decisions that they made. One, hiring Mike McDonald looks incredible. He's had that team humming, and maybe more importantly, maybe not more importantly, but definitely shows up very evidently. Sam Darnold was incredible in this game, and that was a decision they made. The decision to I guess they wanted to pay Geno Smith. Geno didn't want what they were looking for. Geno asked for a trade. There was some level. So they trade Geno Smith and they go sign Sam Darnold. I did not anticipate this working nearly as well as it has for them.
I don't think anybody did. Even I say truthers, but even people that were kind of, in with the way they couldn't have been expecting this.
I can't imagine so. I cannot imagine so that was the case. Now here, this is a loser of sorts on the weekend. Rico Dowdle, running back for the Carolina Panthers, although they are a winner.
How about that?
They get a big victory at Lambeau Field versus the Green Bay Packers.
They got
5-3, aren't they?
Yeah.
The Green Bay Packers?
No, Carolina.
Yeah.
I don't understand. You said the Carolina Panthers have a above 500 record.
They are better than the Houston Texans right now, record-wise.
My brain does not compute that. I don't understand what you're saying. I need you to rephrase that differently.
5-4 is what they haven't had their bye week yet. Yeah.
I still don't understand what you're saying.
Bryce Young was the right pick then, huh?
All right. God. Okay. Calm down. But Rico Dowdle scores 2 touchdowns in this 16-13 victory over the Green Bay Packers. The second of which, he breaks through the line. I think the first time he just kind of did something simple. Maybe he wasn't ready to score a touchdown. Second time he was ready. Breaks through the line, gets into the end zone, spins the football, turns around, puts his hands on his head, and he proceeds at the behest of a lot of his teammates that had come around him to start doing some hip thrusts, some pumps. 1, 2, you can hear his teammates, only two. As he hits that second one, flag on the play. That flag, and
what's that from? I wonder.
Yeah, that obviously, if you remember Key and Peele, they had a whole sketch about
counting them.
But three pumps and you get a penalty. This is Rico Dowdle actually talking about getting that penalty.
Celebration, you're supposed to get 2 pumps. Right?
From my understanding and everything I've learned, we go over stuff like this every week in the meeting room. I definitely think you're supposed to get 2 pumps. Hopefully, I don't get a fine.
So good. But he's the winner for sure.
The thing that I don't get, though, is like the idea of, hey, you're supposed to get 2 pumps. Are we referencing a comedy skit? When did the NFL's like,
absolutely.
The NFL's got to be looking at him like, we never said, that's not in the rules. Nobody said that you get 2 pumps.
When you celebrate, you only get 2.
Now they're sending out memos and stuff. Wait, is this right? Is this right?
By the way, Keegan-Michael Key, who was one of the masterminds of Key and Peele, he actually posted a video seemingly apologizing to Rico Dowdle for this particular miscommunication.
Rico, man, you got robbed. You only did 2 pumps. I'm sorry, man. Now we're going to have to write a new sketch.
God, I love this so much. Because I'm just a big fan of Key and Peele anyway. But
I think a lot of people love that sketch in particular. Because I will, should I do this? I will salute the NFL in some ways, in the ways that they have lightened up. It wasn't that long ago that we were looking at the NFL like, why do y'all hate fun so damn much?
That would have been a penalty. I mean,
it still was.
I'm saying, but I'm saying, no, I mean,
we can't give it too much credit. It still was.
It would have been like egregious. Like they would have had.
You had Joe Buck on the call, like, think of the children.
He would have been fined on the spot.
Yes.
Yeah, but he got out there in the celebration. He thought that he was good. He thought that he had read the literature.
I only did 2.
Only did 2 pumps. Nope, that will get you. Or actually, one of the losers on the weekend. I hate to say it this way. The University of Houston Cougar football team.
Where did that come from?
I mean, West Virginia is not a good football team. Figgy, I know that you were in the building, and you sent a text to the group chat.
Yeah. I'm like, I checked their rec. I'm like, are they good? Are they supposed to be good? Because they out here looking smooth.
And it didn't even look like that much of a fluke. Like they were running the ball.
Dude, they had like over 100 yards of rushing in the first quarter.
Right.
It was like 4 minutes left in the first quarter.
And I've mentioned this to you guys. I mentioned it in the text exchange. When I'm watching this game, and I am a big fan of Connor Wegman, he's one of those guys that is good for a game like this, or game or two like this every so often.
So let me fully explain what happened. It's the Houston Cougars, first time ranked this season, ranked number 22. And they not only lost to a then 2-6 West Virginia Mountaineers team, a team that was entirely they had winless, rather, is the word that I was looking for, in the Big 12 to that point. Mountaineers were bad on offense, defense, like just bad all the way around. The Cougars are supposed to be a defensive power of sorts, and West Virginia scored 45 points to the Cougars 35. I thought that even still that this was a game that maybe they made more difficult and they ultimately win. Nope. The Cougars lose that. Connor Wegman at one point looks to just try and heave the ball, and he loses it on the backswing of sort. Like, It was just a really, really bad showing.
He threw an 80-yard pick six.
Yeah.
And liked him. I talked about it before the season even began. He just has like a couple of moments a year where you're like, ooh, like good. Ooh, where'd that come from?
Yeah, and the weird thing is, I hate to say it, wasn't a lot of people at the game, and I imagine that was because people thought it wouldn't be a close and competitive game, and boy, it went the entire opposite way. This was the first home loss while ranked that the Cougars had, I think, at least since the 80s, at the very, very least.
Yeah.
Since the 80s. This is just something that was unheard of in a way, and now brings the Cougars to 7-2, 4-2 in the Big 12, and I think that'll pretty much do it for them when it comes to Big 12 championship aspirations, unfortunately. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us here on a Reaction Monday where we're continuing to react to an 18-15 loss for the Texans. Let's get some passing thoughts from the OG next on that game.
All right, I was just looking at
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Reaction Monday, reacting to an 18-15 loss by the Texans. They fall to 3-5. They couldn't stack a couple of wins in a row, unfortunately, and now they're sitting there with the same record as the Baltimore Ravens, a Ravens team that now has Lamar Jackson back playing like Lamar Jackson, and a majority of their defense healthy.
Getting healthy, yeah.
So that's scary from that perspective. On top of that, Colts lose. The Jags damn near lost this past weekend,
but they didn't.
And you couldn't find any way to gain any ground in any way, shape, or form. But more importantly, you lose CJ to a concussion, and I think the likelihood is, I'm not basing this off of anything that we've gotten necessarily, but the likelihood is, in my estimation, you miss him for at least 1 week. I don't know where you are. You think it could be 2 weeks?
No, I don't think it'll be more than 1 week. Just my gut, but like you said, based on nothing other than observations of how this usually plays out and what we saw. I would say at least a week. I don't know about beyond that, but I think this week is definitely in play because it's a big ask to get him back that quickly and on the field in order to start implementing some of the things they have in their game plan.
I'm glad you mentioned observation because it's been a little while since we've done this. I would like to get some of your passing thoughts.
Okay.
Experience, wisdom, opinions, barbecue sauce. Our guy Lopez has it all and shares it with you.
I used to go into the clubhouse and I just
It's time for the OG's passing thoughts.
Tell me a story, OG.
Admit it, you just wanted to hear passing thoughts because of that intro. And you like that?
I can neither confirm nor deny that was the motivating factor here.
These aren't necessarily, I mentioned earlier off air, this kind of stuff I write in the margins. Not necessarily, red zone offense, all the hits that we can hit some of those.
Any observations you have, go ahead and throw those in there as well.
But some of this stuff that I think is read some than others. The first one is almost like a feeling of resignation, which I said earlier about just this team in general. But I guess there just won't be a game where you don't see an abundance of the opposing fans. It was so clear yesterday because of the orange.
Yeah,
the orange.
It's like they coordinated too. Because I didn't see. I might have seen a handful, literal handful, less than 5 of the blue versions of Broncos. They was all out there in the orange ones.
Yeah, and that had to be by design. But I guess that's just what we are as a fan base. It's just. You sell your tickets, and people do it at different times.
I mean, it doesn't hurt the type of season that's happening, right?
But it's every year.
Yeah. It is.
Yeah.
But this one feels more egregious this year, in part because, at least as much as I can utilize the sample of the people that text in or, get involved on the YouTube page, there's a lot of folks there that are like, I'm selling my tickets or, they need to give me something to be excited about. I get that to some degree, looking at the way that this team has been and the way that it's operated to this point.
Yeah, it's just been like that, since I've been here, to be honest, man.
We have to come to grips with that.
Yeah, even with the season, remember this is a surprise season, the 2023 season where they made the playoffs and all that stuff. Yeah. Even during that time, people were still like, I don't know. It just, I don't know. I just can't explain it, man.
I can't explain it. I think we just need to accept it. And they even have those vans outside now. You've seen those trucks and the vans with the big clock. It's 30 minutes.
I haven't seen that.
Oh, you haven't seen those?
No, I haven't.
Yeah.
I seen something else.
What was that? They have the horns.
Okay, I just seen like 4 or 5 vans advertising something. It was like a digital billboard.
No, they have the clock going now. They say, 1 hour to kick off, 45 minutes, and then 30 minutes to kick off. It's a big, giant, digital, it doesn't say get your ass inside, but it says.
It probably should.
Yeah, it probably should.
Time for kickoff. Another passing thought here. All right, this is an interesting one to me. So, trust me, I know the answer here. It's just interesting and it's funny. So there were Janice McNair, Ring of Honor.
Yeah.
Beautiful ceremony, great ceremony. Shout out to Mark Vandermeer for legging it downstairs and back upstairs.
Yeah, I don't see how he do that, man.
He went down with the coaches, I think.
Yeah, because they close off the elevators just for coaches.
That's still tough.
That's still tough.
Ain't no quick little, let me run around the corner real quick.
Texans get the kickoff or whatever.
Yeah,
anyway,
let me get back to my radio.
Oh, and it was also Legends Homecoming. It was cool to see all the various
lining up.
Yeah, lining up to be able to kind of salute.
But
Janice
as that's
McNair.
happening, as the Janice McNair thing is happening, we had video tribute, very nice video tributes from Jim Crane, Tillman Fertitta, Gene and Jerry Jones, who got booed by the crowd, Nicole Tepper, which is Panthers, Art Rooney from the Steelers, longtime, Houston pro football rival, Gail Benson right up the road, New Orleans Saints, Mark Wilf, and then some guys like Jim Nance, he's not going to miss that, and then Clay Walker, Roger Goodell.
Oh, yeah, old Raj.
Did you notice what video tribute they did not have?
I have a feeling I know where you're going here.
Someone who lives in Houston, easy to get done. Family owned a Houston NFL franchise.
Sure.
And is now in Tennessee in your division. Didn't have old Amy Adams Strunk with a video.
She still live here?
She still lives
I didn't
here.
realize she still live here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but here's the thing. As much as you can go, well, the Cowboys, that's that Houston-Dallas rivalry. That exists, sure. But I think there's maybe some respect for one Gerald. Yeah, it's just different, man. That if we talk about who your rival is, at least as a city, and I understand there's people in the city that have gotten to the place where they're like, let it go. It was, umpteen years ago. I hear you. However, I can't speak for everybody in the city, and I know that a lot of people still have a good amount of hate or whatever variation of hate that you would like to use for that team and that family in particular. And so, I was going to say, and so for that reason, actually the real reason is that family that own that team over there, they don't like that family team that owns them over there. Yeah, that's just personal.
Do y'all feel like somebody reached out to her at all to say, hey?
I would say no.
Or do you feel like they read the room and said, you know what, this ain't going to be a good idea?
I'm glad you said that because I was thinking who would more immediately say that's probably not a good idea? I don't know if it would be the Texans as much as Amy Adams Strunk. I think her side might have been like, oh, no.
Because I feel like the Texans, they are kind of tapped in a little bit where they like, you know what? Because what made me realize it, remember Big X the Plug?
Yeah.
I think he performed, might have been last year or something like that. He's from Dallas.
He is.
They didn't say he's from Dallas. They said from Texas. They just kept it generic. So they kind of read the room a little bit. So I wonder if they was just like, you know what, nah.
Man, if I were them, I'd say, let her do it and let them hear all the booze and revel in the blues.
I don't think they want that. They're a little too classy for that.
Yeah, probably. All right, another passing thought. DeMeco Autry.
Thank you.
Good Lord.
Thank you.
That guy is going to have a job in the NFL for as long as he's healthy and young enough to play.
And I mean, that
blocking, for those who don't know, another block kick.
What is it, his 16th in his career? Is that what it is?
It's like, it's bearing down on Mario Williams, and Mario Williams was one of the better ones in history at blocking kick. He was also 6'9" or 6'8" or something.
Is that good?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. Yeah, no, DeMeco has been fantastic when he's been available for this team, which, I mean, a little bit different. He came on a little bit later on last year, but yeah, seeing him be so helpful in this season has been kind of a breath of fresh air. And no, he deserves his credit, especially as a blocked kick specialist. Shout out to Frank Rossino.
Yeah, I mean, that was incredible. And that really is another passing thought. Frank Ross, after a couple of little sloppy games, special teams wise, that was near perfection. Blocked a kick, had the muffed punt recovery. Big soup to nuts. It was a great special teams day.
You had your missed field goal early on, which what
was he, 5 for 6?
Yeah, 5 for 6.
Yeah.
Obviously, operation was pretty good. I did chuckle a little bit to myself when you said muffed punt recovery because I'm like, sure, they recovered it. I don't know how much you give credit for that, for just like, hey, this was a thing that fell into my lap. I'm not mad that they had that fall into your lap.
Yeah,
it's just like, hey, that's a returner who just really flubbed an opportunity there.
Well, sure.
But outside of that, I mean,
but getting on the ball, there was a lot of traffic.
Credit
yeah,
for
there was
that,
a lot
man.
of traffic. He was trying to recover it himself, and it was right there, and you got it. So
Don't be giving the Broncos that credit.
I didn't give. Well, that's not really credit. Hey, you fumbled it. You muffed a punt. Congratulations. I don't think that's really credit. But yeah.
All right. So we've been talking. This is a passing thought that really could be more than that, and I'm just curious. This started out as the Nico game. What do you have? 4 or 5 targets in the first half? Several catches, big play, nice plays, etc. And I actually wrote down on these passing thoughts as I'm watching the game. Is this the Nico game? It sure started out like that. How much of the second half of no Nico was Davis Mills, and how much of it was this offensive game plan got away from it?
I mean, there were still targets. The crazy thing is in the second half, it just felt like the offense itself. That was one of the things I found interesting was that C.J. Stroud going down, it didn't even feel like, well, you lost how much C.J. was integral to whatever the few things, honestly, that the offense was able to do well. Admittedly, though, it's a Broncos team that's going to make this harder for you no matter what. But it was very evident when you go, there's guys open. We talked about it. The second best protection game when it comes to like the second fewest amount of pressure, least amount of pressure allowed by this offensive line in this game compared to any other game in this season. There was opportunities for Davis Mills. He just couldn't get the ball in the right place.
Right.
Or he had the ball batted down at the line of scrimmage. And it does speak to how much and how well C.J. Stroud was playing. I mean, I just keep looking at that 47-yard play to Dalton, and that was a well-placed ball, over the first line of defense when it comes to those linebackers, laid in pretty nicely. That allowed Dalton Schultz to catch the ball on the run.
Yeah.
It was very night and day, the throws that were being made and really the processing that was happening at quarterback. And I think that when you moved to Davis Mills, you didn't have those additional things of CJ making the offense work. I think it exposed some of the problems with what this offense is.
Now, one more for you here, and this is another big one that we might have to talk about more as the week progresses. But Blake Fisher, like part of the game plan clearly was Blake Fisher at tight end, the so-called jumbo package, a lot. We mentioned it earlier, but he's from the first play of the game, he was in there, eligible, maybe 8 to 10 more in the first half before C.J. Stroud got hurt, and more importantly, Titus Howard got hurt. And once that, goodbye to the jumbo package. I'm wondering, not just Blake Fisher, more of a liability at right tackle if he has to play there, but the tight end blocking and the help you get. And the run blocking you're going to get from the tight end position. This could be like low key, as the kids say, huge in the Jacksonville game. I know kids don't always say that.
I hear you. I hear you on that. I mean, I think just what is the drop off from a Titus Howard who's played fairly well this season to Blake Fisher is alone, because the reason why you lost the ability to jumbo was not simply that Titus Howard went out, is that Trent Brown was inactive, so you didn't have another tackle that you trust to play.
We're going to see Trent Brown active?
I don't know what Trent Brown is, because he legitimately did not get any training camp.
Yeah.
I have not seen him yet, and obviously he's probably been out there practicing to some degree.
Trent Brown active. That's breaking news.
But I think that changes what you're able to do. Now it's just Trent Brown coming in as the
How you
jumbo.
getting help at tight end position? How you getting run blocking at tight end position? You're going to go back to just one of your guys?
Well, no, I mean, Trent Brown comes in as your jumbo.
And then Blake Fisher?
Blake Fisher's
that's a big assumption.
Hey,
right
what
there.
if Trent Brown come in and actually start? And then
that's what he's kind of saying.
Yeah,
well, I feel like if Trent Brown was the dude that you were going to start there, I don't think that Trent Brown is inactive, and I don't think they'll stop.
Yeah.
So yeah. Somebody says seemed like Mills was telecasting his throws 100%. 100%. He was staring guys down, which I imagine did not hurt for a Broncos team that is good defensively to see, hey, I know where he's going with the football. Let's beat him there,
Hey, I'm surprised you ain't put this in the passing thought.
What's that?
Kareem Jackson was there.
Oh, I did have that. It slipped through the crack.
He was not wearing no Texan stuff.
He was wearing the striped orange and blue.
That brother was
Broncos.
dapping up all the Bronco players right there. I'm like, dang, on homecoming weekend?
Is he dead to you? That's right. He could have been a legend up there.
Yeah. He's a Texas legend in my book.
Yeah.
I mean, just wonders which book he's got. What is he at there? All right, those are some passing thoughts from the OG here about a unfortunate 18-15 loss for your Texans versus the Denver Broncos that puts them at 3-5. All right, coming up next, let's have a little fun. We turn things over to one Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, man?
Yeah, so we lost a Hollywood star a couple years ago, and her husband said, not so fast. I think she might make a comeback.
What?
Okay. I want to figure out what that means, and we'll do that next.
610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the loop and the drive on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppers John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Press the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on the Monday. Happy Monday to everyone out there. Rest in peace to Suzanne Summers, who died a couple years ago.
Yeah,
everybody knows Suzanne Summers.
That, yeah.
Known for many roles.
Three's Company?
Yeah, I kind of associate her with Three's Company. I never really watched Step by Step as much.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, rest in peace to her. But according to her husband, she might be making a comeback.
I don't understand.
I don't either. Was this a Halloween thing?
No, it's not. And it's a little deeper than that.
Oh,
so her husband.
Please don't tell me it's about to be AI.
Yeah, so her husband, Alan Hamill, decided to recreate the late Three's Company star into an AI robot.
I heard it here.
No. Yep. Here's Entertainment Tonight's story on this.
2 years after her death, Suzanne's husband is reconnecting with his late wife. In what might seem like a sci-fi twist, you're watching footage of Alan Hamill testing a robot version of the beloved Three's Company star.
Maybe one day I'll be the star of a reality show, The Real Robot Housewives of Silicon Valley.
Alan reportedly said he can't tell the difference, and the prototype is only going to get more lifelike. We're told it's not the final version, and programmers are still working on it.
What's your favorite memory that we share?
Oh, there are so many. One of my favorite segments together a long time ago, we had a little mishap with the blender.
So how'd they do it? The AI team trained the robot on a lifetime of Suzanne, inputting her 27 books and countless interviews, all of which helped the clone learn Suzanne's timing and authentic voice. Alan actually says Suzanne was totally on board to have an AI clone, and they had talked about it beginning in the 80s. Their devotion lasted more than a half century.
All right, so I think it's also called CAP. On that. In the 80s?
Yeah.
AI were just letters in the alphabet.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we had the concept, right? People were like, "Oh man, you can implant your consciousness into this robot, right?"
Yeah.
We did not have the specifics of the language. I'm still like, so we're just all just going to be suspended in development because, like, as much as losing someone that you care so deeply about, especially someone who is like your life partner and all that, I can't imagine. I sincerely cannot imagine the hurt that causes to you. However,
that too, yeah.
Like, part of being a human is like we're going through those processes and feeling those things and like, you know, growing and all those things. You're going to be suspended in not being a human being and not like experiencing that grief and like working through that. If you're just like, somebody's gone, no, they're not. I refuse to acknowledge, and I will substitute them with this robot. Like, that's just not. It's not how we're supposed to be as human beings. We're defying God at this point. Not to bring in like religion or whatever, but we're getting to some weird places, fellas.
You're just in general creepy, like incredibly creepy. And let's just be honest. You know, I do think. Is there another reason he wants her back in AI form?
Why would you go there?
Form?
Why would
because
you go there?
Other people are talking about it and thinking about it, and you know you both were thinking about it. I'm the only one that said it.
I can tell you with all honesty, that did not come up until I looked over to my left at this text line.
Cappity cap.
So, some of us are wholesome, John.
Let's be honest, and the listeners are actually agreeing with. There might be another reason he wants to bring her back.
Yeah, but you don't need the whole AI portion of that if that's your only concern. If we're gonna be honest, you don't need all that other part about it. Like, wow.
The part that got me in this clip was him saying, he couldn't tell the difference.
Yeah, you could.
Like, come on, man.
Yeah, you could.
Also, like,
like, are you that brainwashed?
You must not have been paying very close attention to your wife.
Yeah.
Up until this point. Yeah, no, it's about the same.
Yeah.
About the same.
Yeah, this a little bit disturbing. This ain't gonna be the first time or the last time we hear of anything like this. They're gonna keep going until it's because they just said this is just the first version.
Yeah.
So they're gonna keep trying this until it's actually, I guess, hate to say it like this, but normal.
You know what the real sick version of this? Like, as I just fully get into my into my sci-fi brain, what happens when you bring your old lady passed at an untimely age? You bring her back through the AI, robot, whatever, and you just having a good time. Run out, right? Like you realize that they're going to make this subscription service. Like they're going to milk you, they're going to drain you for every penny. And then what happens if you just don't got the money to keep up
that
the old lady?
That robot going to be like, you got to pay my $19.99, honey.
Exactly.
You ain't getting nothing from me till you pay me.
This is sick.
No, it is. You're right. It's sick. It's disturbing. It's a little creepy.
From the 346, if you lost someone close to you, you would do it. So STFU. No, I'm not saying that I know exactly that feeling. I'm gonna be honest. Like I started there. I can't imagine what you're going through, and I'm not saying that the urge to do that is not there. Clearly, you lose someone close to you, you're willing to do anything. My thing is that actually good for you as a human being? That's ultimately it, right? I
agree with you.
832 got it, right? It's the sci-fi version of the Pet Cemetery. That's exactly where you are.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Like, that's clearly, I'm going to say, from my perspective, I don't think that's actually good for you.
No,
what do I know? Who knows?
Yeah, and look, I'm not there yet, and I just feel like that's not going to, no robot or AI is going to imitate anything close to my loved one.
Right.
So, like, if my wife was to pass away, no robot is going to imitate my wife's personality, man. Can't nobody. My wife's personality can't be man-made.
Right.
Like that.
Right.
So
I agree.
I mean, I don't know what that brother's going through, but
that's the thing is I hope that there is some level of peace in there because again,
I mean, if he happy doing this and she was down on it, hey, cool. But it's gonna get it's gonna get deeper, but it's gonna get crazy.
Oh yeah.
Text came. Can I make an AI version of my current wife who is still alive and just code her to be nicer?
That's hilarious. All right, submit Sape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So, have you heard about this? I don't know, Reggie, if you heard about this being up in Dallas, but it's a viral holiday house. They have this viral Christmas house that apparently costing taxpayers $25,000 last year. I'm glad you said that.
How?
So let's go to Fox 4 in Dallas with this news about this viral house. It's been going viral on TikTok and all that stuff. They also had a Halloween thing place that just, I guess it caused a lot of traffic in this little neighborhood.
Preston Hollow mansion that's become known as the viral Halloween house less than a year after it gained fame and celebrity reposts as the viral Christmas house. Even on a Thursday evening, a crowd gathered outside the home's gates.
But if it's a week or 2 weeks of ongoing, literally thousands of people coming to a neighborhood, ask me how I know, that's a concern.
The home is in the district of Dallas Mayor Pro Tem Gay Donnell Willis. She first requested the city address the issue back in January. City staff estimated traffic control over the Christmas holiday last year wound up costing taxpayers $25,000.
I've got folks who live almost a mile away who normally don't pull down a shade at night, but have to when this home is lit up to the extent that it is. I mean, almost a mile away.
Dallas's Code Compliance Department explained that by into the lighting. The director of code compliance also suggested the city create a nuisance violation if a city inspector observes sustained crowding or congestion, and Dallas Police or Dallas Fire have public safety concerns. Willis says another reason the city is experiencing more extreme neighborhood events is because the city's short-term rental ban is still tied up in court.
Okay. So how exactly is that costing the city a whole bunch of money?
I have no idea, but
the only thing I can guess is like you need fire and police to to handle traffic, or obviously
that ain't never stopped no show before.
No, I'm not saying I agree with that. No. That's all I can figure.
You want to know what I heard immediately?
What's that?
Was that the mayor pro tem that this is in her neighborhood?
It's bothering her.
She said this is in her neighborhood. I was like, okay, yeah, I see the game.
Yeah.
She was like, I'm tired and I'm going to use the extent of my power to get y'all shut the bleep down.
No, I think that's part of it. But like I said, as far as the $25,000, that's all I can imagine. Traffic flow. congestion, police and fire. That's about all I can imagine.
So I wonder if it's just this one house that's causing this stir. Because I feel like if it's a neighborhood, it seems like it's a really nice neighborhood, kind of River Oaks-ish a little bit. Why don't the whole neighborhood just kind of buy into it a little bit? Well, kind of like River Oaks.
Maybe some of it is. I don't know. But the other funny part was like, oh, poor thing, you got to pull your shade down. Like, you poor thing.
And to be fair, like, I think that there should be like a communal perspective on this.
Or at least lights out at, 10 o'clock or something?
It's just funny. Somebody said cops to patrol it, not a process for any of these circumstances of some level. If it becomes to this level, don't they have processes for what's the right word? Like getting permits or whatever for something of that nature?
Yeah, see, that's why I was curious if it's only this one house.
Yeah.
Because if it's just this one house, then I could kind of understand it. But I would probably, if I was the neighborhood president or something like that, I would probably lean into it like, hey, let's all do this and kind of make it a little more organized instead of everybody crowding the streets with thousands of people trying to see this one house.
Yeah. No, it's bizarre.
Traffic control is what everybody's pointing to. All right. Yeah. Well, I see it. Best of luck to you on that. I have a feeling that the people that like going out there and seeing that house probably not going to be too happy about it.
I will say the Halloween theme house looked really nice. They did a great job putting this together, and the Christmas one for that.
All right.
It's a mixtape in the Luke Sports Radio 610. So I just started following this Instagram account called the Raging Italian _ on Instagram. And it's pretty hilarious to me. I ain't gonna sit here and say all of this stuff is I guess legit or rehearsed or anything. I have no clue what they're doing behind the scenes, but it's pretty much some kids who go around recording their Italian dad.
Oh,
and just
I love those kinds.
Doing random stuff and just ticking them off. And here's the kids right here in this clip. What they did was they pranked their dad. They put 500 bananas all over his office and duct taped them to the wall and to the desk, to the computer and all this stuff. And here's his reaction, and I got some homework for you guys, too.
Okay.
I want you guys to, so he just says, he said a lot of F-bombs in this.
You said he's Italian, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And this clip is.
Well, they put the raging part in there. I feel like.
This clip is 54 seconds.
Okay.
So I want y'all to guess how many F-bombs do you think he dropped in 54 seconds?
I will count them.
Not just cuss words, but F-bombs. Yeah. You gonna count them or you want to take a guess? Because
right
I got the count.
I got 54 seconds, F-bombs. I am going for 30.
I'm going to say at least 1 per second average. You go 54.
Wow.
54, okay.
Yeah.
There he is.
What are you guys doing? I'm coming in the door. You're standing right here. I thought it was getting pinched.
No, he renovated
your
office.
What are you guys with the feds? Why you guys up my ass? I'm not even in the door.
We renovated your office.
I renovated my office.
Yeah,
what the you... Are you kidding me? Dude, it's not funny. I got a meeting in 2 minutes.
Yeah, you can see the screen.
You my ass. What the are you doing like bananas? Whose idea was this? Put it up your Who do you got? King Kong downstairs? What the are you doing? Whose idea was this? You guys are ass. I got a meeting in 3 minutes, and you're throwing bananas everywhere. It's a real joke with you guys every day. Dude. I got a meeting, dude.
Oh, good looking.
What the am I amp, dude? Come on. The two of you need to get a job. This is bull.
So what is that? 26, 27?
I counted 28.
Okay, I missed one then.
I got 28. And I actually had to cut this video all the way down.
Yeah.
So he said it way more.
Oh man, I love stuff like that. It's just funny to look at. It's funny.
I feel for him, though.
Oh sure,
I feel because
not enough to not want to watch it.
No, it's hilarious. Like I said, I'm not sure if he's kind of leaning into it a little bit and just kind of going with it, but no matter what they're doing, it's hilarious.
Sounded pretty natural to me.
Yeah, so it's they on Instagram at the Raging Italian _
That can't be good for him either. Like I just feel like I felt his blood pressure going up.
Yeah,
he started cussing. Could he see immediately what they did? Because it sounded like he was just like, "What are y'all doing here?" He anticipated the shenanigans before the shenanigans.
Yeah,
were
so
apparent.
I guess they were standing outside his office with the office door closed, and he said, "Hey, what the bleep are you doing?"
He probably got about 4 of them off before he even saw it.
Yeah,
yeah. He just lives in a perpetual state of being upset and being frustrated.
F-bombs.
Yeah, they can't be good for his health, man.
Yeah. So I mean, if you want to be entertained, check that page out on Instagram. And plus, I gotta give a special salute real quick to the H's Up tailgaters yesterday. They won HEB tailgater of the game.
All right.
And I want to say that was their first time. I think that was their first time. They pretty new tailgate.
I don't recall, but they had great energy.
No, they were cool, man. It was a guy who kept giving me some shots, I want to say. Yeah, so.
If you can remember.
Yeah, if I can remember. Yeah, so shout out to them. And thanks for nothing, Shane Bieber.
What?
Yeah. Man, they traded for your ass. And you blew the World Series, man.
Yeah.
Thanks for nothing, man.
That's a true thanks for nothing. That's a true
that sucks, man.
You really wanted the Blue Jays to win that one, didn't you? You said that came out.
Hey, just imagine you trading for somebody thinking he gonna be a help to your team, and which he was. He did have some good games, but
not then.
Man,
yeah,
that sucked. I was totally against them bringing in Shane Bieber too. I'm like, nah, he ain't that good of a pitcher at this time. I mean, I don't know who they had, but I wouldn't have brought him in.
Well,
thanks for nothing, man.
You want to hold up that shirt one more time, Lopez?
Yeah, here we go, baby.
Your Let's Go Dodgers.
Let's go Dodgers.
Yeah, he's super excited about his boys.
I do like the shirt because it's funny.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That is the mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. Before we get there, let's do a little bit of around the AFC South, see what happened when it comes to the AFC South in the NFL this weekend next.
Coach
and receive. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Thank you, Figgy.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Reaction Monday. Unfortunately, reaction not particularly fun to an 18-15 loss to the Denver Broncos. Man, a win could have done some good things for you, and it was there, man. Like we were talking about it earlier. If DeMeco Ryans had chosen to kind of return to a particular talking point that he had used early on in the season and been like they were close. Mm-hmm. It was one of those games where they were close.
No, you and I both were saying that earlier. Like close in terms of they seemed to have a little something on the offense until they got to the red zone, 2-yard line or whatever. The defense was playing exceptional even for them. Special teams, they had their chances. They had a lead. They actually were close. And that, boy, how much different things could have been, if it wasn't for the red zone errors and the slight breakdowns, letting Bo Nix channel Baker Mayfield there.
Yeah. In part because you look around the AFC South and there were some things that happened in an advantageous way rather. So let's do a little around the AFC South real quick here, John Lopez. As you know, typically a choose-your-own-adventure type situation. There's the Colts, there's the Jags, the Tennessee Titans. Those are the three teams in the division. All of them played this weekend. Where you want to go?
I usually have been going to the Colts just because they've been impressive. But I thought another team was pretty damn impressive, and that would be Jacksonville.
Jacksonville on the road at Allegiant Stadium versus the Las Vegas Raiders this weekend. They got a victory in overtime. 30-29 was the final over the Las Vegas Raiders. I will say, kudos to them for having the resilience to find a way to go and get a victory in overtime. Ain't no way.
What's that?
They should have been going to overtime with the Las Vegas Raiders.
No, except Brock Bowers was incredible.
Sure.
I mean, just absolutely.
Geno actually had a good game.
And
Geno was really good.
Largely because of that. No, I agree with you in theory, but I thought Bowers really, what do you have, 3 touchdowns? Transformed that team. But on the other hand, the reason I kind of wanted to go to the Jaguars.
You're right, 3 touchdowns for Brock Bowers, 127 yards.
No, he was ridiculous.
Right.
Like just ridiculous. So that was a big factor to say the least. Because that was his first game back as well. So I'm not going to say, it was the Raiders should have won by a lot more just because of that. However, I've been just from the preseason, since the offseason, just bashing the Jaguars and don't worry about the Jaguars and Liam Cohen and Duval and all that stuff. I really think they're showing a little life with this guy, man. They're showing some life.
Yeah, I mean, they do. They play a better brand of football at the very least. Although I will say it was interesting to see that another kind of so-so game, for lack of a better term, from Trevor Lawrence. 220 yards and interception.
I happened to catch more of this one than I thought I would, simply because Trevor Lawrence. I don't think he had a touchdown. I think he had some drops, and I know he made some throws that I thought, that's why you were drafted. Yeah. That's why you were drafted where you were. And you can just almost see the effect that Liam Cohen has had on him and the improvement. I'm not saying, worry about – you got to worry about everybody right now. But I'm not saying, worry about the Jaguars. I'm just saying they're showing some life. There's a little something going on there, and it's a little bit disconcerting.
Yeah. Well, they ultimately get a victory, 5-3. Some interesting notes within this game. Cam Little, kicker for the Jags. This is going to be very interesting when we talk about field position next week versus Jacksonville, because apparently he's an NFL record in this game. Yeah. Indoor stadium, 68-yard field goal. That is what he knocks down in this one. And apparently, if I remember correctly, he had hit a 70-yarder.
In preseason.
They trust him. They trust him greatly. He passed off that, I think it was Justin Tucker had or rather in 2021, a 66-yard field goal, which was the previous long. And Justin Tucker wiped out from that. And now Cam Little holds the spot as the having the NFL's longest kick.
Remember when Lopez said that was a weapon?
Yeah.
Little was a weapon?
Mm-hmm.
He is a weapon.
He's a weapon,
real, man.
No, he is absolutely a weapon. I mean, it was the difference in the game. yesterday.
And God bless Pete Carroll, too, for going for 2, man.
Yeah.
I ain't want to see no damn tie.
Yeah.
If he would have just tied the game, it would have been a tie.
I would have loved to see a tie. Yeah, but y'all know I think differently when it comes to overtime.
Let's get this game over, man.
Generally. For the Jags, they had some pretty good rushing.
Etienne was good.
151 between Etienne, Tootin. T-Law pulled the ball down and ran a little bit himself as well. So they had some yardage around there. Passing-wise, Parker Washington continues to look really good as a deep threat for them. Like, they've gotten the ball to him, and they finally had some receptions, including with a decent amount of targets for Brian Thomas Jr., who is interestingly in a very weird spot because Diana Rossini, who at this point, I'm kind of taking her reports with a grain of salt. She's been a little up and down, hit or miss of late, but headed into the trade deadline, she had reported last week that they're open or they're listening to conversations about possibly trading. Report as of Saturday was that, or she had said that they've received a lot of interest, and that as of Saturday, the Jaguars hadn't received any, quote, substantial offers.
I think the Jaguars are, well, clearly they're still rebuilding, but with a real shot at the playoffs now,
right?
I think they're kind of buyers.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
Is that something that you could see them still going along with? They're still getting him involved in the offense. Now, of course, it was always said to be like a little bit of a long shot for them to actually trade him. According to her, it would take, quote, a first-round pick and then some to get Brian Thomas Jr. So I have a feeling you will see him on the field.
He'll still be
at NRG Stadium when they come to town.
He'll still be a Jaguar.
That is who they have next is your 3-5 Texans Sunday at noon here at NRG Stadium. All right, elsewhere around the NFL, would you like, or not around the NFL, around the AFC South rather, Colts.
Yeah, Colts is it. Colts is the one. What did water find its level, or was this just sort of an outlier?
That's a good question.
Weird type.
That's
game?
A good question. 7-2 now are the Colts after they fall 27-20 versus the Pittsburgh Steelers. Keep that number in mind. 7-point victory for the Steelers. Daniel Jones, 5 turnover performance, 3 interceptions, 2 fumbles lost. This was about as bad as it would look for it. Just not good processing, bad, some bad sloppy play. 5 turnovers for him, 6 turnovers created by the Steelers overall. And I think the closest thing that we've seen to something like that was like a 6-to-1 turnover ratio, or 6 turnovers to 1 turnover in a game. And that game was an absolute blowout for the team that got 6 turnovers. This Colts team still managed to out the Steelers in this game. They just turned the ball over so much that they were able to allow the Steelers to get a narrow margin. This Colts team still looks pretty good.
I'm glad you said that because despite all of that you just laid out with the 5 turnovers, 6 turnovers altogether, 5 by Daniel Jones, I thought they were pretty damn impressive. To be able to hang and have the ball and a chance to tie or go ahead at the end. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. I believe Mike Tomlin got out there and said that they're still the same squad that looked really bad in the week prior. So he didn't seem to take a lot of solace in the idea that they are now 5-3 and got a victory against one of the better teams in the AFC. But yeah, the Colts, mind you, I think they get back to winning ways pretty soon. Their next game is on the road, well, very much so on the road. They're playing the Falcons in Berlin. 8:30 a.m. is when you'll see them.
That's right.
Next week. So they got a little trip. I don't know what that'll do for them, if that'll mess them up a little bit. But that Falcons team is a team that is very much Atlanta sports at this point, which means I don't
know who's coming.
Exactly. No idea who's there. If you hear that voice, that's Ron the Show Hughley, of course, Clint Stoerner, courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing. We crosstalk with the fellas. How you living?
Not bad.
Not
bad. Interesting. I'll be honest, that was a tough watch yesterday.
Oh, of course, yeah. Just as a watch.
Just as a football, that was a tough watch.
Yeah. Like if you're watching that from your couch and you're just watching football, you'd be like, oh, this is ugly.
Yeah.
This is Hughley.
I think Sean Payton was thinking it.
Yeah.
I think he was watching it as a tough watch. I don't know if DeMeco thought it was.
Yeah. This was one where they really had a chance. If he said they were close, we were both good with that.
Obviously,
they were close.
Obviously, CJ getting hurt, has something to do with that. But that was just, whew. I said 17-13 Broncos, 18-15 in the same range. It was, that was a tough one.
Were y'all shocked that this offense ended up being that bad on third down? 3 of 17 on third down. Now, of course, obviously CJ being the distributor there is a big difference from Davis Mills. But I kind of was amazed that it got that bad. I mean, just pure 3 and outs in the second half.
Yeah, the second half was ugly. I mean, nobody was worried about the third down percentage in the first half because Davis Mills goes in and they never had a third down, right? So, I mean, it was converting on second downs, right? But the second half was ugly. Look, when you plug in your backup quarterback with a lackluster offensive line, with very limited weapons around him, with no reps throughout the week, with one of, definitely, if you don't consider the Texans, because that's who you are, the best defense in football, in the second half with a rookie play caller.
Yeah.
You're probably not going to be, 9 of 16 on third down. You got to find a way to overcome some things. And truth be told, none of that was the issue. They needed one play.
Yeah,
they needed one
goal
play.
line, right?
They needed wherever goal line, either time goal line. Any time in the fourth quarter when 3 points it puts you in a better position. They needed one play, and they couldn't get that one single play. Just flip the field, right? Just that kind of deal, and they couldn't get it done. And obviously was in the game. The backup quarterback having to play as well down the list of excuses or reasons why that game didn't pan out the way you want to.
No, 100%. I'm excited to hear you guys break it down. I was looking back. We talked about it a little bit. The Pender poll that Pendergast had put up, trying to carry something over from the Niners game. I think that was one of the things that third down percentage stuck out to me because you had been so damn good the week before.
Absolutely.
And then not being able to run the football very well either very much didn't help because you ended up in that place where you felt like you had to throw. And then 3 and outs that kept putting the defense back out there was not really fun. All right, fellas, have a good show. Always look forward to listening to you guys on a Reaction Monday. We're done for the day. We'll catch you tomorrow. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live on a Reaction Monday. Byron, a.k.a. Bryce Young, is in the building. Big win last night for you, Bryce, against the Packers on the road, man. Y'all back at it, baby. 5-4. Hell of a performance.
Are the Carolina Panthers 5-4?
5-4, man. A road win. Yesterday was such a weird day.
Carolina's
5-4. Road win at the Packers. But no, Byron's in the building doing his thing. T. Mill is out. He's probably really struggling from that game yesterday as well. Maybe he needs a day. Maybe he'll be in a better spirit tomorrow.
Oh, his Aggies are running the show. He's on campus. He's on campus. Oh, he ain't thinking about C. Stroud, that concussion. He ain't worried about that loss. He ain't worried about whether Davis Mills gonna play. He ain't worried about no DeMeco Ryans presser. Hell, he's at Northgate right now pregame. Ain't no doubt.
Enjoyed itself. All right, that's Clint Stoerner. You hear him right there. A lot to get to today. Remember, we are out early because it is the Coaches Show with DeMeco Ryans. You'll hear from him at 5 o'clock, so stay tuned for that. A lot to get to as well. 3 o'clock, we will hear from you. Byron will open up those phone lines, and we will hear your thoughts from this game as we do each and every Monday. Remember, Clint and Byron, Football Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. All right, there's a lot of places that we can start and go here, Clint. But are you convinced they win this? Are you convinced they win this if CJ and Titus Howard are out there?
No.
You're not?
No, not at all. Now, I would have liked to have seen the game unfold with our top guys out there and see if we could make plays, at the very least, with the guys that got reps all week long. It would have been very, very nice. Yeah. Would we have had a better chance? Of course.
A better chance, but you're not completely convinced.
No, look, I mean, I said this last night, Ron. I mean, when Davis Mills comes in the game, the ceiling obviously comes down a little bit, but the floor stays the same. We've seen this offense with C.J. Stroud calling the shots be absolutely awful. We've seen them be adjusted and kept from the end zone and forced to kick field goals. We've seen that offense. This offense has been one of the worst offenses in football all year long, with or without C.J. Stroud. So, did I would have liked our chances? Hell yeah, but I can't sit here and say this one right here is on Davis Mills. This one right here is on an injury. No,
you don't think it would. Your thoughts is that game would have probably turned out very similar.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I just there's nothing. I mean, if we're honestly looking at what we've done, when you look at the games that the Texans have lost, we have scored 4 touchdowns in those games because it's been 1-score games or blowouts, right?
He left at 3-0, and obviously the next play was a punt when he left with Davis Mills as a quarterback. So, they have struggled in these losses, Clint, as you said, to get
4 touchdowns. Will Anderson has one of them. Nico Collins hit a little double move against Jacksonville. There's just it's not like we can point back to, again, versus good football teams in tight ball games. It's not like we can point back to, boy, we have just scored a ton. One of those touchdowns, like I said, Will Anderson scored one. One of them was against Tampa, and Nick Chubb ran it in. And a lot of people believe that they let Nick Chubb do that. They gave it to him on purpose. And so, look, I mean, this is not – it's not like we line up and we all of a sudden feel like this football team is one that with CJ in the game is going to score touchdowns.
No, listen, I believe someone texted in, I believe so. Mills had no offense at all. CJ did something more than Davis did. I mean, I guess, like I said, they scored 12 points while Davis was in the game. I do think, Clint, he converts some of those. And when I say some of those third downs, I don't even know if they get to third down. I do think he's able to do all the consecutive 3-and-outs or 4-and-outs. I think they maybe sustain drives a little bit more. But to your point, man, hell, they got down the 1-yard line with him and they couldn't get in. They have struggled all year at times to score touchdowns. But I would say the biggest difference is with him and Titus, I think they sustain some of those drives where maybe they still punt Clint, but maybe after a 6-play drive as opposed to a 3-play drive.
Well, for me, the reason I would say it is, I don't think they're sustaining drive against this defense. I think they had a good coming out drive, but I don't think they're sustaining anything. In fact, I cringe when I hear DeMeco Ryans talk about, well, we just can't sustain a drive. When you go against one of the best defenses in the league, if you're banking on sustaining drives for 4 quarters, your ass is going to get beat. That's just not going to happen against this level of defense. But I will say this. I think there's two plays that were left on the field by Davis Mills that I think turn out differently. Obviously, the bootleg, the throwback to Nico Collins where it's severely underthrown. Nico plays defense and keeps it from being an interception. I think C.J. Stroud might complete that one. Damn sure gives us a chance. And then the Christian Kirk throw over the middle that Davis Mills missed, that could have potentially been a touchdown. And so, I think when I look at the C.J. Stroud injury, I go, I don't know if they would have sustained drives. I don't know if they would have scored a touchdown. I do feel like they would have made one big play to swing field position or swing the score significantly, which would have changed the game.
All right, Clint, even from the C.J. situation, as we react here on a Reaction Monday, 713-572-4610, jump in with us, YouTube and Twitch. What for you was maybe the biggest takeaway following the game? After everything, you did the post-game show, you watched the game, we heard from DeMeco, we heard from Davis Mills, we heard from everything. What was the biggest takeaway you have coming out of this?
Again, I said this a couple of weeks ago. I just don't think DeMeco Ryans knows his team. I don't think DeMeco Ryans has a good feel for offensive football. I don't think he knows who his team is. I think he's overly committed to the defensive way of approaching things, of being more physical and swarming to the ball and trying harder and, all this kind of jive. And offensively, that's not who you are. So I think big picture, I just don't think DeMeco knows his team. And when I say he doesn't know his team, I don't think he knows his offense. And you got a first-year play caller that clearly is a guy that's going to let everybody have input, a guy that's not going to do it his way. It's kind of this collective thing. When I look at some of the decisions that are made once again with this team, I don't know what DeMeco is seeing. We talked about the Seattle game when it became very apparent that you were not going to displace, the opponent at the line of scrimmage in the run game. You weren't going to move. You weren't going to road grade people and move the line of scrimmage. It became very obvious. You just kept on 3rd and 1 and 3rd and goal and 4th and 1 and 4th and goal. You just kept on forcing the issue. Well, you did it again. You did it again last night or yesterday. You know, you get down there and the thought that you can line up in heavy personnel, 3 tight ends, 2 backs, and run the football between the tackles is laughable at this point. And I'm not saying you shouldn't read personnel with this offensive line that is not movers of men. And be honest with you, it's unfair to expect them to, the way you put it together, to line up in that personnel time and time again and go downhill with Nick Chubb, same personnel, downhill with a fullback dive, quarterback sneak down there. I don't know. Like, you've got to be an absolute monster up front to just line up and say, man, we're going to let everybody in the world know, man, we're finna come at y'all. We're going to run it right down here. We're going to fullback dive this thing. We're going to fullback this thing. We're coming right at you. And you've got plenty of evidence that you're just not that guy. So it starts there for me, Ron, of just – because I do think that's DeMeco. That's Nick Caley's not lining up going, boy, we're just going to try to win man versus man.
Yeah, they never changed off of it. They were down there two times. But to give a little bit more credence to what you're talking about, here is DeMeco actually today, Clint. He spoke to the media today, and he talked about the goal line situation. And I think everything you're saying, I think he really kind of proves that with what his comments were talking about the goal line yesterday.
Yeah, it's a lot of, right, what ifs, right? We throw the ball on the goal line. We don't get in. Hey, you guys should run the ball more. We run the ball. We don't get in. Hey, you should throw. So there's always what I would have done different, look back at it, do it different. Look, I approach the game from a physical mindset of, hey, we got to knock somebody back to get in the end zone. That's how I approach it. And that's how I always approach it. And then when we do get in the end zone on the 4th down, we got a false start. So it's like we got in the end zone. CJ got in, but points are taken off the board because we have a false start. We're not locked in on the snap. So it's just so many things there that goes in. Yeah, there's a physical mindset. That's what this game is built on. You have to have that mindset, and you should want to be in those situations where, hey, we got to knock somebody off the ball to go get 1 yard. If you don't have that mindset, then you're probably not going to get in.
I mean, and Clint, basically what you're saying is, at what point is he going to start to act to act and do things with this team in which he shows, all right, this is not what I want us to be, but this is who we are, right? And everything he said sounds like this is what he wants and hopes for his team to be. But at some point, you got to take a look at it and say, this ain't our team. Hey, I give Nick Caley credit. Whoever called the little in-motion shovel pitch pass to Nico Collins, now it resulted in a hold. But at least it was something that was different, where they were like, all right, man, we want to just try to get Nico the ball and his shoulders getting forward. But, I mean, your team's just not this physical. We saw it against Seattle. We saw it against multiple teams all season where they've been stopped at the goal line, and this is just not who their team is.
Yeah, look, I don't. To be clear, I don't have a problem with you wanting to be a physical team and wanting to move men, and I don't have a problem with you running the ball 4 times down there. I got a problem with how you do it, and I mean, it just the thought that Woody Marks, your best playmaker, never touches the football. The thought that you stayed in a heavy personnel with Blake Fisher as one of your tight ends is I mean, you're taking the approach of telling everybody, we're going to walk in there and we're going to bully you. We're going to tell everybody we're going to do it, and we're going to be good enough to do it. You are not that team. You're just not that caliber football team. So I don't have a problem with we want to be physical. I approach the game from a physical perspective. That's fine. But boy, you are just, I mean, you are beating your head against the wall if you're DeMeco Ryans and we're 8 games in and you're still lining up in heavy personnel, like to an extreme. You have to have it in your package, in your offense. I get that, but you don't stray one time just for the sake of lightening up the pocket, lightening up the box. Lighten up the box a little bit. Move your receivers and your tight ends out. Make somebody cover them. Get some bodies away from the line of scrimmage. Give the ball to Woody Marks, who can make somebody miss in the backfield instead of blindly running downhill or the fullback closing his eyes and running into the back of the offensive line. So like
the quarterback sneak with Davis Mills from the 2.
Yeah, where you didn't move anybody. Like Davis looked like a little kid trying to peek over a fence. I mean, he was trying to look like he couldn't even decide. He wouldn't even. There wasn't even enough room for him to jump if he wanted to. That's my problem. Is not the want to run it or the want to be physical. My problem is like you're not a good enough football team to line up against good defensive lines, not to mention Seattle and Denver were great defensive lines, and say, my guys are better than yours, I'm going to move you. You're just not good enough. And so I just wonder, I don't wonder, it doesn't seem like DeMeco Ryans knows his team.
I'm going to guess you didn't love the end of the fourth quarter either.
Well, that's another one. I mean, you look that's just football. I mean, you look at offensive football. I mean, there was every sign under the sun from an offensive perspective. If you really look at it and go, we haven't had a first down, we haven't converted a third down in the second half. We've got 77 total yards, I think, since CJ went out. We are backed up in our own territory.
First down, first and 10 from your own 13.
Yeah,
14 left.
I don't know. It doesn't seem like at that point to go. Yeah, I'm just gonna get a couple of quick completions and get this thing moving. Get a first down and go down. Like, it doesn't seem like that is a calculated decision. It seems like that's a little knee jerk of like, hell with it, boys, let's go. And again, like, you just don't know who you are. Like, even in the moment with your backup quarterback in there, it doesn't seem like you know who you are. And I go back to a couple of the things that we've beaten like a dead horse. The running back rotation. Like, I looked to Ryan, I looked to you in that fourth quarter, and I said, I can't think of one reason offensively why any running back not named Woody Marks should touch the football, whether you hand it to him or you throw it to him. Situation in this ball game where you need one play to break. You need him to be able to bounce that thing outside like he did once and go 40, catch a check down and go 50 like he did last week, and the game is over. Like, it's over. It is a huge play anytime, but in a game like yesterday, it's a monster play. But instead, you're turning around and handing it to Nick Chubb again. You're throwing the damn thing to 33, Dare Ogunbowale again. Like, you just
he did get him a touch, didn't he?
You're not that good. That's piss poor football. And I believe personally, it's coming from the head coach. I believe the head coach is allowing it. If he wasn't allowing it, he should have told him a month ago, hey man, Dare Ogunbowale ain't the guy. Get the damn ball to 27. When the game's on the line in the fourth quarter, 27's in the ball game. We got to have a guy that can make a play. Put him in the ball game. Let's go. He clearly can do it all. Let's go. Like, those kind of things of thinking you're the smartest guy in the room or overthinking situations, or like, it just doesn't seem like DeMeco Ryans knows his offensive football team and has the ability to adjust, whether it's week to week or in the moment in a game time situation.
All right, as we continue on this Reaction Monday, usually at this point we do a grade on CJ, and obviously I don't think it's fair to grade CJ with his injury early in the second quarter. But the person that was probably most affected by the injury was his offensive coordinator, Nick Caley, and he is also a big talking point on this season. How would you grade, with everything, how would you grade the performance of the offensive coordinator, Nick Caley? 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, y'all, cold weather is coming. Cooler weather is here. This is a great time to head into your local Jiffy Lube location, baby. It's that fast in and out service, as it always is. 60 locations around the city, so it's always convenient. And they got that premium product for your rig. Pennzoil is the oil of choice there. Make sure your battery's in good shape. Replace your wipers. Check the tire tread pressure. Check coolant levels. You can get it all done at Jiffy Lube. And like I said, it's right around the corner now. Jiffy Lube is right around the corner. Mention my name, Clint Stoerner, SportsRadio 610. Get $26 off a premium oil change. That's Jiffy Lube, y'all. They've been dominating that fast oil change industry since 1979.
Monday Night Football is on Sports Radio 610. The Cardinals and Cowboys go head-to-head in Dallas. Hear it tonight starting at 7 on your home for the NFL on Westwood One. Sports Radio 610.
All right, Houston, when it's game time like it was yesterday and like it will be the rest of this football season, you don't just watch it. You grill like a pro. And at the spot to go, Texas Star Grill Shop, where they've got all the great brands and experts there, from Traeger to Weber to Big Green Egg, pellets, gas, and charcoal grills. Whatever you need, they've got it. And we're getting a Thanksgiving turkey. They also have everything you need, from brines, buckets, bags, and seasonings for you to do there as well. And I'm thinking about it myself. Want to get a little outdoor kitchen? They've got you taken care of as well. They've got their 4 locations. There are 4 different locations that you can get everything you need. It's Texas Star Grill Shop, where champions light it, love it, live it. TexasStarGrillShop.com.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Desk, 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by Kirk Holmes. I-10 the Katy Freeway, westbound at Barker Cypress. It's an accident that has a center lane and a right center lane blocked. Ready for your custom-built luxury home in the Texas Hill Country or Greater Houston? Talk to Kirk Holmes, recently awarded 3 2025 Texas Association of Builders Awards. Best Architectural Design, Best New Custom Home, and Best Owner's Suite. Visit KirkHolmes.com. That's K-U-R-K, because at Kirk Holmes, it's all about you. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
I'm PJ Glasser, host of Send It In, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. College basketball is back, and I have my eye on a team at 30-1 to win the national title this year, the UCLA Bruins. UCLA returns 3 starters off a team that won 23 games a year ago, and they add Donovan Dent from New Mexico, one of the best guards in the country. Mick Cronin has taken UCLA to the Final Four in the past, and I think he could get right back there with this year's team. I'm PJ Glasser, host of Send It In on the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't if something happened to me, like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy. $5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the
to families in need. Learn more and give now at texaschildrens.org.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in to The Drive as we continue to roll through on a Reaction Monday. Remember, we are out early at 5. DeMeco Ryans, the coach's show, jumps on after we get done, so you may want to stay tuned to hear from that. Normally, Clint, after games, we do the grade for C.J. Stroud, but he was knocked out of this game with a concussion. By the way, we'll give an update coming up here a little on his injury coming up here in just a bit. But let's do it with Nick Caley, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. I see some of you jumping on here. What's your grade for Nick Caley? And they scored 15 points in this game. 0 touchdowns, but they were in the red zone enough. 4 for 18 on 3rd and 4th downs combined. 77 yards rushing, 191 passing, 268 total, 4 sacks, 8 punts, 2 failed possessions from the 1-yard line. But they did win the time of possession battle with 34 minutes. Again, no turnovers in this game. And obviously there was a huge effect of them losing C.J. Stroud and Titus Howard in the second quarter. With everything combined there, how would you assess what Nick Caley did yesterday?
I'd probably go with a C.
I'm in that range, too. I see a lot of people texting in with Fs and Ds.
Yeah, no, look, I mean, sacks didn't become a problem against a team that had the most in the league, I believe. Is that right or no?
Yeah, absolutely. By far.
Sacks didn't become a major problem. I thought the things that held him back were obviously the goal line stuff, which, again, I'm on record. Make of it what you will. I think DeMeco has a heavy hand in that. So I don't necessarily, hit him as hard as a lot of people would in that situation. And like I said, this was a game, man, where 1 or 2 plays and it's totally different. And Kirk over the middle that Davis Mills misses, man. I mean, that is a monster play in this game that swings it drastically. Getting Davis Mills in the game and getting him comfortable. I think the go route to Nico early was a plus. So yeah, look, it wasn't a good game by any stretch of the imagination, but I'll go with a C for 2 reasons. 1, you had your backup quarterback, and 2, I think DeMeco Ryans has got a lot to do with what they're doing offensively.
Yeah, I'm going to go C-. I'm with you. Dude, at what point, right, Ed Oliver went out for a second, and Titus, Ed Ingram, and Titus went out, obviously, for the game. So those, that was their biggest strength, and you're having trouble against what they call old baby J.J. Watt over there,
yeah.
Old Zach Allen. You were having problems with him to begin with, and then having to deal with those guys and the rest of the crew. So I give him a C-. Someone said a Z. I wouldn't say that. I tell you, things that I was very, very disappointed in. Obviously, the goal to go 1-yard line inside the 3, inside or whatever. You got to hit one of them. Hell, one of them. You got to figure out something. The other part, man, we came into this. How'd Jalen Noel only get 11 snaps in the game, man? How does that happen? How did he only get 11? And I reached a point where we think he should go past Christian Kirk. Because I just said nothing about what he has done says to me, yeah, man, he needs to see less time. And then, 11 snaps. His involvement in that game was really only going to be on the return game, and he returned one to the 50 to give them good field position. So that part bothered me and annoyed me. And again, like you said, some of the small stuff of the Dare in the game late and what they were doing things. But I can't. That completely shifts your whole game plan when you're facing an elite defense and you have the drop off with the quarterback and your best offense lineman out at the same time. So I'll go C-, but I don't like the Jalen Knowles situation.
Well, look, I don't like any of it. I mean, Christian Kirk had a nice little presence there in the first half, and clearly it didn't work out for 4 quarters and didn't help us win a game to really any degree. But the first couple of drives, I think he was instrumental in. But yeah, I mean, it's just I don't know that would have changed the game, right? But to your overall point, I think is just again overthinking these things.
But clearly they came into the week with the game plan of like he's just not going to be as involved.
He was going to be returning on the back burner, no question.
That was rough. Text line coming in. I give Kaylee a C. Davis Mills and the run blocking were the biggest issues I saw. Play calling wasn't the issue. Oh, I don't know about. I think it all was. If not an F, then a low D. The lack of me makes a lot of that. Yeah, I mean it was rough. I mean it was absolutely. I mean you look at that. I mean 3 for 17 on third down, can't get the ball in from the 1 no matter what you do. Yeah, it was rough.
Just to put it nicely.
to put it
mildly.
Nicely. But like this would be an F-tastic. Hey, we got to go and change coaches and change play callers if CJ and Titus didn't get injured, if that's what it looked like last night. But I think that plays a major part in it, obviously.
Yeah, but look, I mean, I'd love to lean into the injuries. I would love to lean into Nick Caley, but the reality of it is, it's more of the same, guys. It's more of the same.
Just a little worse looking because of the talent drop.
You're right. Yep.
Yeah, a little bit worse. All right, coming up, we'll let you hear the latest on C.J. Stroud and where he is concussion-wise, and we'll hear DeMeco's comments on that hit and the comparison that many people are making. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out. Football season is in full swing. It is not.
And focused. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, CJ's in the concussion protocol. Spoke to him last night. He's feeling a little bit better. We'll see how the week goes and how he has progresses throughout the week. And Davis has to step in and play. We just expect him to go out and do his best. All right, just play the offense the proper way, make great decisions with the football.
All right, that was DeMeco Ryans earlier today, giving the latest update there on C.J. Stroud. He also said the same thing about in concussion protocol, and they'll have to see how he progresses throughout the week. Last time, Clint, against the Jets in his rookie year, he suffered a concussion, had to leave a game. He had to miss, 2 games? I believe he missed 2 games. They beat the Titans and then took a blowout loss with the Browns. And then he returned and was able to win enough for them to get in the playoffs. So we'll see what happens this time. Clinton, the way he spoke there, I don't think it would be a surprise at all if he is not declared himself out of not himself, but he's not declared to be out of the concussion protocol. We saw it last week. Nico Collins had to miss 1 game, and it wouldn't be a surprise if CJ had to miss this one, Clint. And based off what we saw yesterday, they might have to run a game and go with Davis Mills and not CJ, and it could be Titus for that matter too if they're in the same boat.
Yeah, I did not see Titus's, but the CJ one's interesting to me. There was no fencing, there was no arms going stiff, there was no grabbing the head like we saw with Nico, and he walking off the field. Everybody saw his thumbs up, I believe, probably to his mom or his family up in a suite somewhere. Yeah, that's interesting to me. I know the protocol makes it difficult to get back to where you can actually prepare like you're going to start. And so I don't know what that looks like, how quickly he can be back and how involved he can be, even if he is going through the different, trying to check the different boxes in protocol. And then you look up and you go, actually more beneficial to go with a guy that's getting reps all week long because the game plan changes every week. Is it better to go with a guy that is getting, the reps all week long versus, having a guy play that is suspect concussion-wise as well as not getting any reps. So a lot plays into it, but it wouldn't shock me if I saw him play. It wouldn't shock me if he sat a week.
Yeah, we'll see.
Now it would shock me if this is a longer-term deal where he can't seem to get his way out of concussion protocol. Didn't seem like it's bad enough to linger for an extended period of time.
Yeah, you never know with these things. He took a hard hit off the turf and was down for a bit. Did get off and walk off, and like you said, communicated in the stands, which is a big thing. But Just judged off what we're seeing, it's at best, I would say, 50-50 with his situation. But we'll see what they have to do moving forward, and we'll talk more through that as the week progresses. If Davis Mills is the guy, a little bit later on, I do want to hear your thoughts on Davis Mills' performance. I want to hear it pre-tape drop Tuesday, and then I want to see what it's like once you watch the film. We'll do that a little bit later on in the 3 o'clock hour. But DeMeco had a couple of comments about the hit yesterday in the postgame and today when he met with the media. Here was his thoughts and his opinion on the hit, not really watching the film as much, but just after the game yesterday.
CJ scrambled. Of course, he tried to he slid, came up, hit him. As I see, it's unnecessary roughness. He hit the quarterback when he's sliding and giving himself up. If I'm incorrect on the rule, I've seen that happen multiple times with our guys, and we get the penalty, but for some reason, it just didn't happen there. So we'll look at the film and see, what actually happened there. At the end of the day, we lost our starting quarterback, all right, because of the play. And anytime you lose your starting quarterback, it's always tough. Davis battled, tried to do a good job there. He battled, but it just didn't do well offensively once we lost CJ.
All right, that was him yesterday, and we'll revisit that point there where he said it happens to our guys and we get the penalty, and the other way around it doesn't. This was him, and I think after he was able to see it, as he said in that previous clip, he hadn't watched it, he's able to see it. This was his comments today about the hit.
Yeah, look, it's a tough play, right? The quarterback is sliding. I thought the quarterbacks are protected when they slide, but what I'm learning is if you hit them, don't hit them in the head or neck area, they slide, you hit them in the chest, and that's just fine. So that's what I learned.
All right, when we listen to those two cuts, Clint, in the first one, I'm not putting words in his mouth. I don't know if he was meaning Azeez Al-Shire from last year with Trevor Lawrence when he says our player gets flagged, but unfortunately ours didn't today. But I know a lot of people are comping the Broncos and the hit on CJ to the Azeez hit on Trevor Lawrence. And I mean, like I said, man, when it first happened, I said, man, I hope that kid is all right, that he gets up. But I don't know how anybody could look at those situations and say that they're similar. Those were two different. I mean, my man came up with a forearm shiver to the
parallel to the ground and forearm shiver the guy in the neck and head. I mean, it does not even. You sound silly even bringing up Azeez Al-Shire's hit in reference to this hit, especially after you've seen it. I mean, the truth be told, this kid is coming. You watch the film. This kid literally is coming from behind CJ. The only reason he hits him in the chest is because CJ actually leans back to start to slide. This kid's coming from the side. CJ never sees him. It's a bang-bang play. If you watch the slow-mo, the kid actually does everything he can to keep his head and his shoulder out of it. And it's almost like he hits him with his rib cage, and it's just a matter of CJ already falling back and him compounding the force of CJ's head on the turf.
And he was close to the turf.
Yeah. And it was just a whip of the head. And so it's just, to me, it's not even close to what Azeez Al-Shire did. Again, the guy's coming from the side. At contact, he's actually coming from behind him. And it wasn't any it looked like Azeez Al-Shire was trying to hurt somebody. Like it looked like he was trying to bring
forearm.
Absolutely. There was violent to hit somebody physically, and this kid was almost just trying to dive and cut him off, and CJ just happened to slide, and when they hit each other, it's look, I still think there's a question there of like, how are you going to protect quarterbacks and how are you going to hold guys accountable? And
I was surprised they
flag?
picked it up. I was surprised they picked the flag up, but then when you saw it, I rewatched it today and listened to what's his name, Mike Pierre. What's the
I know you're talking.
Yeah, but I can't remember his last name. But the guy who does the rules analyst for Fox over there, I listened to him speak about it, and as he broke it down, had he made contact with the head or neck area, then that would have resulted in a foul.
Yep.
The fact that it was low and hit him lower with the shoulder / back kind of changes it. But I still surprised with how violently he went down and he was into a slide. I'm surprised they picked it up. But once you saw it explained and you saw the replay, I mean, I could see how the officials got to that point.
Yeah, look, I can't see how you got to the point of not calling hey, he's in his slide, he's in a protected nature. Now, I'm not mad at the player. Like I don't think it was an egregious move by the player, the way that I thought it was with Azeez Al-Shaair. But when I'm watching it, it's still the rule is what it is. I mean, he was in a slide when he got hit, and you can't hit a quarterback when he's in a slide. Was my interpretation, I guess. I'm as long as hit him with your rib cage or your back, and you don't, you're coming from a side angle or even a back angle and not straight forward. I guess. I was under the impression that once a quarterback starts to slide, you can't hit him, and there's no doubt he got hit when he was sliding.
Starting to slide.
Now, was it a late slide? I would say yes, but CJ didn't see him, so it wasn't late. It was that he never saw the guy. It was actually an early slide if you look at the defender he was sliding because of. So. I don't know. There's a lot that goes into this, and the last thing I do is go to Azeez Al-Shaair's hit on Trevor Lawrence. Yeah. I mean, like it never even crossed my mind until somebody said Azeez is on the field consoling the young kid, explaining to him, "Don't worry about it. Everybody's going to come after you." Azeez talked about it in the locker room afterwards. Yeah. Like that's where our head's at. We're in a tight ball game against the Denver Broncos, against a 6-win team, and we're over here telling the kid how to weather the storm of negative publicity when you have a hit on a quarterback that causes a concussion. It's interesting to me.
Yeah. No, it was an unfortunate hit, and a text line coming in. They don't pick that up for Mahomes or Josh Allen if he got hit like that. Yeah, I'm sure that's what they were thinking. Sure, that's what the Ron Torbert and that officiating crew were thinking. Oh, C.J. Stroud, all right, man, pick it up. Damn, they didn't pick it up for Trevor, did they, last year? Kept that one, didn't they? C.J. and Trevor, I thought would be in the same spot. God, that's so stupid. I mean, I can't any other way to say it. It's so stupid. C.J. Like they got you think I think they got a deal in their pockets, right? All right. See, 13th best quarterback. No, we keep that on. 16th. Oh, that's on the line. 15th, 16th. Where do we drop it? Does Jordan Love get it or no? No, we slide into. Where's the cutoff? God, it's stupid. Yeah, they just went in there and looked at what they saw, man. It's silliness. All right, coming up as we continue, we will open up the phone lines for you. I saw Southside Al say, come on, show, open up them lines. Well, Byron will open up those phone lines for you, 713-572-4610. You can call up in here. Let's hear from you. And this is where I want to hear from you about. This is the conversation starter. Do you give the Texans a pass in this game because they were down C.J. Stroud and Titus Howard? Do you give them a pass in how this game went and them losing this game to the 7-2 Broncos, who've won 6 in a row? Do you give them a pass because C.J. and Titus were out of this game in the second quarter? We'll discuss that and hear from you coming up next.
The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in on a Reaction Monday. Our guy Byron is in the fold today as T-Mill is out. Clint Stoerner's in the building, as well as myself. Remember, coming up, we are off a little early, 5 o'clock, the Coaches Show with DeMeco Ryans. He will be coming up after us. Yeah, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris and company will have the Coaches Show every single Monday, 5 o'clock. He will jump on, so you make sure you listen for that as we continue rolling. Remember, he spoke earlier today on In the Loop. And he is, if you missed that, you might check out the podcast page. He spoke about game after being able to kind of check out a little film, watch a little bit a day after, and good conversation there with the media. By the way, way. Also, call in right now. We're here from the people, 713-572-4610, on the premise of, do you give the Texans a pass in this game because they were down C.J. Stroud and Titus Howard? I see some people rolling in with their thoughts. Yes, I give them a pass. I live in the Denver area, and I'm a huge Texans fan. We appreciate you listening, Big Dog. C.J. was driving the ball. Mills wasn't. Some other people with their thoughts with if they would give him a pass or not. Some people said, hell no, I don't give him a pass. They've been terrible all season. We're just not good. Your thoughts, Clint, before we go to the people. Would you at all give them a pass being down without two of their most important players?
No, look, I would have liked to have seen how the game unfolded if they would have had C.J. Stroud, period. But I don't give them a pass. I mean, you're one play away from this game swinging big time. And I would say with Davis Mills, the go route down the sideline of Nico Collins turned into a field goal, I believe. The I don't know what you call it, the out route that he threw to Xavier Hutchinson, got him into field goal range and turned into a field goal. So not that they were long drives, but he did make a few plays to get points on the board, which in a game like this, after getting no reps all week with a rookie play caller, the kind of deal, like it's interesting to expect much more from Davis Mills. Now, did he miss a couple throws? Absolutely. He missed a big one that's on everybody's mind to Christian Kirk, and that's obviously a problem. But more time than not be able to score points when they get in the red zone. Touchdowns when they get in the red zone. They scored 4 touchdowns all year long when they've played teams. I think it's in their losses, actually. They scored 4 touchdowns. Will Anderson has one of them, and one of them was a Nick Chubb that Tampa Bay let him score. So it's not like against really good teams, C.J. Stroud's been lighting it up with this crew.
Yeah.
I mean, it's same song, same dance, different quarterback. So I don't give him a pass. No, I don't look at this game, and go, boy, this would have been a total different outcome if C.J. doesn't get hurt. I think they let one get away with whoever's in there. One play, and you got a chance to win this game. They weren't able to make it.
Yeah, they were leading the whole way until Denver walked them down. And they were playing terrible until Denver walked them down and finally got in. All right, let's hear from the people. Tony, let's go with you first. Tony, do you give them a pass in this game against one of the best teams in the AFC, down their quarterback and their best offensive lineman? You give them a pass, Tony?
I definitely give them a pass. I think that they played well, and I think that once you get your starting quarterback knocked out, which that was an incorrect call, by the way, I disagree with both of you guys. I'm a ref, so I have that advantage. An official, should I say. And that was a bad call because of the fact that it wasn't as egregious as Trevor, but it falls with a defense player that's on the ground.
Well, he's a runner. He's a runner, Tony. He's not defenseless. He's a runner.
No, he's on the ground. It doesn't even matter if it's a running back or not. If his running back's on the ground and you hit him while he's on the ground, that is a penalty. They called 2 penalties before that. After that you saw. One going to the back of the kickoff return. You see they threw the flag on that. And they threw it for Nico Collins, too, one time when they hit him. That was a bad call, a bad officiating as far as that's concerned, to pick that flag up. That's one thing you have to have is substantial evidence to pick up a flag. And that's just my belief. But, hey, I appreciate you guys. I like the show, and I'm enjoying listening to you.
All right, appreciate the call, Tony. No, the running part makes a difference. Now, the slide, if you want to say he was in his slide and you felt like they said he slid late, but he's a runner. He's past the line of scrimmage. He is running the football, and that changes the aspect. He's not defenseless when he turned into a running back. When he runs past the line of scrimmage, it is not defenseless anymore. He becomes a runner. And if you want to say he was in his slide, like Clint was saying, yeah, I'm surprised they picked it up. But when they broke it down and said he is starting his slide and he came and started his attempt to tackle him before he started his slide is what they explained. It's a different thing.
Yeah, look, I mean, they just got to decide how, in a league where they typically err on the side of protecting quarterbacks, this is one where, look, I agree, Tony, by the way. I mean, I thought I would have been A-okay if they would have thrown the flag. Obviously, I would have. I'm a Texans fan. I would have been really
I was surprised.
I thought that was a flag 10 out of 10 times. I thought it was okay. Now, is it defenseless? Is it head to head? Is it shoulder to head? Is it one of those where you're going to kick him out of the ball game, or is this just a roughing penalty? And so I don't know. Maybe you can't, as a ref, I don't know if they can discern between the two. It's either all or none. I don't know how that goes, but I agree with you that the result of the play was a guy that was going into his slide, giving himself up, and he was hit. I agree with that part of it. Now we can debate whether it was a late slide, whether he saw him, all those kind of things. But at the end of the day, it was I thought the flag would stand. I thought the flag would stand, and after I watched the replay, I thought the kid would stay in the game and continue to play because it wasn't head-to-head, it wasn't elbow-to-head, it wasn't forcible contact to the head or neck area.
Yep. All right, Eddie, let you jump in here. Eddie, do you give the Texans a pass in this game because they were down CJ and their best offensive lineman?
No, I don't. And when you say the Texans, the person I don't give a pass to specifically is Nick. And right now, the pass is taken away from Nick Caserio.
Okay.
And the person I don't give a pass to also are Cal and Hannah. And here's why. 5 years ago, Deshaun and David Mulligetta put their heads together, and they realized that organization could not put talent on the field for him to be successful. So they moved on. What happens when CJ and David Mulligetta put their heads together and realized this organization can't put the talent around CJ for him to be successful? Now it's for his health. Nick has been here for 5 years. 5 years. And this is the offensive line he's put together. And it can't protect CJ. When did David and CJ get together and say, you know what, it's time to move on? And I know Nick tried, but you know what? The unemployment office is full of people who tried and couldn't make it happen. Going into this season, the Bears and the Texans both had two young stud quarterbacks. And the marching orders for their GMs were to get people around them to protect them. The Bears went out and shopped at Saks Fifth Avenue when it came to free agency. They got some high-priced talent on the offensive line. Nick Caserio and the Texans, they shopped at Dollar Tree. And that's why the Bears are 5-3 and the Texans are 3-5. So
no, I appreciate your call, Eddie. And listen, you're speaking to words that we talked about. We had conversations about all throughout. Listen, I believe that the organization really loves Nick Caserio, and I believe the organization, and I'm talking about decision makers like Cal and Hannah and DeMeco. I think they're very fond of Nick Caserio, and I think Nick has done some great things. We were talking about in the press box yesterday. I think Nico Collins might be his best draft pick. Nick has done some good things, but the thing that potentially is going to get him in the most trouble is how he has handled the offensive line and the decisions he's made from help since before DeMeco was here. And it became a big problem where this team wants to be, and you hear it from the head coach, wants to be. Now, here lately, he is, I believe he was heavily involved in the selection of this new offensive line, but you got your head coach up here talking about we want to be physical and we want to be able to get a yard and we're going to play it. I wake up thinking physicality, and you put this group together. I think ultimately that is going to be the biggest problem that Nick Caserio faces after this year ends. If this continues to go, hell, I don't even think if it continues. We clearly see that it is still an issue and a problem and a part of this offense's downfall. And that is something that's going to be hard for him to have to walk through.
Look, the truth of the matter is the noise is going to be really loud around Nick Caserio because you failed the kid on three different fronts. While he had a rookie contract and you had money to play with, you didn't protect him with an offensive line, you didn't protect him with an offensive play caller, and you didn't protect him with weapons around him. Now, you did one of those things every now and then, right? I mean, Bobby Sloak was a good offensive coordinator until you thought he wasn't, and you fired his ass. The receiving core that you put around him last year was like just overkill almost with Steph Diggs and Tank Dell and everybody. But the inability to get it together, keep it together, let a group, play caller, quarterback, supporting cast, O-line, let that nucleus kind of grow. It was a turnstile for 3 years. It's at one or more of those layers, whether it's support supporting cast was a turnstile for multiple of those categories. And the result is CJ Stroud's is regressing. He's backsliding.
Yep. All right. Our guy Southside Al, your thoughts as we jump into this. Do you give him a pass with losing CJ and Titus Howard in that game yesterday?
Say, Ron, I'm so glad you opened these lines up. I'm finna cook their ass. This is the thing. C.J. Stroud got hurt. You know that's my guy. That's my quarterback. It didn't matter because we got to go back to game before. Here's the deal. Anybody been watching the Texans since they came into the Texans when the orders left? We've been going through the same thing over and over again, Ron. People talking about get another running back or give Woody Marks the ball. I don't give a you know what who the running back is unless it's Barry Sanders. They don't make them no more. Wrong. The deal is DeMeco Ryans doesn't have a clue with offensive coaching or head coaching because last year, the year before that, we talked about him in the game manager. He had a chance in that game in the fourth quarter. They went down an incomplete pass. Guess what happened after that? They got a delay in game. Clock run out. He don't have a clue how to run an offense in NFL. Put his ass over there on the defensive side. Let him be a DC. He'll be good. He don't have a clue. I don't care who you put back there. The people is not getting it. I'm going to hang up and listen. Run. These guys, I'm going to tell you what Michael Strahan said when they was inside the one. Michael Strahan said on the audio, on the TV, Strahan said, that's just kind of weak. These guys are not even trying to push. They getting dogged, man. They don't have no impose your man willpower over the next man. And when you ain't got that as a collective regardment, you going to fall, Ron. And I ain't going to listen, man.
I appreciate the call, Southside Al. Listen, Al, I disagree with they were trying. Ariante Ursery and Ed Ingram and Jake Andrews, damn sure. I watched him. They was trying. They was trying. They just don't have it, right? Like you said it earlier, they're just not good enough right now. That group is not good enough to just do that to teams that are good defensive lines, let alone the best defensive front seven potentially in the league with the Broncos. Like they could try. Andrews and Ed Ingram and Laken Tomlinson could try all day long. They're not moving Zach Allen. They weren't. Right? And I think to your point that you've been making, well, then what can you do? What else can you do? Because if your thought process is, all right, 7-5, 60, 69, let's go. Drive them off the ball. It's not happening. It hadn't happened. I don't think it's not that they ain't tried. Have it.
Yeah, they don't. I mean, it's fairly simple, boys. You don't. I said this in the post game last night. If these guys are delusional at NRG, you don't have the offensive line to move people. You don't have the explosive weapons to just line up stagnant and run routes. You don't have those guys. You don't have the stable of running backs to justify running back by committee, whether it's 4 guys getting run week 1 or it's 3 guys getting run week 8. You don't have those people.
Yeah, Joe Mixon's not walking through that door.
You don't. It's like defensively, if they were out there playing a bunch of man defense and didn't have man corners, and they're just getting torched, right? It's like you don't have those. I know that's what you want to do, and I know that maybe you feel like you can, and you're just going to give everybody a shot. But at some point, you got to realize you don't have the dudes to do it. That's the deal. Shape it any way you want to shape it. Blame it on the O-line. Blame it on whoever you want to blame it on. You don't have the dudes to line up and tell everybody we're finna run right at you. Stop us.
Get us. We're doing it. All right, Matt, I'll let you close this out. Do you give him a pass in this game yesterday because they were down CJ and Titus Howard?
Well, first off, I appreciate you guys doing this open line thing. I think if you do it maybe at least once a day for a few minutes, it might liven up the show. a little bit.
You don't like the damn show? The show ain't live enough for you, Matt?
Well, that's what I'm telling you. I think we've got some energy here when you bring callers on. You guys even get energetic about it. No, it's a good show, guys, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, go ahead.
What I want to say, the way I would like to frame it, I do believe they win the game if CJ stays in the game. They were moving the ball. In fact, there was somewhat of a revelation last week that I thought, okay, we now have the scheme going the way it should be going. CJ bought into it, doing what he calls it, death by 1,000 cuts. That looked to me like we were starting it again this game. I assume it would have continued. Fine, you get into that spot they were in on the goal line. Fake a dive, throw it out to the flat on the first down, get creative. And they already showed they could be creative in some of the prior games where they're running, some misdirection on the goal line. So it's within the scheme for whatever reason, and you guys may be onto it. DeMeco might have overrid the play calling in that moment. He shouldn't do that. He should see that they've already executed some of this stuff on the goal line in the past and let it go. So the one thing I want to point out on this hit, it to me was a cheap shot from this guy. He clearly saw him going into a slide because he lowered his body to go hit him as he's sliding. So the notion that this guy, was just making a football play, this slide, they need to simply say, if you're going into a slide, you can't hit the player going to the ground, period. I don't care if you've already loaded up to go hit him, figure out a way to dive over him. So that needs to be the rule. Because this kid, by the way, he came at him and from, like you pointed out, almost from behind. He wasn't going to stop his forward progress. He almost had no impact on stopping CJ from continuing to run. So, in fact, he even did a spin-a-rooney on his helmet. That's how crazy this guy's, cheap shot, in my opinion, was. Clear the rule up so that everybody is clear, even receivers taking a slide. If you go into a slide, you do not hit the player going down, because it isn't just the head to the helmet or the shot to the helmet. You can see the physics of this is simple. A guy's going to the ground, and you go then impact him to go harder to the ground. This concussion scenario, we've seen it play out all the time.
All right, Matt, I got to get out of here. I appreciate your call. Matt, call back again, Matt. I like you. That was good. I disagree with you. I don't think it was a cheap shot at all. I've seen cheap shots. I don't think that was a cheap shot. I think what you were saying, he went down as soon as he started to slide. I disagree with the cheap shot, but I think I love the spirit of your call. I wouldn't mind going back and forth with you. I don't know if we're going to do it every day. I don't know if we're going to do it every day. But we're good on every Monday, damn it, right here at 3 o'clock. All right, coming up, I said this earlier, I want to get your thoughts on what Davis Mills did yesterday, because we may have to see Davis Mills moving. I want to see your thoughts, because we'll hear more about it after you watch the tape tonight, but I want to get your thoughts just initially of what Davis Mills did. We'll do that next.
All right, look, I want to tell you guys all.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on SportsRadio. The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, I mean, whenever you get an opportunity to go out there and play, I mean, it's a lot of fun. Obviously, hate the circumstances. Never want to see CJ go down like that, but I mean, right now, I'd be ready for any situation, and felt like I was fully prepared and ready to go out there and play at a high level.
All right, that was Davis Mills as he spoke to the media yesterday. He had to come in, obviously, and play roughly the last 3 quarters of the game due to the, what my man might call it, a cheap shot. The cheap shot our last caller said it was, Matt, I believe, a cheap shot that hit on C.J. Stroud. Davis Mills had to come. And I know tomorrow you all look forward, as much as we do, a little Tape Drop Tuesday where Clint looks at the tape and tells you what he saw. And I honestly, I wanted to hear your thoughts about Davis Mills actually before you watch the tape. Tomorrow, I feel like whatever you say right now, I feel like once you watch it, you're going to be even more annoyed with what you're seeing. And in particular, you may be annoyed with Davis Mills too, because right now I feel like you think he may have only missed 2 throws right now, and there's a potential if you watch the tape. They dropped his ass back 30 times for some reason, but that you may see more. But you are unique as anyone in this city and anyone in this market, and obviously anyone at this station. You have come off the bench in the National Football League in a game in the way that Davis Mills did. You had to come in for the starter into the game, so you know what it's like, been a part of the game plan in a major way all week, and then just have to jump into a game. What did you think of Davis Mills' performance? Were you disappointed? What did you think about what he did?
No, I was not disappointed. You look at, first of all, I'm very aware in the moment, as soon as he has to come in the game, of how difficult this is. Again, it's the same offensive line that everybody bitches about that CJ has to play in front of. It's the same supporting cast from a pass catching perspective that CJ has to throw the football to. It's the same offensive coordinator that nobody believes has a clue in what he's doing, game planning or adjusting. And it's the same number 1 defense in football that you're going against. The only difference is you're not the same level, same caliber player as C.J. Stroud, and you've gotten 0 reps, relatively speaking, all year long in this offense, which, by the way, C.J. Stroud's having a hard time committing to. And so you take all that into account when you push the backup quarterback in there. Number 1, first and foremost, just don't lose the game. Don't go out there and turn the football over. Don't go out there and throw a pick 6. Don't go out there and be the reason that we lose the football game. And I thought in from that perspective that Davis Mills did his job. In fact, I would say that there's a couple of different drives where he makes some pretty damn good throws that actually resulted in field goals. I think they kicked 4 field goals when he was in there.
Yep.
And now there was some special teams plays that was made. There was a turnover, obviously, but there were also, he had to make some plays and move the ball and to score points. And so I think as a backup, all things considered, I'm not disappointed in Davis Mills whatsoever. Now, the miss to Christian Kirk, I just can't get out of my mind. That is a throw that even
we're going to change the game.
I just expect Davis Mills to make it. I don't necessarily expect him to make the bootleg throw back across the field to Nico Collins 70 yards down the field. That is why CJ is so special, is he can make those throws. He's comfortable making those throws. He makes them in his sleep. And the reason that Davis Mills doesn't make those throws is why he's a backup quarterback in this league. It's a different level quarterback. So I don't hold against Davis Mills the plays that, I'll be honest with you, I don't expect him to make. It's the ones when the play's dialed up and the receiver's open, even if it's a tight window, the throw over the middle to Dalton Schultz before one of the longer field goal attempts. It was thrown a little bit early and hot. Dalton Schultz tipped it up in the air. Luckily, it wasn't picked off behind him. That ball's thrown in his numbers. maybe hold it a split second longer and be a little bit more patient and let him circle that linebacker, it's a 1st and 10 inside the 20 right there.
We also have to, I think to me also, we have to look at Denver. They made some adjustments. Because
there's no question.
When Davis first came in, I listen, I probably don't have to disclose this, but I ain't got no shame in it. I will. We're up in the press box. In fact, it was myself, Clint, and Byron, all right next to each other. Byron really likes the juice that they have up there. I saw you, man. You had about 3 or 4 cans of them jokers. I saw you really into those and the candy to be young. But I think I said to you, I said, man, for the first drive or two, I said to you, Clint, boy, I'm surprised that the offense doesn't look that much different than when CJ's in it. And then at some point, Clint, Denver obviously made an adjustment, and then they made life hell on Davis Mills, and it looked a lot different from the first 2 drives. So the first 2 drives, Davis was playing, and you're like, whoa, hold on. All right, this is good. He just keeps doing this. They keep putting points on the board. They're going to probably win this game. But then Denver, got to give them credit. Vance Joseph and them over there, they made an adjustment and just shut everything down for the Texans.
Yeah, I'm anxious to see what that adjustment was on the film. I'm sure it's there. I'm sure it's obvious. I mean, I tell you, when you play a really good team like that, they typically wear on you, and they adjust well, but they typically wear on you, and they get the better of you in the second half. Sometimes it takes a little time for the dam to bust. But, look, relatively speaking, would I have liked to see him convert that 1st and goal from the 2? Sure. I would have liked to have seen him get an opportunity to besides a damn quarterback sneak that was awful. By the way, I watched him awful, and on all fronts.
That ain't his fault, man. You got to check out.
No, it's not. It's not his fault. It's awful.
They got a better shot of fade to Dare.
I think here's the deal.
Maybe
when your backup quarterback goes in the game, there's an obvious fall off from the starter from a talent standpoint. But what people don't understand is that, and should understand, is it puts a significantly more pressure on all those pieces around him: the O-line, the wide receivers, the play caller, the game manager, and C.J. Stroud. All of them failed him, right? I mean, all of them. Like your starting quarterback, who you plan on paying $50 million, that guy has the ability to overcome some of these things.
You dropped it down $10 million, didn't you?
Well, it is what it is.
You dropped it down to 50.
I mean,
you
whatever
say
it may be.
60. You didn't.
Whatever it is.
Slickly, too, dropped it to 50.
Josh Allen didn't need 60, so I'm all right with it, but whatever. Like all of those guys failed the backup quarterback more so than the backup quarterback failed them. Like it just, when your backup quarterback has to go in a game and you have that game changer removed from the quarterback position, all of a sudden everybody around them have to be good to great. And the reality is everybody around the quarterback in this system, in this particular organization, is not good to great.
All right, coming up, let's look at it. You can text in yours, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Weekend's best, weekend's worst. What was your weekend's best? What was your weekend's worst? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about Twin Peaks, y'all. It's real simple, baby.
The experts at Texas Star Grill Shop will guide you through.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's the Hughley.
All right, welcome back into the drive on a Reaction Monday. Shout out to my oldest son. Broken bone in the ankle. I don't know.
Life an athlete, huh?
I don't know what the hell was happening in that PE kickball. but the court had to run up there and get him. Now he's got to go see a pediatric orthopedic surgeon tomorrow.
Sorry to hear that.
I'm telling you, man, how much are these kids costing me today?
Have y'all ever broken a bone before? Like not a finger, but like a.
Well, that was when I almost had to have my finger amputated.
Oh wow. Yeah, I broke my left humerus. I had to get a metal plate.
Woo. Okay. All right.
Well, that's brutal.
Yeah, that ain't nothing like that. Yeah.
Hey, I didn't fumble though.
Yeah, I tell you what, I did. I didn't break nothing.
I'm certain my man didn't record the out at first base either. But all right, man, it's all right, son. They got him in a walking boot already, baby.
Hey, milk it, Trey, milk it, man. Get y'all everything you could possibly want, man, from mom and dad.
Next thing I see a walking boot. He didn't miss class, and I see him eating pizza.
There you go.
Slid over to something, and not homemade pizza, somewhere that pizza was bought.
There you go. Hey, make them buy you dinner, whatever meal you want for the next week.
Yeah.
Wait on your hand and.
Yeah. Damn it. Whew. All right. Well, we'll see what happens. All right. Weekend's best, weekend's worst. Text them in. Your weekend's best, your weekend's worst. I'll start with my weekend's best, Clint. And I know some people here are maybe didn't think it was the best, but it was a great game. The Game 7 World Series, much better to me than that 18th inning game that nobody stayed up to watch. But they went 11 innings in this game, and it was 4-all. The Dodgers did win back-to-back titles. Yeah, on what was it, Saturday night? They went 5-4. The game was insane. I thought the Dodgers were going to lose 3 or 4 times in this thing. I mean, of all people, Rios hit the game-tying homer in front of Shohei Ohtani. And then crazy defensive plays. They got the bases loaded at one point, got a ground out. Rios almost wasn't able to make the throw to home plate. And then that catch in the outfield where my man went Kelly Lee from Bad News Bears and just ran over and just caught everything in right and left field was crazy. And then Will Smith to top it off. And my man, watching my man, Clayton Kershaw, just go shirtless in the champagne celebration. Fun. And Yamamoto, I mean, I'm never going to see nothing like that. I mean,
3 wins in one World Series?
Innings, damn near 100 pitches the day before, and then came back and went 2 2/3 to end the game and threw another 30 pitches, and they couldn't touch him all series. They could not touch him all series. He was the World Series MVP. It was nasty. It was nasty to watch what he did, and fun, man. I know many people. It's good to see Clayton Kershaw go out the way he did. I know you were glad because the American team won, but it was a fantastic game.
It was a tremendous game, and tip to cap, man. I watched the majority of that game, and I'm going to tell you, man, I could feel the vibe. I mean, the vibe in the building, the intensity in the building, the energy in the building. I could feel it through the TV. I didn't have a dog in the fight, and I am amped up watching this thing. And that was one hell of a baseball game.
I almost woke up the whole house.
Yeah. I mean, look, look, it's a World Series. You know, it's for all the marbles, right? But I mean, literally sitting on the edge of my seat for the entire game with every pitch and every at bat, only because I knew everybody in them damn bleachers was doing the same thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You couldn't watch that game and not get amped up and feel it. And so, I mean, I tip my cap to the Toronto fans that were in the building, and that was tremendous.
Now, I don't know how much it moved the needle for baseball moving forward. I know that was a big conversation at Alex Rodriguez, and then we're trying to push forward. But that particular game was and their post game, man. That I told you how I feel. A-Rod, Ortiz, and Jeter, they got something there. Boy, when they put magic on the set, that was something else. All right, what's your weekend bet?
I'm gonna go with my boy Rhett Lashley up the street here, man, at SMU. 26-20 over the Miami Hurricanes.
I thought Miami was on upset alert.
Yeah, man, you called it. Yeah. You called it. Look, just tip my cap. Obviously, I'm biased. He's a friend of mine. We went back and forth yesterday about the game, man. It was winning is fun, and when you can get Miami at your place and you need a win because the season hadn't gone the way that he thought it would go, sitting at 6-3, 5-3 before this win, to go get a top 10 win is huge. And going back and forth with him yesterday, guess what? I said, man, when's your next home game? He said, well, it's November the 22nd, and it'll be Louisville, and by that time they'll be top 10 too. So he's gonna probably have another top 10 team come through Dallas and at SMU. That's gonna be fun.
Beck threw just a horrific interception in that game.
Hell, last time I saw him throw again, who was it they lost to?
They're there to kick the go-ahead field goal, and they're in the red zone, and he just fires a pick late in the middle, across the middle of the field, just awful. All right, I know some of you may not get annoyed. I don't know. But my weekend worst. There was some things to pick from. For me, the amount of noise that the Denver Broncos fans were able to make at NRG.
Facts.
And I'm not saying this to a space to say, yes, we get to speak to you all and talk to you. We're out every Thursday and Friday. There are absolute passionate fans in Houston. But and you know this is something that gets under my skin, and I've made pleas. But that was I honestly believe Ursery's false start had something to do with how loud that was down there on that side of the field, and how much orange was in that lower bowl. That is just that. I just don't understand it. It is just so wild to me how many of those guys and how loud it was when they're in there.
It is crazy. It's wild to think that many people sell their tickets to such a big game. Now, one might say that hell, the Texans ain't deserve nobody to stay around and stick around and show up early and all that kind of jive, if we're being completely honest. But at one point early in that game, Ron said, damn, why did everybody wear their Astros
I tried,
Astro jerseys?
Everybody came out there in their Astros uniform.
All that orange. Said Denver orange. That was great. That was well done.
Yeah. My man, Guy Gene said it's not hard to show one franchise has won multiple Super Bowls. Other one is known for losing. No. The Texans have lost. There are some organizations who ain't touched a Super Bowl that are known for losing, and it don't look like that. Cleveland.
No cap. When Will Lutz kicked the game-winning field goal, I thought he missed it. But it was the Denver fans cheering. I literally thought because we're up in the press box. It was on the opposite. aside, but
it's another place that kind of stuff doesn't I mean, I know I need to let it go, but I just couldn't.
Well, the interesting thing, Ron, is like this was the game where, man, if you can win this game to get back to 500, and then you got Jacksonville and Tennessee, if you're a good enough team to win that game, and then you get to 500, and you got those two teams next, boy, you feel like you get to 7-5 and be right in the thick of this thing. You know what I mean? Or 7-4, whatever the heck it would be. And instead, you just sell the tickets.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, it was.
It's a rough look. It's a rough look, H-Town.
All right, what's your weekend worst?
Well, my weekend worst, it happened late last night, Ron. One of them plays that you don't want to go back and watch.
Oh, you must be talking about Daniels.
Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
I mean, that game is over. I mean, they're down 4 or 5 scores. Yep. And not only is he in the game, they're running an RPO down there trying to score, and he's keeping the football. And I haven't even read the report of how bad it is.
It's a dislocated elbow.
Well, it was definitely dislocated, but I didn't know if anything broke or if anything ripped or what. But, Ron, the worst part of it is, I mean, him getting the injury at that point in time of the game was obviously over. But the thought that he had missed previous games to the hamstring, the thought that it wasn't like, hey, man, we're going to watch this kid. Look, when we can get him out, we're going to get him out. Ain't no sense in getting that hamstring hurt again. Much like you had all the reason under the sun to get him out of the game because of the previous injury. But instead, you leave him in there, and Ron, the TV copy, they didn't realize what happened.
Was it nasty?
It was nasty. He would put his arm down to brace his arm, and it bent the wrong way. And not when it popped out of joint, you could see it sticking not through the skin. But Ron, they thought it was like a lower leg. So they're replaying it, slow motion. And I knew what was coming. And it's right there in the camera, right? Like literally it's the closest thing to the camera is his arm. And they're going, yeah, man, look, his leg got twisted up underneath him. I'm like, oh, no, man, that damn arm fixing to pop out. Yeah, I mean, you couldn't. I thought about you. I thought, boy, even if you didn't want to, if you're watching that, you were going to see it.
I didn't catch it.
Weekend's worst to Dan Quinn for having that. I don't want to hear nothing about the OC. I want to hear nothing about the player.
He said? He almost said, yeah, that play, if we run it 50 times, it's either a handoff or a throw.
It don't matter, Dan.
It never runs with it.
Fair,
that's what he
fair.
said.
You got to know who you got. You got to know that your quarterback is going to. He doesn't have a quit gene in him. He's going to go hard. He's got a hamstring issue. He's had a hamstring issue. Get his ass out of the game. It was over, Jack. There ain't no 9 times out of 10. He shouldn't even have been in the game.
He said 50 out of 50.
Hey, 50 out of 50.
50 out of 50 last night.
Hey, man, that was a piss poor call.
What you got coming up?
All right, I've talked a lot about DeMeco Ryans not knowing his team. The most egregious example of that we hadn't discussed next. We'll do it next right here on Sports Radio 610.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Dirty's Daily on this Reaction Monday is brought to you, powered by Home Depot. Home Depot.
That is not accurate.
Made a big return today at Home Depot. Wasn't sure they were going to help. Actually, Ron, I've probably spent close to, I would say, $100,000 at Home Depot in the last, maybe even more than that, at Home Depot in the last 2 years.
I'd say since I've known you, you have.
I mean, the last couple of years, renovating a couple properties, 3 apartments, a house, with probably $100,000. I pull up today. I got my mom with me, Granny, 75, gray-headed. By the way, Granny's Thursday birthday, man.
76?
November 6th, man. She was born in 50. 11/6/50 is when old Granny was born. So, yeah, this will be 75 for Granny.
75, okay.
75 for Granny. So, yeah, got her with me. And I say, Ma, ease on into Home Depot over there. I pulled up. I got 16 foot. I got 20 boards that are still wrapped together because I ordered the wrong size. They delivered on a big truck. So I put them kind of diagonal on this trailer that was illegal as hell. Thank you to the Chambers County, Harris County, Bates. Appreciate y'all not yanking me over and giving me a ticket because I was illegal on the back end and the front end of my trailer. Had it sticking over with no red flag today. I'll be honest, I did. But I had that Ron, I had that thing tied down. Didn't fit on that trailer, no, but it got there. Mom goes inside and says, "Hey, got a big return out here with these 16-foot boards. You think, one, is this where we need to drop it off? 2, can you get somebody do you have somebody that can help my son get it off the truck?" Nah, we ain't got nobody that can help you. You got to get it off and wheel it in here, and then we'll scan it. And when we scan it, we'll let you know what you need to do next. But we ain't got nobody that can help you. There's literally a dude outside in the breezeway helping a guy load stuff that guy just bought, and it says loader on the back of his jacket. Literally loader on the back of his jacket.
They said they didn't have one for your ass.
He can't help you do it. Shoot, old Granny. Hey, young fella, excuse me. Can I talk to you for a minute? He said, "Yes, ma'am." He said, "You think you can help my son get these boards off the back of this when it won't take me just a second. When you get done with that right there?" He said, "Yes, ma'am, I got y'all." Boop, boop. Got on there, rolled it in there, got that thing returned, baby. Got my money back, big dog.
There you go.
Got my money back. I was inside of my 90 days and got it back. Home Depot, today's sponsor.
Now,
would you
have asked him if?
Oh yeah, I told her to do it.
Oh, okay.
You
would have done it
if she wasn't there. Yeah, because I could not have gotten them. They were 16 foot long. I couldn't get them off the truck myself. And it was impossible.
Yeah.
Not because they weighed too much, because they were too long and too flimsy, and there's too many of them. There was 20 of them bound together. You know what I mean? Trim piece. So I couldn't. I had to have some help. But that fool, get the hell out of here. Yeah, you can. I mean, no matter how much money you spend at Home Depot, they can't help you. They got employees standing around in there shooting a damn breeze. About 4 of them shooting a breeze around a paint can. They ain't got nobody to help me get literally took 5 seconds.
With a jacket that say loader.
With a jacket that said, no, the guy that the jacket says loader can't help you unload. It says loader.
It's loading.
Yeah.
No, unload.
Yeah, I was hot. But Home Depot, you get it today, baby. You get it today. Appreciate y'all for getting that money back in my bank account. I do need to check it. I was there and processed it, but I did not check my account to make sure it came back. I will do that. But DeMeco Ryans, on the backside of this loss to the Denver Broncos, for me, guys, this is just one more example of how DeMeco Ryans is struggling mightily with the offensive side of the football. This is no surprise to me. I said it when you hired the defensive-minded head coach. The biggest X factor in moving forward, whether this organization is going to be able to win a championship or not, is can DeMeco Ryans hire an offensive coordinator and get the offensive side of the football right. I had no concerns about the defensive side of the football, and that is shown over 3 years to be true, right? Clearly, Bobby Slowick wasn't the guy. You fired him and moved on. Now you got Nick Caley. And where we're at now is DeMeco Ryans is overseeing the offense. And when I say oversee, we all witnessed it with our own eyes, Ron, whether you're talking about OTAs, we're talking about training camp. DeMeco Ryans gives up play calling duty. There's no doubt about it. DeMeco Ryans' hands are all over this offense.
Oh, you think he's got a huge voice?
No question. No question about it. DeMeco Ryans' hands are all over this offense. Nick Caserio's hands didn't surprise anybody. You hired a guy that never called plays before that would take an offensive coordinator position, and you pick his staff for him. You keep guys that were in the building before when the offensive coordinator you deemed necessary to fire. So it doesn't surprise anybody that the dynamic on the offensive side of the football. DeMeco is no doubt about it, heavy-handed in the offensive side of the football, definitely overseeing and checking off, signing off on what it is they're doing. And that brings me to this point. This is one more opportunity. I think it happened against Seattle. I think it's happened multiple times throughout the year. DeMeco Ryans does not know his team on the offensive side of the football. He does not know or just refuses to accept who his guys are on the offensive side of the football. Sorry, I said defense. I mean on the offensive side of the football, right? Earlier we talked about the play selection inside the 5-yard line. Not only did they decide to run the ball, got no problem with running the football, right? I got a problem with running the football and Woody Marks never touching it. I got a problem with running the football and you never got out of the goal line package heavy formation. You didn't have one receiver in the game. There was never an attempt to spread it out. You decided you were going to line up and tell everybody in the world we're fixing to run the football right there, and we're gonna make you like it. And one of the best defensive lines, arguably the best defensive line in football, said no, not once, not twice, not 3 times, but the 4th time. Which, by the way, the film did show that CJ got over, but it doesn't matter. You had a false start, so it moved you back, and you had to kick a field goal. The approach, the personnel, you shopped at the O-line discount rack this offseason, and now you're talking about displacing people and moving folks and playing some elite physicality brand of offensive line, sustaining drives against great defenses. You can't shop at the discount rack and do those kind of things, right? The running back situation in the 4th quarter. I said it. This is a hill that I'm going to die on. There was no reason in a game like that, tie ball game, one play was going to change the game. There's no reason that the Texans should have had any running back not named Woody Marks catch the football or run the football in that 4th quarter. There's one guy on that offense outside of Nico Collins that has the ability to make a game-changing play to get you in field goal range, to take one to the house, and that's Woody Marks. And you trying to outsmart everybody in the building by going Dare Gumbawale and Nick Chubb. It's common football sense, especially when you don't have a ton of explosive players on the offensive side. Think players, not plays. Get the football in the hands of your most explosive players, especially when the game's on the line, you're running out of time, it's a tie ball game, and you're one play away from winning this thing. Instead, what you do is you line up inside the 5-yard line and you don't let any of those guys touch the ball. Hell, Nico wasn't even on the field. And then in this situation in the 4th quarter, you give Dare, I believe, had a catch, and I believe that Chubb may have had a carry or two in there, and Woody Marks was standing on the sideline a good chunk of the time. I think it's crazy. I think it's crazy to do that. But the one that was the most egregious, Ron, for me, you and I talked about it briefly when it happened. And I'll be honest, hell with it, go for it. And I was dead wrong. When you look at how this game ended in the 4th quarter, DeMeco Ryans should have opened the press conference today with, guys, I was dead wrong. I mismanaged this situation, and I didn't put my guys in position to win this game, to have the best chance to win this game. And I think it's important at this point in time. The Texans get the football. There's a minute, according to ESPN, there's a minute 14 on the clock. I thought it was a minute 9. According to the ESPN box scores, a minute 14 on the clock. The Texans have the ball. Tie ball game. You're backed up on your own 13. Denver has 2 timeouts, which is critical. Denver has 2 timeouts. You've got your backup quarterback in the game. You got your backup quarterback in the game who I believe at this point had played damn near 3 quarters and hadn't converted 1 third down. The previous 5 drives to this particular drive starting, you went 3 plays, 5 plays, 4 plays, 3 plays. Every single one of them resulted in a punt. There was no reason, whether it's the situation, who's in the game, how successful you had been to that point. There was no reason for DeMeco Ryans, Nick Caserio, and whoever the game managers are for the Texans to feel like, yeah, man, let's get aggressive right here and let's see if we can move this football 60 yards so that we can give our kicker a chance to kick a field goal. There was nothing that said be aggressive in that particular moment. In fact, if run the football or throw a screen to keep the clock running, you had the ability to not only force Denver to waste both timeouts, but you also had a chance to run that clock under 20 seconds. And with your defense, punt the football beyond midfield, and your defense has got to run about 3 plays and hold them down for about 3 plays, and you go into overtime, and you hope in overtime you get the football with better field position, and the odds are in your favor. Ron, this is another one where I can apply the same point I made previously in this segment. I don't know who DeMeco Ryans thinks he has on the offensive side of the football. I don't know who he thinks he has as an offensive play caller, as a backup quarterback, as an offensive line that was missing your right tackle, the best offensive lineman you have, the wide receiver group that had been pedestrian at that point after CJ left the game, outside of the go route to Nico and the speed cut out route to Xavier Hutchinson. This is one of those moments, Ron, where unless you're like me and in the moment when asked about it, you just say, F it, man, let's see what we can do. Like, I don't know how you as a game manager in the NFL get to a point of like, let's get a couple of quick completions and get this drive rolling and see if we can go kick a field goal. I think it's egregious, man.
I'll be honest with you. I think you're right. I think it was probably the wrong move based off everything you talked about, based off what your offense had shown you, what Dave. I told you, for me, my biggest concern was like you want to avoid the sack turnover because they had started to make some moves at that point. But even though I think it was probably the wrong move, like I as a fan, if I'm a fan or I'm watching the game, if my coach says, "Man, come on, man, let's go win the game. Let's try and go win the game," I can't be too mad at that.
Oh, yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Let's go win the game. My problem is, for you, Clinton, right now, if you were to say the 4 guys on this team, the 4 guys on this team that you feel like have the best opportunity to win matchups, the best opportunity to make plays that we've seen that can touch the ball on the offense, who are those 4?
Dalton Schultz, Nico Collins, Woody Marks, Christian Kirk.
Christian Kirk, I would say no.
Fair. No, you're fair.
From what we've seen,
I'm with you, especially at this point in the game.
From what we've seen this year, those 4 guys, Nico, Marks, Dalton Schultz, and Noel, all right?
I'll agree with that based on what we've seen this year.
None of them were targeted or touched the ball in any of those 3 plays that they ran. Like none of them, right? Yeah, it was 14 seconds to get, but none of them. Christian Kirk, you said he was the incomplete. Hutch got a ball, and then
Higgins.
Higgins got a ball, Lake Tomlinson's ass, but the throw was in the middle of the field. Like, something's got to go to one of those 4. I'm certain Jalen wasn't on the field. So that's the bigger part for me is, all right, man, you want to go win it. God, dog, man, Woody, Dalton, Nico, no, one of them got to touch it at least once. Well, at least be targeted.
And Ron, to your point, like that exactly is the reason. That's why when you should cringe when DeMeco Ryans talks about, oh yeah, we're trying to get the ball to Nico Collins. No, I mean clearly you're not. Like him getting the ball just in rhythm and in the offense is not what we're referring to here. And so. Yeah, that was a moment when you'd like to dial up a play to where Nico Collins could potentially make one.
I'd have kicked off the drive with a screen to Woody Mark. So I just can't believe they did that. All 4 of them, none of them touched the ball. None of them were targeted in that thing. That was the tougher part to me. Again, like you said, Clint, it probably was, hey man, maybe your defense taking the ball away may give you a better shot. But well,
you got to at least play for better field position. That's the thing is you can't give them the ball back at midfield with 2 timeouts.
Yeah, 14 seconds. They didn't have to call the timeout. That was tough. All right, that's Dirty's Daily as we continue here on a little read we do each and every week. Our Man Eye Institute Players of the Game, and I know sometimes these weeks can be difficult, but the defense still did play well, held that team under 20 points, and the offense showed some moments there, especially early. Who are your Man Eye Institute Players of the Game? We'll do that coming up.
It's a McCarran Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into a Reaction Monday. Clint Stoerner in the building. Tyler is out today, but our guy Byron is in. We expect to hear and have T-Mill back tomorrow as we are still reacting to the Texans' 18-15 loss. Drops them to 3-5 overall. Eked out a win against the Raiders in overtime. Really, the Raiders tried to go for two and missed and didn't have a chance on it. But that is where things stand. Remember, we are out early, 5 o'clock, because the Coaches Show with DeMeco Ryans comes up after we get done. So stay tuned for that as he'll be there to address things with the fellas coming up in a bit. Before we do get to the Man Eye Institute Player of the Game, and you all can text in your players of the game. There's as I see some people saying there aren't any. There are. Somebody texted in, Clint, as you were talking there in Dirty's Daily, and they were talking about Woody Marks. What have you seen from Marks? He hasn't looked good, and I would just say, before you go into that, yes, yesterday he had 10 carries for 27 yards and somehow got no catches in the game. But just the previous week, he was over 110 total yards, 62 on the ground on 11 touches, and then 4 receptions for 50 yards.
Look,
so, I mean, it's
if you're listening to this show and if you watch the Texans, you don't understand what the hell I mean about Woody Marks being in the ballgame in the fourth quarter, then we got to order another beer. We got to order another round and talk about Astros or something. We're not talking about what somebody did yesterday. We're not talking about what somebody did in this drive or that drive. We're talking about, damn it, and the way that game was going, you're one freaking play away from winning a damn ball game. The least you could ask is that the organization have the players on the field that have the ability to make somebody miss, that can catch a check down the way he did last week and take it 50 yards across midfield and into field goal range himself. The least you could expect and ask is for that guy to touch the football, right? The least you could ask is the best player on the offense, one of the best wide receivers in football, touch the football in those moments. If you have decided that you're going to be aggressive, which I would not have done, but if you are going to decide you're going to be aggressive, the least you could expect is one of those guys touching the football. If you don't get that simple fact about what we're watching in Houston, then, I mean, I don't know what the hell you're watching.
Yeah. No, I get it. It's very clear why Woody should. I mean, just last week, he was better than Christian McCaffrey.
But watch every team, Ron. Watch every team. When the game's on the line, it's simple football, man. When the game's on the line and they got a chance to win the game, they're targeting these guys over and over and over and over again. Those guys are getting at least targets, if not touches, and catches in open space and screens and exotic, carries or catches. I mean, look yesterday, the Harvey kid from Denver. I mean, that is how Woody Marks should be used. Swing screens. Right? One on the linebacker going in, out, option. No, shake. We're going to go over the top of you and catch a touchdown. That's how Woody Marks should be used. And we hadn't seen it at all.
Not much.
But we hadn't seen it at all, Ron. The times that we've seen Woody Marks catch the football, it's been back to the defense, catching a check down and turning and making a play. We've not seen him used with a bullet route or a shake route or anything like that. We haven't seen it at all. And one would argue with Nico being out for a game or two, that hell, like, you have more of a reason to show it than anybody. Like, it's like, if you really think about it, like you sit here and watch the film and you watch the games and you're just like, how? Yeah. I don't give a damn what kind of offense you're trying to run. I don't care if you've never called offensive plays before. I don't care if you are a defensive-minded head coach. How are the simple things about football? Just when you've got a running back that can go for 100-plus yards in a game when you're not even trying to get him the ball, when you're splitting carries with another back, he goes for over 100 yards. He has a Christian McCaffrey-type game. You're not even trying. Imagine what it would be like if you tried to get him the football. I mean, we're sitting here watching, and these guys are answering questions to the press like we're idiots. Like these guys are idiots for asking questions about, hey, man, why don't you get Nico the ball more? Hey, how come you don't get – how come Nico had 7 catches in the first quarter and a half and then didn't do much?
I tell you, they are trying to get it to him.
Right. Instead of – like it's like I'm frustrated right now, and this may be the first time I've really got actually frustrated about it. I've kind of just chalked it up to not having never done it, inexperienced. But like now, it's just like it's not. I mean, I never look. I don't.
We go from Jalen Noel the last 2 games to him getting 11 snaps.
How?
No, it's.
Dare Ogunbowale, by the way, let me piss you off more. Dare Ogunbowale had 12.
I think you're pissing.
Jalen Noel had 11. I mean, how?
You're pissing yourself off.
That is just it's.
Well, Dare's are special teams.
Yeah, but were they?
No, I'm just kidding. No, they're offense.
Like I guess I just chalk a lot of it up to defensive-minded head coach, quarterback. I mean, play caller that's never called play. But you can't. Like there's high school coaches every day that go out on Friday nights and get their best player touches time and time and time again, and damn sure in critical situations.
Well, guys, football talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Paramount Plus. Streaming November 16th on Paramount, a show that we both love, is The Return of Landman. From Taylor. Yeah, November 16th. From Taylor Sheridan, co-creator of Yellowstone. Academy Award winner Billy Bob Thornton is back, featuring Academy Award nominees Demi Moore, Andy Garcia, and Sam Elliott.
Old girl from Varsity Blues didn't get an Emmy Award?
Hell no.
How did she? She's the main character.
She didn't get. I mean, these are
American
former.
Pie. It's American Pie, right?
Well, I mean, I think she was in Varsity Blues too.
Okay.
I remember in Varsity Blues. I don't remember she was in Dawson's Creek. I'm certain too. Anyway, yeah, Landman, the new season streaming November 16th, only on Paramount Plus. All right, Clint, who is your Man Eye Institute player of the game? By the way, Man Eye Institute, see life better.
I'm going to go with Kamari Lassiter. I think this Sean Payton's approach, Ron, to this game was not we're going to go down here and we're going to minimize risk and we're going to check the ball down and we're going to sustain drives. And he knew he was playing an unbelievable defense that if you could get the ball off, you could get behind them and you could create some opportunities. It was blatantly obvious from jump. Sean Payton's game plan was, I'm fixing to take as many shots as I can. I'm going to let them be aggressive, get upfield, and I'm going to try to throw the football over their head. And our defense was so damn good that it damn near didn't work. It damn near backfired. And Kamari Lassiter, to me, was the one guy that didn't get got. We saw him. He targeted Henry To'oTo'o, got. We saw him target Derek Stingley Jr. a couple of times. He got. And Kamari, I don't believe, ever got hit with one. In fact, he made up a couple of ground on a couple of plays and made good pass deflection, pass breakups. So I got to go with Kamari Lassiter.
All right.
Smelled tremendous last night in the post-game presser, by the way. Didn't have the name of the cologne. I asked him about it.
I was just about to ask you, did you get the name yet?
I tried. He didn't have the answer. He told me he'd get it to me. I don't know how he's going to do that.
I didn't know that you were going with that.
I mean, it was tremendous. I'm big. I like to ask the fellas when they come in and it smells good. Last week was some kind of butter, some kind of body.
Well, I don't know how this fella smelled yesterday, but for me, I'm going to go with Ariante Ursary. Listen, he gave up some pressures. He was left on an island at times, and he was facing some of the best pass rushers in football. But Clint, to me, I thought coming into the game, and we expressed it last week, I was very concerned about that matchup. And again, Clint, he gave up some rushes. There was one where Davis was able to spin out as he got beat like one good time by Nick Bonito. But overall, I thought that was a big improvement. I thought that game had a chance to look a lot like the one against Jacksonville and Josh Hines Allen. And especially early, he held up well, and his pass protection was a lot better than I thought it was going to be against that Broncos front. Again, it wasn't perfect, but it was much better. I don't think we were looking at, damn, man, Ursery is giving up hell today.
Yeah, it was interesting in the post-game show last night. We got a lot of calls about the offensive line and how terrible they were. Now, granted, they couldn't run the ball, and it was awful inside the 5-yard line, getting pushed and all that. I get that, but like I don't remember. Now, I remember watching a bunch of 3 and outs, 4 and outs, 5 plays and out, but I don't remember being like, boy, the quarterback just cannot function. There is way too much chaos.
There was nothing like the Jacksonville game, or definitely nothing like what we saw last year. Like last year, where there'd be long stretches where they couldn't get anything done. Right. I thought in particular him. He was at the time where Blake Fisher had to come in. That's the side where you got to give help. And hell, I saw him move 15 to the other side to not go up against him. So I thought Ursery played really, really well yesterday. All right, coming up as we continue, some news, some positive news with the Texans just coming out here in the last 30 minutes. We'll let you know what that is. And we'll take a look at Nick Caley, his performance yesterday. A lot went against his team and probably changed his game plan, but we'll look at what he did yesterday.
Network.
Our friend D&M Leasing to learn more about Easy Lease from D&M.
It's a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into the drive. Coming up behind us, our guys, Mark Vandermeer, John Harris will be there with the head coach, DeMeco Ryans, as he will have the coaches show coming up behind us. And behind the coaches show will be Monday Night Football. The Dallas Cowboys. Some of interest from people around here, but the Dallas Cowboys and the Arizona Cardinals get going tonight on Monday Night Football. You can hear that live rolling around here on Sports Radio 610 coming up after the coaches show with DeMeco Ryans. So DeMeco coming up at 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock as soon as we get done here. And that'll be followed by Monday Night Football, courtesy of Westwood One, Cowboys, Cardinals, after the fellas get done with the coaches show and Texans All Access. So stay tuned for that. Today he's in as Tyler is out today. We expect to have Tyler back in the building tomorrow. So be ready for O.T. Millie. See how he feels about the Texans. Hopefully he is in a decent spot. Like you said, Clint, hopefully he's really leaning into the Aggies. That's
he's in there. Little basketball game, remember?
I know he's at the basketball game.
Oh, shoot. He is Northgate pre-gaming. He is going to the game. He's going to lose his voice.
Good for him. Oh, you think it'll be a little dangerous tomorrow with him?
Oh.
We'll hear a little.
Oh, yeah. It would be, I don't know. When's the game? Oh, no, he's it don't matter when the game is. Afterwards, when does Northgate close, too? Yeah, he'll be.
Going to have a little raspy.
What are the odds, if you had to bet, that Tyler goes to the game tonight, like the mid-30s? What is he? How old is he? 36?
Yeah,
35?
Mid-30s.
Like a 35-year-old should go to the game, have a good little time, get in the car, come home, get you a good night's rest.
No, that's not the plan. He's getting home. He's getting on with the fellas, and they going in.
Not the plan.
That's not the plan.
Never was the plan.
It shouldn't be the plan. No. He's got good seats. What I hear, of course.
Oh, he ain't going unless he got good seats.
Yeah, and then he's gonna have himself a good time as he should. Should be a fun thing. All right. Before we get to Nick Caley, Clint, some news coming across. This according to Aaron Wilson. Texans tight end, Cade Stover, who's been out with that broken foot that led to surgery, and safety Jimmy Ward, who had all nearing their return to practice within the few weeks, per league sources. Stover has done a good job with his rehab, per DeMeco Ryans. He may return as soon, Clint, as next week. He may return as soon as next week. So that is good news coming up with Cade Stover, who they've missed as second tight end, and somebody I know in the during training camp, you were excited about his potential coming into this season in year 2, being a part of this thing in a lot of different ways from that tight end spot, and then somebody that DeMeco really, really trusts, Jimmy Ward, in that secondary, could be back. But Cade Stover maybe this week against the Jags. That's good news. They need all the help they can get right now on that offense.
Yeah, look, big fan of Cade Stover here. This would be a big get if they can get him back in the fold in the next couple of weeks. I mean, you're talking about a guy that allows you to go two tights, one guy that can put his hand in the dirt and embraces that physicality, and then Dalton Schultz, who has been tremendous this year in terms of embracing the physicality in the run game and catching the ball. So your tight end room would get significantly better, which would help this offense, I think. I don't know how noticeable it would be, but it would help this offense internally for damn sure if you had another tight end that you could trust.
Yeah, so look forward to seeing Cade Stover back. Hopefully they can add him into it. All right, Clint, before we hand it over to DeMeco Ryans, and I'm sure he may talk about this a little bit, but listen, Nick Caley, let's just be honest, has been in a tough spot all season before. frank with you. Easy gig. And Sunday, it was made even more difficult with the key injuries he had, right? There's no C.J. Stroud. There's no Titus Howard after the second quarter. But still, offensively, in so many ways, they were awful and have to be better. 15 points they scored. That's on all field goals. They didn't get into the end zone at all, and they had great opportunities, multiple opportunities at the one, and they didn't get into the end zone. First and goal at the one. And didn't get into the end zone. They were 4 for 8 on third and fourth downs combined, 3 for 17 on third down, 268 total yards, 77 yards rushing. As I said, no C.J. Stroud, no Titus. Didn't have any turnovers in the game, so that wasn't a problem. How would you say you thought Nick Caley did yesterday with everything he had to deal with?
Look, I think he left a lot to be desired. I don't blame, I think I'm probably in the minority here. I don't blame a lot on him. I think this is a DeMeco problem more so than anything, even more so than the injuries. I think the injury just kind of magnified the already issues of that this offense has. So I'll be loud and clear. I think it's a DeMeco problem more so than a Nick Caley problem. But look, Nick Caley left a lot to be desired. I mean, once you get beyond the thought of in the fourth quarter saying, hey, man, we're going to go for it and be aggressive in a situation where we should chew up their timeouts and go to overtime and ensure overtime. Once you get beyond going, hey, man, we're inside the 5-yard line, what are we going to do? There's a creativity problem. There is a focusing on and getting the football to your best player problem. The group looks overwhelmed in critical moments of the game constantly. Like a lot of that has to do with Nick Caley, and that's who's managing that group and running that group as a whole on a daily basis. And so the appearance of not being prepared, the appearance of being overwhelmed, the appearance of zero creativity, the appearance of like zero energy, effort, or want to get the best players, the most explosive players, the football in space, like that. All of that stuff is Nick Caley. So I'll put it to you like this. Look, I think he's got the odds stacked against him, but I think he in general has left a lot to be desired.
Yeah. No, I mean he looks at times, I would say the majority of the time, Clint, of the way we feared at the start of the year. A guy coming in that doesn't have a ton of experience. We don't have a lot of history to see what he can do. He's got less talent overall than the previous regime, the previous OC had to deal with, and he's not as good as the previous OC. I think we're seeing those things combined. And I think an interesting point that maybe we can dive in a little deeper at some point this week, because you're pushing this where you feel like he also is probably having, especially his head coach, and maybe even the GM, but his head coach in his room a lot more than Bobby had.
Yeah, well, right? I just think this. I think as DeMeco has shown time and time again to be overseeing and on top of everything that's going on offensively, it is hard to not believe, for me, to believe that he has a strong hand in the simple things that aren't happening, right? I just watched the last 3 plays of the game when you're trying to get quick completions. They didn't move one guy pre-snap. 3 plays, they didn't move one guy pre-snap. Not one. Not one guy to get a free release. Not one guy to see what the coverage was. Not one guy to get a pick play and the quick throw in the flats. Not one guy to force the defense to make a call and adjust. Just line up, stationary, vanilla as can be, and run mirrored quick routes. Like there is you can't tell me, like, if I'm DeMeco Ryans and I'm the head coach, just knowing what I know about offensive football, I'm going to Nick Caley a month ago and saying, why do we never use hard counts? Why do we not have why in critical moments do we not have motions? How many times are we going to line up in short yardage situations in heavy personnel and not get it before we try to spread these guys out and do a little something different? OSHA guys that are jogging around? How come nothing's crisp?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? How come, like to your point, how come our playmakers disappear in from game plan to game plan?
Yeah, don't even get on the field.
Like these are all football 101 things. Why are we rotating left guards? Why, what like all of these kind of things are really, really interesting to me. And as much as DeMeco Ryans is on top of this offense, those are all things that I would expect him to demand. So yeah, I think, I'm not saying he's in the meeting with him, but I think DeMeco Ryans has a lot to do with our goal line and short yardage stuff. Nope, we're going heavy personnel. We're going to move guys. We're going to be the more physical team. We're going to move guys. That's what we're going to do. Our identity is being physical. That's what we're going to do. Whereas if I'm DeMeco Ryans right now, I'm going to go up and say, hey, Bub, we're not that team. So figure out a way to go 11 personnel. Figure out a way to spread these guys out. Figure out a way to toss it.
What are other options? We can't get down here.
Running the ball between the tackles at Zach Allen and DJ Jones and whoever the hell it was that Leonard Williams, that big boy in Seattle, like that's not an option anymore. Figure something else out. So yeah, I do. I think DeMeco Ryans has a heavy hand in what's going on offensively. I think he's responsible for a lot of it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and that's a lot. That's a lot more than what he was doing in his previous couple of years here. So listen, I have some issues with some of the things he did, but I will understand. You lose your quarterback and your best offensive lineman in the middle of that thing. It does. I mean, for somebody, Clint, who generally doesn't seem to adjust well when he's got all his parts, to somebody who doesn't seem to have a lot of creativity in what he wants to do when he has all of his parts, it was just going to look even worse.
Well, I just here's the thing, Ron, is I don't know how Bill Lazor, is he still in the building over there? Is Bill Lazor still in the building over there?
I think so.
Bill Lazor, what's the cat that he brought with him from L.A.?
Splinsky.
Gerard Johnson. Like, I don't know how these guys sit around and coach this group and watch the film and aren't disgusted. Like, I don't know how. I've never been around a coaching staff that would watch that last drive and go, yeah, man, we just got to execute. I mean, could you look at it and go, yeah, well, so-and-so was open on the right side and he worked left? Yep, sure you can. But how do you look at that and go,
well, DeMeco said it wasn't a plan.
We're going to throw a quick out to the left right here to Higgins, who ain't pissed a drop.
Byron, great job as always. Clint, great job. Also, Tyler, have fun tonight. We'll see you tomorrow. Coming up next, the Coaches Show with DeMeco Ryans. I am Ron. The show is always Houston. We love you, baby.
Just one look at you, and I know it's gonna be a lovely day.
Monday Night Football is on Sports Radio 610. The Cardinals and Cowboys go head-to-head in Dallas. Hear it tonight starting at 7 on your home for the NFL on Westwood One. Sports Radio 610.
All right, now imagine selling your home in under a week. If you got a house on the market or if you've ever sold a home, you know that's big time, man. And you can do it in today's market. You can do it in this tough market we're in today, but you got to lock arms with Orchard's Fast Track program, y'all. Look, you can sell fast, you can sell for more. While other Houston's homes sit on the market for 28 days or more, Fast Track with Orchard, they flip a slow market into your favor. A week is all it took for Laura in Cinco Ranch. She needed to sell her home quickly, but didn't want to take that low ball off from that iBuyer. So she called her Orchard agent, right? They told her about the Fast Track program, and in just 1 week, she had 6 offers and sold for $62,000 more than that original cash offer from that iBuyer, right? Big-time decision she made, $62,000 decision she made to lock arms with Orchard. They build demand for your home before it even hits the market. You sell fast, oftentimes getting multiple offers right away, and you can make way more money than you would by selling to that iBuyer. Don't waste weeks on the market, y'all. Sell fast and sell for more. Do it with Orchard's Fast Track program. Talk to an Orchard agent today about their Fast Track offers program. Start with a free home valuation at Orchard.com. Again, that's Orchard.com.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713, call Lee. This game day traffic update is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. I-45 the Gulf Freeway, southbound before FM 1959. It's an accident. I'm Mark Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute. Remember when Michael Penix Jr. after defeating the Bills said the Falcons were legit? Well, since then, Atlanta is 0-3 after losing to the 49ers, Dolphins, and Patriots. And after Penix wasn't ready for the snap and had intentional grounding called against him in the fourth quarter on Sunday, Raheem Morris accused the Patriots of simulating the snap count. The Falcons lost a big game a few weeks ago, but it ended up being a flash in the pan, and Raheem's excuse after the game was more embarrassing than Penix panicking when the ball was snapped early. I'm Zach Gelb.
eBay has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapor Family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
At MD Anderson Cancer Center, our goal is to cure cancer, not simply treat the symptoms. We go beyond standard diagnostics and conduct in-depth tests to ensure our patients receive an accurate diagnosis and the right treatment plan from the start. This deeper level of precision gives our patients peace of mind and the best hope to overcome cancer. Because at MD Anderson, we know cancer inside and out. Choose us first at mdanderson.org.
Hey, it's Sean Lincoln, Sugarland, where Ruben Mendoza, the GM, does an incredible job of getting Houstonians into brand new luxury vehicles. How about the 2025 Lincoln Aviator right now? Purchase retail at $5,500 off plus 0% for 48 months financing on that 2025 Lincoln Aviator. They've got all sorts of vehicles in stock, over 1,000 new and certified pre-owns, and they make it effortless. Visit them online at westpointsales.com or in person, Southwest Freeway, Kirkwood intersection. It's West Point Lincoln of Sugarland.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me. Like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at
Night 2 from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's Texans Radio.
Yes, sir.
The DeMeco Ryans Show.
Communicate. Over-communicate.
Brought to you by Amity Bank.
Here we go, Texans. Welcome to the DeMeco Ryans program. Times are tough for the Texans after losing to Denver 18-15 and dropping to 3-5 with 9 games left in the regular season. Now, there's still plenty of time to do something, but do something they must, and that starts Sunday against the Jacksonville Jaguars, a noon kickoff on Salute to Service Day. The Jaguars winners in overtime at Vegas. Still sounds weird to say that. Yesterday by a point. The Raiders went for 2 late in overtime after scoring the would-be equalizer or go-ahead touchdown. If they made the 2, they didn't, and that was all she wrote. So the Jags come in at 5-3. They have already beaten the Texans, and a quick perusal of teams that have beaten the Texans reveal they have good records. This is what it is when you have the Rams, who they opened with, at 6-2. You have the Buccaneers. They've been on a bye this week. They're 6-2. You move along at 5-3 now, and then they beat the 49ers, who are 6-3. Broncos, obviously, 7-2, and the Seahawks last night dismantled the Commanders. They're 6-2, and these are tremendous teams. The Texans playing close, but no cigar in those outings except for the win over the 6-3 49ers. Now they have an opportunity to beat a winning team on Sunday, and it is crucial because it's the AFC South. You're back in the division. You are 1-1 in the division right now. You have games left with the Jags on Sunday, 2 with the Colts, and another with the Titans, which will be a week from Sunday in Nashville. We'll get to that next week. The Texans still have the #1 defense in the league in points and yards. Now, the game against the Broncos, we all saw it. We all know it. Second half offense, you got a field goal. You went 0 for 7 on 3rd down. We talked about it with the head coach. The biggest story of the game was losing C.J. Stroud in the first half to a concussion, and we started off there talking to DeMeco Ryans about that subject as they have to get ready for the Jags, knowing that Stroud might not be available. Coach, great to see you.
Hey, great to see you guys as well.
All right, here we go. It's Jacksonville week, and we'll review the game against the Broncos. But I wanted to start here without knowing whether your quarterback is available or not, among others. How does that affect game planning? Because you have to get started on that right away.
Yeah, as we start with game planning, we'll start with Davis. Like, we know we have to prepare as if Davis is playing. Just having guys in the concussion protocol, as I've been here, is not many times that on Sunday and play the following Sunday. Is just hard to pass all of the steps that you need to pass. So we'll prepare and press forward as if Davis is starting.
Does it help at all, Coach, that it A, is a division team, B, you've already played them this year? Does that help at all? I know it's a few weeks ago, but does that help in any way for that situation?
Any help I can get, I'll take it. No, it should help. That's being familiar with their defense, right? You know the structures, you know how they're going to try to attack us. So it should speed up the planning process and just see how these guys have adjusted, what they've done differently since we played them. And, of course, they'll look at us the same as well. But it should help us in our preparation. We should know the things that we liked and worked, things that didn't work, kind of stay away from. So hopefully it speeds everything up.
If it is Davis, having a full week of practice, that's got to be a big help as well. And the fact that he did play on Sunday against the Broncos.
Yeah, it helps a lot. You know, when you go in knowing that, hey, you're getting all of the reps with the starters, it should help him as he preps, because I always believe you have to practice well to play well. So for especially the quarterback position, it's always tough for a backup quarterback. That's why I think it's one of the toughest jobs in the league, right? When you don't get many of the reps, most of your reps are on a scout team, right? You have to make sure you mimic those reps and make them as realistic as possible, but they're not real reps. And then you're asked to get thrust into a game at any given situation at a pretty tough moment, right? And anytime you lose your starting quarterback, it's tough for everybody, but you're asked to go in and operate as if you're the starter. And I thought Davis made some good plays. He did some good things in the game. I think he'll be.
Can I answer my question, Coach? That's where I was going to go. Taking all of that into account, you're kind of coming in as a middle reliever in some sense, as opposed to a starter in that. Offensively, once Davis went in, what did you see when you went back and you looked at the film? Some good things, some things you got to work on. What did you find out as you went back and looked at it again after the game?
Yeah, as I watched the film, I thought, there were times he made some good throws, good decisions with the football, made some really nice, conversions. And there were other times I thought, where he could kind of slow it down. He was kind of going through his progression a little too fast. So I think he can slow it down, and we have some other opportunities there that I know he would want back, some third down opportunities. We had one down the middle to Christian that I thought we could hit on 3rd and 15, and another one to Dalton there in the strike zone area, which I think if we get a better ball, better time in there, I think we can make both of those third down plays.
There were 4 sacks. One of them, I don't know if that was a sack or not, but whatever. But we were noticing that the protection was there. There was a clean pocket much of the time to make throws.
For sure. I thought overall throughout the entire game, I thought our O-line protected really well. And we knew it would be a heavy pressure outfit. The guys did a really good job. The pick stunts, the back stepped up and protect. We handled their games and pressures well. They got us a couple of times. They're a good D-line, so they got us a couple of times. But overall, I felt like our quarterbacks had time. We weren't under a ton of duress. We had time to go through our reads and make plays.
Defensively, as you watch the film, Coach, they score on those 2 drives, and obviously they get the one at the very end. And the playing out from the pass rush, something he hadn't done much throughout the game. In fact, he had thrown it a couple times earlier when he had kind of gotten out there. As you went back and watched the defense, what'd you think as you looked at it? We talked about it on the broadcast. It just felt like the defense was just hanging on and hanging on and hanging on and hanging on and doing a great job with its effort to make sure that they didn't score any points, to give the offense an opportunity, and then finally this dam broke the last minute. Your thoughts?
Yeah, defensively, overall, really, solid performance by those guys. That you got to finish, right? And that's the one thing. I felt like we could have finished much better on the defensive side of the ball. We rushed okay most of the game, and then that one critical moment where, hey, we're not having the lane discipline that we should have, and we allow this huge A-B gap escape, knowing that that's what the quarterback like to do. So we had him in check most of the game, but in the critical time, the crunch time when it mattered most, you have to be able to remain disciplined, rush how we're supposed to rush, coverage, not over pursuing, staying where we are in coverage, and we should be in position to make the quarterback have to dish the football right there. So, we had some play, we had some one-on-one opportunities where they scored on us. They made a play. We got to find a way to make those plays. The couple times they did get into the end zone on the 2-point conversion, we got to find a way to make the play. We're in position.
Yep.
Now, can we go make those plays?
How about Kalen's pick? And Derek almost had one, which would have been incredible. It was a great play as it was, that pass breakup over the middle.
Yeah, really, Kalen. That's what patrol the middle, and we are playing single high coverage, and the ball is up, expecting him to, hey, you can go sideline to sideline making plays. That's what he showed. He showed his range. He showed his capability there. Outstanding play by him. And then Stingley, on his play, it was a, great job by him with coming from the backside all the way over to try to make that play. Just wanted to tell him, hey, go attack it. Be more aggressive with your hands. Get your hands up. Attack the football. It was a great job breaking the pass up.
Yeah, that was an incredible play. Another incredible play, Coach, that came up big after Kaimi missed that one on the first drive. They come down, they get in a field goal position. DeMeco Autry blocks another one. And I thought what was telling about it was the fact that when you read Sean Payton's quotes throughout the week, he was very aware of the fact that DeMeco Autry had blocked a lot of field goals. And yet there's the first one being kicked, and he blocked that field goal. How big was that to kind of get things started and not give them a 3-0 lead after you had that long first offensive drive?
Oh, that was huge. That was, we needed that at that moment of the game, to drive as long as we had the first drive, right, and to come away with nothing to show for it, that really sucked. And then so for them to drive down and to turn around and block a field goal, we needed that. So it was like a big, all right, let's take a deep breath, reset. All right, let's go. All right, now we're back. So really, DeMeco is the best I've seen at blocking field goals. He's blocked more kicks than I've ever seen in my career. He just has a great knack for getting in the right position, and he doesn't do it without the help of the other guys around him. Mario did a great job as well, giving him, we call it alley-oop, the assist, so he can go up and block it. But he has a fantastic knack for making those big plays.
Yep.
Coach, the game began with that long drive. You ate up a half a quarter, and, yeah, you missed the field goal. But it felt kind of like last week, like, okay, you can control this game even with field goals. I know you want to punch it in. We can talk about that in those close goal-to-go situations. But you were able to move the football well when C.J. was in there. You saw a lot of good things in that department.
Yeah, I saw a lot of good things. Man, we started the game really well. C.J. was doing a really great job, making great decisions, great throws, and you can tell it was going to be another one of those games, similar to the Niner game. It felt like we had control. We can move the ball at will, doing the things that we wanted to do. It's just unfortunate, man, when you lose your starting quarterback. It's just unfortunate to see C.J. go down the way he went down with a concussion, knowing the type of game that I felt like he was going to have. It was going to be a big day for him.
Dalton Schultz is a guy who had a big game, Coach, and he's had them this year. He makes the big play. CJ, that was a dime. I mean, that was an incredible throw where he split the safety and linebacker with that throw. But it feels like Dalton's been giving you some really good reps, no matter where he lines up on the offense. Having him back, I know we missed him on practice, but he's able to practice Friday and then play in the game on Sunday. How big was he, and how big has he been for your offense, Coach?
Yeah, Dalton's been really huge for our offense, seeing that he's a guy, when you talk about trustworthy. Right, he's exactly where he's supposed to be on his routes. Like, you get him the ball, he has sure hands to catch it. Right, he continues to gain. Like, he's friendly, real friendly to the quarterback. Right, he's gonna find that soft spot in the zone, even if he's between two defenders. He just knows how to position himself. He knows how to be in sync with the quarterback. Right, to give him a friendly target. So he's been clutch for us, making some big plays, big conversions, being able to move the chains. He's having an outstanding year.
Coach, in the preseason training camp, you talked a lot about delegation and that kind of thing. What can you share with us? Because we get questions. How involved do you get in offensive game planning with Nick Caley? Do you guys meet a lot about this? Is your philosophy there? I mean, obviously it is, but how do you combine and collaborate on those kinds of things? What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, for me, as I'm watching, film throughout the week, just watching all three phases, and I'm just watching our opponent and seeing really what they've struggled with as I look at it from, all perspective, looking at it from offensive perspective, like what is this defense like struggling with, and can we put them in those situations again? Because I always believe you got to show a team, like, have they fixed their issues, right? And that's when I step in and I'm just asking guys throughout the game plan process, like, hey, have we looked at this particular route? Have we looked at this particular run? I see these things have given this defense trouble, and these are some things that I think we should implement. The guys are probably already ahead of that on me. It's like, yeah, we have this end and that end. So that's why I just come from the perspective of all phases. Like, I see this team struggling in whatever area, let's continue to attack them in the area.
I was a little mad at you yesterday, Coach, from the standpoint of I'm watching Talanoa Fonga them well in San Francisco. But this happens a lot where you do see players you've coached before, but then you see them on the other side and they're making plays against you. What are you kind of feeling when you see that? I mean, obviously you want Texans to win and you want
not good.
Yeah. But what's it like to see those guys that you spent so much time with, that you helped become even better NFL players, make those plays against you in this case?
I'm mad because I'm like, why are we not blocking these guys? They're good players. So, no, it was good to see those guys, Dre and Huff. They're two guys that are drafted out in San Francisco, and to see them just continue to do well in their careers, go to a different place and still be impact players. It's always good to see that they're doing well. And that's the reason I got into coaching, was to help players, and knowing that I had a positive impact on those guys. Those are the first two guys who came up to me after the game, to shake my hand. So I'm thankful for those guys and how they play. They play the game the right way. And that's what you'll see from hopefully guys I've impacted, that they play the game with a relentless nature, hair on fire type play style. That's what Huff and Dre represent.
Absolutely.
Coach, back to the offense for a moment. You got Kirk back and Nico back, and they weren't in the game last week, but here you have all these playmakers. How tough is it to decide who gets the reps, who gets the ball? I know you want to be better on third down, so you have more of those opportunities. Is that really a big part of it? If those drives continue, you have a rotation of sorts going into it, more guys get touches, that kind of thing?
Yeah, I mean, we want to get the ball to our best to finally get Nico the ball even more. I feel like we could have got it to him on the outside more, just giving him more shots downfield, finding a way CK was open. You know, we just got to be able to make the throw. So it's all everybody working together there. I think we had a good rotation of guys, and then you want to see the young guys get the ball as well because they've done a good job. You know, Jay Knoll and Jay Higgins have both done a good job as well. So we have skilled players who can make plays, right? It's just a matter of everybody being on the same page, being in sync, and making the plays that we can make, especially in those third down, those red zone, those situational moments where I feel like we have to excel and we have to be better.
Another thing about the quarterback position, if CJ can't go, Mills on stage, and then Mertz has to get ready as well. He gets ready every week, I'm sure, but that puts him a step ahead. What about his progress in practice? Because we don't hear about him for good reason, but he looked good in the preseason. He's on the 53-man roster. What can you tell us about his progress?
Yeah, well, Mertz in practice, what he does is him and Davis, they alternate reps during the scout team period. So they go against our defense during all the reps versus our defense. So Mertz gets in, and he's done a solid job. But sometimes we're asking them to just, hey, we want to throw the ball here to make sure the corner or safety gets a proper look. But most of the time we allow him just to read the plays out, so they're getting real reps as well. So, you know, it'll be a big week for him as well. Now he'll get even more reps with Davis taking all of the 1 reps with our offense. So Mertz will get a lot of time.
Team quarterback to be surgical and really, you want them to get after the defense,
Please.
right? Be competitive.
Please get after the defense as best as you can. We want them ripping and we want them making great decisions, knowing that they're training themselves for when they may have an opportunity to go into the game. And, you know, I just go back to an example. When I was in San Francisco, man, Brock Purdy, he threaded the ball. He tore us up as a scout team quarterback, right? And that's when you saw, like, man, this kid really has something because he was, throwing sidearm throws. He was moving out of the pocket. He was doing a lot of great things. So if you take those reps with a deliberate mindset, like, you can get better, and Brock has shown that, hey, if you do it the right way here, you can progress and even be a starting quarterback.
Coach, Titus went out of the game somewhere in the second quarter and then leading up halftime. One of the things you've done really well is use the six offensive linemen, with Blake Fisher being that sixth guy. But now Blake's got to jump in at right tackle, and you really aren't able to go your 6 offensive lineman group. Did that impact you in the second half at all, not having Titus such that you could use Blake in that 6 offensive lineman role?
Yeah, we've liked that package to put us in position to run the football, feeling like we had an advantage there running the ball and also protecting if we want to go play action pass. But, you know, we lost Titus, don't want to lose Titus. But, hey, Blake, hey, step up, man. Let's go. This is your time to shine. Let's get out there and let's go. That doesn't mean we can't run the football. Now it's just more tight ends. You know, we use Harrison, use Dalton a little bit more. We use British at the tight end spot as well, a couple run plays. So we can still run everything is at our disposal, even though Titus went out and Blake had to step in.
Coach, what about special teams? You had some moments against the Broncos. Bandy had the ball bounce off, and then Jalen Smith recovers. You had Jalen Knowles' big return. You almost got the ball down at the 1-yard line as well. What about the third phase there?
Yeah, I thought our special teams played really good football. Right, I thought they put us in position to win the football game. Right, Jay Knoll with a huge return, really. Higgins with the outstanding, call it hip by block, right? Not getting a penalty there, really clean block there to spring it forward. Our gunners, Jalen Smith and Tremont, like those guys, they cover the field. They cover a lot of ground. They've made a lot of plays. Tremont does a great job of downing the ball. Had outstanding play. Scoob, get out of the way. Maybe we got the ball there at the 1-yard line, but that was an excellent play by him to throw it back in, to even give us a chance. But play after play with the field goal unit, like getting a field goal block, special teams had a huge impact on this game.
Coach, this is not just relating to one play, and you may know the one I'm relating to, but this seemed to happen a number of times yesterday where there were a flag or multiple flags thrown and then at some point picked up. When that happens, what's the communication that you get from the officials? Do they immediately come to you, say the flag is thrown on the other team, and we're going to pick it up? Do they come over to explain to you exactly why that flag is being picked up, even though their eyes saw something to be able to throw the flag? Do they come over to you do you ask certain situations?
Sometimes they talk about why it was picked up, but sometimes they don't. Sometimes they would explain it over the loudspeaker, but sometimes, we don't get an explanation immediately about what happened. You have to ask. But I'm trying not to be stressed out about these officials. It can be trying, and it can be, that third phase of the game where you see something and you think, hey, did they see the same thing? And it's like some calls you think it's like holding, and or how the quarterback gets hit. It's just so many things that ends up being out of your control.
Sure.
And they throw it. If I tell the guys all the time, it's like they hardly ever have I seen a ref pick up a flag because you're arguing with them, or losing your mind on the ref. It's like, oh, you know what, you're right, I'm gonna pick that flag. That never happens. So I'm trying to save myself there.
But the communications is key, because I saw at one point, and it was near the end of the first half, and I saw you like. A lot of times when I used to get in trouble, my dad would look at me and he'd give this sign like, I'm watching you. Yeah. And I saw you give that sign to the official, and I thought, why is he mad at that official? And then I realized what it was, and that was, hey, you need to look at me if I want to get a timeout.
Oh, for sure.
And you were talking to the back judge, and he kind of nodded, and I was kind of like, ooh, okay. I was wondering what that. And then I realized, keep your eyes on you when the play is over for a timeout.
Yeah, anytime I'm looking to get a quick timeout, I always want to talk to the back judge, because the line judge is trying to look for the spot. So just forget the line judge, look to the back judge. Hey, just make sure you're watching me here. I may want to bang a timeout.
Hey, Coach, take us through the end of the game, because the last possession you had, I really felt like you're just trying to move the football. We got to move the football here, at least get first downs, if nothing else. Is that how you looked at it?
Yeah, how I looked at that possession is, hey, we got the ball back. We got a little bit over a minute left. Hey, let's get our 2-minute drive going, which I feel like we've been good in 2-minute situations. So feel like, let's get easy completion. We end up getting a completion there to on the second down. We end up getting a completion to Higgins on the sideline. We were out of bounds. But I was looking at let's move the ball down. Let's get anywhere across midfield, like to give us a shot at kicking a field goal to end the game. Like I'm trying to win the game there. And, it didn't go how we wanted to go. It went too quick with the incompletion on first, and then the incompletion, and we got out of bounds on the second one, and then the incompletion on third. It's just we didn't burn enough time. But hey, we punt the football, we go play defense. Defense, let's be what we're supposed to be. Defense is played stout all day, so it was never a point in my mind where the defense isn't playing great, so let's just send this to overtime. No, let's go down and let's finish it. The defense has played great all day. Now we got in that position. Defense, let's do a great job, be where we're supposed to be, remain disciplined, and let's get a stop.
I would imagine Coach playing inside this is maybe more the end of half, end of game situation. How cognizant are you of, okay, we got to get to this yard line. Kaimi feels like he can hit it from X. I suppose outside you got to deal with the wind, and in the wind he might do this, but I would imagine inside there's not really much of that going on. How much are you cognizant of, okay, we got to get to this yard line, that's where he feels comfortable getting to right hash, left hash, all that. How much are you kind of playing that in your mind as you're thinking on the last drive?
Oh, that's always in my mind from the start of the game. I always want to get a feel for, how not only Amy warmed up, but also the other kicker.
Right.
So we're watching both guys to see, hey, what's been their best as they were warming up throughout the game. So we know the ranges, we know the longest of where they hit as they warmed up. Yep. So we know what yard line that we're defending. Right. We know what yard line we're trying to get to as an offense. So, there at that point, it's like get it anywhere close, right, inside the 45, and we're going to try to attempt it.
This week it's the 50, right, with the Jags coming in. And Amy can kick it a long way, too. So you got two great ones going at it. Quick thoughts on the Jaguars, Coach, because obviously you've seen them before, and it was not that long ago. What about a brief report on them?
Yeah, just with the Jaguars, I think, again, Liam has done a really good job, right, really turning over the culture of that team, right? They've been finding a way to win games. Like, they're doing a really good job. Their defense is playing outstanding. They attack the football, and they found a way to move it with Trevor. They found a way to score points. And field goal kicker, as you mentioned, just hit the longest one in the history of the NFL is on kick. Hopefully DeMeco is ready to block another one.
All right, the Amity Bank Ask Coach question of the week. I'm not sure if I asked you this last year, but I'm going to do it. All right, it's Salute to Service Day, Coach. You have to pick a branch of the armed services to be in. Is it Navy, Army, Air Force, Marines? Should I throw in Coast Guard, too?
Yeah.
I'll throw in Coast Guard.
Yes,
man.
All right, one of those five, Coach.
Man.
Which is it
I know
going to
I'm
be?
going to upset someone here, but because I got so many. I got a lot of family members that are in a lot of different branches of the service. But I'm going to roll with my brother-in-law. I'm going to say the Army. My brother-in-law is a Green Beret in the Army.
Wow.
So he's impressed me by what he's capable of doing. Now, my brother was in the Navy.
Yeah.
My mother-in-law, Air Force.
Man.
So I got a lot of my uncles in the Army as well. My dad, Air Force. So I got
Wow. This is a special day for you.
Yeah, he hit them all, man. My dad probably be mad at me, Dad, but we can go Air Force.
All right, Coach, thanks a lot. Good luck this week.
Thank you, guys.
All right, there's the head coach, but we have more coming up with him, Johnny and DeMeco after the game. We also have Kamari Lassiter coming up on the show. He was a guest on Texans postgame with Sean Pendergast and Clint Stoerner. That's all coming up here on Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment. More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Ever feel like the road is out to... Thankfully, Hyundai is always working to ensure it doesn't. With over awards in 2006. IIHS Top Safety Awards include Top Safety Pick and Top Safety Pick Plus awards to Hyundai vehicles from 2006 to 2025.
Get 0% APR for 60 months or get $3,000 bonus cash on the Hyundai Tucson and Tucson Hybrid. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offers end November 3rd. Call 469-405-7740 for details.
We believe in possibilities at Texas Children's. As the nation's largest women's and pediatric healthcare system, we believe all lives can be changed for the better. We're inventing revolutionary in utero surgical procedures, finding a cure for difficult-to-treat brain tumors, solving the world's most complex neurological disorders, developing life-saving cardiac technology, and so much more. Texas Children's, the difference is life-changing. Come see why at texaschildrens.org today.
There is no better way to watch C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson Jr., and the rest of your Houston Texans on game day than in a luxury suite. From hassle-free VIP parking to James Beard award-winning, chef-curated food selection served by your own private suite attendant. Texans Luxe is unparalleled. But hurry, suites are going fast and already sold out for select games this season. Call 832-667-2299 or visit HoustonTexansLuxe.com to reserve your private suite today.
My name is Paula Mendoza, and I'm the CEO of Possible Missions. I needed a bank that would communicate with me. You have to be able to pick up the phone and trust that they can help you. Trust that they know your business well enough, that they know what you need. That's one of the reasons I'm with Amity. I list of things and I get a response. I absolutely have all the trust in the world that Amity will be there for me for my next steps.
Amity Bank, a division of Zions Band Corporation N.A., member FDIC, official business bank of the Houston Texans.
The Whataburger Buffalo Ranch Chicken Strip Sandwich is back, and it's still bigger and better than any chicken sandwich out there. More chicken strips, more Monterey Jack cheese smothered in buffalo and ranch, all on a 5-inch bun. There's so much crispy, cheesy, saucy goodness, you may find yourself speechless when someone asks what's your favorite part. Not because you can't find the words, just because it's hard to talk when your mouth's full with this much deliciousness. The Buffalo Ranch Chicken Strip Sandwich is back for a limited time. What a burger.
Clean, reliable energy. Infrastructure for the future. That's what Burns & McDonnell delivers for you. Through integrated engineering, architecture, construction, and environmental services supporting a reliable power supply, our clients count on us to help Texas thrive. As an employee-owned firm, we're dedicated to making our clients successful. Interested in joining our growing team? See why we're the best place to work year after year and learn how you can make a difference in the energy industry at burnsmcd.com/Texans. Burns & McDonnell is an equal opportunity employer.
When the Houston Texans take to the gridiron this season, Reliant will be there to bring the energy. That's because Reliant is the only energy provider the Texans trust to power every electric moment, every punt, pass, and kick, every touchdown or takeaway. Reliant will be there, powering every game day. And when you have Reliant and Vivint, they're smarter together, giving you the power to manage your electricity and your smart home all in one place. Reliant. Proud.
PUCT number 10007.
The Texans couldn't beat the Broncos at NRG.
Lutz will try for the win. 34 yards out, left hash mark, south end zone uprights. Here's the kick. It's up. It's good. The Texans fall to Denver.
It wasn't good enough. We didn't play well in the red zone. We didn't play well on third down. So if you don't win in those situational, critical moments of the game, it's going to be hard to win it.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Back to Texans Radio, the DeMeco Ryans Show.
The DeMeco Ryans Show brought to you by Amegy Bank, the official business bank of the Houston Texans. And the Texans clearly not doing enough business in the offensive end of Denver in an 18-15 loss. Kind of a weird score, but that's what you're going to get when you kick a lot of field goals. Denver had field goals and the two-point conversion. You all know that. Let's see, two-point conversion plus the 2 touchdowns and 1 field goal. The one at the end by Lutz. He had one blocked by DeMeco Autry. We went over that with the head coach in the last segment. Now, worth bringing up, we mentioned the Texans still number 1 in the league in defense, points and yards. Another head-scratcher here, and the only reason that is a head-scratcher is because the Texans are 3-5 with a defense like that. You would think the record would be better. I mentioned the records of the teams they've lost to, but that's not going to make anybody feel any better. The Texans in turnover margin are right where they need to be. They're 6th in the league. You look at that number, and that's after getting off to a slow start in the takeaway department. And they are now 4th in interceptions in the NFL after Kalen Bullock had his on Bo Nix in the game against Denver. Well, after the game, Kamari Lassiter, who had a big pick last week in the victory over San Francisco, visited with Sean Pendergast and Clint Stoerner on Texans postgame, and they got into a variety of subjects following the game against Denver.
Kamari, tough one today, man. And I know that that's 2 great defenses going at it. You guys in Denver, is that kind of the street fight that you guys expected today?
Yes, sir. I mean, I feel like going into it, it's always the Texans versus the Broncos. But internally, me as a competitor, I heard the noise about their defense being very good. And I'm like, dang, at the end of the day, it's our defense versus theirs. And, the score was 18-15, so the defense won today.
Hey, Kamar, when you look at kind of how the game unfolded with Denver's offense, it seemed to me, and I thought this coming into the game, that Sean was going to come in and where most teams will probably kind of buckle down and maybe be a little more conservative because y'all are so good up front. It seemed like Sean Payton and Denver's plan was we're going to drop back and take shots. Did y'all expect that? Is that what you felt? And how'd you feel the game went in terms of defending that?
Yeah, I definitely think that, they're very confident in their operation, their players, quarterback and receivers. I mean, they have really good receiving core, a good O-line. They have a really good offense. So I feel like they were confident in what they have, just the same way that we were confident in our defense. So, I mean, I feel like whenever they go up and take shots, it's, on the outside, it's him versus me. On the other side with Sting is Sting versus him. I feel like that's what the game is all about. It's NFL football. You're going to see who's going to make the plays. And they took some shots. They didn't complete most of them. And then they changed up, their approach, and we just had to adjust.
What did you expect the biggest challenge to be from Denver coming in today?
I expected the biggest challenge was because I played Bo Nix in college.
Yeah.
So I expected the biggest challenge was for him to be extending plays and, him kind of getting out or just kind of not really getting out because I know our D-line is hunting, but just him trying to extend plays and just chucking the ball downfield on plasters. But he did a little bit of that, but our D-line, they play very well,
How frustrating is it, and because this is similar to the Tampa game, right, is where you guys have them bottled up pretty much all game long and then just boom, one quarterback scramble and they're in field goal range and we're in trouble and the game's over. How frustrating is that? Walk us through, because I think as radio guys and as fans, you look at it and you go, well, damn, Bo Nix got loose. But walk us through kind of y'all's approach to trying to bottle him up and kind of what you saw happen on that play.
Yes, sir. I mean, it was 2 minutes. It was a 2-minute drive. The game's in our hands, just like it was kind of last week. And just knowing that we had to play coverage, they had a really good kicker, number 3, Lutz. So we were defending a specific yard line. So we had to play tight coverage. And we're playing coverage, and he just got out. Yeah. It was just one of those plays where he got out. He made a good play. He had good awareness. He saw a hole within the D-line up front, and he got out, used his legs, something that he's been doing for a very long time, and he got the yards needed, and then, they kind of melted down the clock. had 2 times just to make sure that the kicker was super comfortable and into the game.
3-5 now, about halfway through the season. Obviously, there's a lot of season left to be played. What was the talk in the locker room after the game?
Man, you got to look yourself in the mirror. Starts with me. Like, I got to look myself in the mirror. Did I play well enough to help us win the game? And we didn't win, so I didn't. So I have to go home, watch this film, look myself in the mirror, and be like, what can I do? What more can I do? Like, that's the emphasis. What more can you do internally? Like, as a player, as a coach, support staff, it doesn't matter. Like, what can you do more in the building? And it starts with myself. Like, I have to look internally, watch the film. How can I be more on every detail? Like, 9 tackles, a couple pass breakups, it doesn't matter, because we lost the game. So I gave up a catch. What can I do to not give that up? Mm-hmm. What can I do not to give up those 11 yards and keep us, So it's just I have to go and just look in the mirror. And I know that we have a group of guys, an organization, who are all feeling the same way, from the front end to the back end, whether it's offense, defense. So I know we're going to come in, go to work, assess the film, go to the doctor's office. That's what we say in Georgia. You go to the doctors, and you just kind of you patch up yourself, and you get better. We got another game next week, so that's the beauty of it, and we just got to take advantage of the opportunity.
Hey, speaking of doctor's office, I know you obviously can't speak to concussions and to C.J. Stroud, but just can you take us through that moment? And I know this team is really tight knit, man. Y'all are close, and to have something like that go on, number one, and then number two. Have you talked to C.J.? Have you seen him, and is he doing okay?
Yeah, I saw him walk out. First, obviously I'm frustrated as my quarterback, but forget that. Like, CJ is one of my go down in general, and like, it's bigger than football, So just seeing him not move for a second, that made my heart stop, because at the end of the day, he's got to go back home to his family. I get his football, but you're supposed to protect the quarterbacks in this league, and I'm not here to, but it's just like just seeing one of the guys go down, that made my heart stop in general. But just to see him get up and, give him thumbs up, and I saw him in the locker room, he was in better spirits. But it affected the team as a whole because, the quarterback, he's the natural leader of the team. So it kind of lit a fire under me, and I know it lit a fire under everyone else just in general. But, we played a really good football team today. So it just takes every single detail.
Kamari Lassiter joining us here, Texans cornerback. Before we get out of here, I saw a video from the team during the week that asked everybody what time they go to sleep every night. Is it true that you don't, you say you're the one guy in the video that said, I don't sleep?
Yeah,
that's an exaggeration, obviously.
Yeah, but honestly, I really don't sleep a whole bunch. Like, I sleep, but I don't. I don't know how to explain it. Like, whenever they ask me the question, it was like, what time do you go to sleep before a game? I've had some of my best games when I didn't sleep the night before, where I got maybe 4 or 5 hours. I don't know.
What's going through your head as you're not sleeping, Sidney?
I'm just ready to play. I'm just ready to play. I'm thinking about all the plays that I can make. I'm ready to play. I'll be ready to play. I'm ready to play again right now.
You're ready to play Jacksonville?
Yeah, I'm ready to play right now.
Let me tell you, it ain't about what's going through your head. It's that young testerone running through that body.
Yeah, that might be it.
Because one of these days that's going to change. You'll be like, damn, I need a nap, man. What's going on? I always got to ask the guys if it's, man.
It's in a blue bottle. It's called.
Come on. You come in here smelling good.
I know.
Dang, man.
It's called pure something. I don't know. I'm
gonna have to find it.
I'm gonna get it back to you.
I think my wife might appreciate it.
I'm gonna get it back to you.
We'll get with Omar and the crew, and we'll get it through.
Most
get it through them. All right, there you go. Kamari Lassiter joining us here on Texans postgame. Hey, man, go get him next week in Jacksonville. We got to start stacking some of these W's.
Yes, most definitely.
What a pick Kamari Lassiter has turned out to be for the Houston Texans, and they have to find a way to cash in on this defensive performance as they've stayed pretty healthy, knock wood, on that side of the football. Health not coming their way offensively in the form of quarterback C.J. Stroud, who left the game with the concussion yesterday, and he will be evaluated day to day, part of the protocol. The team will get ready to play Jacksonville with Davis Mills. Very often players don't return the next week from a concussion. Nico Collins had one a couple of weeks ago, missed one game. Let's hope that's it for C.J. Stroud, if any. But they are preparing with Davis Mills right now, so game plan city in the next couple of days to get Mills ready for practice on Wednesday. That's going to help. We have Mills at 4-5-1 in the AFC South in his career. Not that that means anything. He's got 25 starts in his career. Now, he played well last year in the finale at Tennessee, but he was coming off the bench. C.J. Stroud played the opening drive of that one as the offense tried to work out some kinks, as you might recall. Mills played well the rest of the way, and Mills obviously played against the Denver Broncos in relief of C.J. Stroud. Came in and through field goal drives, but then in the second half, one field goal short drive after the great punt return by Jalen Knoll, and the Texans went 0 for 7 in third downs after that. But Mills now gets the full week of prep to get ready for Jacksonville, who he is 2-1 against in his career. Again, that doesn't mean anything. He's in the same draft class as Trevor Lawrence. Interesting, you might remember Mills drafted in 21 in the third round when the Texans had no first or second round picks. Coming up, Andy Kalu. Quick thoughts on the game from him and on the week to come as they prep for the Jaguars invasion on Salute to Service Day. Plus, more from DeMeco Ryans right afterwards with John Harris, the locker room talk between those two. It's coming up here on Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio is on the way.
Texans fans, this season, take more than the field. Take the drive. It's Coach DeMeco Ryans here. Look, whether it's game time or go time, I count on Ford SUVs to handle it all. Bronco when I need grit, Bronco Sport to move quick, and Explorer, America's all-time best-selling SUV for versatility. So, take the drive. Visit your best in Texas Ford dealer, official SUV of the Houston Texans.
Ford is the best in Texas.
Throughout time, man has expressed himself through dance. The Charleston, the two-step, and yes, even the Macarena. But few dances have captured the imagination like the victory dance. It says, I'm a winner. In your face, world. With Houston Texans scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery, it's time to start working on the break with top prizes of $100,000, plus enter for a chance to win VIP Texans experiences. So, dust off your victory dance and play today. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700 plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
The Texans couldn't beat the Broncos at NRG.
CJ, quick throw over the middle. Got a man, 40, 35, cutting right. 25, 20, brought down inside the 15-yard line. Dalton Schultz, big-time catch and run.
Guys are built with the right stuff. We got the right guys in the building. I believe in the coaches. I know that goes both ways for us. At the end of the day, dude, another one-score game where we just couldn't find ourselves on the other end.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
What a matchup we've got, folks. Just nonstop action. The energy is electric and the fans are all in. An intense game like this calls for a Coca-Cola. Ah, crisp and refreshing. That's a game changer. Yeah, that taste scores every time. And just like that, they're back at it. Passionate fans and an ice-cold Coca-Cola. Now that's a winning combo. Sport, everyone knows fan work is thirsty work. Enjoy a Coca-Cola.
Gearing up for game day? Look no further than King Ranch Ag and Turf, your local John Deere experts. Whether you're a farmer, landscaper, contractor, or homeowner, King Ranch Ag and Turf has you covered with 14 dealership locations to serve you. Right now, score big savings during our exclusive season kickoff sale. Get unbeatable deals on mowers, tractors, construction equipment, and so much more. Let us help you prepare to tackle your next project like the pros. Visit online at kingranchagandturf.com or stop by one of our stores where Texans gear up for success.
NFL fans, when it's time to get Texans tickets, you can tackle game day with total certainty with Ticketmaster. With 100% verified tickets available all season long, you can count on getting in with ease and spend time focusing on the good stuff. Even if you're headed to the game last minute, you can still score seats. Want to meet up inside the stadium with your crew? Transferring your tickets is an easy handoff. So get those touchdown celebrations ready and score your tickets today at Ticketmaster.com/Texans.
H-Town, we need you. C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson Jr., and the rest of your Texans will take on the Buffalo Bills in an epic Thursday night football matchup, November 20th at 7:15 p.m. Whether you're watching from home or in the stands of NRG Stadium, let's show the Bills what Houston is made of and wear battle red gear to match our team.
Get loud and wear red.
Pick up your battle red gear now at our NRG Stadium team shop. Go to HoustonTexans.com/shop for directions
and spread the word.
Radio, the DeMeco Ryans Show.
Right back to it here on the DeMeco Ryans program, brought to you by Amegy Bank, the official business bank of the Houston Texans. Now every Monday we catch up with ND Kalu, Texans teammate of DeMeco Ryans back in the day, 12-year NFL veteran, part of our broadcast crew, preseason TV color commentator. And ND, this is part of the conversation, agreed that with a full week of practice with Davis Mills, it's going to be better than it was against the Broncos. And had somehow C.J. Stroud been able to stay in that game, had he not gotten hit, it would have been a different situation.
Oh, 100%. That's the way it was trending. But that's why, unfortunately or fortunately, you have 53 guys on the roster because this is the most dangerous sport in all the popular sports. So guys are going to go down. And you want the Texans to do what the San Francisco 49ers are doing with their backup quarterbacks. You know, they're going to have some ups, downs, but they're still, you know, hugely successful in the win-loss column, even with their backup quarterback. But I'm with you. And when I bring up Davis Mills, it's mainly on him because he is a quarterback. He's touching the ball on every play. But it goes to every single person that's associated with that offense from the play calling. You know, I've seen and been in situations where I'm playing against a team and a backup comes in and we see wildcat. We see a lot of trick plays. It doesn't always work, but no, it keeps you on your toes as a defense. And I just felt like it was too vanilla. And that was the one time where you really needed to be creative. You really needed to open it up because you don't have C.J. Stroud. But absolutely, what you were saying, when I was watching that game and early on, I was like, okay, yeah, you know, the clobber knockers, we used to call it, where the defense is going to continue to pound, but it's going to be that one offensive drive where you say that's the drive that won it. And I felt like with C.J. Stroud, we would have seen one or two of those drives. And I was hoping to see one with Davis Mills. I was actually excited for him to kind of prove to himself why he's still on this roster. And I was just very disappointed with the lack of scoring and the lack of offense when he was under the center.
Andy, what's going through the heads of the players right now? 3-5, and they're in 9th in the AFC. They do have the teams on their schedule that if they defeat them, enough of them, and go something like 7-2 down the stretch, there's a chance. Okay, I know that it sounds kind of ridiculous considering they're 3-5, but we've seen this team lose these close games. There needs to be a transformation, an edge gained, something in order to get there. But what's going through their heads right now as Jacksonville comes in Sunday at noon?
Literally one game at a time, one day at a time. And if you take care of one day at a time, then everything else will take care of itself. Like they don't need to be looking at the standings and, oh, you know, the Colts are 7-2, they lost. You know, if we do this and we beat them twice, then we have a chance to get back in it. Is that true? Absolutely. But you're at the point now, coming off this loss, especially one that was so important, and you had a chance. You just felt like you had a chance to win that game up until the very end. Now you're to the point where it's truly one game at a time, one day at a time. Don't look too far into the future. Yes, they're getting ready for the Jacksonville Jaguars, but I want all those guys on Monday rehab. You're doing the workout that gets the soreness out of your, out of your body, and you're watching film. That's all you should be focused on. You know what? All I'm focused on is watching the Denver game, because that's what we're doing today, and that's what we're going to do after our workouts, and just literally take it one day at a time. Then when you look up 10 weeks down the line, you're like, oh, we're back in it.
Indy, how tough is it as, especially a defensive player on this defense, when you look up and C.J. Stroud he's not in the game and we don't know how long he's going to be out, et cetera. How tough is it to force yourself to just do your job, not to try and do too much, because you know the defense has got to step up even more? But how do you fight the feeling of just trying to do too much and just do the only job you know to do, and that's the job of that play call for that particular play? How do you fight that urge to just, well, I thought I could go over here and make this big play? How do you fight that urge this week and maybe next?
That's a great question, and my answer is by trusting the offense, but then I have to make sure I add the offense has to give you a reason to trust them, because you're dead on. Like they're gonna be in a situation where they say to themselves, and I've been in huddles where the defense says, hey guys, we got to score. And typically there's no play drawn up for the defense to score, so it's just what you said. You kind of dismiss your responsibilities. You try to go over and beyond, where something great could happen or something disastrous can happen, and you don't want to do that because you want to keep that responsibility and play disciplined defensive football, which the Texans have been doing. But the answer to that question to me lies with the offense. You know, Davis Mills and again, I can't just put on Davis Mills, but they get most of the fame, and they also, you know, get the heartache when things don't go the way of the Texans. But Davis Mills and the offensive coordinator, the offensive line, they have to make the defense confident that they can get it done. And I'm telling you, when I saw Davis Mills trot out there, I was hoping for, and I was thinking, I was somewhat optimistic. I was like, you know what? Okay, this is why you're here. Unlike most backups in the NFL, you've been in the system for 5+ years. You know, something good is going to happen. That was kind of my mindset.
All right, there's Andy Kalu, part of our Monday visit with him to get his thoughts on the game and the upcoming week as the Texans